Hello. How's everyone doing today? Happy election day. Happy democracy. Zephyr Hash, always looking in, always looking out for me. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's going to be a long night. Strap in, brothers and sisters. Strap in. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot going on. We got a lot of things happening. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's exciting. Okay, look. Setting aside partisanship, setting aside all that, right? It's exciting to see people cast their ballots. I was in line to vote today at 7 in the morning, right? First thing. I tried to get there early, but guess what? I wasn't. I was like, there was already a line like wrapping around the building, okay? The line was fairly quick, no issues, right? But man, oh man, I just get, look, maybe this is cringe, but I'm being serious right now. I get like little heart flutters when I see people doing their democracy thing, okay? I really like voting. I really like the fact that we live in a country where our voice can be heard. And to see so many people engaging in democracy today in my current state of Pennsylvania, it just did my heart good. Just did my heart good. Zolamargus, nice to see you. Cernus, welcome, welcome, welcome. Blizza81, yo, what up, brother? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. We'll see how, we'll see if that continues as the night goes on, okay? Right? Look, I have no idea who is going to win. I couldn't tell you. I mean, there's vibes and all that, but my vibes are mixed. Vibes are mixed. It's a coin toss, gang. It's a coin toss. I do have a sneaking suspicion that it's not going to be actually close, right? But I don't know which way the blowout's going to happen. Myopic Times. Hello, hello, hello. Perfect time to use 5,000 points, maybe. Cowboy. Hey, Wick, how you freaking? Feeling? Oh, I'm freaking out, baby. No, I'm feeling good. I voted. I'm happy. I'm happy. I got to put my voice in. So, however it turns out, right? Look, here's a skinny mini, okay? And look, a lot of people won't tell you this because they've drunk the Kool-Aid. But here's the deal. And I'll say this first to my Republican friends. My Republican friends, if Kamala wins, it's not the end of the world. We're not going to round you up in camps. I promise. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Okay, Democrat friends. Guess what? Trump wins. It's not the end of the world. You'll be okay. We'll get through it together, no matter what happens. Obviously, I have a preferred outcome here. I voted for my preferred outcome, Kamala Harris. But let's remember, we are all, at the end of the day, American citizens, we are all, at the end of the day, trying to do what is best for our country. And yeah, let's just go hand in hand in the spirit of friendship and togetherness, as soy as that might sound. J-Max is going to be tuning into the Sitch and Adam show, but want to drop by and drop some love. Thank you for the love, the 20 Wick TV memberships. I really appreciate you, brother. Oh, man. Tonight's going to be crazy. We're going to go all night. We got things planned all night, okay? Right now, it's vibes time, though, baby, because we got Justin. Okay, Justin, we have some forecast predictions. This is what we know so far. What we know so far, gang. What we know so far. Okay, based on all the data that we have collected from voting today, all the data that we have collated and brought in, this is my current prediction of where the state of the race is. Right here. Okay, gang? Look, it's 3 o'clock. No one knows shit yet, okay? We don't know is the answer to what's going on. There are mixed signals coming out from all over. And the problem is, boys and girls, is that there's so much flooding the zone with propaganda, just straight propaganda. people straight up just lying to try to either demoralize you or gin up confidence in their own side, all sorts of reasons, right? But the people here are not disinterested truth seekers that are throwing out these information. So, you gotta really just kind of take everything with an extra grain of salt today. $5 since ever hash. If Trump wins, it's surely the end for rhinos and non-MAGA Republicans. They are a bigger threat to Trump than Democrats. Interesting. You think he's going to do an internal purge? Maybe. Trump is going to take New Jersey. Look, if Trump takes New Jersey, I don't know. Like, that would be a seismic shift in politics, right? A seismic shift if Trump takes New York or New Jersey. I don't see it happening. I've been wrong before, though. Alan Silverhawk says, oh, who to vote for? I got 4 hours to decide. Well, depends on your values and what you want. I'll let you make that decision. I made an argument, if you want to tune into my show yesterday, where I made my closing argument for my preferred candidate. If you want to go check that out, you may. I suggest you do so. I think it went well. I think I made a very good argument. But, you want a libertarian? Chase Oliver is a libertarian candidate, as I understand. So a vote for Chase Oliver isn't going to, your guy won't win. Sorry. It's realistically, we got two choices. We got Trump or we got Harris. Pick a lane, baby. Pick a lane. Oh, man. It's going to be a long night. I got cheese sticks on the ready, okay? I got chips. I got some extra food, right, just in case. I am set up. Gregor Samsa says, no way Trump wins New York or New Jersey. A good chunk of his voters moved to other states during and after COVID. Yeah, it's the same when people tell me on the Democratic side that Harris is going to win Texas. No, she's not. I want it to be true, but no, she's not. Let's be real. Let's be serious for a minute. She's not winning Texas. She's not winning Florida. It's not going to happen. One of the tells, though, right? And this will matter. We're going to start getting results in when polls close. I think polls close in Georgia around 8 or 9 Eastern. I know in Pennsylvania they close around 8 Eastern, but Pennsylvania takes forever, okay? Don't expect results from Pennsylvania tonight. It's going to take forever to count these votes, okay? Pennsylvania is slow. Pennsylvania is not very good at counting the votes, right? It takes them a while. So don't expect it from Pennsylvania. However, there's a couple states that do it really quick. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. Relatively quick, okay? If Trump is only winning Florida by about 5 points, it's very good news for Harris, right? If Georgia ends up going blue, and then North Carolina also goes blue, that's a wrap, folks. I don't see a Trump path to victory after that. Not a realistic one. Icebean says early Wick tent. Yes, we're going early today. Spidey fan says they close at 7 p.m. in Georgia. Here, gang, we're going to have a lot of information come out tonight. What I need you to do is go and check the times that you're polling at your state. Every state has different times, okay? I know for a fact that Pennsylvania is 8 p.m. Eastern, right? That's when the polls close. Though if you are in line to vote by that time, stay in line. They have to let you vote. So what I encourage you to do is go and check your state's websites, okay? The official ones. Don't rely on Twitter people, okay? Go and check your state's websites. Find out where your polling locations are, when they close. The hour is late, but it is not yet past. If you have not yet voted, dear viewers, what are you doing? Put the phone down, close the windows, go vote, okay? Then come back. We'll be here all night. Don't worry. You don't need to like stay here 100% of the time. You can go and vote and then come back, babies. You can, and I encourage you to do so. Look, we fought and died for the right to vote in this country. Exercise it. Exercise it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. I am not looking forward to the aftermath. Let me tell you why. One, I don't think tonight's going to be, what's the word? Decisive. And so what I mean by that is we won't know tonight who won. I think it's going to be close. That's what I'm saying. And it's going to drag out as people count the votes. And as it drags out, people will be more and more incentivized to be a little crazy, okay? To put out all sorts of misinformation, to put out all sorts of wild-ass conspiracy theories. And people will use it to justify their views on things, whether that be pro or anti-Trump, pro or anti-Harris. And it's gonna be a rough time. It's gonna be a rough time. There's gonna be a lot of people making a lot of wild claims. I'm not looking forward to that. It wasn't fun last year. Do you guys remember? Not last year. I'm sorry. In 2020. Do you guys remember 2020? That wasn't fun at all. The uncertainty, right? Being extended for several days. And then the added uncertainty of the fraudulent election claims and the court trials and all of that, all the politicking around it. Very, very stressful. So I'm not looking forward to a repeat of that. I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping we know real quick tonight. And again, there's paths where we can see that happening. Georgia, North Carolina. Those are the places I'm going to be looking at first. Well, 3 places to be clear. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. Okay? If Georgia and North Carolina both go blue, easy Harris W. If only one goes blue, I think Harris has got a real big edge. If they go red, then unfortunately, we're in for a long time. And we won't know till we get back info from Pennsylvania, and that'll take forever. Pennsylvania is going to be razor tight, gang. Razor tight. Basshole says, is misinformation protected speech? Yes. Parallax says, my prediction, Kamala W, and it won't be by one state. Might not. You guys want to know my prediction? I made one. I made one of those little maps. Let's see it. Let's see if I can bring it up here. This is the official WIC prediction map. And remember, kings and queens, this is only a prediction. It's like a horoscope. It's fun to do, but don't put too much, don't rely on it too much. How did you make this map, WIC? What did you just do? Did you just guess? No. I did. I looked at the polling data that's out there, the aggregates, things like that. And there was some guesswork involved. But this is what my heart's telling me right now, okay? So what's my heart's telling me? I think that we are going to see a very close election, and we are going to see it decided by my state, Pennsylvania. This one right here, boys and girls, okay? This one right here. We will check back as the night goes on and see what we have. But here's my official prediction. Lock it in. I locked it in, right? But it's up there. People can see how much of a prophet I am. Okay? People can come, check it out, look at it, and you can feel free to disagree if you'd like. Marshall Gregory Zhukov says Idaho's going Republican is impossible. Brother, if Idaho doesn't go Republican, I don't know what to tell you. We live in the end times. Idaho's one of the reddest states you'll ever see. Parallax, which states on this map do you think I got wrong? If you're saying that Kamala gets as many as 293, fair enough. Which states are wrong here? Which states flip? If I had to guess, I'd say you'd flip Nevada, you'd probably flip Arizona and Georgia, right? Oh, I was wrong. North Carolina? Look, I don't think she's getting North Carolina. I think it's going to be close, but I don't think she's getting it. Could be wrong. Like I said, if North Carolina does go blue, Trump's path to victory gets very, very difficult. Okay. If North Carolina goes blue, Trump's path to victory goes very, very difficult. You guys want to play a game while we wait? Hold on. Let me see if I can get it up. Because me and you, dear Wick fans, can make our own map together. This is a Wick community map. Create your own electoral map. Okay. Oh man, is it not loading? They might be experiencing a lot of different. No, here we go. Okay. So here we go, kings and queens. We can make our own map. So let's put toss-ups here. So toss-up, toss-up, toss-up. Where else? Let's say Wisconsin, toss-up, Minnesota, I'm sorry, not Minnesota. My bad. Michigan, toss-up. Nevada, toss-up. Arizona, toss-up. Where else do we think's a toss-up? Like, realistically, where else we thinking there might be? You guys want to put Virginia in toss-up a little bit? Let's say Virginia in toss-up. Iowa's not a toss-up, I don't think. I know the Seltzer poll came out. I know that was a thing. I don't see it being a toss-up, okay? I think that Iowa is probably going red. What it goes red by will matter, right? But I don't see it going blue. Could be wrong. What do we think? That look good for just toss-ups? What are we thinking? Here, let me move my screens around so I can see the YouTube chat as well. Okay. My election map is doomer pilled? Is it? No, so what I'm doing right now is I'm putting things as a toss-up that people think might go different ways, okay? That are battlegrounds. I'm trying to pick out the battlegrounds here, okay? Do we seriously think that Iowa is a battleground? Zephyr Hash says it is. Can we get a consensus here? I don't think it is, but convince me. Sell me on this. I know there is a Seltzer poll, but sell me on it. Come on. Let's hear your arguments. Leitner Goat says New York and New Jersey and New Hampshire are all battlegrounds. No, they're not. Stop it. They're not battlegrounds. New York is not a battleground state. I won't castrate myself like that one guy said, but I don't know. I'd be shocked if New York went red. Okay. Yeah, Iowa isn't a battleground, man. Don't know what to tell you. You can keep it a battleground in your heart, but I just don't think it is. Illinois may flip. Maybe. No, I don't think it will. Like, this is the same argument with Iowa. I don't think Iowa's flipping. I don't think Illinois is flipping. I just don't. Okay. I just don't. Okay, let's start with the easier ones. Okay, let's start with the easier ones. What are our thoughts on Virginia? Okay. What are our thoughts on Virginia? What do we think? I've had people DM me, right? And by people I mean Artemis Fowl, right? Okay, like gang, Artemis Fowl is like I have two people on my shoulder almost all the time in my DMs. Okay, one of them is Artemis Fowl. And the other person I won't name, but the Artemis Fowl person, right? You guys know Artemis Fowl. Always sends me doom for Democrats, right? Anything that is anti-Democrat or shows Democrats losing, or any kind of propaganda that shows Democrats being behind, he will always send it to me. No fail, right? Constantly. And on my other DMs is every time there's any hint of hope for Democrats, no matter how wild, they send me it, right? So it balances it out. Okay, balances itself out. So, anyway, I say this to say that he sent me information that says that Virginia turnout's very low. Otherwise, I think it's blue. My personal vibes here is blue for Virginia. But let's get a poll going, okay? If you think Virginia, and we'll just do this real quick, okay? Lightning round. If you think Virginia's going blue, hit 1. If you think Virginia's going red, hit 2. Let's hear it, Wickers. Come on. 1's for blue, 2's for red. 1's for Harris, 2's for Trump. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, God. You guys aren't helping. This really is a toss-up. Oh, there's a lot of 2's out there. Okay. A lot of 1's on Twitch, a lot of 2's on YouTube. The segregation of my community continues. Okay. 1's. Gang. Oh, I need a tiebreaker vote here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1's. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2's, and we have Audacity saying 3. Oh, Solemn Argus with the 6-5. Okay, putting in a 1. Reluctant 1. Is that where we're going with? Final answer, kings and queens? 6-5 right now. It is a toss-up, right? What does 1? 1 is Harris, 2 is Trump. Artemis Fowl for $2 to say 2. Putting money on the scale, baby. Okay. Look, if you wanna pay me money to change to change the map to whatever color you want, I can. $2 a state, boys and girls. Let's go. It means nothing. But if you give me money, I'll do it. Fuck it. Right? $2 to go. Lane's Republican. How's that? Fair enough. Okay. Thank you for the $2. Okay. So we got Virginia out of the way. It's pretty toss-up though, right? But okay, this is what the community says. It's a game, gang. We're playing it. Oh, $2 more from Zephyr Hash to say 1. Now it's back in the toss-up column, boys. Who's gonna give me more money to change the color again? I could do this all night. Back in the toss-up. We're gonna need some more money to realistic U.S. elections. Fair enough. $2 for a state. That's on the cheap. Actually, only donated $1.99. Yeah, but I give them that extra cent. I round up a little bit, right? Because I know YouTube can be weird. Wick is selling elections. Tell for democracy. I will absolutely sell this fake election that we're doing right now. Yes. I will let you bid on states. Okay? That I have no shame in this. Look, I already voted for the real deal, right? Okay, well, it's toss up for now until someone decides to give me more money. Let's move on. Okay? So we are at an impasse with Virginia. Okay, we're at an impasse with Virginia. That's fair. Dylan Ballard says, early Wick and I got a membership while offline. Yeah, JMac came in and gifted 20 memberships like a king. Okay, like a king that he is. Okay. So let's look at Michigan. There's been a lot of to-do about Michigan, boys and girls, right? Dearborn, Michigan has a large Muslim population, and there's been a lot of noise online about Muslim voters either voting Trump or sitting out. What are our feels here? Why? What's your heart telling you, kings and queens? What's your heart telling you for Michigan? Oh, to be clear, Dylan, we're just doing, this is the fake map. This is the map that the map my community is building. It's based on whoever gives me more money. Okay? The money map. But yeah, Ohio's going red. I don't see anyone make any serious argument that it won't go red. It is what it is. Solemn Argus says, I have no idea what Muslims think on anything, actually. Fair. But we're looking at voters. Yeah, my gut says that's too, Steve Melly, right? Like, again, to be clear, I have my voting map. This is my... Oh, wrong one. Oh, oops, I accidentally linked the DMs I'm getting. Did you vote today? This is from Kamala Harris. Did you vote today, little bitch? Yes, ma'am. 8 times, ma'am. You know what happens if I win, right? We round up all the conservatives and give them abortions and perform transgender operations. And put them in polyamorous labor camps? Good boy. Details to come soon. My bad. I leaked it a little bit. Forgive me, kings and queens. Okay. Well, that's embarrassing. Linking like that. Leaking information like that. That's embarrassing. Solemn Argus says, if Muslims make up a majority of that state, then I'll say Republican. They don't. But there is a large portion of them, larger than in most states. But it's not near the majority, as I understand it. So, okay. Let's see. Ones, if you think Michigan is going blue. If you think Michigan's going Harris, ones in chat. If you think Michigan's going to go red for Trump, twos in chat. Okay? Let's do this. Lightning round. Ones in chat for Harris, twos in chat for Trump. I'm seeing a lot of ones. A 2 from Grackle. Ones from literally everyone else. Oh, Dylan and Audacity gave 2s. So we have 3 2s and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1s. Okay? 3 2s and 5 1s early on in the day, early on in the game. Okay? Can I see any other 1s or 2s? Take your time, kings and queens. 4 2s, 5 1s. That's what we're up to. Oh, we're tied. 2s and 1s are tied. 5-5. Who will break this tie? What's the numbers for? We're making a map, Shoe Boots. And we're trying to decide where our little friend Michigan's going to go. Is it going to go blue or is it going to go red? If you think it's going to go blue, hit the 1 button. If you think it's going to go red, hit that 2 button. Oh, okay. Cernus voted 2 and Shoe Boots voted 1. So we're 6-6, gang. 6 votes that it's blue and 6 votes Red. Oh, Oscar coming in with 7. 7 votes 2, 6 votes 1. We'll give it another minute. Steve Melly says, Christ, if this chat is indicative of actual votes this election, gonna be close as fuck. Yes. Also, I have a pretty divided electorate in my chat, which I'm actually kind of proud of, honestly. Dylan Bowser's like 3. Chase Oliver for the win. No, he's not. Let's be real. Let's be real in this fake game. He got at least 1 vote in Ohio. Fair enough. Look, if that's who you wanted to vote for, more power to you, brother. But if you expect him to win anything, I don't know what to tell you. So we are sitting on 7 2s and 6 1s. 7 2s and 6 1s. That seems to be the final answer. So we're going to put this in the lean Republican column. That's what my chat voted. That's what you guys want to see. That's what we'll do. Okay. He was at the top of your ballot, and hoping to pull some percent. What does victory look like for Chase Oliver? Like what percentage? Are we talking 2%, 5%, 3%? What percentage of the vote would Chase Oliver consider a victory? Shoe Boots says, I mean, are we voting what we want or what we think will happen? We're doing what we think. You guys should be doing what you think, not what you want. Okay? Though, again, I tell people that all the time, but I can't force that. And I can't, there's no way I can, read your mind, right? To see if you're lying or not. So I'll just have to take your word for it. Okay, Wisconsin. What are we thinking? A lot of energy been spent on Wisconsin. 1s if you think Wisconsin's going blue. 2s in chat if you think Wisconsin's going red. Kamala Harris has done some stuff in Wisconsin. We had some canvassing in Wisconsin. We got 3 2s. Damn. 4 2s? 2 is red, you guys remember, okay? 2 is Trump, 1 is Harris. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 2s. We have 1 1. 5 2s, 6 2s, 7 2s. Damn. No love for Wisconsin from Team Blue. Fair enough. We have 1, 2 1s, 2 blues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 2s, 2 blues. Talon Silverhawk says, Wick, what happens if the Senate ties for vice president if 270 not reached? So are you talking about like a 269 tie? What happens is it goes to the House. And then if it can't get through the House, I think it goes to the Senate. That's what happens. But, like, honestly, if that happened, if we were in a 269 scenario, we're fucked. As a country. We're fucked. Like, then Tim Pool's going to get a boner. Because, yeah, we might. Oh, President is House, VP is Senate? Fair enough. Yeah, it's just not going to go well. I don't know, Talon Silverhawk. I don't know if she's going to be the tiebreaker vote for VP. I have no idea. But, yo, like, if you have Trump president and Kamala VP, nothing's getting done. But it's never going to go. Well, I'm going with I got to go with the vote. So, Wisconsin clearly was the winner of the vote. Y'all, you guys are making some bold predictions. Okay, Wick Chat. Bold predictions. I don't know if I stand by that one. I think that's kind of silly. But you do you, Bruce. You do you. Let's move over to the West Coast a little bit, right? Let's go to Nevada. Harry Lake's running in Nevada, right? What do we think Nevada's going when it comes to the presidential race? One's is blue. One is Harris. Two is Trump. Okay, Talon Hawk for 1, Oscar for 2. Oh, Lake is in Arizona? Yeah, maybe. Okay, fair enough. I always get these, like, these two states might as well be the same state to me in my brain. Okay. They're all the fucking same. It's all desert and nothing. Okay, Nevada is blue, 1. No Cow Mike says you're going to stress yourself out doing this all day. This is just funny. Dylan Bowser says 1. We have Keen Colo says 2. Leonor Goat says 2. Shoe Boot says 2. Nevada is blue, 1. Cernos. Okay, we are at 1, 2, 3. 3 1s and 1, 2, 3, 4 2s is what we're looking at. 5 2s. 5 2s and 3 1s. That's what we're looking at. 6 2s and 3 1s. No Cow Mike says you're not doing this solo all day. Yeah, people are going to be randomly calling in. Fairy Queen's going to be co-hosting this with me at 6 o'clock. And yeah, we're going to have some people calling in throughout the day. We're going to go on Dylan Bowser. We're going on Dylan Burns' stream at 11 at night, right? Honestly, we're just waiting for data, okay? We're waiting for exit polls. We're waiting for actual vote returns. We're waiting for all of that. So until that happens, we're playing games, boys and girls. We're just fucking around, okay? We're just doing vibes. Did Fairy Queen ever say who she's voting for? The last I heard, she's voting Democrat top of ticket, Republican down ticket. But that's the last I heard. I can ask her tonight. And if she feels comfortable sharing, we'll go through it. When are exit polls? Not for a bit. My data slave hopefully will be here soon. Let me see if he's DM'd me anything. I couldn't look. I know that Destiny Stream, what they did was they spent 12 grand on this elaborate program that allowed them to collate, track, and collect data as it came in real time. Okay? And it's a very fancy setup. I don't have 12 G's, okay? So you know what I had to do, gang? I had to enslave an autist. So I have enslaved a data autist to give me data as it comes in. So whenever he gets here, he'll be collecting, collating, and presenting exit polling data. He'll be collecting, collating, and presenting early vote returns, things like that, turnout numbers, all that. Yes, Ice Beans, literally enslaved. We literally enslaved him. I went and I bought him at market. That's literally what happened. I'm saying autist with an AU. Look, I just didn't have 12 grand. I had to go the cheap option. Basshole says, why are Pennsylvania and Arizona so retarded that they can't count votes in a reasonable time frame? Well, I can't speak for Arizona, but I can tell you about Pennsylvania. So there's a law in the books that Pennsylvania can't start to count early votes until Election Day. So that's one of the reasons it takes forever. Law in the books says they can't even start counting. So all those early votes that have been cast in the state, they can't start I can't start counting. Any update on your 40K army? My 48K army, ladies and gentlemen, got put on hold because my money that I had set aside for this got put into my new computer, which I had to buy because my old computer went kaput. Okay, which sucked. So how it is. Polar Knights, did you vote? I did vote. I voted for Kamala Harris. I voted for Bob Casey. Yeah. Who I voted for. Luckily, Georgia and Michigan will be much faster this year. Let's hope. Right? Georgia and Florida and North Carolina are usually pretty quick. They're usually pretty quick. Where's my sticker? Somewhere. I posted my ballot on the Twitters, though. If you guys want to see the ballot. Here. You guys want proof? Is this what where we're at now? That I got to show you proof? Here's my ballot. Kamala Harris, Robert Casey, Eugene de Pascal, Manuel Waldman. I even wrote in myself at the bottom because there was no Democratic option. Got Aaron McClelland, Malcolm Kenyatta. I don't know if I have my sticker. I think I lost it, which is sad. But yeah, that's my vote. Shoeboot says it's illegal to show your ballot in Canada, I think. It's not in Pennsylvania. I checked. Pennsylvania has a really helpful site, the Attorney General's site, and it gives you all the do's and don'ts, right? Like what you can do, what you can't do, what the election laws surrounding ballots are, etc. It's very handy, very dandy. So yes, you can take ballot selfies. You can show your ballot. You can't show other people's ballots, obviously, right? Yes, you can wear merch, like a Trump hat or a MAGA hat or a Walls hat if you want, right? You can, right? If you've not voted in the county that you're voting in before, you have to show ID. But if you have, then you don't have to show ID, right? There's a whole list, right, of do's and don'ts that they have. So there you go. Don't worry. I checked before I did any of this. Portland is saying, I voted so hard. Good job, Portland. Aircraft Sparky says, it's over, ladies and lads. Democracy is finished. All hail the Republic. No Cow Mike says, you should start a poll asking people what time Trump announces he won. Oh, man, that's kind of dark, actually. But I will remind you, gang, what we actually know so far. What we actually know so far, based on all the data that we've collated. This is the state of the election. What's the vibes? What's the vibes going on? How you guys feeling? Okay. How y'all feeling? Feeling good? What are our thoughts? Oscar Ferdinandez feeling good? Okay. Sounds good. I'm glad. Man, I wish I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Buck Elf is saying landslide. Nauseously optimistic? Maybe. True Boots is nauseously optimistic. Here, some words of wisdom for you. And I know it's far easier said than done. I recognize this. I realize this. Relax, friends. Relax. It'll be okay. No matter what happens, the sun will rise tomorrow. Okay? The sun will set. Life will go on. So calm. If you voted, you've done all you could. If you've brought people to vote, you've done all you could. We worked hard to get to this point. Here we are. Now we see what happens. But what I don't want you doing, ladies and gentlemen, is panicking, hyperventilating, throwing up. None of that. You don't need to. Okay? Deep breaths. We've been through this before. I've lost elections before. I've won elections before. Okay? I was super happy when Obama won. I was super sad when Kerry lost. I was super sad when Gore lost. I was super happy when Biden won. I was super sad when Trump won. It is what it is. Yeah, keep going. Don't Count Mike says, you haven't done all you could if you didn't vote at least twice. Fair enough. Basshole says at most Pennsylvania has 2 million mail-in ballots. What is a reasonable time frame? They have significantly less this time, I think. If I had to guess, I don't know what a reasonable time frame is, but Pennsylvania is always super close. You won't get Pennsylvania results tonight, though. Put that to bed. You won't. Portland and Burt is burning is nervous, annoyed by Republicans and their spineless behavior. If Trump comes out against the sunrise tomorrow, millions of Republicans will disavow the sun as a communist conspiracy. Shoeboot says, I think PA decides. That means we won't get a result overall tonight. Likely. Again, there are paths, though, right? And here's the thing. Like, we don't know for certain anything right now. There are absolutely scenarios in which Georgia and North Carolina get called tonight for Harris. We absolutely know at that point. If Michigan or Wisconsin get called for Trump tonight, I think it's over, boys. I think Trump gets it. Right? So, yes, there are scenarios for either side in which we get a quick answer. Which would you rather, though? A quick answer that you don't like or anxiety for the next few days? No Cal Mike says, if Trump wins, I'll accept your political asylum application for Canadian entry, or for Californian entry. Hell yeah. Rush for Life says, early ballots should not be counted until day of. Fair enough. I mean, that's the law in Pennsylvania, at least. There are good reasons for that law, but it, again, when people ask, why does it take so long to count? That's a big reason. So I was simply answering the call here. Okay. Basshole says, for the sake of the country, it needs to be decisive either way. I don't think it will, though. Nate Silver ran his, did you guys see the Nate Silver projection? Let me see if I can bring it up for you. Nate Silver final prediction. Let's see his final model. Okay. Let's see what our friend Nate Silver has to say. Last and final update, 12:30 a.m. Tuesday, November 5th. Happy Election Day. At exactly midnight on Tuesday, we ran our simulation model for the final time in the election cycle. Out of 80,000 simulations, Kamala Harris won in 40,012 cases. So 50.015% of the time. She did not win in 39,988 simulations. 49%, 9.985%. Of those, 39,718 were outright wins for Donald Trump, and the remainder were exact 269 to 269 electoral college ties. And these ties are likely to eventually result in Trump wins in the U.S. House of Representatives. So they're out of 80,000 times, out of 80,000 worlds, ladies and gentlemen. On 270 of those worlds, we get a 269 tie. And I'm calling it now. I will hang my hat on this. If we get a 269 tie, we all lose. I don't care who wins eventually. We all lose. Don't know what to tell you. It's a coin flip. According to Nate Silver, at least. Now, Nate Silver's arch nemesis, okay, always looking at itself, says, no, we all win. Content for months. I don't want to make that content. I will. By God, I will. But I don't want to. I don't want to live in that world. Yes, I would never have to think of a topic for a panel ever again. It would just be there for us. But I don't want to live in that world, okay? Chubut says, I'll take the tie over a Trump win. My absolutely top priority is getting Trump out of politics. I don't care if the GOP wins the House and the Senate. Here's the thing, though. If it's a 269 to 269 tie, Trump goes to be president. Because the House will vote on who is president. Basshole says, finish the article rather than stop after seeing what you like. Basshole, I'll get to it. But look, I'm going to be streaming a long time tonight. I need to drag out the content. Okay? I need to pace myself. I got to nurse my drink here. Give it time. Let it go. Let's go, okay? Is it the current house or the new house, though? I don't know. Someone check. I'm sure it says somewhere. Let's cut to the chase. So who's going to win the election? Well, honestly, we don't know. But we can give you our best probabilistic guess. This is the landing page for the 2024 Silver Bulletin Presidential Election Forecast. It will always contain the most recent data from the model. The model is a direct descendant of the 538 election forecast, and the methodology is largely the same, rather than removing COVID-19 provisions introduced for 2020. Other changes from 2020 are documented here. And an archive of the Biden-Trump forecast can be found here. The polls, who's ahead right now. The Silver Bulletin polling averages are a little fancy. They adjust for whether polls are conducted among registered or likely voters and House effects. They weight more reliable polls more heavily, and they use national polls to make inferences about state polls and vice versa. It requires a few extra CPU cycles, but the reward is a more stable average that doesn't get psyched out by outliers. The polls. The latest data. Harris, 48.6. Trump, 47.6. This is for a national, and we can go through each of the states. Arizona, 49 to Harris, 46. Florida, 51 Trump, Harris, 44. Georgia, 48 Trump, 47 Harris. Iowa, 49 Trump, 45 Harris. Michigan, Harris, 48, Trump, 47. Minnesota, Harris, 50, Trump, 44. Nevada, Trump, 48, Harris, 47. New Hampshire, Harris 52, Trump 44. North Carolina, 48 to 47 for Trump. Pennsylvania, 48 to 48. Trump getting a 0.1% lead here. Okay. But you can't get closer, honestly. Texas, 52 Trump, 43 Harris. Virginia, 49 Harris, 44 Trump. And Wisconsin, 48 Harris, 47 Trump. Shoeboot says, according to Chat GPT, the House votes on January 6th if there's a tie, and since the new House is sworn in on January 3rd, that would mean it's a new House. So Harris wins a tie if DNC wins the House. Do we think the DNC is winning the House? I don't. Basshole says, okay, sorry. Don't be sorry. It's okay to criticize me. You don't have to apologize. Come on. You did nothing wrong. Expressing an opinion isn't wrong and it's something to apologize for. You'll be okay. Strap in, kids. It's going to be a long night. We got to get on our happy faces. Okay? The sky is blue. The weather is great. And life is good. Okay? Life is good. Let's continue with the article. State and national polling averages and how they're changed over time. An average of 2024 presidential general election polls nationally and in each state and how these averages have changed over the past week and month. So we can see, so if you go back a month, Republicans have made some gains. But if you change that to a week, Democrats have the momentum. You can look through all the polls here. Generally, at least in the battlegrounds, and they do the battlegrounds first, right? We got some Kamala momentum going here for most of them, though there's some red. There's some red momentum in Nevada, New Mexico, Minnesota. So we'll see. We will know soon enough, which is true. They talk about all the polls included in their model. We're not going to go through all of them. We're just not. Dylan Bowser says, so does the Trump execution line comments push the needle at all? No. I don't think it does. The forecast. So you're telling me there's a chance. Needless to say, stranger things have happened than a candidate who is behind in the polls winning. And in America's polarized political climate, most elections are close and a candidate is rarely out of the running. So here's how our model translates polls and other inputs it uses into probabilities in the Electoral College and the popular vote in every state. Plus, some nightmare scenarios like a repeat of the 2000 Florida recount. More likely than you think, alas. We're not afraid of playing percentages here, even to the decimal place. When I say odds in this year's presidential race are about as close as you can possibly get to 50-50, I'm not exaggerating. At exactly midnight on Tuesday, he pressed the go button, and he knew it was going to be close. I felt like I was spinning a roulette wheel. Appropriate, I guess, in a year when I published a book about gambling. We decided ahead of time to run 80,000 simulations instead of our usual 40,000. And after 80,000 simulations, Kamala Harris won the Electoral College in 50.015%. Running a tally of win probability after every 100 simulations, starting with the 500th simulation. Harris jumped out to a huge early lead, ahead 50.7 to 49.3 after the 18,000th simulation, but then Trump, plus no majority, mounted a thrilling comeback. But on simulation 79,281, Harris went on a winning streak, claiming 15 of the next 17 simulations to turn a 5-sim deficit into an 8-sim lead and never looking back. Trump closed to within single digits again as late as simulation 79603, but couldn't seal the deal. Okay, I don't care about... Look, Nate Silver annoys me because he does shit like this. I don't care. Like, I know he's got to make the simulation sound exciting somehow. I get it. But it doesn't. They're just fucking simulations, man. Calm down. Obviously, this is quite ridiculous. If I'd closed out my 37 browser tabs and left my computer running all night, I have no idea who would have won. We don't talk about it much, but there's a small amount of error introduced into the model because it's probabilistic rather than deterministic. The margin of error on 40,000 simulations is about 0.5 points of win probability for either candidate. After 80,000, it declines, but only to 0.35. But I guarantee you, there are literally going to be people who say, Nate Silver predicts a Harris win as a result of this. Literally. It's not because my default is to hedge or just throw some extra uncertainty parameters in the model for no reason. This is my 5th presidential election and my 9th general election overall, counting midterms, and there has never been anything like this. In 2008, 2012, and 2020, Democratic candidates were clear Electoral college favorites in our model. I spent a lot of time arguing with people who claimed they weren't. Hillary Clinton was a slightly less clear favorite in 2016, and our model was bullish on Donald Trump relative to betting odds and other forecasts, but a favorite she was. I suppose I'll never get over that one. In 2010, we correctly had Democrats favored to keep the Senate, but lose the House. 2014 was a boring and predictable Republican hold. 2018 was the inverse of 2010, with Democrats as heavy favorites in the House, but big underdogs in the Senate. In 2022, our final Senate forecast was close, though not quite so close as this one, but the House wasn't particularly so. Even this year, the model definitively showed Joe Biden as an underdog, and post I wrote introducing in June, it emphasized that point. Democrats were trying to convince themselves the race was a toss-up when it wasn't, but Democrats did the smart thing and shoved Biden aside. Again, we'll see if he's right. It's only smart if Harris wins. Otherwise, you won't hear the end of it from me. And now they're rewarded by being able to determine the future of the country by means of a coin flip. Actually, it won't be a coin flip. You will determine it with your votes. I'll sometimes literally flip a coin to decide where to go out to dinner. Heads for Italian, tails for Thai. But who becomes the next president is a question of a slightly more importance. I'm not going to give you a speech about voting, but if you care about the outcome and haven't, you probably should. From the model standpoint, though, the race is literally closer than a coin flip. Empirically, heads wins 50.5% of the time, more than Harris's 50.015%. You've been regularly reading this newsletter, and if not, there's still time to subscribe, and we have some ambitious post-election plans. So fuck no, I'm not subscribing to you. I hope you'll feel like we've had the bases covered. Eli and I were somehow able to publish pretty much every story we wanted, except the one that got away about how Alan Lichtman's 13 keys to the White House, if followed strictly based on how he's applied them in the past, actually clearly predict a Trump victory. Now that I'm on Team Harris by 12 simulations, I suppose I shouldn't. There's a one-paragraph version in the footnotes. For the record, Lichtman claims the keys support Harris. Look, Nate Silver and Alan Lichtman are nemesises, okay? Alan Lichtman doesn't use polling. He uses other data to predict who will win. Alan Lichtman claims that he's predicted the last 19 of 20 elections correctly. His detractors will challenge that claim. I tend to err on the side of Lichtman. I'm going to be real with you. I think that there are indicators in both foreign policy and both domestic policy when we look at the economy, the state of the nation overall, that I think can capture a more accurate prediction of the future than polling. But that's just kind of like my vibes, baby. Okay? Does that make sense? Shubut says, I tend to side with Lichtman until I see his hair. Yeah, he's got crazy hair. Okay, we've written about how the close polls don't necessarily predict a close result, how there could be another systemic polling error favoring either Trump or Harris that turns Ann Seltzer into a hero or a goat, and about how other gutless pollsters have basically just given up and decided to copy off the students who did their homework. We've given you 2 tours of the 7 swing states and guided you through 128 paths to victory. We even took a detour to Alaska at one point. Those stories hold up well because this election has ultimately been stable, if uncertain, after a tumultuous beginning. People go nuts over small swings in the forecast, but the model has spent 87 of 98 days since we relaunched in the 60 to 40 range in one direction or another. And you can look up and down and up and down and up and down. There are no daily doubles on the electoral map, or if there are, you don't know where they're placed in advance. On 6 of the 7 king sweepstakes, our final polling average is within 1.2 points. The only one with something resembling a clear lead is Arizona for Trump. But even there, some polls show Harris leading amidst evidence of a late rebound for her with Latino voters. And Harris has closed comparatively strongly in Wisconsin and Michigan. Here's how it all translates on the map. He likes to do these, by the way, these little squares. So Arizona has a 71% chance of winning. New Mexico, Harris has an 87% chance, right? Michigan, Harris is 61%. Wisconsin, Harris 59%. Georgia, Trump's 58%. North Carolina, Trump 61%. See, when I say, right, when I say that I'm watching North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, it's because I think they're going to be indicative of larger trends in the vote. If Georgia goes blue, it's likely that Harris has been underserved by polls, right? And it's likely that states are bluer than we imagine them to be, okay? And if Georgia goes blue and goes blue early, then I think it becomes really, really hard to see a Trump victory. Same with North Carolina. Same reasoning as well. If these both go blue, and we know it before the end of the night that they've gone blue, then it's really, really clear, I think, that Harris is going to take it home. Nang Ong says erection day. It's every day's erection day, baby, when you're on Wick TV stream. Okay. So these two we're going to be watching real close, okay? Real close. And we'll have data early. We'll have data real early comparatively. They're quick vote counters, and we'll know. Virginia's got a 93% chance of Harris winning. And here's the thing. This is the other thing. If Virginia, looking at this the other way, if Virginia goes red, Trump's just going to take it all, right? If Virginia goes red, it's likely Pennsylvania will be red, which means it's likely Michigan and Wisconsin will also be red. And it won't be close. And if that happens, Harris can't win. And yes, you can deduce trends for how many points ahead Trump is in Florida. That's one of the reasons I'm watching Florida. Florida, ever since 2000, gang, Florida has been remarkably good at counting votes quickly and efficiently, right? If Trump is ahead by less than 5 points, Trump, I guarantee you, gang, Georgia's going to go blue if that happens. If Trump is only ahead by 10 points, then I think that it's going to be, it's not a sure thing, right? But Georgia is really in play at that point. Like really in play. If Trump is ahead by over 10 points in Florida, then I don't think Georgia's in play. Are you guys following my logic train? Good. So that's my methodology for this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is watching these 3 states. And I think these 3 states will give us early indicators. Now, there's always a possibility that there's some dark horse issue out there that really changes things, right? That for whatever reason, there was a specific thing in Georgia or in Florida or in North Carolina that caused there to be higher than you would expect Democratic turnout, but that was a local incident and not indicative of a national trend. So that's always possible. What that could look like is if their abortion is on the ballot in Georgia or North Carolina in a ballot initiative or a referendum or something like that. If that's on the ballot in those states and not in others. Does that make sense? Artemis Fowl, $2 says, check what I sent about you about New Jersey. Okay, let's look. Boo, boo, boo. I will show it on screen. Breaking. Votes just came in from Morris County, one of the biggest counties in New Jersey, and Democrats are in third place. Biden won the county by 5 in 2020. This is unprecedented. Here's the thing, though. Polls are still open. I would be curious what districts these votes are coming out of. Are you saying that this county, Morris County, has a 100% return rate? I don't think that's true, but let's look. We can find that out. Give me a moment. New Jersey, Morris County election results 2024. Let's see how my data slave isn't here yet. Otherwise, I'd make him do this. Well, let's go. Let's look. Okay, this is their official thing. No votes are in. Morris County, New Jersey. Ballots cast, 0. We have no votes in. Where are you getting your information, Artemis Fowl? Because it isn't the official sources. Why would you pretend I'm talking about official numbers? Then can you link me where you're getting your numbers? I don't know what... Look, unless you tell me what the numbers are, I don't know. Well, I'm asking Artemis Fowl where he got his numbers. I don't know if it's fake or not. I'm asking him to kind of like, is it literally just that tweet? Oh, these are exit polls? Okay, so Artemis Fowl says, according to exit polls, that this is the case. Man, I don't find that evidence convincing, but we'll see, right? I don't find that evidence convincing. Maybe my audience does. I don't. Link the tweet, please. I will show you the tweet, and then I will provide you the link. Here's the tweet in all its glory. Let me provide it in the chat. Well, Wick, you can't post lies on Twitter. That's what community notes is for. Oh, yeah, you can't post lies on Twitter. I bet you can. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how accurate this exit poll is. But keep in mind that that data is an exit poll. We don't know the methodology on the exit poll. We don't know what districts they were in. We'll see. I would be very, very surprised, shocked even, if we saw New Jersey go red. I would It's one of those things. If New Jersey goes Reds, it's over. It's over. But I don't see it happening. I can't see a world where that's the case. Maybe I'm just blind. It's possible. But nah. I ain't losing any sleep over New Jersey. White Dark says exit polls aren't done when people are done voting. I thought that's why they called them exit polls. So exit polls are done in a variety of ways. One of the more popular ways that they do it is they'll have a reporter or a pollster standing outside of a polling place, and they'll pull aside people or ask people to come. Sometimes they'll go up to them. Some of the times they'll have like a booth and people can go up to them, right? And they'll simply ask how you voted. Why did you vote the way you did? What issues were most important to you? And they'll gather the data that way. They can be helpful. I think that it's more data points, but not knowing the methodology of this one or who conducted it or anything, I just don't see it. Often Topical says, did you see that tweet outright lying that Raskin was going to reject a Trump win? 22K likes and 12.9K retweets. I saw that tweet. I didn't look into it. Here's what I did. I was scrolling, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. And I kept scrolling. That's what I did. Chubut says this dude made almost identical tweets about Maricopa County and Pima County. Maybe. Here's the thing. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, there's going to be a lot of noise. A lot of noise today. Trust me, dear viewer, to cut through the bullshit and get to the signal through all the noise. Because that's what I'll be trying to do today. That's one of the reasons that you're tuning into Wick. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and drink Kool-Aid and say I'm seeing the sky that's red when it's clearly blue, right? But I mean, I have a pretty good bullshit detector for the most part. So we'll see. So, we got dueling narratives in my YouTube chat. Artemis Fowl says there's literally a video with Raskin saying Democrats plan to reject the certification if Trump wins. And often topical claims Raskin quote tweeted that he never said it. The groundwork the Republicans are laying to deny the elections is disgusting. Dueling narratives. And that's what we're going to see, dueling narratives. Here's the thing. Whether or not Raskin says that, I don't care. Because at the end of the day, anyone who's planning to do that is scum. If you're out there saying, I'm not going to accept the results of the election if the opponent I don't like wins, you're scum. Again, sans evidence, sans anything. You're sitting here today claiming if the other guy wins, I'm not accepting the results. I don't know what to tell you. You're a bad person. Do we have a link to the video? The quote is in the tweet is a paraphrasing from a podcast host talking about what Raskin said in the video I referenced. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to watch this video on stream. Audacity for $10. Just had to speedrun documentation for work. Your soft, eloquent tones got me through it. Thanks, Mountain Daddy. You're welcome. I'm glad you like my voice. I don't like my voice. Can I be real with you all for a second? I don't think I have a good voice. I don't think I have a good radio voice, right? But that's me. I think my voice is too nasally. I do. It is what it is, though. I got that big ass dick though, so I'm okay. All right. There's a lot of people who are, I think, ideologically captured in a lot of ways. They are unable to see a world in which their assumptions about the electorate are incorrect. And we see this play out in a variety of ways. There's a lot of people who say there's no way that state X goes red or blue. And I think that is fair when it comes to states like California or New York or Utah, if we're going the other way, right? But if you are saying that about Pennsylvania, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're ideologically captured. If you are sitting here with a straight face claiming Pennsylvania is definitely going red or definitely going blue, I don't know what to tell you. You drunk the Kool-Aid. Pennsylvania famously goes either way. It's the most purple of the purplest. Okay? So what I try to do is leave room for my assumptions to be incorrect. And that's what I'll be trying to do tonight as we cut through the data, we cut through the bullshit, we see if it passes my smell test, and if it does, I'll present it to you. If it doesn't, I might present it to you anyway, but I'll be very clear with like, this doesn't pass my smell test, but a lot of people are saying this, so we're going to report on it, and we're going to see what you guys think, right? No Cal Mike says Pennsylvania swings both ways. How progressive? I mean, it really, like, honestly, Pennsylvania is one of the most purple states in the nation. It's a very bellwether state because it has all types in it. Like, we have very urban areas in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, things like that. And we also got very rural areas, Appalachia kind of coded areas. It runs the gamut. And I think that you can find a piece of any electorate in Pennsylvania. And so it tends to kind of, the nation mirrors the state of Pennsylvania in a lot of ways, right? Shoeboot says, as a reasonable person, I will trust reported numbers unless I see clear evidence as to why I shouldn't. I want Harris to win, but I'm not going to deny results I don't like. That's stupid. More bravo to you, right? Right now, we don't got numbers, though, right? We got, like, exit poll numbers, but they're, come on, right? No Cal Mike says, Wick, PA has supposedly reached their 400,000 early vote firewall they were hoping for. We'll see what you're sending me here, buddy. This is from the Political HQ. Democrats have increased their firewall in Pennsylvania to 421,000 votes, 936. With independents added in at the 70-30 VBM split, the firewall jumps to 511,958. This easily clears the 490,000 to 500,000 vote firewall Democrats wanted to see. This also doesn't factor in the insanely high turnout we're seeing in Philadelphia today. Does anyone know the total vote, the total early vote for Pennsylvania? Can anyone find that for me? Is my data slave in here yet? This is the task for you, dear viewers, dear Wickers. Okay, find me the early vote total, the raw numbers. I don't care about partisan distribution. I want to know how many in total have been cast in Pennsylvania. Let me bug my data slave. Data slave, I need you. See, I had this whole setup, okay? I have Fairy Queen to help co-host. Lovely, right? Bubbly personality. Non-partisan. Okay? What I was looking for. And then I have an autistic person to get me data, right? Okay, I need the raw early vote total from Pennsylvania. How many early votes were cast total? then we'll find out. Audacity says it's 1.7 million. Damn. 1.7 million early votes. My data slave is confirming. Give it a minute. Man, he's slow. Audacity, you're quicker. Maybe I'll fire him and get you on the ball. NBC has almost 1.9 and Harris is 56% of the vote. Well, they won't know the count in Pennsylvania, right? They're not allowed to count yet. Well, I guess they can start counting once the polls close, I believe. So we don't actually know how many of the votes, that 1.7 million, are for Harris or for Trump. We just don't know. I'm curious what the total vote was in 2020. Does anyone know? Was it similar? Was it more? Was it less? SEC hearing says, when should we expect to know a result? Is it worth switching from music to news at work later? It depends. If, like I said, if Georgia and North Carolina are called blue, then you'll know tonight. If not, you won't know for a couple days. That's how this is going to work, baby. Okay, so let's look. Got the site up here. 2024 general election early vote in Pennsylvania. The total amount of early votes are 1,786,931. Mail ballots returned, mail ballots requested. So about 2.1 million mail ballots were requested. So far, 1.78 have been returned. And remember, gang, if the mail-in ballot is sent in by today, it still counts. So on in-person early, again, we don't have any actual totals here, right? But we can look through counting. In Allegheny County, you had 2,114. 142,000 of those were Democrats. 49,000 were Republican. And you can just go through Bucks County. 65,000 were Democrats. 42,000 were Republican. It's a really good site, actually. I'm glad my data slave sent me this. Audacity says there's 2.6 million in 2020. What website is this, Wick? It's the one my data slave sent me. It's the election lab from the University of Florida. So these are returned. Okay, so Democratic, if your party registration was Democratic, almost a million. So 995,000 or 55.7%. If you're Republican, it was 586,000, so about 32%. And then there's 11%, which were none or third party, right? Breaks it down by age. Most of the mail-in ballots were done by old people, okay? So almost 800,000. So 796,000 or 44%, 44.6% were turned in by people who were older than 65 years old. If you're 41 to 65, you were 32% with 581,000. Okay. If you were 26 to 40, 14.5%, 259,000. And only 8.3% for 18 to 25, 148,000, right? So again, we can make guesses based on this, right? But it's such a small piece of the puzzle, we can't make any real strong predictions. We can say that, as expected, Democrats have a lead. Is that lead enough? Will that lead expand or contract from in-person voting? Don't know. It will depend on in-person turnout, and it will depend on whether or not Philadelphia and Pittsburgh turn out in numbers that are enough to overset and offset the turnout between the rural counties in Pennsylvania. Because as you'll see, and you'll see this across the electorate, okay, that Pennsylvania will have, or that rural counties will go Trump, and urban counties will go Harris. And that will, it doesn't matter the state, that's going to be the case. The ratio is what matters. So in a state like Kansas, you will see Wisconsin, an urban center, Wichita, an urban center. Wichita, Kansas will usually go Harris, but it'll only go Harris by like 58%. And then you'll have the rural counties going Trump by 80 or 90%. And those ratios matter. So when we are looking at Pennsylvania elections, the ratios absolutely matter. Is Trump winning rural Pennsylvania counties by 10 points, 20 points, 40 points? That will matter, right? If he is only up 60 to 40 in rural counties in Pennsylvania, Harris has got it in the bag. We can also, again, reverse that. If Harris isn't at least at 75%, and if she's any lower than 75% in Philadelphia, hell, if she's lower than 80% in Philadelphia, then it's going to be a bad night for Harris. Okay, those ratios matter. Turnout also matters. How many people are actually showing up to vote on election day? Things like that. Good website. Here is the 2020 map for statewide returns. Okay. Here's what it looked like in 2020. Now, again, 2020, I want to be clear, was a pandemic. There were certain rules that were in place. There were measures, COVID measures in place that no longer exist, okay, or have been at least very much adjusted. So we can look at the county breakdown of each of these for the president, etc. So again, ratios matter. Biden ended up winning overall the state by just a few votes, right? 50.01%. It was very, very close to 48%, right? So less than 2 points, 2 percentage points. We can look at the counties. You'll see counties like Adams, very rural county, 32% Biden, 66% Trump. Allegheny County, 60% Biden, 40% Trump. Again, to remind you, these are the 2020 numbers. These are not the 2024 numbers. Schubert says, CNN says it's got the first exit polls going live at the top of the hour. Great. We'll get them in as they come in, boys and girls. As they come in, I will report them to you. I know that they're not Twitter exit polls, right? But it is what it is. Clearly, crystal clear, says aloha with TV in chat. Well, aloha to you. Mele kaliki maka is the thing to say. Sorry. I like that song. But, no, aloha. We're going over the 2020 vote totals for Pennsylvania, and we are making predictions on what we're going to see today. But this is just demonstrating, the ratios matter here. Armstrong County, Trump, 75. See, this is what Trump needed across the state. Trump needed this kind of ratio in a rural county. He needed this to be the case across the state in the rural counties to get this kind of run up. 75% of the vote. He didn't, as we'll see, right? In Beaver, he got less than 60. Bedford, he got over. But in Berks County, he won by only 53%. And again, the totals matter here. Like, if we look at the huge, like, gaps that we're seeing, there's only, 27,000 votes here? Whereas when he's picking up with the less of a ratio, there's more votes total. When we had the huge 83% win, he only got 23,000 votes. But when you look at Berks County, where he has, again, it's a really close thing, he gets 109,000. He needs these bigger counties. He needs a better ratio than he had. He did what he needed to in a lot of the small counties, like Blair County, Bradford County. But look how small these vote totals are, right? 45,000, 21,000, etc. In Bucks County alone, this ratio isn't very large, but Biden got 204,000 votes from Bucks County alone, right? Just wiping out a lot of the lead from these little counties that Trump picked up. Again, we'll see this over and over again. The little counties, good ratios, but then we get to the bigger counties, Center County, etc. Biden's picking it up. There's, as you can see, a lot of counties. To be clear, this is the 2020 numbers. I don't want anyone getting any false ideas here. We're just doing a kind of a compare and contrast. Just curious what all the different counties are. I'm just going to go, just out of my curiosity, I'm just going to look at it. Delaware County, 206,000. This is what kind of Kamala has to do tonight. These kinds of numbers. She needs, in her counties that she wins, she needs to win big. Okay? And she needs to keep these margins hopefully bigger than Biden, right? Hopefully she's at least 30 to 40% here. But we'll see. Erie County. Always a close one. Let's see if there was a... I'm going to check a couple. Let me find them. Lancaster County. That's a big one that went for Trump, actually. Lebanon County. Pretty small. Goes for Trump. Mercer. Philadelphia, though. This is why Biden won. Okay. He got this ratio in the most populous county in the state. He broke 80%. Here's the deal, gang. Harris needs to do the same thing tonight. This number, the total votes, need to be high. Turnout needs to be high. And the percentage that she wins by needs to be high. If that is under 80%, even if this number is high, it's going to be a bad night for Harris in Pennsylvania. Dylan Bowser says Kamala won't crack 70% in Philadelphia. If that is true, then Trump wins the state. I don't think that's true. I think that Kamala clearly will surpass the 80%. I think she gets 80% or better in Philadelphia. My question, and this is what I don't know, and this is why I can't really hang my hat on this, right, and be super certain, is I don't know what this number is going to look like. I don't know the total. Because if this total goes down to like 400,000, even if the percent rate remains the same, she's probably not going to win. She needs this number to be high. I don't know if she needs 600,000, but she needs close to it. Turnout needs to be high in Philadelphia County. Just has to happen. But yeah. George Gregor Samsa says the ratios don't matter. Harris needs 700,000 in Philadelphia County to make up for the early voting shortfall. The math isn't with her. Well, that really depends on the turnout in the rural counties as well, right? If the turnout isn't high in the rural counties either, then she can be fine with this. But we'll see. Right? Cowboy says turnout has been high, though. We'll find out at the end of the day. Again, there's a lot of noise out there. And they'll show you pictures or videos and say, look at the lines, or look at the lack of lines. But a lot of those photos and pictures, I'm sad to say, are chosen in order to paint a narrative. So what I mean by that is they'll go at like the least populous time, and they'll take a picture and they'll pretend that time is what it looks like at the height of voting, right? Or they'll go at the most like extreme times and they'll get the biggest picture and they can, but they won't tell you that was only like for an hour and the rest of the day it was nothing, right? Kamikaze says, bullshit, we just saw the lines out the doors in Arizona live. That might be true, right? If you were looking at a live feed and you look at it for the entire day, fair enough. But again, a lot of people are going to sell you a narrative. And we're not talking about Arizona today, or right now at least. We're talking about Pennsylvania. Dylan Bowser says, I went around 11. It was fairly empty, but I live in a small town with a lot of old people, so they were probably gone by 7:15. Yeah, maybe. I went early, and I live in a rural county in Pennsylvania, and it was pretty hopping. Right? Pretty good line. Pretty good sized line. Kamikaze says, one state represents turnout nationwide fairly well. Arizona is one of them. It's a battle state. Maybe. Like, again, maybe. I am just, again, we'll see. I'm cautious. Cautious with these things. Clearly crystal clear says, what about bomb threats, machines not working, and other BS all in swing states? Has there been a lot of bomb threats? I haven't heard that report, but I've heard reports about machines not working or being broken. I hope they fix them. It was fake from Russia. Yeah, Russia's going to... Look, again, there's going to be a lot of noise out there from a lot of bad actors. You just got to look through it. So this will be a helpful site to have with us. And we have the 2024 early voting total voted right here. Whether that will update, I'm not sure. But my data slave will update us as we get here. Hold on, let me answer a few DMs. Man. I'm glad. Can I just say also, I'm glad you guys decided. I know you have a lot of options today. There's a lot of people streaming. Stitch and Adam, Destiny, everyone's streaming something. I think Lactoid's streaming. All these people are streaming. I'm very glad that you guys are sitting with me today. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. You're excited. We're all excited. Hopefully we'll get through it with a minimum of fuss and a minimum of tears. Okay, there's no crying in baseball, kings and queens. I don't want to see any breakdowns. We're stronger. We're made of sterner stuff than that. We can handle if our candidates lose. Can we not? Can we all understand that, right? Look. I understand being emotional about this stuff. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. I want to be clear about that. Having strong feelings and getting emotional about a candidate winning or losing is fine. I tend not to. So there's a thing. You guys know I was raised Mormon, right? No Cow Mike says I'm here because I lost a bet, right? Fair. There was a thing that happens in the Mormon community. We have a thing called fast and testimony meeting. And what that is you have people from the congregation, they'll give up and give their testimony. And basically, people do it in different ways, right? But they'll tell why they believe what they believe. Some people tell stories, personal experiences, give their personal opinions, etc., on religion and their thoughts on the gospel. One of the things that is a meme in the Mormon community are people who will go into fast and testimony meeting. They'll get on the mic, and the waterworks, like clockwork, just come streaming down. And I have no doubt that many of them are genuine, right? It's just I'm not built that way, right? I cry when my dog dies. I cry when, like, someone gets hurt or killed, or I see, like, pictures that are shocking and disturbing, etc. Yeah, I'm not saying I never cry or anything. But I just always felt apart. Because I'm struggling with my words here. I'm sorry. Performatively emotional. And I hesitate to say that because it has some negative connotations, which I don't think it should, because there's nothing wrong with being emotional. But there is a level of performativity to people who wail and scream and gnash their teeth after an election that doesn't go their way. Again, I get being bummed. I get it. I understand. And I guarantee you, I will be disappointed if Trump wins. But I won't be performatively emotional. Does that make sense? No Cow Mike says Wick cried when January 6 failed. Artemis Fowl says, I'm going to laugh at you if Dems start crying like 2016. Why are you going to laugh at me? Why are you laughing at me, brother? If I cry, you have my permission to laugh at me. But because someone else cries, why would you laugh at me? Their business, not mine. Cacophony says, at this point, I hate some people like Pisco so much that even if he was wanting Trump to win, I would want Trump to lose just to see the meltdown from his ass. I do wonder how many people are voting just because of that. I know it's not zero, but there is a percentage, and I'm not sure how large a percentage. They are voting the way they are voting because they hate the supporters of the other candidate. And they want to see them lose and cry. Dylan Bowser says Wick is too high T to shed a tear. It's physically impossible for him. No, it's not. I cried like a baby when my dog died. When Tinkerbell passed away, I cried like a bitch. Cried like a baby. I was devastated. I'll cry when it's sad, right? When I experience devastating loss like that, yeah, I'll cry like a bitch. I'll cry like a baby. Absolutely. I have no shame in it. I had a stream scheduled with IRI that day. I had a stream scheduled with Adam Mockler, a bunch of big names. I canceled it because I didn't want people to see me cry on stream. And I knew if I streamed, I would cry. because it was very sad. It was a very sad day. Boogie Smoke says I voted because I want Trump to see justice at the hands of Jack Smith. About 75% of my motivation lies with those cases moving forward. PDX Pleb says 2020 had a literal election deniers, though, not just QQ, lots of cope. Yeah. Gelatinous Rube says, I will cry if Jeb wins. Joyful cry. Fair enough. Fair enough, ladies and gentlemen. I just want I want us to be able to be less polarized than we are. I do think that Trump losing tonight is a way forward to that. That is not the only reason, not even the main reason, but one reason I voted for Harris is because if Trump loses, I think we become less polarized as a nation. Trump wants polarization in a way that Harris does not. Again, not to say that Harris is perfect or good even, but Trump wants polarization in a way that Harris just does not. NoCal Mike says, if I knew for a fact that cases against Trump would move forward until the new DOJ, it would soften the blow of him potentially winning. All of us, supporters of him or not, deserve to see the merit of those trials. Fair enough. Jacques Zulu says, pretty hard to be unified when half the country doesn't trust any form of authority. Well, yeah, that's one of the many problems that we're having tonight and having today. Another reason that I'm trying to be, you'll see me be very, okay, I'm calling it now, gang. If Trump wins, people are going to castigate me for not being madder than I am, right? For not being more performatively disappointed or whatever. I will be disappointed, to be clear, but I won't weep, wail, gnash and teeth, call for the destruction of everything, right? I won't do any of that. And I'm making a prediction right now on stream. You can hold me to this, that there will be people who will say, well, look, he wasn't crying over Trump winning. He must have wanted Trump to win. Get out of here with that bullshit. Okay? Get out of here with that bullshit. I'm calling it now. I'm telling you right now. Do you guys know how many people I got yelled at by because I wouldn't lie about the Liz Cheney thing? Again, emotions are going to be so high. Everyone's on a knife edge. NoCal Mike says, Wick, are you really upset about Trump winning if you aren't carrying gallows to the Capitol on January 6th? Oh my God. I swear to God, if Trump wins and then you Democrats start doing that bullshit, I'm going to be very upset at you. I'm going to call you out. Don't do that shit. Don't do it. We have to be able to both win with grace and lose with grace. It's a skill. We should learn it. Helpful. I'm going to, and I'll tell you what, I'm holding Trump supporters to my standard here. I'm holding Trump supporters to my standard here. If Kamala wins, you have no need to be performatively emotional about it. You don't have to cry. You don't have to scream. You don't have to talk about how the nation's going to go to hell, right? You can be disappointed. I understand that. But let's have some emotional regulation, kings and queens. We can have some emotional regulation on both sides. Again, if Harris loses, I will be disappointed. I will be sad. That's okay. But you won't see hyperbole, crazy shit, okay? So if you're tuning in for that, there are other streams to do that. And Here's the thing. As soon as it looks like one side is going to win and one side is the other, I guarantee you that the side who supports the losers, their numbers are going to blow up because there's going to be people just waiting for them to break down. And I think that's a sad state of affairs. That's a sad condemnation of our space. That we will be tuning in to the other side to watch them cry. Artemis Fowl says FBI arrested a Michigan voter, a Michigan person, for threatening a mass shooting if Trump wins. Good. If you're threatening a mass shooting, you should be arrested. Yes. Bravo. Good job, FBI. If you're out there threatening violence if the other side wins, go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go directly to jail. That is a form of voter suppression. It's a form of intimidation, right? We don't fuck around. If you fuck around, you're gonna find out on election day, as our Philly chief declared. Cacophony says, if Kamala wins, what level of immigration or economy devastation or new wars will be required for you to admit you made a mistake and voted for the worst candidate? If the economy goes significantly worse than it does, then I will be like, oops. But I don't see that happening. Same question to you, Cacophony. If Kamala wins and the economy improves, at what point do you admit that maybe you've made a mistake and Kamala was the correct candidate? What level of immigration or new wars? Well, the thing about new wars is sometimes wars are good. It depends on the war. I can't give you a straight answer there. Like, are we going to war in Iran to stop them from murdering a bunch of people? The devil will be in the details, whether I support it or not. Are we sending troops in to protect Ukraine? Devil will be in the details. I don't know. Right? But like, just new war doesn't mean bad. And in fact, there are certain times when not entering a war is worse. Like, for example, the people who wanted us to sit out of World War II. Fuck those people. Right? So again, the new wars thing, yeah. Immigration, I can't give you a solid number on that because I would have to see the results of it. But yeah, there would be a threshold on immigration, the borders just going away forever or something, which I'd be like, okay, that was fucking stupid. But I don't know. I can't give you a firm answer on that threshold right now. I'm sorry. Cowboy says people love war, so they have to go fight. No one wants war. But sometimes war is necessary, and it's a coward's choice not to fight. Sometimes you have to, whether you like it or not. And to be clear, if you are giddy about this, if you are happy or giddy about it, that's bad. But you can recognize that there is a duty that you have and you have to perform and not be all weird about it. Does that make sense? Hope it does. It's almost the top of the hour, and we were promised exit polls. Let's see if they're up yet, gangs. I'll show you my screen. Final hours of voting underway. They made it the headline super big. Let's see what their little Little blurbs say here, man, I don't want to see your advertisement. Go away. Why do they make it so big? I'm complaining. When will we see the first exit polls? CNN said the top of the hour. So in about 5 minutes, according to CNN. We'll see if that actually happens, gang. Exit polls from legitimate organizations will tell us a story, but they won't be conclusive. And here's my prediction. That as soon as these exit polls come out, each side is going to spin the fuck out of them to try to present them in the best light possible for their side. You're going to see this with Trump supporters. You're going to see with this with Trump haters. You're going to see this with Harris supporters. You're going to see this with Harris haters. They're going to take this data and they're going to present to you the data that supports their side and not say much about the data that doesn't. Calling it now. This is the surest bet I've ever made in my fucking life, okay? North Carolina's election board extends voting at 2 precincts. Oh, man. They usually count so... Okay. You know how I said Georgia and North Carolina, we're going to watch them early because they're usually good at counting and their polls close early? That might not be the case, gang. North Carolina's election board held an emergency meeting and approved an extra half-hour voting at 2 precincts that reportedly were temporarily unavailable to voters earlier Tuesday after apparent technical issues. 2 separate precincts, one in Burke County in the state's western region and one in Wilson County east of Raleigh, will now close at 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. A polling place in Wilson County had some printer issues that led to voters not being able to vote for an hour or so. An issue with a laptop in Burke County contributed to a delay at a polling place Tuesday morning, the local election director says. So, again, there's minor problems. Here's the deal. There's always going to be minor issues, kerfuffles, snafus, little bits and bobs, right? You just got to be patient. Got to push through it. You got to see how they're handled, how they're corrected, and go through it. Man, oh man, though, we're going to be in for a night. Gang, once those exit polls come here, let me ask my data slave. Data slave. He says he was running to town. Hopefully he's back. I don't know if he is. I am showing my shit on screen. I'm sorry. Oops. Okay, let me go get a drink. I'll be right back. We're back, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Soda, caffeine in hand, ready. Keep going. Keep you informed and keep you entertained. We are waiting currently on CNN to release its exit polls. Once they do, if you get them before my data slave, please link them. Let me get off this cam. I'm glad I didn't actually link anything super crazy. What the fuck are they doing in North Carolina? Crazy shit, bros. Crazy shit. 1 minute. Oh boy. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Here, we're gonna click refresh. You guys ready? Click the refresh button. Oh, nope. Still the same. Michigan city that didn't take advantage of early vote processing expects to be done counting by 2 a.m. 2 a.m. tonight, boys and girls in Michigan. Warren, a city in Michigan, which is the largest jurisdiction in the state that didn't take advantage of a new law allowing for localities to begin processing their early votes last Monday, is well on its way to processing and tabulating early ballots, a state official familiar with the counting told CNN. The official tells CNN that Warren has processed and counted at least 10,000 ballots, with another 17,000 left to go as of 4 p.m. Eastern. Warren expects to be finished with his count at 2 a.m. Eastern. We are in for a long night, ladies and gentlemen. If we're waiting on fucking Michigan, I don't know what to tell you. Macomb County Clerk Anthony Ferlini, where Warren is located, previously expressed concern Warren would slow down the count by not starting to process until this morning. But Warren's clerk, Sonja Buffa, defended her decision to wait, saying it was a matter of election integrity. I guess we'll find out. Is anyone seeing these exit polls yet? If you do, link them in chat when you see them. I want to see them. I want to get into that data, boys and girls. I want to dig in. I want to crunch some data. Let's do some analysis, kings and queens. Let's do some analysis, but in order to analyze, we need actual data. Now, exit polls are not very good data. They're not very conclusive data, but they are better data than we had before. And I think we can. What I'm looking for in these exit polls will be the percentage of men and women, right? Are we looking at a huge turnout among one group? Like, if men have a substantial portion of the electorate, Trump, that's good news for Trump. If women are leading men in voting by a large margin and a larger than usual, because usually it'll be the case that more women vote than men, right? It's usually the case. But if we see a large disparity there, even larger than normal, that's good news for Harris. I want to see what people's top election issues were going out of the polls. We knew what they were going into this, according to pollsters at least. I want to see what people who are actually voting, what they say is their top issues. Is it abortion? Is it immigration? Is it election integrity? Is it democracy? We'll find out. Lactoid, if you're in chat, you want to join me. Look, I talk a lot. You wanna enjoy me, read these things, get through this data together with me, buddy? If you're in chat, I don't know if you are. Here, I guess I could just DM you. Everyone's streaming today, boys. Lactoid. Cacophonies, link me these exit polls. If you got exit polls from any state, link me them. I don't want to hear your interpretations. I want to see them. I don't want to see tweets about them. I want to see them from reputable news sources. If we have reputable news sources, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, right? Anything like that. ABC, anything like that. Link me when you get them. We are hitting refresh on our CNN. And we are waiting. We are waiting to see them coming up. Okay? I'm not seeing them. I want to see the exit polls. I was promised exit polls. You all lie to me. You're liars. Yeah, 65% in Texas for Harris is almost entirely wrong. If it's correct, then we're gonna have a very early night. But I see no world in which Harris gets 65% of the vote in Texas. I just do not see. I don't think we live in that reality. If they were gonna say that she's getting like 51 to 49, I would also be shocked, but that would be far more believable. Does that make sense? I'd be like, oh man, that seems within the realm of possibility. An outlier by all means, right? But within the realm of reality. Next Spike says polls have to end before exit polls are released. I was told by my viewers, and maybe they lied to me, right? Maybe Shu is a liar. I don't know. But I was told that CNN is going to be releasing exit polls at the top of the hour, which was 5 minutes ago. I do not see those. I do not see those exit polls. Doesn't mean they don't exist. Just means I don't see them. Dylan Bowser says Dev's starting his own stream instead of joining us for the fun. Tell him to come on and talk with me. I'm absolutely willing to hear him out. I would love to talk to him. But I understand. Look, I understand everyone's streaming, and I'm a small boy streamer. I think I got like 20 viewers right now. So I get it. But if Kamala got 65% in Texas, would you join the election deniers? No, but I would be, I'd want to see that data, okay? Yo, here we go. NBC exit polls in 3 hours. Fuck. Thank you for the link, though. I'm going to save this. So we got 3 hours and 22 minutes to wait, boys and girls, until we get the NBC's election polls. You got me excited, Cowboys. You threw that at me. Okay. And I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. Let's look at these exit polls, baby. And then you cucked me, baby. 3 hours. I gotta wait. Got a long night. Got a long, long night. Looking for data. So hard to find. So hard to find useful information, especially this early. Let's read some more CNN while we're here. But let me adjust the screen. There. Now you can read along with me. Here's how CNN projects the election. Ever wonder how CNN decides when? I don't fucking care. Okay. Yeah, we already saw the North Carolina thing. We saw the Michigan thing. I don't really care how they break down their election predictions. RNC says no issues with poll watchers in Milwaukee after filing lawsuit. The Republican National Committee on Tuesday dropped a short-lived attempt in court seeking more access for poll watchers in Milwaukee. That's fair. That's fair. Bow. Who here is moving to Canada if the candidate they don't like wins? One's in chat if you're moving to Canada or out of state. Or out of country, I should say, if your guy doesn't win. Blizzard says, how's it going so far? Are you worried? I'm always worried, but I don't know. We have no real data yet. So your guess is as good as mine. Cacophony says, I hate how dishonest people can be. I tried to spout bullshit already about the New Hampshire 3-3 split, saying, oh, but it was a Nikki Haley district, so obviously Kamala is doing well. However, in 2020, that vote was 5-0 Biden, showing Haley actually appealed to neocons, not Trumpers. If you are looking at that 6-person vote to be indicative of the election as a whole, I don't know what to tell you. It's not. It's not. It says nothing in either direction. So, no, the reason I'm telling you that cacophony is anyone who's trying to read the tea leaves based on that's just such bad evidence to go. That's bad data to go. That's so minuscule in its importance. You can't really do anything with it. It's not usable. Not really. I guess it's good enough for memes. Base Liberty says, I am a Trump supporter and I can't see how we win Pennsylvania. I'm going to click on this link. If this link's weird, I don't know what to tell you. What am I looking at here? There's no data here. You gave me empty data box. That's what I'm looking at, Kings. 0% to 0%. There's nothing here. I can't do anything with this. Polls aren't going to close in Pennsylvania until 8 p.m. Eastern. We will get no early vote returns. We'll get none of that. Scroll down. Oh, we went over the early vote totals already. Yeah. That was from this site. Again, the thing about early voting is it's hard to make any really predictive claims based on the early voting. 2020 was an outlier. We understand that, right? 2020 was an outlier in terms of the vote because of COVID and the COVID policies that were in place. People's voting habits fundamentally were different that election than they have been in every other election. So I don't know if we can do a compare and contrast thing. Yes, currently, by party registration, Democrats are ahead in early voting. But it will all matter. Like, this lead, will that be enough to stave off in-person voting? And what will in-person voting look like? What will in-person voting look like in each county? In Philadelphia County, right? How big of a gap? How big of a gap is there going to be between Kamala and Trump? I don't know, right? We don't have data yet. Yes, base Liberty. Trump is saying there's cheating in Philly. Trump's been saying there's cheating in Pennsylvania, but Trump saying there's cheating is something he's done. You guys remember him talking about the primary elections in 2016 when Ted Cruz took Iowa, I think it was, and how Trump claimed that was fraudulent and he cheated? Ted Cruz cheated and stole the vote. You guys remember that? Trump saying the vote was stolen just means he lost. It means like nothing. Dylan Bowser says, wait, is my New Hampshire prediction gaining traction? What was your New Hampshire prediction? If you think it's going red, I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong. Oh, new updates. New updates. Oh, Harris aides are expecting and planning for Trump to claim victory before a winner is projected. Of course he will. Hold on. Does anyone think that's not going to happen? That no matter what this looks like? Yeah. Man, these people. Did you know, gang, that the sun will rise tomorrow? Yeah, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris's aides expect and have been preparing for the possibility that Donald Trump will attempt to declare victory prematurely. They have been developing options for responses, but what they will ultimately do will be driven by how and when the former president acts. One thing two Harris advisors told CNN is that they will not allow Trump's claims to go unanswered. The campaign plans to be very aggressive about this, one aide told CNN. Harris is prepared to speak tonight, and as of yesterday, the expectation was that she would deliver some remarks, whether the outcome of the race was known or not. But aides cautioned that those plans could change. Base Liberty says, I am predicting a very close race. Whoever wins it will be by 15 points. As those of you who tuned in earlier to my stream, you saw my prediction map. My prediction map was 270 for Kamala, 268 for Trump. So yes, I think it's going to be very, very close as well. I think that whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election. That's what it's going to come down to. I don't think Georgia's going blue. I don't think North Carolina's going to go blue. But I think Pennsylvania will. And that's it. That's the ball game, folks. But I don't know. We'll see. Trump is preparing to speak tonight. I'd say. Fair enough. Exit poll. Exit poll. We're getting exit poll data. Woo! Exit polls. Let's go. Let's dig in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dig in. Okay, let me see if there's any better sites for this, or if it's just going to trickle in like this while I search. Let me answer Lactoide's DM. And let me see. Okay, nope. This is how we're going to get it. Okay, here we go. CNN exit poll. About 3/4 of voters hold negative view of the way things are going in the U.S. today. Roughly 3/4 of the electorate holds a negative view of the way things are going in the U.S. today, according to the initial results of CNN's national exit poll of voters in this year's presidential election. Only about 1/4 call themselves enthusiastic or satisfied with the state of the nation, with more than 4 in 10 dissatisfied and roughly 3 in 10 saying they're angry. But voters remain generally optimistic, with more than 6 in 10 saying that America's best days are in the future, and only about 1/3 that they're already in the past. President Joe Biden's approval rating is underwater nationally, with about 4 in 10 voters saying they approve of his job performance, and a majority disapproving. Then it just talks about how they're conducted and their methodology. Okay, so this is the first data point that we get, right? This is the first data point that we can actually look at and begin to make some inferences. I'm going to be clear with you. If this is the case, this is not good news for Kamala Harris. Now, again, they don't go into detail of why people are dissatisfied, why people are angry. So we are making very cautious, very preliminary thoughts on this. But here's my reasoning. If you are the incumbent, and Harris isn't quite the incumbent, but she's kind of the incumbent, then you want this number to be reversed. You want people to be happy with how things are because they're more likely to vote for how things are. So this being a thing is an issue, right? Again, we're looking at these things in vacuums. As more data comes out, we will see more interesting information, and we can put these things into context. I'm giving you my thoughts as they come in, as we're seeing them. That's what you get when you watch Wick TV, okay? And Lactoid and what's-his-face, Gibbs, are going to be joining us relatively soon. Where'd it go? Did they take it down? Is my post not working? Can you, again, if you guys get links to better information here, please send them to me. Love to see them. Love to see them. Blizza says there's a different vibe this cycle, don't you think? Oh, man, the vibes are all over the place, buddy. I have no idea. Demise says hi. Hi. Gregor Samsa says Harris needs to distance herself from Biden. He's been an anchor on her campaign, rightly or wrongly. According to that exit poll, probably yes. But again, people could also be angry about a whole host of things. We need more information. I need it. I need that data. Why isn't it? You guys see me refreshing, right? You saw it up. Now it's not up. Sort by latest. Why isn't it? Here, let's look. I'm looking, ladies and gentlemen, for exit polls. Okay, that's telling us what exit polls are. I want to see what the exit polls say. Right? I want to see what the exit polls are delivering us. Does anyone have that data? If you have that data, please send it to me. Here, let me do some Google foo. Hi, Brittany. Brittany Simon, did you raid? Thank you. Hi. Yes, we're covering the election. I'm looking currently. I'm looking for data. I'm looking for exit polls. We have one exit poll out. I found it again, but I can't find any more. And I need more. This isn't enough. I need more data. As you can see from this exit poll, 3/4 of voters hold negative view of things that are going in today, right? Not what you were looking for, but another exit poll. Let's find out. Thank you for, again, any data is good data. It's a screenshot from Twitter. I'll take it. Not the best, but we'll take it. NBC News exit poll, opinion of Donald Trump, 44% favorable, 54% unfavorable. Are Donald Trump's views too extreme? 51% say yes, 46% say no. This is from North Carolina exit poll. The NBC exit poll is, this one here is for nationwide, okay? North Carolina, that is really bad for Trump. If that holds, the extremist claim here, if that's correct, that's really bad news for Trump. I wonder, was the CNN poll national? Yes, it was. It's looking like it was national. Okay, that matters, gang. The national exit polls can't tell us something, but I want to know what voters in Georgia think. I want to know what the voters in North Carolina think. I want to know what the voters in Pennsylvania think, right? Like it or not, because we live in an electoral college system, nationally, a thing can be true, but it doesn't matter if locally, in the states that matter, it's different. Does that make sense? So overall, people in Texas and Florida and the Midwest can think Biden is shit. But it doesn't matter. It's what the voters in Pennsylvania think. Man, oh, this is what I love, kings and queens. Keep giving me that sweet, sweet data, those sweet, 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 sweet Twitter links, those sweet, sweet screenshots. Show me all of this, okay? NBC exit poll top issues. Is this nationally? Okay, I like these exit polls, but I need more granular information. I don't know if this is national. If it's national, that's big, but it doesn't matter as much. Like democracy being higher than the economy, if this is true, if people are voting on democracy higher than the economy, that is wildly not a good thing for Trump. Not a good thing at all. But that's nationally. So again, it doesn't matter as much because what matters is what the voters in these battleground states think. So you can have almost everyone in California thinking that democracy is on the ballot, but who fucking cares? Straight up. So I want, okay, the national polls, the national exit polls are good, but what I would like, my little data slaves, you're all my little data slaves today, okay? What I would like, what would be much more juicy are state, battleground state exit polls, right? I would love, 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 love to see them. What you got for me, cacophonies? Oh, yes, this is just CNN, what we reported on earlier. Nationwide, only 72% of voters are dissatisfied or angry. So that's a lot. Like I said, this is nationally, this is bad news for the incumbent, and Harris is the incumbent. That's bad news, okay? But this is national. I want to see a state poll. Just like, and again, this is bad news for Trump. This data point is bad news for Trump. But it's national. I would love to see state polls. Doc House shows this is huge. You'll like this one. Okay, well, let's give it to me. Let's see. This is, who's this for? This is a national poll again. What should happen to illegal immigrants living in the United States? A chance for legal status, 56%, and deportation, 43%. That's pretty bad news for Trump too, but again, it's national, so it doesn't. Okay. Am I going to have to do this? Am I going to have to put a moratorium on national exit polls? I want state ones. I want state ones. Base Liberty says, please, sir, could you check the Biden results in Pennsylvania and where the weak points are? Biden results, you mean Harris results? Or are we talking about 2020? We did go through earlier on a county-by-county basis, right? And we looked at the 2020 results from each county. And then we have a statewide. You can see statewide. You can see each county, right, represented. And the thing, we did that before. But again, it's hard to... Again, 2020 was such a weird year with COVID restrictions, so it's hard to make really good comparisons. We have some Pennsylvania exit polling. Oh, this is what we want. This doesn't help, though. No, it really does help, actually. This is from a Pennsylvania NBC exit poll. Is Harris too extreme? 49% say yes, 49% say no. This is going to be, Pennsylvania is going to be razor close, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a fucking long night, okay? It's going to be so close. So close. Rush for Life says that's bad news for Kamala. I mean, it's bad news for both of the candidates. This is the thing. Pennsylvania, as I said, it's a bellwether. Pennsylvania, as goes Pennsylvania, the nation goes. Yeah, it's just true that this is going to be a thing. That Pennsylvania is going to be tied. What it does, I think what that data point does, though, and I think this is important, anyone who was sitting here thinking this was going to be an early blowout, I think you're going to be disappointed. There are a lot of people pushing hopium for their side, whether Trump, be it MAGA, Red Wave, Blue Tsunami for Harris. Nah, we're not going to have a decisive victory. It's going to be neck and neck and neck. Let's see. I'm getting a lot of data. Let me collate it. Let me curate it. That state. Hold on, I'm looking. This is a national one. I'll keep it in the chamber, and I'll read it after these after we look at these Georgia exit polls. Okay, should abortion, this is from Georgia, so it's a state one. Should abortion be legal? Yes, 62%. No, 35%. I know a lot of pro-life people who think abortion should be legal in some cases. I know a lot. So I don't know if this is as telling as it looks like on face value, right? On face value, this seems really good for Democrats. But here's the thing about abortion. People will answer differently depending on how you phrase it. So color me skeptical. Maybe I'm being overly cautious here. But I'm not here to, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say this is a huge thing. Either way, it will so depend on, like, what the fuck does that mean, right? Like, how are they phrasing this? Should abortion be legal in some cases, in all cases, up to 9 months? Are we talking before 12 weeks? What are we talking about? Plan B? The devil's in the details. It's just too vague of a question to really sink our teeth into. Does that make sense? And here, this is the thing. A lot of people are going to do this tonight, all night. They're going to take these little data points that support their side, and they're going to run them to the ground, okay? They're going to be like, did you see that 72% of the nation hates this country or thinks we're on the round track? And they're going to run with it so hard because it supports their narrative. And then you'll have the other people will go and they'll take that North Carolina exit poll that we saw, where 51% think that Trump is too extreme. Compared to 48% or 47% that said he wasn't. And they will run with that and just run it into they will clutch it for all it's worth. One of the things about data is you have to look at it in a holistic manner. You can't just take one point and pin all your hopes on it. You have to look at what is the electorate in the states that matter. What are their thoughts on a whole host of issues? What do they rate as their most important issue and why? And then how do they view each of the candidates in these things? And even then, there is a level of interpretation here that's going to, it's just, bias will seep in. Even for me. I can't stop it. It's just natural, okay? And you have to be aware of that when you look at these things. So a lot of people are going to be very annoyed at me tonight because I'm going to, as Doghouse Show says, "Hey Wick, don't burst my bubble, lol." But no, I'm a bubble popper tonight, boys and girls. And this one's for you, Brittany Simon. Okay, I'm popping everyone's bubbles. Okay, I am going to look at the data in an honest way, as honest as I can, and recognize that I too am biased. I have my biases. Okay. Holistic analysis. Yes. We have to look at this holistically. Okay. Let's look at that let's look at that article from the Associated Press that I was sent. Let's read it together while we wait. And again, as we get more data, please send me that data. If you have statewide state exit polls, please provide those exit polls to me. Please provide that data. I would really appreciate it. And we'll look at it and we'll collate it and we'll check it out and we will see what we see. I have a fairly good memory. And also these things, again, we have a collection. I'm keeping all the tabs open so we can look at and we can look through it, right? And we can see together and make these judgments. When the polls are closed, and I think the earliest polls close at like 8, could be wrong, maybe 7 in the East Coast, we will start to get early returns. And when that starts to happen, we suddenly can make a whole lot more strong predictions, okay? And we will go through the night. Small Peanut says polls close at 7 Eastern. Some have extended. Well, yes, and it depends on the state. Like Pennsylvania, 8 o'clock is when polls close. Georgia, it's different. North Carolina, it's different. If you haven't yet voted, and this is important, and I think I'll shout this out for everyone. If you have yet to vote, there's still time. As long as you are in line by the time that polls close, you are legally allowed to vote. You have to be in line. So please, if you have yet to vote, what are you doing? Put this down. Go get in line. Do it. And then come back and tell me. Tell me your experience. Can I still vote? I died 20 years ago. If you could type in my chat, you can vote. Okay. Cambria County in Pennsylvania is extending voting until 10 p.m. Can you link me that, please? There's been some issues in some states. Like North Carolina, we read, had some issues and had to extend in a couple places. Pennsylvania, you're telling me now in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, they're extending voting until 10 p.m. Luckily, we have with us, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we can look and see what Cambria County went last time. And we can see whether that's good or bad. Okay, so this is Cambria County in 2020. Went Trump heavily. And it's a decent-sized county for Pennsylvania. Went 48,000 votes for Trump, 21,000 votes for Biden. I'm curious to why they're extending it. Like, what's happening there that requires extension? Is there a huge amount of turnout in that county? Or is it simply there were some issues with the voting machines or whatever? I don't know. So yeah, I'm very curious to see why Cambria County voting is extended. Really curious. Lactoid was going to jump on with me, but I guess he chickened out. I guess he didn't want to. Time for the great big dumps? Hopefully soon, right? Hopefully soon. We're getting a little more exit polls. Okay, we're getting a little more exit poll data. CNN exit poll. Democracy and economy. And this is nationally, to be clear. So it's not the best. Here, let me make it bigger. Democracy and economy are top issues with big splits between Harris and Trump voters. The states of democracy and the economy are the two issues at the top of voters' minds, according to the initial results of CNN's national exit poll of voters in this year's presidential election. More than 1/3 call democracy their top issues, with about 3 in 10 saying the economy. That's followed by abortion and immigration, with fewer than 5% calling foreign policy their top issue. You guys want to watch this little clip?
I was born with wings, but psoriasis clipped them until I got
not
clear
psoriasis.
skin with Bimzelx. I have a chance
Thank
to
you,
say
Bimzelx.
I'm back. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself
I
back
promise
with Bimzelx.
we're going to get to the actual clip.
Dermatologist today.
Okay.
How are voters
Here we go.
feeling about the
Here we go.
state of the country? as they cast their ballots.
Sorry, before we dig into the numbers, I just want to say two things so that everybody understands what we're looking at here. One, these are early preliminary exit poll findings. These numbers will shift as the night goes on and more interviews come in. The second thing everyone should be aware of, this exit poll encompasses every kind of voter, whether you voted pre-election day, on election day, by mail, early in person before election day. We have incorporated polls of all kinds of voters that are incorporated into this exit poll. With that being said, let's look at the numbers on the mood of the country. It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic.
We've already been over
19%
this.
19% say they're satisfied.
Guy
look at
whose
these
name
numbers.
I don't know.
43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry. What about America's best days, we ask? Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10 say so. 34% say the best days are in the past. And finally, President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job, Jake.
Is that the clip? But they don't talk about this poll. Why would you link a clip to two polls you didn't talk about in your post? Why would you do this? CNN, what are we doing here? This is WIC level tech support, okay? This is WIC level tech support. What are you doing? You could be better. Be better. I don't mind hearing all that, right? Like, it's cool if you wanted to lump it all together. No, that's helpful, actually. But if you're going to make this post about this exit poll and you post a link to a video about exit polls, I'm expecting you're going to be talking about that exit poll that you're referencing in your post. And if you're not, I'm going to be a little annoyed. Okay, another exit poll. Trump and Harris voters say their vote was mainly in support of candidate, not against opponent. This I find hard to believe. About 3/4 of voters nationally, including about 8 in 10 Trump voters and 2/3 of Harris voters, say their vote was mainly in support of their candidate, rather than primarily motivated by the desire to cast a vote against their opponent, according to the initial results of CNN's national exit poll. Asked to choose which of 4 qualities, the ability to lead, caring about people like them, having good judgment, and bringing about change, is most important, Trump voters overwhelmingly say they prize leadership ability and the capacity to bring change, with fewer than 1/10 picking either of the other 2 options. Harris voters are more closely split about the qualities that matter most to them. Roughly 1/3 say judgment, just under 3 in 10 say someone who cares, about 1/5 say leadership, and the smallest group prioritize the ability to bring change. So again, now we see how these kind of data points, how they connect and fit together to form a more holistic approach. This, if this is true, and we are in a state where that poll about how people feel about the country is accurate, then we would like this ability to bring about change. We would like that number to be higher for Harris, and it's not. It's the smallest number. Is that damning? No. Again, we only have a very few amount of data points so far. These numbers will update as they go, as more people vote, as more people are polled. But it's what we got. It's what we can dig into, okay? It's what we can really get into and look at and begin to actually see. So, just giving you, as they come in, what they think. And they do this with every fucking post. Yes, it's a combination of in-person election day and in-person interviews. I get it. We get it. We understand. We're not going to hold you to them, right? Another CNN exit poll that's important. Just 1/3 of voters think economy is in good or excellent shape. Only about 1/3 of voters this year's election think the economy is in good or excellent shape, according to the initial results of CNN's national exit poll of voters in this year's presidential election, down from about half who said the same in 2020. About 1/3 say the economy is not so good, and another third that it's poor. Just 1/4 of voters say they're personally better off than they were 4 years ago, with about 45% saying they're worse off. And about 3 in 10 that they're doing about the same. In 2020 exit polling, about 4 in 10 say they were doing better, and just 20% said they were worse off. In this year's exit poll, about 1/5 of voters say inflation has caused them and their families severe harm. Only 1/5. Interesting. This overall, again, not good for Harris. But again, keep in mind, these are national polls. And they're not final. And they'll be updated throughout their night. And we're kind of reading tea leaves here. We're doing some interpretations. But this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at an electorate who is not satisfied with the state of the country, who is not satisfied with the state of the economy, who does not view Harris as a candidate that will bring change. That's altogether not good for Harris. There are some good signs for Harris. We also see that most of the country thinks that democracy is a more important issue than economy. And if that's true, then that's huge for Harris. That's very positive for Harris. Shoeboot says, I think the economy is in bad shape and I would vote for Harris, so am I outlier or not? Well, here's the thing again, right? Like, you can think that the economy is in bad shape, but think that Trump would make it worse. So, again, we have to keep in mind that these are something where there's a little bit of tea leaf reading here, a little bit of interpretation, some massaging that we have to do to kind of get to the truth or what we think is the truth. And at the end of the day, best guess. But I'm making the claim here that those three put together are not good news for Harris. You want those answers to be different. But the democracy answer is amazing news for Harris. If you were Trump and you're looking at these exit polls and you're seeing that people care more about democracy than they do the economy, you're beginning to have some heart palpitations, right? That's not good. That's not good at all. Throughout, again, polls showed coming into the election that economy was the top issue. So if voters that them in the economy, ooh boy, oh no, we're gonna have some issues. Let me look. Oh, here's something. Signs of modest support in Michigan's uncommitted movement give Harris campaign some optimism. What does this mean? Recent signs of modest support from top members of the uncommitted movement, a grassroots Okay. Do you guys remember the uncommitted? The ones that wanted you to vote in the primaries instead of voting for Joe Biden, they wanted to vote uncommitted. Apparently that's them. And I guess at the last minute, according to this, they're throwing their weight behind Kamala Harris. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think this matters or moves the goalpost either way. What's Nevada have to say? Nevada NBC exit poll. Is democracy threatened? Yes, 72%. No, 26%. Oh, we got, oops. Put my messages down. We don't want to see those. So you guys can see it. Yeah. Nevada is a battleground state. That number is not what you want to see as Trump. If you're a Trump supporter, you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that at all. That's bad news for the Trump campaign. Again, I'm assuming that this guy's reporting this accurately. If he's not, he's not. But if that's true, and if NBC exit poll is saying that, that causes concern if you are on the Trump train. That's a cause to give you pause. A cause to give you pause, gang. Oh, lactoid. Let me answer some DMs. So again, these are preliminary reports, right? These are preliminary reports. So it seems to be a mixed bag. Let's relook at this, okay? Give me a second. What do we know so far? And remember, this is a very, very incomplete picture. We won't know more until we get actual numbers coming in, actual early votes being tabulated, actually early returns from different counties and different states. That's not going to be for another couple hours, okay? So we got to wait a little bit, okay? We got to wait. But we have some exit polls being reported on, some exit poll data from different states and also from nationally. So we have two columns here. We have things that give the Harris campaign pause and concern, and we have things that give the Trump campaign pause and concern. And you will see both camps trying to lean on one or the other to kind of make their case and do the morale ops, right? Morale ops, okay? You are looking at 3 different data points that, when put together, really do give and should give the Harris campaign some pause, should cause them concern, okay? Those 3 data points. 72% of the country nationally thinks that that is either very disappointed or even angry about the state the country is in, the direction the country is going, okay? That's bad for the incumbent. And Harris is a quasi-incumbent right now. Joe Biden's poll numbers are in the dirt, okay? 41% approval. That's bad. You want that to be, because like it or not, Harris is tied at least somewhat to Biden, okay? So you want that number to be higher than 41%. That's bad, okay? And you also see that most people think the economy is not doing hot. It's not doing good. Now, again, doesn't mean they think Trump will do better at it, but that tends to be bad news for an incumbent. It just does, right? Again, these things give you pause. They aren't cause for like to commit seppuku or whatever, right? But they are something that if you are a member of this campaign or a supporter of this person, that should be what you're worried about, is these numbers. Okay, so that's the Kamala side. Trump side, you're seeing some really bad warning signs, both nationally and in the states, okay? So nationally, you have more people reporting that they're voting as democracy is their top issue than they do the economy. That's really bad for you if you are the Trump campaign. That's really, really bad. Because if you are reporting democracy as your top issue, 9 times out of 10, you're probably supporting Harris and you're probably anti-Trump. You probably really don't like January 6th and you probably feel really, really strongly about it. Negatively so, right? Now, that won't be all those voters, but just like all the voters who think that the economy bad won't be voting for Trump, there will still be a majority of the voters who are. So again, if you have 35% of the country compared to 31% voting on the economy, but 35% are voting on democracy, as a Trump voter, that should scare you. You're looking at Nevada. Is democracy under threat? That's a battleground state that you kind of, you want to win, right? You just straight up want to win. 72% saying it's under threat is bad for you if you're in the Trump campaign. You're looking at North Carolina. North Carolina. If you can't win North Carolina, you lose as Trump, right? North Carolina is saying that a majority of voters, 51%, are saying Trump's policies are too extreme. That's really bad news for you, okay? So again, none of this is set in stone. All of this is preliminary data. All of this are just causes for caution and concern. So those, as I see it, from the data that we have, those are the strongest cases I can make for both sides. Does that make sense? I'm doing the both sides thing that people hate. I'm saying if I'm in the Trump campaign, this is what I'm worried about. If I'm in the Harris campaign, this is what I'm worried about, right? If I'm in the Harris campaign, I'm not liking those numbers on the state of the economy. I'm not liking those numbers on the direction of the country. If I'm in the Trump campaign, I'm not liking the democracy numbers, right? Gelatinous Rube says, can I offer some light pushback on? Yeah, get on in here, Gelatinous. Come on in. Talk to me a little bit. I've been talking all day. Let's get some Rube stuff. Come on in. No Cow Mike says, Wick TV, you got to break down the why, though. What if women are pulling that way due to Roe choice issues and then it doesn't translate to votes for Trump? Again, yes, true. But I am giving you the data that I have and interpreting it in the best way I can. If you're in the incumbent seat, you want better numbers. You want better numbers than that when it comes to the state of our country. You just do. I don't know what to tell you. Like, because the same argument a Trump guy is probably about to make to me right now, right? So we'll bring him in and see what he has to say. Hi, you're live.
Hello.
What
How
up?
am I coming through?
You're coming through good.
Good.
You had some
So
thoughts
how
you
you
wanted
doing
to
today,
share.
buddy?
Go ahead.
Right, so I wanted to offer some light pushback on the idea that the democracy stat is a major issue for Trump, purely because I think that the immigration problem has become a democracy problem in the eyes of a lot of Trump voters, right? Like they're viewing this as a major integral threat to the democratic process. If I bring in, okay, our class is going to hold a vote. There's 30 people in our class, but one of our candidates in class for class president is going to bring in 60 people to enter our class purely for the sake of being able to cast their own votes. You guess which way they're going to vote? This was brought up I was surprised that J.D. Vance brought this up on his interview with Joe Rogan. So I think that has a little bit more crossover. I don't think it's exclusively owned by the Democrats
Certainly.
or even third
Look,
party.
I don't disagree with you that is a thing that some of the voters who say democracy is their number one issue will say. But at this flip side, also for the economy, if your top issue is the economy, that doesn't necessarily mean you're voting for Trump. You can look at
Right.
like this is true. But my point here is if you had $100 and if I told you that a certain voter, that their top issue was democracy, and I asked you to place a bet on whether that voter was going to vote for Trump or vote for Kamala, who are you putting that $100 on?
Oh, Kamala.
Yes, that's the point here, right? And the same with the
Right.
economy. If someone says that the economy is their number one issue for them, and I had $100 and I had to pick which way that voter is going to vote, it's going to be Trump, right? So we have to make these kinds of decisions. We have to make these kinds of predictions and make these kinds of inferences. So again, if you are sitting in the chair and you're at the Trump HQ, okay, and you're sitting in your chair, you're watching these results go in, you're doing some your internal polling, and that is the percent. And you see 35% compared to 31% think that democracy is their top issue compared to the economy, you get worried. That's my point here. It's not good news.
Light pushback I wanted to offer is I think that because it's no longer owned exclusively by Dems, or really plenty of undecided people are probably really concerned about this fact, and it's going to push them to actually begin voting where they might not have beforehand. I think that it's not, do I offer $1 for whether this person is going to vote this way? Is this person going to be a Kamala supporter or a Trump supporter? It's like, what percentage of those people are going to be Kamala versus Trump supporters? I think that might be closer to a 60-40 split, whereas the economy issue is not going to be close to a 60-40 split. That's going to be like 80-20 on the low end.
I disagree fundamentally.
Okay.
I think that, again, No Cow Mike actually has a very
That's my
good.
suspicion.
Yeah, No Cow Mike would I think has a very good kind of counter to this argument. Is if you're worried about immigration affecting democracy, when you answer these things, you'll say immigration is your top issue. You won't say democracy. You'll say immigration because that would be the root. Does that make sense?
It's part of a larger whole, though. Like election integrity, like that could be nested under election integrity overall. But it is a good counter argument. It's a good one. I'm just trying to figure out how to play the devil's advocate.
You can play devil's advocate if you like. But I'm trying to give my viewers here like the best kind of interpretation I can, and I think that we can play devil's advocate if we like, and I think it's important to realize that there is a possibility that my interpretations are incorrect because of the reasons you cite. It might be the case, but I don't think it is the case. I think that if you are saying that democracy is your number one issue, that 9 times out of 10, you're voting Kamala Harris. If you say economy is your issue, I think that 8 times out of 10, you're voting Trump. If you say immigration's your issue, I think 8 times out of 10, you're voting Trump. Hell, 9 times out of 10, you're voting Trump, probably. Maybe even 10 for immigration. If you say abortion is your issue, 9 times out of 10, you're doing Kamala, right? Like, these are just general statements I think we can make that I think that campaigns look at and they can view and they can kind of make interpretations.
But they say top issue for that. Does that mean, is your interpretation of that it means they're pro this issue or anti this issue, or just
no, that issue is their concern, right?
Okay.
That issue is their concern, and if your number one concern in this country is the economy, that's why I think you're most likely going to vote Trump. If your number one concern in this issue is democracy, you're voting Kamala. You just are, right?
Where do you think voter ID and election security fall into that? Is there like another second category where that could
uses? I don't think for almost anyone that is a top voting issue. Like, I don't think that one candidate supports voter ID, the other candidate don't. I don't think that moves the needle whatsoever. I just don't. Okay. I don't see people actually using that as their one issue. There might be a few, right? You might be able to find onesies and twosies, right? People will say.
I don't think it's going to flip an election, though.
But I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think it moves the needle either way. I don't think even a close election, it's not going to be. It's not going to be what flips it, right? I think that the big four you're going to look at, and it seems to be. Democracy is a surprise, actually. Like, democracy coming into this was an issue that, at least in most polls, you'd see maybe like a couple people, right, have an issue with. It was down like number 8 out of the top 10, maybe even number 12. So it being number 1 from actual voters is a big deal. So the top 4 you're seeing from the exit polls are democracy, economy, immigration, abortion. And yes, immigration, abortion, and economy, none of those are shocking. None of those are surprising. We all knew that going in. Like, I would predict it 100%. But democracy is the dark horse here. Democracy is the surprise here. And if that's accurate, and if that remains accurate, that's huge. And that's going to be the story of the election, right? That's going to be the story of the election. But we have to see. We can't make too many strong statements yet. We can't make too many strong predictions. We have to see what happens. And again, as I said, it will depend where it happens. But let's bring on some of my data slaves here.
I have one last question before I got to jump out here.
What's up?
And always pleasure to talk to you. Do you think that being the electoral candidate increases or decreases the likelihood of that being a potential Republican-friendly voter issue? Does that increase the percentage?
Can you repeat the first part of the question, please? Sorry.
Do you think that democracy as a top issue is more likely to be Republican-friendly as a voter issue under Trump, or less friendly?
Less friendly.
Compared to a different, like, if it was Romney, that was running this year. Do you think that democracy being a top
I think Trump
voter issue?
The reason the democracy being the top issue is really bad news for Trump is because that has been the focus for many anti-Trump campaigns, many anti-Trump never Trumpers, was pointing at how, like it or not, right, whether you believe it or not, Trump is a threat to democracy. That's been their clarion call. That's been their siren song. That's been what they've been shouting at the rooftops since January 6th, basically. So if I had to choose, then yes, absolutely. 100% of the time, well, not 100%, but a good amount of time, I'm saying that democracy being at the top issue there is really, really bad news.
Can I throw a little bit in there for you?
Please. But before you do...
See you later.
Okay. See you later,
Thanks.
buddy. Before you do, okay. Gang, it's 6 o'clock. The show proper is starting. And I want to make sure that I showcase my co-host for the evening, who's going to be with us most of this evening. Fairy Queen, give a chance to introduce yourself, tell people who you are, what you do, what your thoughts are, and then we're going to pass it out to my data slaves who have their own titles, and we'll let them give their titles. But first and foremost, Fairy Queen, what do you think?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Fairy Queen. You can find me at It's Me Fairy Queen or at It Me Fairy Queen on Twitter and on YouTube and on Twitch. It's nice to be here. On who I am and what I do, I mostly post on Twitter and I yell at people in here. That is what I do, okay? And that is what I am proud to do, and hopefully what I will get to do more throughout the evening. As far as I'm guessing what my thoughts are about the election. My thoughts are that it's very, very close to call, and it seems like pretty much like a coin flip to me. However, it seems like I think that Kamala is going to win. I think that Harris is going to win. I think that, and I say that based off of a couple of different things. One, most of the polls that I've seen recently, they are very, very close, by a razor's edge, but they usually show it mostly tilting at least slightly towards Harris in most instances. And then, of course, I've said it tons and tons of times, the Lichtman model, the 13 keys to the White House, he made his prediction, that seems to be pretty consistent. I have heard some people talking about betting markets, but as I've stated before, actually, I haven't stated this before. I was speaking last night to a man in Britain, okay? There was this British guy I was speaking to last night, in a Twitter space, okay? I'm in a Twitter group chat. There were all of these people. It's from people from all over the world. They're there specifically to talk about Israel versus Palestine, along with gender issues and stuff like that. So in this space, okay, that I was with this guy, I was telling him, I've heard the betting markets, they mostly seem to be tilting towards Trump. And then he told me something kind of interesting. He said that apparently there's one market that really is showing that the betting is mostly on Trump right now. I think it's Poly Market is what it's called. But he also said that there are other betting markets that you can look at. And those other betting markets show it, the call being really, really close there as well. And in one betting market that he mentioned, he showed it tilting towards Harris, but only slightly. So I don't know. It seems to me like Harris is going to win. It makes sense to me why Harris will win, but I don't think it's a gimme. And I accept if I'm wrong, again, this is by a razor's edge, she's not going to knock him dead in the polls, I don't think. So.
Fair enough. Oh, thank you for being here. Gang, we got a whole night, and we're going to find out how good of our predictions are. But I want to give the mic to my little data slaves here. We have the certified uniform collator of King here, okay? Collation King, our cuck. Okay, so give us your thoughts on the data as you see it. And tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing for us tonight. Please.
So I hope my Chiron below says what you just said and senior elections analysis expert and data overlord, because, we just want to be accurate here. To jump on what you were saying real quick before I forget, if you're looking at issue polling with the state of democracy, if you actually break down what those say, only some polls show 35, 38, 40% saying that Democrats are a better steward of democracy. where Republicans were only lagging behind in some polls by 3, 4, 5 points, and a couple anecdotal polls before Harris got in. Trump was actually beating Biden in the state of democracy in a few anecdotal polls. That isn't saying that Democrats don't have the advantage, but I would say that it's more even split than you think. And the number 2 issue being economy, and that specific NBC post, generally number 1 in most polls. 67% of voters said they're going to vote on economy. Trump is up on Biden in economy by about 20, 25 points. I just don't see state of democracy being the thing that's going to win it as much as abortion is for her. I still think that's her number 1 winning issue. I think that's where she really needs to spearhead, and she did a lot. That all being said, I am going to be the data monger, one of the 2, I think, for the evening. Anytime Wick needs a link, he needs some information, he needs some comparison to the previous election. He wants to know the exit polling data, what's going on in swing states, or anything of that sort. I have it all stored, all this useless information stored in my head or at my fingertips. So I'm here to help.
And we appreciate you. And then we have Moondust. Please go ahead.
Hi. So, I don't really have much of like an online presence outside of Discord. I've been in Wix server for about a year now, so I'm gonna be doing some data analysis on like whatever pops up on whatever news source I can find in terms of like swing states and all that. But is it okay if I share like my quick random thoughts on like
Please.
what I think might happen?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I personally think that in terms of like issues like abortion and democracy, Kamala is most strongest on those issues, whereas I feel Trump has the more political advantage with issues like the economy and things like immigration. Like those will be a strong suit within these key states that he needs to win.
We'll see. What do you think? Gun to your heads. Who gets it? Who takes home the bacon tonight?
Trump by 50.
Or Harris? Trump by 50.
50 electoral points, yep.
That's a large. Where does he make those points? Like what states is he winning?
I don't think he wins. I think Wisconsin is the one that's 1 point too off in Harris's favor. Every other swing state is in his direction, and that's if you ignore all the classic polling error. Last 10 general elections, 9 of them have had polling error in the favor of Democrats, making Democrats'
So you think
numbers
he's
look
basically
higher
clean sweeping it, right?
I think that she takes Wisconsin out of the 7 swing states.
Okay. While we're here, right? We're gonna get back to you, but I want to hear from Mooncake and I want to hear from Fairy Queen their thoughts on that same subject before I dig into that with you. But Mooncake and then Fairy Queen, please. Mooncake, gun to your head. Who takes it home? Not who you want to, who you think will.
Who will? I predict that Kamala will take the cake. Or the bacon. I predict that she'll take the bacon through the blue states, being Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I feel like that'll be her key to victory.
Fair enough. Fairy Queen, same question.
Harris. And for all the reasons that I said earlier, I think Harris is going to win. And yeah, that's who I think actually will probably take it home.
Fair enough. I guess to you, Mr. Data Analyst here, senior excellent analyst guy, you've made a pretty bold prediction that Trump is going to sweep these states. What key indicators are you looking at tonight to see if your predictions are holding up? What do you expect to see throughout the night that will show you that, oh, yep, I'm pretty confident I made the right call? And what would you possibly see that would give you pause and think, well, okay, actually, maybe that's bullshit and I was wrong? Give us kind of a breakdown here. Go ahead.
Well, I think you just teed me up for if anyone didn't see the last week when we did the election final analysis. There's these things we call bellwether districts, and what those are early indicators based on their demographic breakup of what we could see potentially in trends with different demographics. So there's a county in Florida near Tallahassee, north end of Florida. They have a very large amount of Rust Belt retirees, and that district was actually used, not at a 1-to-1, but what we could see is as it shifted more GOP, Trump won the Rust Belt. As it shifted back to Democrat, Biden took the Rust Belt back from him. Same thing if you even go back as far as Obama. So I'm looking at these specific districts. There's some suburbs outside of different cities in North Carolina, especially. We're going to see if these traditional Republican voting wells have stopped the bleeding of these suburban white women. And if they have, I can give you the numbers again if we actually get into those districts. But if they have stopped that bleeding, I think that seals the election for them with their giant gains of minority voters as well. If they haven't stopped the bleeding, that's where we could see Harris take away. But based on the polling, again, the issues. Number one issue is economy, and they love Trump's economy.
Fairy Queen, what about you? What do you need? What are you looking for when we get to the early vote results? When we get to the information that begins to come in throughout the night, what indicators are you looking at to kind of give whether or not you have been correct in your assessment or whether or not you need to rethink it? What are you looking for?
Obviously the polls, right? Like everything that like that. So like checking the polls and like updating them and like seeing like what like as they're like starting to come in.
Sure, but like,
But
yeah,
yeah,
go
but I
ahead.
know, but primarily like swing states, right? So that's really what I'm looking at. So I'm not looking at South Carolina. I'm not looking at Georgia. I'm not really looking at Florida, or Nevada. I'm not looking at states that aren't swing states. I'm looking at states that specifically are swing states. And I'm going to see like, and if those states like mostly turn red, then I'm going to assume that's probably going to go to Trump. And if they mostly go blue, then
I mean,
so,
sure.
of course.
Like,
Right,
yes,
yeah.
if more states go red than blue, then Trump wins. More states go blue than red, then Harris wins. Let me give you kind of my thoughts here before we move on. As I said earlier in the stream, the first thing I'm going to be looking for are two things. I'm going to be looking at Georgia early vote results, and I'm going to be looking at North Carolina early vote results. Also Florida, but that's more of a side thing. Like, I understand Florida is not a battleground this year, but I think it's going to be it's going to tell a story. If you have Florida returns, and Florida's very good at counting. Ever since 2000, they've become very efficient at counting their votes, right? If Florida is only like +5 Trump, that's really good news for Harris. I think that's indicative of a national trend, right? Again, these are signs. They're not sure signs, right? But there's signs that, okay, Harris is going to have a good night. If Trump is winning in Florida by like 15 points or 20 points, that gives an opposite sign that says that's a very bad sign for Harris. It's like, oh, we don't want that, right? We don't want to see that. In Georgia and in North Carolina, same thing. If those go blue and they're called fairly early, Harris just wins. I don't think Trump has a path. And if North Carolina, especially if North Carolina goes blue, I think it's just done for Trump. But if Trump does win, it will be on the margins too. We got to look at those margins. And if Trump does take both of those home and they're called for Republicans, then I am going to look at Pennsylvania next, and that will be the whole ball game. I don't think Wisconsin or Michigan are in play. Not really, not seriously. I think Michigan and Wisconsin are going blue. I don't think Arizona or Nevada go blue, though. I think those stay red. But again, Pennsylvania will be the ball game. But we'll see. We'll see. I think that my prediction is Georgia's going to go red. North Carolina's go red. But again, the indicators I'm looking at early on to see if I'm correct. What did the Georgia votes say? What did those North Carolina votes say? What did the Florida votes say? What about you, Mooncake? What are your thoughts here? I want to give you some mic time. Go ahead.
I definitely think that the states that you just mentioned will be red, as they've traditionally been that way. But like I said, I'm still sticking to the prediction that I previously made, that those states will either, that the 3 states that I mentioned will either turn or remain blue. But I think states like Georgia and North Carolina will become red. Like, the chance of North Carolina being blue, I just don't see it happening.
Now, one interesting thing to consider is Kamala Harris a new candidate, or is she the incumbent? We've only seen one time in political history that I'm aware of, maybe I'm wrong, but it's one time, at least in my life, where a president ran for the second election, lost votes, and still won, and that was Barack Obama. Coincidentally, the only time in polling history in the last, 20, 30, 40 years that Republicans were undercounted in a general election. That was the only time, and it was only a half a point. Every other time, Republicans are overcounted, I'm sorry, drastically undercounted generally. This is the only election in the last 40 years. So that tells me if you're just going off of probability, Republicans are being undercounted in the polls. By how much, we don't know.
Here's some news for you, gang. About 10 polling locations in Georgia counties will stay open late due to non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting, according to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. So, again, normally those polls will close at 7 Eastern, but they will be extended past. So, again, we might be in, we're probably going to be in for a long, long night. Do we think that these kinds of disruptions, do we think that this says anything at all? And if so, what? Because we're seeing bomb threats, we're seeing like a guy in Michigan got arrested for threatening mass shooting, right? We're seeing these little things that voting machine errors and things, or we're seeing people having issues with long lines, etc. What effect, if any, do we think that this has on the election? What are our thoughts here? What are we looking at?
So in terms of everything that you just mentioned, I think that like with all these threats that are being like brought up towards these polling offices and everything, I feel like some people might try to use that as leverage for to say, oh well, this was unfair, like they got extended time because of these things. Like they'll try to say that these incidents are excuses to count the election as unfair.
This seemed to be the
so discord. And it's exactly, if you look at what they're saying early on, we don't have the investigation yet, but it's looking like Russia's behind a lot of this. And if that's the case, it's exactly what we found out about Russia in 2016. Is they're trying to sow discourse. They're trying to make it so no matter who wins, there's going to be a dispute, an argument of some sort. We're going to be at each other's throats and not focusing on them.
Basically, yeah.
How do we fix that? I don't even know, right? Like, what do we even do?
It's very minuscule spending, and all they're doing is calling in bomb threats. It's like, what does that take? One guy with a phone, you know? What Iran's been doing to try to interfere in the election in the last few months has kind of been a lot too, but like, we have to trust that our system's going to hold, and I think it will.
I agree. I don't know. Did you guys vote? Did everyone here vote? Raise your hand if you voted, right?
Yep, I voted. I voted I voted last week, right after I went to my doctor's appointment.
Good. I'm not gonna lie, my prediction, as much as I didn't want it to, my prediction affected my vote.
Really? What do you mean by that? Your prediction affected your vote?
I don't want to be wrong. So like that was in my head, and I don't know how much of a factor that had in my vote. Like I legitimately could have went either way. I think they're both decent human beings. I think they're both going to be fine, and we're going to be good in 4 years no matter what. I'm trying to buy a house. Kamala Harris's policies appeal to me, but Trump's got a decent economy behind his back and showing he knows how to do it. So both of them will be good. And I'll never make a prediction and vote in the same election again.
I would say that what influenced my vote was mostly the tax codes, because I know that the recent tax code that Trump had written off was meant more so to benefit the upper class, whereas for middle class workers and just the middle class people in general, we were basically facing higher taxes, and the fact that these corporations that are getting all these loopholes are being allowed to also price gouge, which affects, the cost of everything from like housing to food to gas prices, etc. And so that influenced my vote to vote for Kamala Harris. And I also felt like when I was voting, I felt like my vote didn't really do much, because I live in New York, and I don't live in New York City. I don't live in NYC, but I know that significantly NYC is the reason why the entire state is practically blue, whereas where I live in a bit more of a somewhat conservative part of New York, and most of our most of our congressmen are Republicans. So I voted blue for all of my local representatives, as well as Kamala, obviously, but I felt like my vote only impacted the local politicians rather than Kamala, because New York is already blue. So
it's interesting you say that, and I hear this from all the time, like, oh, my vote doesn't matter, it's just casting it into the sea, it's one drop in an ocean. gang, I remember the Florida 2000 election and how close, a razor thin that was. If you are ever thinking that your vote doesn't matter, just remember the 2000 election in Florida. And remember Al Gore. Remember him losing by like less than 500 votes, I believe was the total. There also have been local elections where literally a single vote has decided the issue. Literally a single vote. So again, don't let anyone tell you that your vote doesn't matter. Absolutely it does. Fairy Queen. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to explain this to my friend that even if you feel like your vote won't matter for the presidential election, because I have a friend who lives in Florida, at the very least, you should be voting for your local offices, for like who's going to be running for governor or for state senate or for your congressional district.
Fair enough. Fairy Queen. Do we get to know? Are you comfortable telling us?
About what now? Remind me the question.
Because remember, right? We were talking. You said earlier on my show that you were planning to split your ticket. Okay, that you're going to vote one way on the top and another way at the bottom. I'm curious when it came time, when you got in that booth and it came time to actually pull the lever for one candidate or another. Do you feel comfortable talking about it? You don't have to, obviously, but I'm very curious.
I can. I know what I'm about to say is going to upset a lot of people, but I decided not to vote this time. I decided to abstain from voting entirely and to not go to the polls.
Not even down ballot? Not even for locals?
No.
Interesting.
I didn't.
What influenced your decision? I'm very curious.
So there are a couple of things. So the first thing, if you'll remember, like about a month ago, you'll remember like the hurricane response. You'll remember like what happened, like when that happened, was very disappointed in both Republicans but mostly, frankly, at the Democrats in their response and the way that the hurricane was handled at the time. I remember at that time, it really wasn't reasonable because I only lost my power for like a couple of days, and I was fine. Everything was fine in the end. But I remember, like when I was there, I remember feeling really scared and like really upset there for like a hot minute.
Yeah.
I had students, I knew people, right, like who were in my classroom who, like most of them were fine, but a couple of them have families that like live like out of town, like they live like a couple of like they live in a different city in a different district than like the one that I live in, and those people that like lived like far off in the boonies, their homes, like they had families whose homes were destroyed. And there were people like in my neighborhood, who, I mean, we didn't know when we were going to get power back. And we, like it's a very poor neighborhood. I remember thinking all this stuff, and then I started looking at all of the much worse pictures that I saw, in Asheville, North Carolina, especially, but in Florida, in Georgia. And I'm looking through all of these photographs of people whose homes are destroyed, people who have nothing to help them with. And then I thought about was just shock and horror at all of these people that are trapped and can't get out. The soldiers and the people that will have to go through miles and miles of not miles and miles, that's an exaggeration, but they'll have to sift through a city that's underwater, past dead dogs, dead cats, to hope, to pray, to find like living people and see if they're actually alive. It was very, very, I was personally upset by it. And I understand that normally that when we discuss like political issues on here, that we're supposed to like maintain a certain level of detachment, right? Like from the thing that we're talking about. Like that's the way you're supposed to have political discourse, right? But this particular thing, this was not like just talking about, I don't know, any other normal political like thing that usually happens, because normally at least it's somewhat removed from me, at least a little bit, and I'm able to have that sense of removal. I cannot do that for this.
Fair enough.
In this way, this was like extremely, like I was so disgusted. And then after this happened, I thought more and more, and I haven't ever spoken. Have I spoken about this? I think I may have like given a comment here and there about like what I've thought about this issue, but I don't think I've ever really talked about it extensively. Like I have sort of abstained from talking about Israel versus Palestine for over the past year, because I really have like a very cursory knowledge like of the history, and it seems like there's almost a labyrinthian level of information that you have to consume in order to be able to properly and intelligently have this conversation. Like, I've heard conversations where people will start by talking about like events that have happened in like the past 20 years. And then it gets into a long, convoluted conversation about Judaism, about Islam, about the tenets of Islam, about Hamas. And then we go back even further to the 1940s, and then back into the Nakba, and then even further, and then before that to like it goes, like it feels like too much information. It felt very overwhelming, and it felt like it was such a sensitive topic and such a sensitive issue. I really didn't feel comfortable really talking about it. But I will tell you, like, kind of like what I think about it now, because like the election at this point is going to be what it is, and any pretense that I have that like me doing anything will solve anything is at this point moot and complete. So when the October 7th happens, like over a year ago, and when like with the initial coverage and everything happened, I was really, really shocked. And I was mostly, like, to be honest with you, pretty pro-Israel at the time. Um, remember feeling very concerned about like anti-Semitism. I was very concerned like about the protests. I was very concerned about the fact that like there were so many streamers who lied or were willing to like ignore the obvious rapes that happened like on October 7th. The way that like the killing of those civilians was overlooked. And I was like really critical of that. And I was also like disgusted, like a lot of the anti-Semitic protests that happened at the Sydney Opera House. Like that was one that I very distinctly remember. And that's how I felt at first. And I saw lots of arguments of lots of people who were pro-Palestine who, like, when they came up against like people who were Zionists, really couldn't defend their positions well, which also like was something that like made me mostly pro-Israel. But as time has gone on, okay, as the year has passed, okay, I have become increasingly concerned about like the death toll that's happened. I've become increasingly concerned, okay, that in an effort, right, to be principled about like protecting people who are Jewish and about like trying to defeat anti-Semitism, and in trying to make sure that like these people like are safe like within their country, that a lot of death and a lot of abuse and a lot of like what Israel has done has like really, I think, been overlooked. I'm very concerned about like what's going to happen in the next couple of years, or like if there will even be a West Bank, or even if there will even be a Gaza Strip at the end of it. I also, like, frankly, like, as I mentioned before, like, I really don't know much about the history and much about the issue. And one of the things that I really didn't know was I didn't know, like, about, like, massacres or things that, like, the IDF, like, had committed specifically, like, against, or, like, had supported, like, against, like, the Palestinian people. I really didn't know that, okay? The only thing that I really knew was, like, really what I saw at first was I saw a lot of unreasonable people who seemed completely unhinged, screaming and, like, protesting for it at first. As time has gone on, though, I'm becoming very concerned and very, very worried about like what's happening. And at this point, even though I'm sympathetic, and even though I think that like, that Israel has a right to exist and it like needs to defend itself, that cannot come at the cost, at like every single person like not dying or like being wiped off the face of those two regions. And
Well,
I honestly
yeah,
feel disgusted at the idea of voting for either of these people, because I've spoken to other people about this, like I've talked to other people.
Not to get into a debate about it, right? But I mean, I think that if you support Palestine, Trump is absolutely 100% going to be bad for Palestine. Kamala maybe has a 90% chance of being bad for Palestine. But that's like that's one is obviously better than the other, but that's almost beside the point. We do have some more, and I hate to cut you off. I'm sorry, but I understand you have principles. You stuck to your principles. Fair enough. We have some actual exit poll data from Arizona that I want to get to. You okay, Fairy Queen? Yeah, just dying. Don't die on my stream. Okay, that would be bad. Gonna die? Go off stream, and we'll take care of it. Okay, but on stream, no death. No death, gang. Let's go through some of this. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go through it, and we're going to read it. This one. Click on that, kings and queens, and we can go through it together. The results of the Arizona exit poll on U.S. presidential election. This was released at 5:39 p.m. Eastern today by Reuters. Let's go through it. Let's see what they have to say. And once we go through it, once we get through it, let's talk about it because I'm curious. Arizona is a battleground state this year. Let's see what people have to say in Arizona. So I'm just going to read it. Democrat Kamala Harris faced Republican Donald Trump on Tuesday in the U.S. presidential election after the two candidates vied for support, having stake positions on issues including abortion, the economy, and foreign policy. The following are preliminary results from an exit poll conducted by Edison Research. Results will be updated as additional poll responses are gathered. So keep that in mind. Preliminary. Incomplete, but it is something that we can sink our teeth into. We can interpret, giving those parameters, right? Given those obstacles we have. So 46% of voters in Arizona said they had a favorable view of Trump, compared with 48% who said so in Edison Research's 2020 exit poll. 52% viewed him unfavorably, compared with 51% in 2020. So we have here more people dislike Trump in Arizona now than they did in 2020. I think that's unequivocally bad for Trump. I mean, does anyone disagree?
We're talking about favorability. It's not good. Usually favorability generally lines up with the winners, but Trump has already broken that mold in 2016 where he broke his favorability numbers with his actual voting ceiling. So...
And here's the thing, like, again, this isn't a huge increase and decrease, right? So, fair. Margin of error type stuff, right? Let's get into more. 46% of voters in Arizona said they had a favorable view of Harris, compared with 49% who said the same of Biden in 2020. 52% of her viewed her unfavorably, compared with 50% who viewed Biden that way in 2020. So again, both candidates are less liked than they were before. And again, it's not one-to-one because Harris and Biden are different candidates, but they are connected in a way, right? Given that Harris was the VP. So I think any hope that Harris campaign has for the first number kind of get washed away in the second number here. That's why I talked about a lot how we have to look at the data holistically, and you can't just pick one data point. You have to kind of look at it all. So we're going to go through it, we're going to get to it, and once we do, we'll have much better takes than going by this point by point by point, one by one by one. Cool? Cool. 31% of voters in Arizona said the economy mattered most in deciding how to vote in the presidential election. 17% said immigration. 12% said abortion, 35% the state of democracy. And this is not nationally, this is in Arizona. And then 4% foreign policy. Wow.
Any thoughts on that again?
Wow. I mean, let's keep going. Keep your thoughts, though. Keep them in the chamber. We'll get to them. That's huge, though. I think that is huge. 51% of voters in Arizona said their family's financial situation was worse off than it was 4 years ago, compared with 15% who said so in Edison Research's 2020 exit poll. 23% said they were better off than they were 4 years ago, compared with 44% in 2020. 26% said their financial situation was unchanged. 41% of voters in Arizona said most undocumented immigrants in the United States should be deported to the countries they came from. 55% said they should be offered a chance to apply for legal status. 72% of voters in Arizona said they think democracy in the U.S. is threatened. 27% said it is secure. 60% of voters in Arizona said they didn't have a college degree, compared with 59% in the 2020 exit poll. 40% had a degree, compared with 41% in 2020. So that number slightly decreased, but it was like minuscule, right? 53% of voters in Arizona were women, compared with 52% in 2020. 47% were men, compared to 48%. Again, these are very, very slight changes. They do matter, but within margin of error is what it is. 63% were white, compared with 74% in 2020. So we see a huge spike, actually, in non-white turnout. 4% were black, compared to 2% in 2020. 26% were Hispanic, compared to 19% in 2020. That's a huge spike. I think that might be significant. Again, we'll look at it as we go. 2% of voters in Arizona were black men, compared with 1% in 2020. 2% were black women, compared with 1% in 2020. 10% of voters in Arizona were Hispanic men, compared with 9% in 2020. 15% were Hispanic women, so compared with 9% in 2020. So it looks like most of the Hispanic jump came from Hispanic women. Good to know. And that's what we got. Thoughts? Let's start with Fairy Queen and we'll go down the line. You got all that information? How do you interpret it? What do you think it says? Go ahead.
Okay, so we see 10% of voters in Arizona are Hispanic men, compared with 9% in 2020, 15%. Well, I mean, like, for one thing, right? So more women have turned out to the polls. That's not terribly surprising, considering the fact that, like, this is, like, abortion is very much on the ticket, like, this time, right? So it would make sense anyway for there to be more voter turnout for women this particular round. But it's also, am I wrong for thinking that that's not a huge increase? Or am I wrong for thinking that? I don't know. I'll refer back to you and I guess Tyler to think. I mean, like, is a 6% increase really that much more? Is it actually?
Yes, depending on the demographic, and that's a big leap. Yes.
It's a big leap. Okay, that would be important to know because I don't know, right? If that is true, then that means that, like, they're very motivated to go to the polls.
If there's a 2-point shift in white women nationwide, the shift that gains the favor wins the election.
So I think that, like, as far as, like, that's concerned, like, it seems to be like abortion, I would assume, is probably motivating and moving them towards the polls, which is probably like why you have more women. And it's also probably like why you don't, like, is there more men? Like, there's not nearly as big of an increase for men, right? And it matters because, like, I think women are going to be the reason. Like, if Kamala wins, it's going to be because of that, right? I think it makes sense for that. So if there is a huge increase in the number of women that are going to the polls and that are voting, I would expect that to be predictive for Kamala. I would not think that that would be predictive for Trump. So that's not good for Trump. Like, if there's that much more women, if it's such a huge increase in people, probably not good for Trump. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish your statement. We're here to listen.
I was going to move on to this next statistic that, like, you pulled up here. 46% of voters in Arizona said they had a favorable view of Trump versus 48% who said so in Edison's research in 2020. 52% perceived him unfavorably. Okay, so, like, this looks to me that, like, there really hasn't been a shift in opinion on Trump, right? This looks to me like it's been marginal. And because it's been, but so I don't think people, I don't know how Trump could be any worse at this point. Like, the only way that could be actually true is if you found, like, a dead body in his backyard at this point, right? It would have to be something of that level, right? Something so unprovable, something actually, like, something like that, right? But as of right now, people knew who he was 4 years ago, and people know who he is now, right? It's not as though I don't think that, like, him, like, the felony. I mean, I don't think anybody
let me ask you
people really
this.
care about that too much.
Given all these statistics we go over, I kind of, like, maybe I'm saying this wrong. I want kind of like your holistic kind of look. I don't want, like, a point by point, right? But I want kind of like these overall, this exit poll, if it's accurate. What does it say about the electorate? Who does it benefit and why? What is, I guess, your overall thoughts? That's what I'm asking here, right?
My overall thoughts are that it looks like to me like Arizona is probably going to go red. It's probably going to go for Trump. It's my overall interpretation of the state. And that's but, right, I wonder, like, I also think, like, it's very possible that, like, just because, like, there are, and I say that because, like, 31% of Arizona said that said the economy mattered the most, 17% in immigration. So the number one issue is the economy. The number two issue is immigration.
Well, not
Both
quite.
of
The largest number there is 35%.
Okay, well, hang on. State of the democracy?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So
the number one is
they wrote it weird.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they did that. Like, usually they lead with the biggest numbers and it goes down. I don't know why they decided to not do that in this case. I'm not sure.
Well, then if this is the case, if that's the case, I'm sorry, I missed that statistic, like, there in the middle. But if that's true, then it looks like it's going to Trump flip for Harris then. And if that's the case, you have more women that are going to the polls. If the number one issue is the state of the democracy, I can't imagine that January 6th, right? I think that is going to activate like the political imagination, right? To the degree you're probably going to pin that on Trump more than you are on Harris, I would assume, for most people. So even though like the number two issue that they say is like the economy, like Harris, for all the talks about like how Trump is going to like fix the economy, remember when they actually had their debate on the stage, the person who I remember actually talking about economic policy the most was Harris. It was not Trump, okay? It was Harris constantly talking about like what she was going to do, what policies she was going to implement. I don't really and it might actually be true that Trump did talk about some policies and I just don't remember. But the point is, right, I don't remember them, right? And I don't think most voters are really all that different from me. So for this reason, I think that probably it's going to go to Harris. I don't think it's going to, I think it's going to be close, right? I think it's very possible that you might have like some more Republican women that show up for the economy. Like that's definitely possible, right? But, right, even though that's true, just the sheer fact that there are so much more women and the fact that the number one is the state of democracy and the fact that there really hasn't been that much of a shift in opinion, like that means, I think that means it's going to go to Harris.
So Tyler, right? You made the bold prediction, right, that it's going to be a sweep, except for maybe, I think you said Wisconsin or maybe Minnesota, that you thought, or Michigan, I should say, that you thought might go for Harris. Given these exit polls, what do you think? Given this data, how does that change your opinion?
I hate to be the bubble burster here, but if we have this data today before the actual election day, chances are a lot of what you're getting here are early voters and people that voted by mail, which is going to give you a sampling bias. I think the number one thing that this tells you about the American voter in a whole is that women prioritize their time better. And that's the biggest thing you can take from this. These are incomplete data sets until we get more numbers. We're comparing early voters to all voters from 2020. I'd like to see who comes out. That being said, what we're seeing here is generally Democratic voters. You see it in almost every state where there's early voting. Women are outvoting men. Women are trending Harris hard. For Harris to be this unfavorable with her key demographic coming out that much more, to me, tells me she's not doing very good in the state. Keep in mind, Joe Biden, I don't remember if he won or lost Arizona. It was razor thin, I thought, but he was at a 56% approval rating for job performance in the early parts of his administration. America gave him a chance. Right now, he's lower than Trump's average approval rating in office. He dipped about 15 points in approval rating from the 2020 election. I would have to guess that that's going to carry over to some degree.
Candidate call in.
Now, if you look, women generally, if you look at women polling, abortion is the fourth biggest thing. So to what Fairy Queen is saying, if she thinks that there's a voter, like a non-pollable, unlikely voter base of women that they could pull out, so wake the sleeping giant is what they say. Wake the sleeping giant of the non-voter with this issue of abortion is very possible. She could be 100% right, and the polling data just didn't pick it up. Same thing with Trump in 2016 with waking the sleeping giant on a lot of these untested left policies that make left-wingers and Democrats uncomfortable. Like a lot of Muslim terrorist violence in the United States and San Bernardino that they blamed on something else. Pulse nightclub, they said it was a gay man that was repressing his gayness when these were actually just terror attacks. And things of that nature. I think Trump tapped into that a bit with his Muslim ban, which is way over the top. Nobody supported it. But I think he's tapping into these uncomfortable subjects. How many more of those voters are out there for him to tap into versus how many are out there for Harris to tap into on abortion? I think she has the advantage on untapped, unlikely voters. But we don't know. What if the economy and inflation woke up a ton of people that previously didn't come out for Trump? We won't know that. So, but just to Fairy Queen's point, that could be true. But I think what you're seeing here is a bit of sampling bias. We do.
You think it's mostly because it's from the early voting, and that's your story here? Okay, fair enough.
That's my guess.
Fair enough.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, hold on before you do. Let me tell you what we're talking about, so you know, right? We are looking at the Arizona, some of the exit polls that have been released by Arizona, going through, and again, it's not complete data, it's incomplete data, but these are early results. These are what we're seeing, and the reasons why people voted and who voted. I think the big takeaways is that Favorability for both candidates is underwater. More people dislike both candidates than they like them, but the numbers haven't really shifted very hard in either direction. We see a huge drop in white voters, and we see a sharp increase in Hispanic women specifically in Arizona. We also see, and I think the biggest eyebrow raising thing in this is that, again, according to this exit poll, democracy is a bigger issue than the economy. If that holds, even if it as the night goes on that reduces to issue number 2 or issue number 3, that's still a huge problem for Trump, in my opinion, right? Because if we were looking at this going in, people asking, like, what was your top issues? Democracy was like number 8, number 12, right? It was very, very much down there. So I think that's a big thing. But those are the numbers, interpretations. I'm going to hand it to you, Gibbs. Then I want to hear Lactoid's thoughts. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if I can speak directly to Arizona, but I do want to kind of address what I came in on listening to now that we have the context. I think naturally, I think that the economy is going to play big. I think immigration is going to play big. There's a lot of people that feel disenfranchised by with the immigration thing, and it feels like they feel like funds are being directed towards this that could be directed towards them. I feel like the economy. I just was looking at some stats today. Here's one of them. Groceries under Biden is 21.5% higher. Let's see. Here's another good one here I have right here that I wrote down. It is that border encounters are up 330% from Trump to Biden, according to some sources. So, these are two massive things. I think it's like when you're an average normie, it's hard to sit here and go, oh, things are good with the economy when your credit card debt's high and all these things. And I think that is going to be an issue that pushes people that would normally vote Democrat to vote Republican because, people got to eat. It's just that simple. And then I think immigration is also going to push people because legalized immigrants don't like illegal immigration. They're very upset about it. I was just talking to my neighbors. They were both legal immigrants. They said they both voted for Trump. Because once they got their citizenship recently, and they were saying they both voted for Trump because they are not fans of illegal immigration. They want people to do it the legal way, and I thought that was interesting.
Caveat too: when he says illegal immigration, he's also talking about asylum abuse for people that limit it just to catch cases.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, I'm specifically talking about. When I be talking about illegal immigration, I'm not generally referring to asylum.
I want to hear from.
We had this conversation.
I want to hear from Lactoid now.
I'll talk specifically to
thoughts.
I'll talk specifically to Arizona. I know you're saying that there's some reports of democracy being a really important issue, perhaps even more important than the economy. I'm not sure I would read too into that in terms of it being a pro-Democrat message. I mean, you have Elon Musk, for example, like the most of the thrust of his campaigning has been, you have to vote Trump to save democracy, right? Like this is going to be the last election if Kamala Harris wins, because they're just going to flood in illegal immigrants and start, basically stealing away all the states. So
sure,
I think there's a lot of Trump voters that are motivated by that.
Lactoid, if you have $100, okay, and I say if you correctly identify which candidate this voter who says that their number one issue is democracy, okay, which candidate, I'll give you $100 if you can correctly identify which candidate this democracy as top issue voter voted for, who you putting your money on?
Yeah, in Arizona, it's going to be on a Trump voter, and this is
really
yes, and this is informed. This is maybe a little bit of cheating because this is informed by other things, primarily the polling and the projections. So if you bring up 270 to win right now, it doesn't even list Arizona as a swing state anymore. Polymarket has Trump winning Arizona, 82% chance. Every single poll on 538 going back basically 2 months has Trump ahead. I think there's a few that may have Harris slightly ahead, but the vast majority of polls have Trump ahead by the most recent ones by +5. I mean, you're seeing significant margins for Trump in this state. And, and again, given that, I think, it's reasonable to project here that a lot of Arizona voters, they're concerned with illegal immigrants coming in and changing the way their state votes, which would make sense because Arizona is traditionally a state that has been pretty sensitive to illegal immigration.
Wick, do you know the right-wing argument for democracy being on the ballot?
Yes, the Democrats are shipping in illegal voters who are
No, the
funding the
weaponization
election.
of the Justice Department argument.
Oh, there's a bunch, right? So there's a few.
Yeah,
there's multiple.
Starting from Crossfire Hurricane on to
yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, so that's kind of what they're thumping. Both Elon and Oprah, their closing messages yesterday were democracy is going to end unless you pick my candidate. So,
well, to Fairy Queen's point about abortion, I just in the other room, I have a friend here, and she is solely voting for Kamala for over the abortion issue. Like and she's a normie voter, low information voter, and we've talked, and she was asking about how different states have different abortion laws. And I was like, well, it's up to states now after Roe v. Wade, and that concept to her was kind of hard for her to grasp. Like, as not someone really into the politics.
Not back yet.
You just missed it.
Okay.
Dude,
you just missed it. Trump won the election.
Yeah. Are we back? Is the stream back up?
Yeah, I got the point. Don't worry.
Is the stream back up? I'm showing my OBS is showing green.
It is. Yes,
my OBS is showing green.
Yeah, it's
you're
good.
Black Toy showed his feet. You missed a lot.
Oh,
yeah.
God. Oh, please.
Normally, I charge for that too, so you did miss a lot.
Man, I missed it. It's disappointing.
But
man.
Yeah, in conclusion, I was saying that basically, she was voting solely for Kamala, and even though the states' rights thing, I feel like that's gonna be a hard thing for average voters that are low information voters to understand. I think that could be a deciding factor. We'll see how that plays out.
I also want to say one more thing, and this is not specific to Arizona, because I think that if we're talking about Wisconsin voters, democracy versus the economy, my answer could be different here. But I remember the last panel we were on, Wick. I mean, we were saying that the betting markets the day of, that's what we're looking at in terms of accuracy.
That was Econoboy's argument, not mine.
Right, but I mean, following Econoboy's argument, I mean, Trump is significantly ahead in all the betting markets right now.
Well, look.
Wait, hang on. Is that actually true? I haven't looked at the betting markets.
Yeah, he's dominating the betting markets.
I've heard that that's true for one betting market for
no, it's for all of them.
It's for all of them. I've got Kalshi and Polymarket up right now. Trump is significantly ahead in both. On my Robinhood, Trump is ahead. I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, betting markets have only inaccurately predicted one election since 1980, and that was the 2016 election when Trump took everybody by surprise. And the fact that Trump is ahead on election day is good news for him, right? That does indicate that this kind of crystal ball a little bit is pointing towards a Trump victory.
And in addition to that, say you get people that are I'm a pretty heavy sports bettor. I went and voted. I voted for Trump, obviously, but I went and put money down on Kalshi and on Polymarket for against Trump. I bet on Kamala because he was a 67% favorite when I did that, and that's going to go against what I would want to win. But the odds, obviously, I think it's a 50-50 race or 50. I think Trump's got a slight lead personally, or ahead, or I hope. But I put money on Kamala because hey, if the odds are outrageous, then you want to bet against the odds. In that case.
So here's the question that I have about the betting market. I understand that might be true. My counter to that though is that the Lichtman system has also not had an inaccurate. I don't think he's had an inaccuracy since the 80s as well. And he has he says that it's going to be razor thin, and he says that it's probably going to go to Harris, not to Trump. And so if you're going to say that this is an extremely consistent good record, right? The problem is that this system also has a good record, and frankly, it just seems to make more logical sense to me. I can see the logic behind why Lichtman makes that prediction. We're talking about a betting market. Why would what's the rationale behind why the betting market is more predictive of who is going to win? Why does it work? I understand that it does,
sure.
But what's the reason behind it?
The argument for why the betting market is more accurate is that rational market actors are going to make predictions with their money in a way that's far more honest than when they're talking to people or when they're reporting on polls or when people are making these large bets that they're looking into things and they're doing research, and people don't just throw away $1 million unless they're the most degenerate gamblers. And I'm sure some of those exist, but it's not going to be most or all the people that are betting on this race. And so the level of, I think, vetting that people go through when it comes to that is significantly higher than when it comes to just some kind of poll. When we're talking about Alan Lichtman, I agree that the guy, in my opinion, I think there's been some luck with his predictions. I mean,
hold on,
I'm skeptical of the key system.
Just real quick, I hate to interrupt, but just to my data slave here, we're gonna have early vote returns are gonna start coming in. Can you link me to the sites that you're going to be monitoring and things like that, so I can pull it up when I need, etc. Sorry to interrupt. I just needed to do that for the.
I was just sending you screenshots from updates right now.
Yeah,
actually.
please.
No, you're good. And I'm looking forward to Alan Lichtman getting just wrecked. I mean, he's a very left-wing activist kind of person. You look through his Twitter, you'll see it. I know he's saying that the keys don't reflect his personal opinion, but I mean, he definitely has an opinion, and he doesn't hide it. And I do wonder if maybe there's some level of implicit bias this time around that's causing him to rank the keys in favor of Kamala Harris as opposed to Trump.
So I'm going to share my screen here. These are the screenshots from the exit polls. These are national exit polls. Keep that in mind. But I think it's worth looking at. Okay, when you have voters under 30 nationwide, okay? Most important issue. For men, it's split almost 50-50 here. Economy has a slight edge, but democracy is just behind that. With women, obviously, 46%. Tyler?
I'll send you the link. I'll send it.
Please. That's surprising to me. I think that if you asked people, right, is democracy even going to be in people's top 5? No one would say so, right? I think because all earlier polls indicated that it wasn't even in the top 10. So I think that this is, whether this or not, whether this turns out to be, it's like Lactoid said, right, where it's something where a lot of Republicans jumped on this bandwagon. I don't know. I can't tell you, right? But I do think it says something about this election.
What's the yellow slice?
Abortion.
Okay, so women primarily motivated by abortion.
Yeah, what do you asked Lactoid, like what the democracy, right? It's like when you say that, right? I think it does vary, right? Because when I hear democracy, I hear like a lot of people sitting there thinking, oh, our country's, I obviously I run in like in my normie circles that are more conservative. I hear a lot of them talking about like, either conspiracy theories, or they think that stuff's rigged, or like, they don't like the way it's going. They're like, it's going to be no voting if one side wins, the other side. Like, versus when I come into Twitch poll and we talk about democracy, I hear a lot of like January 6th, kind of thing. What do you think, Wick, is like they're referring to? Because it looks like an NBC poll, so I would assume that you would probably have a closer meaning to what they're trying to reach with democracy versus what do you think the average person thinks?
So when let me
for this specific scenario,
I think that most people, when they give their number one concern as democracy, I think that almost everyone's referring to January 6th or something around January 6th. I think that is the most accurate, most likely. If I had money to put on someone who thought democracy was their biggest concern in America and a threat to democracy, 9 times out of 10, I think that voter, if that's their number one concern, is going to be Harris. If they are concerned about like importing illegals to vote, then their number one concern that they're going to say is going to be immigration. It's not going to be democracy. That's my intuition. That's what I would expect to happen. I could very well be wrong, but that's the argument I would make. If you are concerned about votes being, the vote tallies being disrupted because immigration, illegal immigrants are being imported in or whatever, you're just going to use immigration is going to be your number one issue in that case, right?
I've only heard that argument recently. Up until like the last few weeks, I really thought the whole argument was that Democrats were rigging the justice system against Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear it,
was the proof
the immigration is kind of a little newer stick, but like, it's kind of like, I know some people try to pigeonhole it as like a great replacement racial theory, but like, I think there is some concern about the immigration like issue that's like with that's like for the voting stuff. But I think generally it's like what you were just saying, Tyler, is the justice system. They think that some of these polling things are going to like be rigged. They're worried that the Dems are going to steal it. They're already like reporting different issues. I've like always wondered. We
got some predictions, gang. CNN prediction: Trump wins Kentucky. Gang, if you were,
AP also called Indiana for Trump.
Yes,
Vermont
that's.
I think Vermont. Yeah, Vermont.
Here, let me bring up a map. Okay.
Here, I got ABCs up. I'll link it.
Please do.
Best one. I've looked at them all. Best one easily.
Charles Trump is ahead, 19-3. Stop the count.
Everything after this is a steal, right?
This is when we start cheating, guys.
You might not get your results the fastest, but this is the easiest one to navigate.
Okay, this is what we're looking at. Vermont has been called. 3 electoral votes to Harris. Kentucky has been called. 8 electoral votes to Trump. Okay, poll closed 4 minutes ago in these states. Florida, too close to call. South Carolina, too close to call. Georgia, too close to call. Vermont, Virginia, Indiana, too close to call. Apparently, according to this site specifically. Here, let me...
Oh, wait, we got Vermont?
I see 8 precincts have been called in the House for Republicans, all safe districts.
Here, if you guys want to watch along, this is probably the better way to do it. So you can all see and leave time what I am seeing. Do I have to refresh this, or will this update as we go?
Updates on the fly.
Then we will keep this up as we talk, as we discuss. I think that's probably the best way to do it. And we can rely on Mr. Data Analyst here, Data Analyst Expert, to give us some county by county things. Have you seen, because we have seen some early vote totals come in from these states, have you seen in that Bellwether County you were talking about in Florida, what does that look like, and how does it compare to the previous things, or is it still too early to call?
0% polling right now from
so we
Osceola
don't know.
County,
Fair
which
enough.
is the Hispanic one, yeah.
It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up and buckle in, okay? So far, I don't think there's any huge surprises here.
Stand down and stand by.
Yeah, I don't
Initial
think
Georgia results are coming in right now.
Stand back and stand by.
Oh, sorry.
Can we?
I'm very proud.
Hold on, how's this map
1%
work?
Georgia reporting. And Trump's ahead. Ha ha ha.
I'm not seeing any updates on this site, unfortunately.
AP has Trump like one. I see what Lactoid's saying.
Yeah, I'm following AP. Currently 1,500 votes roughly to 1,200 votes. So
okay,
your girl's getting shellacked.
Yeah,
it's way too early.
I know.
I know. We're having fun.
She's
we're
only
having
getting
fun.
beasted.
I don't know, Tyler. That's like 300 votes.
She's getting beasted, not shellacked. You know, it's gradations.
But no, this site actually, I'm really impressed with it. We can check.
How do y'all get it
county?
to go blank, like right off the bat?
Interesting. We can look at
It's
each
the
county.
You might not get the results the fastest, but easily the best.
Super useful. Though the update needs to update faster.
Speed matters. That's what matters.
Do you have a faster one?
It's not as detailed, but the AP Associated Press.
Can you link that to me so perhaps I can?
share that? So if just Google voting results, and it's the very first thing that comes up. It's in the Google. It's a Google widget, basically.
All right, what states have been called so far? Can y'all say that again?
Indiana and Kentucky for Trump, and was it Vermont?
Vermont, yeah. Vermont for
yeah.
Harris.
So again, we have to look at what is coming in, and more importantly, where it's coming in at. So again, less than 1% reporting. You can't really make any predictions yet. You can't really make any calls. The only thing we got is a county right next to Macon, which we can't look at. Man, I would.
Is that MTG's county? Just
I
out
was
of
saying,
curiosity.
I think you're right about the Florida thing, about how you were analyzing Florida.
Mhm.
Like if it's a close win for Trump, it's a toss-up,
I'm talking
right?
10 or less, right?
I don't know about 10 or less, but I think that Florida's the one to watch for sure.
Well, the thing in Florida is if she doesn't develop an early lead, she's going to lose because Pensacola.
Well, she's going to lose.
No, we already know she's going to lose Florida. The argument is
how
basically,
much?
yeah, it's like if it's a close win for Trump in Florida, then I think that indicates that there's maybe like he didn't do as well. There's more blue support.
Okay, Indiana also just got called, according to ABC, for Donald Trump. So Indiana, projected winner, Donald Trump. Gang, okay. Donald Trump, 19 votes to Harris's 3. What's going on? And look at the popular vote. Trump's winning that popular vote. Okay, so you got to keep that in mind. We're going to be switching between these two maps. I think both are helpful.
Yeah, it's not looking good for you. It's pretty much over. Might as well throw it out.
What did you think of what Trump said about that? That he thought if it was off the popular vote that he would win because he would campaign differently. What do you think about that?
I don't think that's true.
I think the funniest meme would be him winning the popular vote and then losing the college.
That'd be wild.
That'd be the best.
I'm looking
meme.
at Florida. Okay,
that would be pretty
on
funny.
the ABC map. Okay, I'm looking to see which counties are coming in, and because again, I used to live in Brevard County actually, so I'm familiar with kind of like the voting patterns. Brevard's going to go red. It just is. It always has, except for if you go back to like the 90s or some shit, right? But if you look at this, you're going to see this be blue most likely. This kind of area, you're going to see this all be red, and there's going to be pockets of blue. You're going to see in the kind of the Tampa areas, this area, Orlando area, you're going to see that be blue, this corridor, okay? Everything else is going to be red. But here's the difference. You're going to see totals, and totals are going to matter, right? This one, it's all in who, like you see 71% reporting in, 67,000 for Harris, 63,000 for Trump. Only a 3% difference. If Kamala was going to win this state, she'd need that to be a lot higher. Because we can look at these other smaller counties. Clay County, Trump's pulling away at 70%, right? That's what he needs to do. That matters, okay? 65 to 28 matters. Again, 70% reporting. 50-49, 175, 172, razor thin. In Duval County, nah, she needs that to be way higher than it is. 66%. She's not getting Florida, gang. If you were hoping on Florida, it isn't happening for Harris based on these numbers. It could change. Maybe there's a bunch of Harris voters that are coming last minute. I don't know. But looking at this, nah. This is more what you would want to see in Broward County, right? But even that's low for her when we look at the actual percentage gap. She needs that to be more like 70%.
She's up in Georgia.
Can I jump in here about Florida really quickly?
Please.
If you look
up by 10% in Georgia.
Center of the state there, the blue triangle looking one, it's called Osceola County. That is the state with the 2/3 Hispanic demographic, 1/3 being Puerto Ricans. Right now, 71% of the vote is in on ABC, and Trump is doing better in that county than he ever has been by 3% points, meaning he's probably up with Hispanics. If he wins the county, which is unlikely, he's never won it, then that shows he's probably going to start overturning a lot of blue counties. But right now, he is 3 points higher than 2016 and 9 points higher than 2020.
Well, we'll see how it goes, right? Again, as stuff comes in, Lake County, 68% for reporting, 60 to 40. This actually is kind of low for him. He needs that to be a little higher, right? If 60 to 40, if all these little counties, right, these traditionally red counties go 60-40, that's not a good sign for him. But again, Harris ain't doing better, right, as we just heard. So we'll have to look at it. We'll have to see. Do you know, do you have the numbers up from 2020, how Broward County did back in 2020? Could you look? Because I think that's going to be indicative.
The early polling numbers.
My guess here is that she did better, or that Biden did better in Broward in 2020. But that's a guess. I want to hear that.
I was gonna say across the board, it looks like early polling, like Democrats have underperformed while Republicans have matched or equal to or overperformed with early voting, which is typically something they're not as good at. However, independents have made up a larger chunk of the early voting than ever before. So, like, I think that's something to watch.
Jeb Tan says, why even watch Florida if Georgia is counting? Because they think that the percentage of Florida will affect Georgia and will affect that area. I think they're intertwined in a way. But I'm just curious the 2020 results for Broward County.
Can you spell Broward for me?
Broward. I want to know total.
Joe Biden won 64.48. Trump won 34.74.
What's the totals?
Trump took 333,000. Biden took 618,000.
Okay, so we got 67% reporting in. It looks like Trump's overperforming here than he did in 2020. That's a good sign for Trump. Let's take a look at some of the other states because, yes, we will.
Well, that can be deceptive on its own. You also have to look at demographic changes. If some of these counties increase or decrease in size or demographic, then you could see different results. Whereas, again, this one district I'm pointing out that's been vetted by the great and godly Steve Kornacki.
So Georgia, actually, over the state, 51% Harris, boys. Let's go. Trump apparently lost. Let's stop the count right here. I think this is a good place to stop it.
No, Democrats don't do that. We're not afraid to win fair because we always do.
Just to be clear, Virginia, there's under 1,000 votes already, and Trump is winning by I think 70 votes.
Are we gonna do this all night, where we do like, we got 1,000 votes in, and Trump is ahead by 5?
You got to keep the people interested, man.
I guess so.
Say, what else are Lactoid and I gonna bicker about otherwise?
Yeah, let's look at some of these. Let's look at some of these counties. I'm really curious. So we got places like Rockdale. That's a huge margin. Douglas County, that margin, that's what Kamala needs to keep up and do, right? That's wildly big. Let's look at what some of the red counties are doing, especially close to Florida. I'm really curious. That's a good margin for Trump as well, though. Like, they are both doing kind of what they need to. Look at this fucking margin, 91% Trump.
Can you go back to Rockdale real quick? It was 70% Biden, 29%.
Okay, early voting, Harris is overperforming. That matters. This might be a repeat of 2016, but in reverse. So one of the artifacts that people forget about 2016 is Clinton in red states overperformed. She won more votes in red states than Obama did. But the problem is it wasn't enough to overturn the red states, right? And so she just made some gains, right, in states she was never going to win. I'm curious if this is going to play out the same, where we see Trump make gains in places like Florida, right? Or he makes a little bit more in California, or he makes like the red states just go redder. That won't help him. He needs to win states that he lost in 2020, and we'll see if he does.
Rockdale County is almost 60% African American or Black alone, not mixed race, where it's only 26% white alone, not mixed race. So that's a very...
Wait, pull up those percentages again.
I could link them. This is the 2020 census. African American or Black, 57.48% for Rockdale County. So that is definitely a Democrat voting well you're looking at there. And if she overperforms Biden in the flat vote, then yeah, you could be talking about Democrat turnout being higher than expected.
So let's look at Virginia, because Artemis Fowl was in my DMs earlier telling me, Virginia. Look at Virginia. Virginia might flip. So let's give it a look.
Maybe.
We'll see what's happening here. It's 0% reporting, 58 to 41%. I don't know if we can make any calls. Only one county looks to have any in, and it's a county with like 10,000 people. I don't know what to tell you. We got some other Hanover County with 1% reporting, 1%. Yeah, again, too early to tell, too close to call. Let's wait and see. North Carolina is coming in very soon, and that will be too. Remember what I said when we went into this. We were looking at Florida, we're looking at Georgia, we're looking at North Carolina, and they're going to tell the story of the night. That's my prediction. They're going to tell the story of the night. So far in Florida, it seems to be, and we'll check to see if this is going to play out, Trump is overperforming what he did.
What point does the freak out start for one side?
Not yet. It's coming.
Yeah. When does it start? That's the.
So when do I get worried? Here's the thing.
Two Rust Belt states go to Trump. It's over.
If Georgia and if Virginia doesn't go blue, it's over. Okay, Harris can't win. But I think Virginia's going to go blue.
I think it's going to go blue.
I'll back up that prediction. I think it's also going to go blue, but I would love to get proven wrong.
But like I said, I think North Carolina is also going to go red. But if I'm wrong and it goes blue, that tells a story, right? That leads us to believe certain things. I think North Carolina is going to go red. I don't want it to go, but I think it is. But if it doesn't, and if it's blue, then I think that Trump can't win. So my thing is, again, that's why we're watching Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. If any of them go blue, and Florida's not going to, right? But if Georgia and North Carolina both go blue, it's going to be an early night. I don't think North Carolina will. Georgia very well might. Pennsylvania is going to be the in it to win it. Like, Pennsylvania is gonna be what wins the election for either candidate, in my opinion.
I don't know, but for sure, like, if this is my thing, here's a prediction I'll make. If it comes down to Pennsylvania, we're not going to know for several days, obviously. I think that there's a very real possibility that it could be called before Pennsylvania, like one way or the other.
We have one key contested race right now. 70% is in. It's Florida's House 13. Heartthrob Representative Luna is up 53%, which is what she won at. So she's performing almost exactly what her polling said she would and previous results said she would. So it's looking like she's going to keep that recently flipped district.
She's the really attractive one, isn't she?
She's very attractive.
Yeah, I remember her.
Send me pics, okay? I want to see.
She's pretty thick.
Only substance-based endorsements of politicians here.
She lost to Charlie Crist.
Oh, there's a lot of good substance there.
She lost to Charlie Crist, the former governor, twice, and then dethroned him in 2022 in the Florida red wave that we actually did see in that one state. And then after that, it looks like she's going to hold the seat. So that's another House seat that Republicans flip they're going to keep.
We have a little bit more information coming in from Georgia. Okay, it's still very early, only 3%. But Trump has regained the lead, 91,000 to 87,000. Okay, only 3% reporting. Again, we got to look in. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? Camden County in near Florida. Really good margins. 80% reporting. Brantley County. You're going to see all these at the bottom. Almost all these go red. Atlanta's in here somewhere. You're going to see that go blue, obviously. But, yeah, all these ones near Florida are going to go red. The margins will matter. So we'll got to see where they come in at, where they go in. Greene County came in, 87%. It's going red. McDuff, 67% going red. Heard County, again, we see this going red. And we can compare this to the Georgia map to see where the cities are, right? So you expect all this to kind of go blue. You expect all, like, this area to go kind of bluish, right? The cities, basically, you'll see mostly blue. There'll be some red, but mostly blue. And the area surrounding will be mostly blue. And then everything else is going to be pretty red. So it looks like counties outside of the cities aren't at play yet. And this is what we got. Again, 3% in. We don't know yet. Hard to say.
Exit polling data just dropped from Georgia right now. The black vote is down for Harris, only a couple percent, but it's still down from Joe Biden in 2020. And the black vote for Trump is up from 88 down to 86 for Harris, up from 11 to 12% for Trump. But again, we don't have the full data. This is just early vote-based exit polling, which Georgia did have a pretty sizely early vote.
We will see as we go on, right? Like, what about the black vote in total? Has that been up compared to 2020?
Nothing.
Down?
Just in Georgia, it's down. The black
in
vote
Georgia, the black vote overall is down. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So far,
Jones is already reporting election fraud in Pennsylvania with law enforcement on the way. Just so y'all like that.
Wait, who's reporting it?
Alex Jones, the most trusted
most trusted name in news.
Alex Jones can say all sorts of things.
Is on the way.
The gravel-voiced God himself.
Yeah, he's on the way. Law enforcement is, guys. Just thought I would drop that quick update. You can trust.
These are important updates. We need to know.
Yeah,
hey, I only bring you the
wars this evening.
Yeah, I only bring you the most relevant news. Yeah, that's my job here.
Okay, South Carolina. I don't think anyone thinks South Carolina is going blue. Does anyone here think South Carolina is going blue?
No, nobody thinks that.
No, solid. Wait. Can you go back to it though? I'm just curious. Thank you. Can you click on which of those counties are up there?
Kershaw, Chesterfield,
and Chesterfield.
These are pretty typical, right?
Yeah, they're going to be for Trump.
Yeah, I don't see any of that. We are in wait for those of you just tuning in tonight and all night tonight. We're going to be playing with these maps, and this is your new god. Okay, these maps. You're gonna see me click on all the things. Okay, and we're gonna look and we're gonna analyze and we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty details. Where are people voting? Where are the voting coming in? And why are they voting? How they're voting? Why are we seeing these things as they come in? And we'll interpret it as we go. But please stick with us, stay with us, and we will get to it. And we'll get there, and we'll get these results coming in. We got more election results in 6 minutes at 7:30. We got more polls closing, and I'm excited. Are you excited, dear viewer? I hope you are. Well, how we feeling? How we feeling, gang? What are we thoughts here?
Like I want to throw up.
Yeah,
the odds markets are favoring pretty much across the board. And Predicted, which is most favorable to Kamala, she's fallen behind. Kalshi has Trump up more than he was before, and then Polymarket, he's almost at 62%, compared to Kamala's 38.5%. So the bettors are seeing something with the early reports that's making them comfortable with Donald Trump.
Guess we'll see how accurate the
Have you
betting
considered
is.
he doesn't have enough keys to unlock the White House door?
I'm not.
He lost all his keys to the White House. He sent them off to be gold-plated. Never got them back.
Out of curiosity,
That is something he would do.
Tyler, Palm Beach County. What was the 2020 results for Palm Beach County? I'm just very curious. And tonight I'm going to ask you to do a lot of 2020 checking, right, and comparing. So just be prepared for that. But what was the percentage and what was the totals? I'm just really curious.
Tyler, are you speaking? I can't hear you.
No. I'm pulling it up right now. Palm Beach County, 2020. Trump had 334,000 votes at 43%. Oh, it says Biden had the same amount of votes. It must be a mistake, but he got 55.97%. There's something messed up in their data here, it looks like.
Okay.
Oh, so no. I'm sorry. Dyslexia I have. It's 433,000 versus 334,000.
Okay. And what was the percentages again?
43 for Trump, 56 for Biden.
So according to this, with 68% in, and that could change, Trump seems to be overperforming his 2020 numbers by quite a few percentage points, at least in these counties. And remember, gang, Broward County, he lost by what was he at Broward County? Like 33%? Was that the number? Can you remind me?
Yeah, let me pull it back up. Broward County, Trump 35,
35.
Biden 65.
Again, 65. So again, early, we don't have all the votes in, but Trump seems to be overperforming his 2020 totals. Whatever that's worth, that's what we have. Again, Florida was never seriously in play. If you were thinking Florida was in play, you're silly. But it will matter on the percentage of wins here.
Now, it is important to note that during the pandemic, after Biden was elected, we saw for, I want to say it was 9 months, California and New York saw the biggest decline in population. I think California actually net lost people for a year. And a lot of those people, I think Florida was the largest growing state. So a lot of conservative voters from those states, I think, moved to Texas, Florida, maybe even Georgia. We could see that impacting the vote. So it might not be overperforming as much as demographic change.
Very, very true, right? Voters moving because of COVID restrictions, etc. Quick question overall, in the 2020 election, what was the overall Florida vote percentage? I'm just curious about percentage-wise.
Oh, this is broken down by county.
I don't care about the counties. I care about the overall state.
Do you want to know what percent of eligible voters voted?
No, I want to know what did Trump win by?
Oh, that's easy then. Okay, 51.2%, 5,668,000.
Okay, so yes, it looks like, again, from this, and I think it's also reflected here. Trump is overperforming so far in Florida. That's an indicator. It might not be indicative, but it is something to keep in mind as we go through the night, as we look at things, as we see what's coming out. And it's looking like Trump is overperforming so far. We'll see if that holds.
A new experience for him.
Okay, let's see what Virginia's looking like. Pretty neck and neck, but we got 2% in, so it's not. I don't know. Like 2% in, there's not really much you can say.
Well, except stop the count. You can say that.
I guess. It's interesting with the ABC or the Google poll, the AP poll. Kamala's ahead by quite a bit. I think that's because the difference here being Richmond, Richmond County, Richmond City, coming in. Whereas on this one, only 6%, right? So it's not in by a lot yet. So I think that's probably the difference maker there. But again, we'll see. Some people think Virginia's in play. I don't. But if it is, that's a huge indicator. And we might actually have an early night. If Harris can't win Virginia, that's a problem, right?
When was the last time a Dem didn't win Virginia? Like Bill Clinton when he lost his own state?
No, I think 2000. I think the Bush years. I think Virginia might have run red. I could be wrong. Double check that.
I think you're correct.
So it wasn't terribly long ago, but yeah. But yeah, looking. Oh, West Virginia has been called. West Virginia just called. Just predictions, okay? West Virginia, 4 electoral votes go to Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
4 electoral votes.
Salute.
Look, imagine paying $12,000 for this kind of data, okay? Like Destiny's team did. We get it for free on ABC.
Have you seen their little map? It's so fun.
I'm sure it is. Is it $12,000 fun?
Well, not to me, but I mean, if you have $12,000, I mean, what else are you going to spend?
We are seeing
and
the polls
it's probably
closing.
a tax write-off. Probably a tax write-off.
We're seeing polls closing in North Carolina and Ohio. North Carolina is going to be the one to watch. Ohio might be an indicative too. Again, we can look to see if Ohio, because Ohio and Pennsylvania, right? You can see they're neighbors. They do somewhat influence each other. They often vote at odds, but there is some, especially in the Pittsburgh area and that area, there is some overlap in thought process and things like that. So it will be interesting to see if Trump overperforms, underperforms, how that goes. But again, the big ones are Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, and at 8 o'clock, oh boy, the slow giant Pennsylvania. That's going to be fun. Are you guys excited? Who's excited here? Okay. Let's get some, I know, some energy. Fairy Queen, you look like you're falling asleep. Okay, you okay?
I'm here. I didn't go anywhere, okay?
But what about Iowa? Iowa doesn't close till 9 p.m. Eastern.
Iowa, let's fucking go!
We'll see.
I wonder where Tyler's from.
We'll see.
Land of butter cows. Let's go.
Oh, we have Georgia update, 8%. Okay. Trump taking a huge lead, but again, look and seeing where they're coming in at. They're coming in along the places, not around the cities, right, that you normally will see. Let's look at the margins. 64-35. That's on the edge, right? Trump wants to do better than that, but that's acceptable. Does that make sense in these smaller counties? What he wants is these kinds. He wants that 91%, right? Like in these super small counties. He wants this on all these things. He wants anything over 70% is great for him. And he needs that. 65% is on the edge. Camden County, 68%, that's acceptable. That's good, right? That's close to 70. That's what he wants. 68, that's what he wants. This, again, too close, right? He wants that a little bit better. That is not good. If that holds, and he can't win rural counties like this. He can't win with just 52% in a rural county like this. He can't. right? So let's go through and kind of see the vibe that we're getting here. Again, remember, 55% of the pointing in. This is early reporting. We'll get more. It'll update as the night goes on. Yada, yada, yada. Let's keep going. Berwyn County, solid. Not very solid at all. Actually, kind of worrisome for Trump there. Worrisome for Trump. Solid. It's looking like most of them are what he needs to do. There's a few worrying signs like this one, right? But most of these seem to be what Trump needs to see.
I'll tell you what, Wick, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah?
Not going to lie. I think things are,
Well,
just
the
initial stuff it's early, but I mean, stuff's coming in, and I mean, it's looking good. I mean, Trump is so far ahead in Florida, and the panhandle hasn't even been counted yet.
Yeah,
Right?
that's going to be huge for I think that, again, it's something to look into, and it is a worrying sign for Harris. Just true. But again, we saw 2016, Clinton overperformed, but only where it didn't matter, right? So we'll see. Georgia's going to be the thing. Rockdale County, Harris is doing what she needs to do. Douglas County, Harris is doing what she needs to do. We'll see if that holds. We don't have the cities in yet in Georgia. Like, we don't have Clayton, DeKalb, Fulton. We don't have any of that. That's going to matter. So we got to see. We got to wait to see how Georgia turn out.
Senate update. I'm not sure anyone here was disputing this, but Jim Justice just replaced Joe Manchin, who was forced out for being a moderate.
What a horrible crime. I'm glad that he was removed.
2% North Carolina. Harris is up 70%.
Based.
Jill Stein has a whole percentage point?
Isn't that like the saddest thing?
Oh, it's not as sad as Chase Oliver with his 0, but yeah.
It's true. No. I mean, isn't Jill Stein like weirdly connected to Russia?
Well, at least Russia got that measly 1%, okay? We can deal with the 1% after the election, okay?
It just makes me sad that that's how uninformed people are.
China's already got the White House with the Biden crime family in charge, so, they already won.
I think she sat at the same table as somebody from Vladimir Putin one time, and that's her connection to Russia.
Hey Gibbs, I don't know if you heard about this, but the Supreme Court recently decided that the president doesn't do crimes. So how could it be the Biden crime family, huh?
He just is. No, hold on. He's just listen. I'll give him credit where credit's due. They're so good at crime that they got to this position of power that what they do is no longer crime thanks to the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah,
you're right. I will give them. They're very goated as criminals. Like, it's impressive that they're the creme de la creme of the criminals.
Biden sicked Jack Smith onto Donald Trump in a bid to get himself presumed criminal immunity. It was the long con all this time for Burisma.
I mean, if you're worried about Russia, though, man, look no further than the climate change movement in the United States and the UK. So it's pretty much hundreds of millions of dollars funneled in.
North Carolina is too early. Like, again, you want to see that, but 2%, we can't make anything out of 2%, right? We got to wait. We got to wait. If this is a margin at 50%, then call me then. But, like, again, we looking what counties are coming in, where these numbers are coming from, all that matters. Right? So when you only got like 3% of a county reporting, 7% of county reporting, that ratio's great. She needs to actually up it a little bit and maintain it, but we'll see, right? It's a waiting game. And I know that sucks, but it's a waiting game at this point, okay?
We're about to start getting Pennsylvania soon here, too.
Yeah, we have Ohio starting to be on the map now. 3% reporting. Donald Trump's ahead, of course, but I don't think anybody was realistic.
You're never gonna. Ohio's just red now.
It's not a swing state anymore.
But there are districts in there that do show you, as Wick was saying, it shows you bellwether districts of the Rust Belt. There's certain ones in there, if they go a certain way, could play into Michigan and Wisconsin. And again, Trump is undercounted in those two states. In the last two elections, he was in by 9, I think, one, or was it 8 maybe, and the other one 5. I don't know. It's by big numbers, he's undercounted in the Rust Belt.
We'll find out. That holds true.
So I was gonna say, I'm very disappointed. I know that you, two of y'all got flags behind y'all, but this is a special day, and I feel like it's an extra patriotic day, and only
Democracy
only
Day. Yeah.
So there should be much more American flag decor, I think,
You're
and
right.
clothing and whatnot. Y'all need to
Wait,
step up your game.
Where's your American flag? All I see is a blinking profile picture.
Well, it's because I'm also streaming on. We're trying to do this other thing.
Fake
patriot.
Yeah,
OBS only allows us to run cameras through one thing at a time, unfortunately.
I've never heard of OBS virtual camera, which is what I'm using right now.
I'm too tech illiterate.
Yeah, I mean, I have it, but it doesn't work too good because we're doing that stream together thing, since it like promotes you now, like if you use it, and it doesn't work too good through that thing, and like if you're using Firefox or Chrome, I don't know, it's like too many levels. Twitch hasn't figured out all the kinks.
Yeah, I think Florida Trump's probably overperforming in Florida than 2020. Again, only 67% in. We don't know. Oh, $2 from Zephyr Hash. Wick, tell Gibbs about the gift you're getting. Zephyr Hash ordered me a very special hoodie, which will be coming in around Thursday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think you will enjoy it. If you like patriotism, I think you will enjoy the hoodie. Okay.
I'm excited.
I'm excited to wear it on stream for you guys.
I just want to quickly say, major moves in the betting markets. Predict It just shifted from Trump being 1 cent ahead, and now Trump's at 59, Kamala's at 45. Polymarket has an even greater difference. Trump's at 65. Kamala's at below 35 and dropping.
That's gonna wildly swing. Again, I know you guys like the predicted markets and the betting markets. I don't think they're predictive. I think they're a lagging indicator. But
you know what that sounds like? Premium copium.
It does. Kalshi has Donald Trump at 64% now. And I mean, remember, this is predictive. I mean, historically speaking, it's very predictive.
It is, but they're classically way further off than the polls are. And if you want, RCP and Atlas are the most reliable in the last 2 elections, so I'd go with that. I just want to point out Vermont called their governor race. They reelected the Republican for governor and also went with Harris for president. So Vermont split tickets, base moderates.
I thought that was a crime that we ejected Joe Manchin for.
I mean, I like split tickets in purple states. I voted all Democratic except for Trump.
Moderates are only bad when they disagree with me.
Trump is at 67 on Polymarket now.
Well, that's all well and good.
Place your bets now, folks. You can make dollars.
Wow, and Predict It, which again, like just earlier today, had Kamala slightly ahead. Trump's at 62 now. I mean, wow. The numbers out of Florida are looking really good for Trump.
They are.
I guess the gamblers are pretty excited
about that. The gamblers
are
betting on that. But again, the issue being is it's very possible that this is just 2016, where again, Clinton overperforms in states she doesn't need to win. Like Florida was never going blue. Trump could win by 100% in Florida. It wouldn't matter. Only in the fact that what it says about the rest of the electorate. Now, again, as I said, I think we can make some inferences on Florida. And I think it's not nothing. But I think it does something we have to keep in mind, that there are other indicators on the board. Mad Honeybee for $10. I got my vote. I vote sticker. No matter who wins, they make history, and we should all be grateful we have the right to vote in the first place. From your buddy, the Dirty Centrist. Thank you for the $10, and thank you for voting. I appreciate you. And you're correct. We all should be grateful that we have the right to vote. I think that's something that we can't take for granted. And voting based. The Doghouse Show is with us. I'm going to get a drink and use the restroom. I'm going to give the platform. I'm going to let Fairy Queen, she's going to moderate. So be good while I'm gone. Okay? But yeah.
Moderate what? Unless me and Gibbs are going to.
Can't get into it with Gibbs.
I'm
my job.
I'm a saint. I'm a very nice, saintly person.
Saint. Okay.
This is the only MAGA traitor that I love.
There's a bunch of. I can post anyone that's interested the link. There's a bunch of races to watch up on NBC right now. In the House District, 6% in House District 7 in Virginia, where Vindman, the brother of the guy who testified during Trump's first impeachment, he is running in a district Democrats traditionally win in the last few elections. Haven't lost it in maybe, I think, 6 cycles, House cycles now, which is 2 years. So Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent, stepped down. Vindman stepped up. This district has been trending more and more Democrats slowly over time. It's just trickling 1/2 a point at a time. But it could be turned easily on a dime. Vindman's up right now. Just keep an eye on it.
Tell you what, this Saturday I wish I'd gone on your show instead of fucking watch the Aggies play. I'll tell you that, Doghouse. That's fucking.
Hey, I didn't.
Better waste of my time.
I canceled the show. I was like, I was struggling. If anybody knows anything about trying to get together panels, it is a struggle.
Saturday's a hard day.
I like panels.
Unless
I'm
you're
off
like
on Saturdays.
Somebody was talking about this, like, I think it was Fabian last night. Fabian, ironically, had a few good points. There's like a level to like Scythe where you get enough clout to like host panels, but then like you don't have enough clout to like get people there unless you're paying them. Like,
Right.
and it's like it's hard, like on certain days, and shit. Like, Saturday's a hard day to do it on.
Yeah, I'm trying to right now pull up the New York Times election results. The thing about it is, I was just looking into it with my chat, and it looks like Georgia right now is certainly leaning towards Trump. But the thing about it is that we haven't had Atlanta put in any of their votes just yet, and I'm trying to see if it's changed. Ohio just closed too. In Ohio, same situation. You have a lot of rural counties pulling in their results, which is what's to be expected, right? So trying to pull this up, but the darn thing don't want to pull up.
Were you guys good?
No.
They were terrible. Awful.
I was as good as I always am.
Gibbs said some TOS words.
Another tight race to look at is going to be shit, I lost it on my sheet.
Beautiful. I'm just comparing the different I'm comparing the different maps. It's interesting. I'm not well, you know what I'm not seeing right now? And I'll be real with you while you look for what you're looking for. I'm not seeing any surprises. We all knew Florida was going red. Nothing's crazy about that. We all knew it was going to be close in these other states. So far it is. I know it's super early, but I'm not seeing any surprises. What do you guys think?
None right now. It's going as expected, right?
New Hampshire second is what I'm looking at here. This is something we're going to keep an eye on because the polls are about to close. 80% are in. This is one that was supposed to be a close race. It's off by 15 right now. So that could be one of the potential red wave districts that was going to flip. That's actually like going really heavy hair. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, some other things. North Carolina is coming in with some votes as well. We're at 2% votes in, and Kamala Harris is up. But it's important to note right now that it looks like Raleigh is really doing some heavy carrying there with 6%, the majority, 72 to 27, but that's only 6% of votes in as well. Still waiting for Charlotte to start reporting in some of their votes.
$5 from Less Than Sell. Regardless of who wins, I'm proud of how far we've come. In this election, we have 2 first ever elections, either first woman president or first felon. Thank you for $5.
It's American exceptionalism.
True. We got, let's see. Pennsylvania closed at 8 in 12 minutes.
Here we go. That one's exciting.
But that one's going to be so slow. Don't let the polls closing at 8 fool you.
No.
Pennsylvania is going to take forever.
That one's going to be the one that, like, if Donald Trump were to raise any kind of claim about any kind of, like, fraud or anything like that, that's going to come from Pennsylvania's race. Probably
Pennsylvania's the win or lose. Look, you guys saw my predicted map. I put it, my predicted map. I put it on Twitter. I showed you guys on stream. Pennsylvania is the state that I think will win it for Harris, but it's win or lose for both of them. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins.
Yeah. So you think it's coming down to Pennsylvania?
Yes, because Harris can lose Georgia. Harris can lose North Carolina.
I think
Harris
so
can
as well.
lose Arizona. Harris can lose Nevada. Harris can lose Iowa. Harris can lose all these other states. New Mexico. She can't lose Pennsylvania.
Well, and I'll tell you guys this too. I looked at the Senate races, and according to ABC News, they were stating how basically there's 11 Republicans only need 11 seats to take the majority in the Senate, and right now they're expected to probably win 9 seats at least, which means that Democrats have to do some seriously heavy lifting to end up taking the majority. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
If you're expecting, look, I know one of the toss-ups is Texas, so we're my home state. So I'm all confident with Texas, but even then, like they would have to do a massive sweep in Ohio. They'd have to do it's just not going to work. House might be up, but I think what we're looking at here is one of the presidents, whoever wins this, is going to be dealing with the split Congress. Is what this is going to come down to. Is my bet. And that's going to be really interesting to see who can work across the aisle. Who'd be better with that? Would it be Donald Trump or would it be Kamala Harris? That's the bigger question there, right?
Good chance of that.
Take a wild fucking guess.
Good chance the House goes to the Democrats.
Yeah.
I got a breaking news update. Just started to jump in here, but 50 pro-Palestine protesters have gathered in front of the White House.
Oh God, it's over, guys.
Oh.
It's over.
Okay.
It's over. They will not vote for Kamala Harris until she swears to dissolve the state of Israel.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's over.
I'm looking at the. So here's the thing, right? And I think this tells a story, and Florida's important, right? It's always going to be going red, but I think it bears to see some of the narratives that were going on, and we can kind of make some inferences. There was a lot of to-do, at least in left-wing circles, about Trump's comments on Puerto Ricans, right? Or his the comedian that he had at his rally calling Puerto Rican a trash island, basically. And how that was going to swing the race, and a lot of Puerto Ricans were actually going to vote against Donald Trump because of that. That doesn't seem to be playing out in Florida. That doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, Florida wasn't. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe Florida had a ton of Puerto Ricans.
They had mostly Cubans, things like that.
More,
right?
I was gonna say it's probably mostly Cubans, but I think from what we've understood is Puerto Ricans, surprisingly, are more in what was it, New York and Pennsylvania. That's the ones that we were supposed to look at.
There's
so
like 500,000,
but
something
there's
like
not no Puerto Rican, Puerto Ricans in these states, right?
But
and
I
so,
mean,
again, the reason I'm saying this is, again, Broward County, Palm Beach County, Osceola County, they're all underperforming their 2020 when it comes to Harris. Like, Harris is underperforming Biden just across the board in Florida. I think that matters.
But I'm not. There's a whole lot of ways you can slice and dice that in Florida, right? I mean, Florida's Florida. It's you could either say, is this because people are just like realizing that they're in a deep red state and the chances of them actually flipping it blue is slim to none? Possibly, right? Could it be that they just genuinely are not enthused about Kamala? Possibly. It's hard to really tell. I know what you're trying to say.
It's not enough, though, right? Like, I get it. It's not something that we can hang our hat on. And if you're trying to hang your hat on that one data point, you're silly. But it's something that we keep in our pockets as we go through the night and we see what happens, right? Again, I'm still looking at the Georgia results. That's going to be key. Way more important than any other results coming out right now. Pennsylvania is the state to win, but again, we won't know. That's going to be forever, okay? Georgia counts pretty quickly. It's at 19% already, and we have 63% Trump, but that is kind of deceiving because you see Atlanta. Atlanta's like right here, and none of those are in, right?
Exactly.
So it'll all matter where. So let's, again, I just want to go through because, again, ratios matter. What are they winning by? Trump 72% in these really rural counties, 65%, 77%, 70%. He needs 70 or better in these, by the way. 56%, that's not good. 78, that's great for him, right? 53%, not good. He needs to do better. 72%, good, right? And we can go through these.
Yeah.
But keep talking. Go ahead.
Look at North Carolina. North Carolina is pretty interesting too. There are several blue dots listed around the map, even in rural counties. And keep in mind too, North Carolina, for anyone, this is a particularly interesting race because of what we've experienced. Look towards more of the western side of North Carolina, especially where that hurricane came through. Right, that's going to play a big part in that race. And what we're seeing is in Bucombe County. 7% of votes are in, and we're at 77% on Kamala Harris, 22 on Donald Trump. And in the more of the mountainous regions in Swain County, this is 2%, probably more of a super rural area, but early to say, but 54 to 44 right now. So keep an eye on those western areas of North Carolina that are typically rural, that will typically go Republican. But due to this hurricane, it'll really tell you who did they basically think supported them more during those after.
It's just so hard to make any kind of, like, 3% is just not enough. Like, Georgia's at about 20. It's about 19%, so we can start, right? We can start to see.
For sure.
But
3%
just
isn't
enough.
You said he was doing poorly in was Twiggs County. He's actually up from 2020 in that county. He only took it with 53% last time. So some of these counties in Georgia aren't maybe not as rural as you think if they're like only one outside of the city there. Twiggs, 56% went to Biden. So in Georgia, not North Carolina.
Oh, in Georgia, Twiggs County? What are we looking at?
I got just the YouTube page pulled up with the 2020 results. It was Twiggs, Twiggs. You just went over it.
Here we go. Well, 65%. What did you say that Biden won it by?
He had 45, and so Harris, 46, I'm sorry. So Harris is up, but Trump's performing pretty much just as well as he did in that county generally. So,
but Harris,
winning that one.
Remember, Harris won Biden, the Democrats won in 2020. So if Harris is doing better than Biden was, that's good for Harris. That's bad news for Trump. That's good news for Harris. But again, that's 2,000, like, there's about 4,000 votes total in that county. That's just one data point. We got to look at, I'm waiting for the cities.
I got you. I have a bunch of rural counties I could show you that are Trump's powerhouses. They have decent amounts of people. And that's where you'd probably want to go see if his turnout's
okay. Let's give us the big powerhouses in 2020, and we'll check them out right now. Give me a general idea of where they're at.
I'd say Jackson County is a good one for Trump. He won almost 80% of the vote there, as well as Walker County.
Jackson County, where is Jackson County about?
I live in...
here we go. No reports yet.
Shit. What was the other one? Walker County is another one? That's not near me either. I'm in a blue county, actually. I think you just went over the top part there. I'll keep looking.
I'm in a dry county.
That is the saddest thing I've heard all night. Even if Trump wins, that will have been sadder.
Hey, what did he win by in Walker? There's only 4% of the votes, so it's really hard to say.
Oh, shit. That's another 80%.
Okay, well, we're only seeing 59% right now.
Those are the ones that we'd look to see if he's
Please, keep those. That's good information. You're the 2020 guy, so you give me the 2020. So let's look at Liberty County. Like, Liberty County, 75% in. Right now, Harris is up 61%. It's not a huge county, but it is something, right? What was the 2020 totals? I'm really curious.
Liberty, 13K for Biden. He won it with 61%. 8K for Trump, 37%.
Okay, so Trump is at 39. Harris is at 61. 75% in. So
Trump's overperforming. Harris is performing on par.
Yeah, that's good. This is so close.
Here's an interesting one I got for you. Raleigh, North Carolina, Wake County. Harris is up even with 6% in, 72 to 27. In 2020, Biden did 62 to 35.
Yeah, we gotta wait for more though. Like 70% is just not enough, buddy. Right?
Look. I'm ready to pop champagne. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't moved to North Carolina yet. I just got only Florida.
I know we're looking for the hopium in a lot of streams, but I'm not looking for hopium. I'm not looking for copium. I'm looking for truth bombs. Okay.
What are your thoughts?
You got the best.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
Wick, Polymarket, Trump just hit 70%. I guess. What are your thoughts on that?
God. I just don't care about the betting markets, dude.
70%.
I don't care about the betting markets. I don't think they're predictive.
hold on.
That is why don't you think they're predictive?
Hold on.
Because I think that's what people think is going to happen, regardless of what they're actually voting for. Right? Does that make sense?
No.
Why doesn't that make sense?
Vibes.
Because
it's all vibes.
Let me use my example. I put money on 2 different betting websites. One was Polymarket, and the other was, I don't know how to say the other one. It's with the K. And I put my money on both of them, and I put it on both on Kamala because he was at 67% odds at the time. I wish I was putting money down now on Kamala because I don't think it's 70% odds Trump wins. So you're going to be, that's like what, plus 700? Like that would be like, oh, that's, no, that'd actually be plus 3, like 340.
If she wins.
If she wins, you would win a lot of money. Like that, so that what you're saying doesn't make sense. Like, oh, I think this guy's gonna win. Like anybody that's a gambler isn't betting. Like what you're saying.
I just don't think betting markets are indicative.
Would you change your opinion if he does win?
No,
I wouldn't. No,
but like why?
Because
like
the principle...
explain to me why when every single presidential election since 1980, except for 2016, you don't think there's any predictive power there?
No, I think it's a lagging indicator. And as the night goes on, right, we're going to see more and more bets being made based on, right, what is actually happening. That does not, like, do you understand how it's a lagging indicator? Like, after the results start coming in, you start seeing wild swings. Oh, we got a bunch of new updates, gang. A bunch of new updates.
What we got?
Calls.
Share it.
Maryland has been called for Kamala Harris.
Hell
Massachusetts. 11 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris. We got Tennessee, 11 electoral votes going to Donald J. Trump. 9 Alabama electoral votes going to Donald J. Trump. Florida's 30 going to Donald J. Trump. Missouri, 10, Donald J. Trump. Oklahoma, 7, Donald J. Trump. Did we already call Kentucky? I think we did, yes. Kentucky was the first one called. So, no surprises.
Yeah, nothing.
DC and Maryland are both going Kamala. So, yeah. APM is coming up. Yeah, well, APM just dropped, right? So we're going to start seeing all the Pennsylvania stuff.
Hold up real quick. Osceola County, the bellwether state of Hispanics that I keep talking about, Trump has taken the lead with 85% of the vote. He has never won that before. And it's a very Hispanic-heavy district. This could be an indicator that he's doing significantly better with Hispanics than the last 2 elections.
Fair. But see, this is what I mean about betting markets. They're going to see all this, and they're going to start placing bets. Does that make sense?
No, I understand they're reactive, but I'm talking about going into the election. I mean, I don't understand.
Going into the election, I don't think it matters. Yeah.
I had a whole host of issues with that as well on both ends. When Kamala spiked, it was due to some massive whales coming in and betting. When you look at Trump doing really well, same situation. I think there's been some suggestion that it's actually they've been reaching out to certain content creators as well.
I'm really curious. 2020 guy. Data cuck, data king, okay. For Dallas County, Texas, what was the 2020 results? I'm really curious.
We just had a call for Oklahoma, AP.
Oklahoma's been called.
Oh, yeah. I don't have Texas up yet. Texas only have 5%. We're going to see Virginia, probably Pennsylvania, and South Carolina.
Okay, I understand that Texas is only at 5%, but we have 60% in Dallas County, and Dallas County is a huge county.
Hey.
And
51% in. Holy crap.
Yeah, 59% in for Dallas County. I'm curious what the 2020 is.
Biden won it 600,000 votes, 65%.
Okay, so far Harris is underperforming.
And
that's
Trump
what
had
I wanted
33%, 300.
Well, interesting thing. Fort Worth, which is right next to Dallas, has had voting issues with their polling stations, and they've also extended their voting time.
Okay, we're looking at Pennsylvania. We have Allegheny County at 25%. It's only 25%, so keep that in mind. But Harris is up by 73%. In 2020 in Allegheny County, what was the totals there? I think I actually had that up.
I'm trying to beat him. I got it. Ha!
Okay, what was
Allegheny was 59.7 to 39.2.
Well, it's only 25%. So we'll see. But Harris, at least in 25%. This probably is early voting, but hold on. Pennsylvania can't start counting early votes until the polls close. So it's probably not
early voting.
This is probably in person.
That's way too little, though.
Yeah,
South
25% is
Carolina's
just
better.
not enough to make any really predictive claims. But
We have more South Carolina voting than we have Georgia right now. It's probably a state you should be looking at.
Oh,
too.
Atlanta just came in. I don't know if y'all saw that. Atlanta came in at 57% of votes in, 71 to 28.
Is this Fulton County?
Fulton County, yep, 71 to 28.
53% of the vote is in. What was the 2020 totals?
Pulling her up. Fulton County, 380,000 for Biden, who won with 73%. 137 for Trump, who had 26.
Oh, Trump is overperforming slightly, and Harris is underperforming slightly, but only half's in. We'll see how the night goes, right? We'll see. We're gonna hear a lot of that. We're gonna hear a lot of that tonight. We hear a lot of we'll sees. Yes, everything you see that is highlighted red has been called officially. So yes, Gregor Sama, Florida has been officially called. Go ahead.
There's 63%. There's 63% in Dallas County now, which they now have 61 to 38.
That's still underperforming for Harris.
Yeah,
that's an 8-point swing from last election.
Yeah, it is. I'm waiting to see.
Again, Texas is not going blue. It was never going blue.
Wait,
we knew it was never going blue.
Not the president. No, president's probably going to be red. It'd be great to see Kamala Harris. What I'm really more concerned about is the Senate race. That's what I'm trying to keep an eye on. But I'm like pulling up 50. I need to look like one of those stock bros, that have like the 15 screens up on their computer, and you're like trying to track each one. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Luna won her race in Florida with a 5-point shift in her direction.
Man, just not enough in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so the interesting thing to note in Texas is Jill Stein, even though, again, it's like 5% in, Jill Stein has already managed to get 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes. I was going to say, and then, no, but wait, it gets better.
5,000 too many.
Chase Oliver got 3,822.
Is the Libertarian Party is it all far right weirdness now?
I
know that they had a big fracture.
What I think granted, I don't know how well independents did in those particular in 2020, but what this might indicate to me is that this is those people who are like, I don't want to support Trump, but I also don't want to support Kamala, so I'm just going to throw my vote towards these. That's interesting. I don't know how well they.
Breaking news, exit polling right now. Latino men are breaking for Trump as a majority, 54% to 44%. That's a 23-point swing from last election where they broke in Biden's favor.
We'll see how it goes. And is that nationally or is that in a state?
Nationally so far, it looks like.
Well, that seems to be playing out in Florida.
Tuna, you're hot miking.
I'm hot miking? My bad. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. Let's go, Gillionaires. Let's do it, baby. No. We are getting points, baby. Let's go.
I was excited.
Everybody knew. Green down the ballot. Green for the president. Green for the senator. Green for the greenhouse manager. Let's go, baby.
Green underlighting is almost, kind of sinister.
Are you scared of our power?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
A little sinister, okay? A little underhanded.
Something I want to note here is Trump was expected to win Ohio, this is according to the New York Times. Was expected to win it pretty easily. Right now with 31% in.
Oh, wait, yeah.
She is up by 7 points.
Okay, where is the votes coming in at?
It's all the major cities.
That's why.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's fair. Yeah, you got Columbus, Cleveland, Toledo,
change.
Cincinnati, and Dayton. All
out of curious, Franklin County and Delaware County, what were the 2020 totals? Franklin County specifically.
What city are we in?
Ohio.
Yeah, Franklin and Delaware. I've got the Franklin right now is 70 to 29.
2020. I want to know 2020. So
I'm pulling it up.
Oh, we just had more votes come in as I was just looking at it. Now
Trump
we're at 32%.
Lost Franklin County with 33%. Biden 211,000 votes, and then Biden won it with 410,000 with 65%.
Okay, so Harris is actually overperforming in this county, but only 40% in. So
Agreed. Well, how many times are you gonna say? We'll just have to wait, Wick.
Yeah, it's too early. It's
He's
too
gonna keep
early.
saying it until his copium is done.
What do you mean the copium is done? Like we can't
It's
make any
just literally
predictive.
the truth.
Don't worry, if Trump starts losing real bad, I'm gonna start doing the same thing. It's too early. It's too early.
True. I thought we were stopping the count.
So what we're looking at is again only 7% is in North Carolina. Georgia, we only got 37% of the vote
okay,
in.
can we stop the count in Michigan, please? We're at 76 to 22.
No, we don't do
you got
that. We're
5%
Democrats. We're
in.
better. We don't have to cheat.
Stop the count.
Interestingly
No.
enough, in Philadelphia, this is actually an important data point. Philadelphia is coming in. Two things are going to matter here: the ratio and the raw number. Right now, Harris is got 87% of the vote. You know the question I'm coming up with next, gang, don't you? What was the 2020 total? Again, there's only 17% of the vote. This could
Just
change.
prepare.
Where's Philadelphia?
Yeah, Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania.
604,000 votes, 81% for Biden. 132,000 votes.
Way too
17%.
early.
Yeah.
Way too early.
Way too early. That's
but
gonna be the
Harris
theme.
Way
is
too early,
overperforming
and
by
what
about
was
6
2020
percentage
like?
points. So that's
The
a
two
Wait.
catchphrases.
What were the two percentages? It sounded like they were the same.
81 to 17.
right now.
What do
it's
you have it as right now?
87 to 12.
Gotcha.
Which is again overperforming for Harris. Again,
it is.
If
1/6 of the
this
vote.
keeps up, that's a huge gain. That's
so
big.
I do have some interesting, and this is very, very early. With 13% in Texas, Colin Allred is actually up in Texas. 53,
here we go.
53 to 45. My boy Allred's gonna come through. Okay, Allred's gonna turn Texas blue. I am confident of it, Gibbs. And when and you know what, Gibbs, if Allred turns Texas blue, I'm meeting you. All right, and you're gonna buy me a beer. All right.
All right, well, I'll buy you more than a beer. I'll buy you a few shots as well. I'll tell you what. Here's my thing with Allred. I said this.
Buy me a
recently.
bottle of Patron quality.
Yeah, we're gonna get you better tequila than Patron. But like, yeah. Here's my thing with Allred. I personally said Allred is much more palatable to like someone like me, right? Like he's a former Baylor like linebacker, captain of the football team. He's like not like he doesn't feel he feels Texan, right? He doesn't feel like Beto, who's this guy who's like a limp dick, like uppity elitist with outside money, and like yet the polling seemed to indicate Beto is a much better match against Cruz, which I mean, even I'm not really a huge fan of Cruz, right? Like he's kind of like elitist as well, but like I don't know, but the polling indicates he looks like he's a 4 to 6 point underdog against Trump, not Trump, against Cruz, which surprises me. So I mean, if somehow the polling was that far off and he does win, I'd be like, well, I was right, my gut was right.
Has he made banning assault weapons any part of his platform?
What do you mean?
Allred? Yeah.
Allred's been.
Has he said anything negative about assault weapons at any point?
I don't think he has.
I think he's.
Oh shit! Well, then he actually might have a chance because that's
we got
how
another
Democrats
call.
lose
We got
in
another
Texas.
call. We got another call.
What is it?
South Carolina. Donald J. Trump has been protected. Look, we're making them all night. We're gonna go all night. I don't care if you think it's
what was
automatically
it? We have
a
to
thing,
wait.
right?
Too early.
Too early.
What happened in
Not for
2020?
South Carolina. South Carolina is clearly red.
I will say this right now in Ohio. Stop the count, please. Okay, we're at 52 to 47.
Stop! We don't need that.
35% of the vote in. I don't.
Is it too early? Wait, come on.
If we're sitting at 85% of the vote in, and that's the ratio, call me then. Okay. Call me then.
But
we're
Illinois said they closed their polls at 8 p.m. Eastern time, but I haven't seen. It should have been already closed by now.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're lazy.
Or no, I was looking for Iowa. My bad. I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh,
I was trying to look
I can't
for
comment on Iowa. Only Illinois.
Yeah, no.
We got
Iowa
some
closes
more
at 9.
results. More results from Pennsylvania that we're gonna get into. Again, only 5% reporting in statewide. 77% Harris. We're gonna look at where this is coming in from, though. This is coming in from Philadelphia County. It's gonna be huge. Harris is gonna be way up until these red states, red counties, I should say, start filling in. It's gonna be a huge lead as long as Philadelphia is ahead in the count. Now, Philadelphia goes in spits and spurts, okay? Right now, they got 70% of the vote in. I want to see more than that. I got to see more than that. Allegheny County is at 30%, and it's at 72 to 26.
What was it in 2020?
We already looked. Pay attention.
On,
Keep
Dave.
up.
I'm sorry.
Butler County.
No. An actual question would be like, so right now, like there's 17% in roughly, and then we know the total votes is like what?
In Allegheny, is that
112,000, right? I mean, what was it? How many? We can calculate. I mean, how many votes were there in Philadelphia County?
Okay, so to be clear, how the vote reporting does in these counties is by district. So when it says 70% of the vote, it means 70% of the districts, not 17% of the total vote.
Okay,
does that make sense?
So
Okay,
2020 for Philadelphia County, it was 603,000 votes for Biden, 132,000 for Trump. The split was 81 to 17. In Philadelphia County now, today, it is currently with 16% votes in. It's 99,000 votes for Kamala, 13,000 for Donald Trump, 87 to 12. So we are actually overperforming currently.
That's percentage-wise, but raw numbers will matter as well, right?
Of course.
Raw numbers will matter as well, and we won't know that until later on in the evening.
Can we go back to Georgia for Trump's powerhouses that I pulled out?
Sure.
Yep. Ooh,
We got
Trump
four
just
for you to look at.
Trump's still ahead, 57 to 43.
Yeah, but again, this is going to be where it's coming in from.
We're looking at four districts: Walker, Jackson, Hall, and Bartow.
Jackson County or Jackson Hall? Jackson Hall
or Hall.
Okay, both. So Jackson, with 92% of the vote in, currently Trump is doing 78% to 22% Harris. What was the 2020 totals?
Harris slightly overperforming. She's had Biden had 7,600 for 20%.
I just need percentages right now, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. 78.
78 for Trump, and this was in 2020?
Yep, but he's already up votes.
But I want to mention this too. There's something to keep an eye on that I'm looking at on the 2020 map.
Hold on, stop. What was Harris's again?
Jackson. Harris was at 20, or Biden was at 20.
Okay, so Harris is up a little bit in percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Finish your thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So there's some powerhouses that we need to keep an eye on that to keep in mind. So right now, it looks like Donald Trump is winning Georgia by a landslide. However, there are some surrounding counties in Atlanta that have not reported in anything, such as Henry County, Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, and Cobb County. All four counties that Biden took massively. So in DeKalb, Biden took it by 308.
Okay. I understand what you're doing here, Doghouse. You're trying to give the hopium, but I'm looking for indicators that I think are important here, and those are important, but nothing's in yet. Nothing's in yet. Let's hold on. Hold on, both of you, because I think that what Tyler was trying to do was important. He was looking at these four counties. Let's look. We looked at Jackson. We saw Harris slightly overperforming currently with 92% in. We have 69% in Hall. What was the 2022? How did Biden do in 2020 percentage-wise, please?
For which county?
For Hall.
Where is Hall closest to?
Right next to Jackson County.
Biden had 27% and Trump had 71.
Okay, so Trump is doing a little better. Harris, same percentage. Interesting. And what were the other two powerhouse counties that you mentioned? We have Jackson, Hall.
Walker and Bartow.
Can you give me help on the...
Oh, gosh.
Well,
Walker's only got 4% in. That won't help. And what was the other one?
Bartow. Bartow.
So this is what I was sent, and this is
hold on. We are at Bartow. Currently, 77% of the vote in, 75% Trump, 25% Harris. What was it like in 2020?
Same, except Harris is 1 point ahead of where Biden was.
Very, very close to call. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, Ohio. Let's go.
Yeah, so I got Rich just sent me this. He sent me the Decision Desk HQ, and they've moved their odds right now to at 7:25 Eastern. Donald Trump has a 61% chance of winning the presidency, and they're basically the logic from what he's telling me, what I'm looking up now on their website, is saying that although these states like Kentucky and Missouri aren't the swing states, it does matter because based off the voting patterns there, due to like their proximity to these areas, why they're placing it more in percentage wise towards Trump now. I thought that was an interesting analysis.
Trump's trend line is doing better than it was before.
I do have an interesting observation I want to mention is Wood County, which is just south of Toledo in Ohio, in 2020 ended up pulling. Oh, right now they're showing that it's likely Republican on New York Times for Ohio. Wood County is got Kamala up over Donald Trump, but in 2020, Trump took that one, and right now Wood County has 45% of votes in.
Yeah.
So
I just don't see Ohio going blue.
Well,
maybe
look,
I could be wrong.
Right now,
what does Poly Market say?
I don't care. Okay, my God. I will.
Trump's still at 70.
If you
69%.
mention Poly Market again, no. Give us data. We got actually data. I don't need betting markets. We have voter data that is coming in. Let's look at that. I don't care about betting markets.
I was just kidding.
Okay, so there is some interesting things. Oh, never mind. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay, so Virginia seems to be going on track for what we thought. Got Brunswick County, Sussex County. I'm just doing it like making sure that there isn't any like super surprises coming in, because nothing, again, so far, nothing has been surprising. North Carolina, pretty early, 9%. We can't make any calls. Or any predictions, really.
Tuna Chip, you're hot micing just a little bit, just so you know.
Oh, my God. Here, let me just turn it down at the gain.
Okay, so one thing I'm noticing, which is not really too surprising. I mean, we're only at 7% in, but it's important for anybody who's wondering about how the hurricane in North Carolina may have impacted any votes. The hardest hit area was obviously in Asheville, which sits in Buncombe County. Right now, 7% of votes in. Kamala Harris is up 77-22 in that county. And the county right next to it, Haywood County, which was, I believe, Republican in 2020. Let me check here. 1 second. Is right now leaning towards Kamala. Again, it's a little too early, but yeah. Haywood was taken by Trump by 62% to 36%. Right now, it's leaning towards Harris with only 4% in, 60-39 with 1,654. So I'm just keeping an eye on that because I'm really interested to see. And you can see even Transylvania County, which is just south of there, 5% in. Kamala Harris is also up. So some of those areas, I was really curious to see how that hurricane would impact those votes.
What's the vampire vote?
Vampire. Come on now. Come on, man.
No endorsement
Too
from Dracula,
soon.
Transylvania? Oh, man.
But the interesting thing about this, though, is if you look just south, so right where Greenville, South Carolina is, they haven't reported in any votes yet. But Pickens County, which is would have been right along the path of Hurricane Helene, actually went 76%. Donald Trump was 71% of votes in, which is just literally a hopscotch over from Transylvania County in North Carolina. So it's interesting to see the disparity.
Dearborn. Do you know what county Dearborn is in? I know there's been some talk about that, and I want to check.
It's in Michigan County. No, I'm playing.
I'll check.
Yeah, can you give me a good check? I want to see, because there's been some. Let's see.
Wayne County.
Wayne County. Okay, let's see if Wayne County's in yet. No, it's not one of those that are in currently, so we can't really make any look-sees or check-sees. $5 from Portland is burning. We're talking Poly Market. I'm looking at numbers, and it sounds like Poly Market is currently projecting the Poly Market will be correct. Also, hi Tuna. Thank you for $5.
This is about this is really interesting. Okay, this is about the only time that Donald Trump will have a lead in Detroit, but Wayne County with less than 1% of votes in has it at 65-32. So about the only time that Donald Trump will have a lead in Detroit, but you know it's there. New York closes at 9. I'm really interested to see how Donald Trump claims that he can turn New York blue, guys.
No way.
Come on.
No way. We're still at 17% for Philadelphia County, and that's going to be, like I said, it's going to be fits and starts. It's going to be 70% for a while.
Yeah, what scares me is I always get scared when I see a lot of these larger cities coming in early, because it's like, yeah, but that's the problem though, is like this is where a majority of these Democratic votes are coming from. So seeing that Kamala Harris is up 72-27 is great, except for the fact that it's like she doesn't have very many other areas that she can really take hold other than these other areas. So
let's if I may, Chatham County, North Carolina. What was the 2020 total? We have a good chunk of it in, right? We're looking at 90% in this county.
Which city is closest to that? Chatham County?
I don't know what the city would be.
What's the name? How do you spell that?
It would be New York Raleigh, first of all. And it's Chatham.
Biden in 2020 did it 55-43.
Interesting. 90% of the vote in. Harris is overperforming and Trump is underperforming. 58-41. That's see, at 90%, we can start to be like, oh, we can look. Out of curiosity, what's the total? Now that we can look at the totals, because right now the totals are 26-18. What were the totals back then?
Trump had 21. She had 20. Or Biden had 26.
Hey, stop trying to look. I feel like me and Tyler are gonna go back and forth on these 2020 numbers.
This is my job. I got hired for this.
Oh.
By hired, I'm not paying him anything.
Damn, decision just according to ICO just went up to 72% for Trump now.
Okay. We'll see.
Is it what is it? What is it, Wick? What's the word, the phrase?
It's too soon. We'll have to see.
Hey guys, right now, I want to report on this. This is going to be really interesting. Gibbs, you better get ready for giving me some Patron. But okay, look, I'll be fair though. Okay, Austin is 74% in.
Austin.
No, look. All right, look,
Austin. If Austin's not 99% for all red, I'll be shocked.
Okay, well they're close. They're at 71-26. Okay.
Okay, that's actually bad.
Well, what's funny is Dallas is in, and they're at 62-35. But all in all,
Dallas is also like one that should be like 70% for all red.
Keep in mind, Harris County, which is in a major metropolis area,
Houston.
that contains Houston, has not reported anything in. So
that's going to also be 80% for all red.
Yeah. So look, right now, because this is what I want everybody to know. 32% in Colin. All red is up 50-48. Okay, let's stop it.
Hey, big update.
Uh-oh.
Big update. North Carolina called the governor race. Jill Stein wins the race.
What? What?
What's it? I don't know the guy's first name, so it's Jay Stein.
I thought you said Jill Stein and Jay Stein are completely different.
Josh Stein, what the fuck?
Okay, that's gonna mess me up, right?
Oh my god!
It's gonna mess me up.
The chair is going crazy.
We only got 12% North Carolina. I want to hear from some of the people who've been a little quieter. So we haven't heard from Tuna much. We haven't heard from Fairy Queen much. Those are in Lactoid. So what are your thoughts? Let's go to Fairy Queen first, and then let's hear from Lactoid and Tuna last. What's your vibes? What's your thoughts? What are you looking at here? What's on your mind?
One of the things that's on my mind is like specifically to the hurricane. So if you look at the map and if you click on North Carolina, I want you to think about like the specifically Asheville, North Carolina. One of the interesting things about Asheville is that like it tends to be a pretty liberal city. Like it's a pretty like left-leaning progressive area. Like if you read like about it, like most of the people there I think typically tilt like Democrat. So I was curious about it because I was curious as to whether or not that county would like mostly be Republican. And I'm clicking on it right now and it says like 73%. It's going to Kamala right now and 26% right now. And true, it's only like 26% like reporting so far. But I don't think that bodes well for Trump for the rest of North Carolina, to be honest with you, because Asheville was a city that like was hit like the hardest. And like the way that you're going to like to have to flip this is to make sure that like these counties that like are blue that like they turn red. So, and if a huge hurricane like slashing through there isn't enough to turn like these like liberal counties like to turn them red.
On that note, on the North Carolina note, the Orange County, we have 86% of the vote in, right? So I think we can do some comparison. 2020 guy. What was the percentage and what was the total?
74-23. 63,000 votes for Biden, 20,000
This motherfucker.
Okay. Harris currently
coming for you
is 75% of the vote. Trump's 21. So again, in Orange County with 86% of the vote in, good number, Harris is outperforming Trump.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's bad. Yeah, well, that's bad for Trump, definitely.
Yeah, well,
Like for like and honestly, like, okay, I can't prove it, and like I may have egg on my face. Like by the time like it's actually finished counting, the vibe that I get from like just that county, or because of like what's happened there, the vibe I get is that North Carolina will be blue. I don't know that that's true. Obviously,
they just called the governor race for him. It's blue. Mark.
Yeah, hold up. You know about that was the one where the other candidate that was like where all the porn shit was like.
Yeah, that
he was
that might not be indicative, but no, it's not a good sign for the Trump campaign. Let's just say that.
He could carry the top of the ticket, and everybody below him could get a nice little bump up as a result of it. She could have a good point here.
And then you go over to Pennsylvania, right? And again, it's only 8% of the vote has been been reported so far, but still, right? Like, and it's too close. It's like too soon maybe to say, but like right now it's 71% for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. So those are two of like the states that you predicted earlier this evening.
Yes.
Wick.
If North Carolina,
like, predicted.
Yeah, if North Carolina goes blue, I think we're done here. I don't know. Could be wrong. I think if North Carolina, but that's the thing though. I'm not so sure about that because I think the governor race was a confounding variable in this, and the fact that they had such a dog shit governor candidate might eke out a Harris win, but it wouldn't be indicative of larger trends. So
here's something.
That's the only thing that would give me pause, but still, I have much more confidence in Harris winning if North Carolina goes blue than I do otherwise.
If you look at North Carolina's vote between president, it looks like there's a lot of split tickets for Trump that didn't go for what's his dick.
Arkansas just got called. 6.
That's not a surprise.
Arkansas votes.
Trump is outpacing Robinson by about 100,000 votes in the state.
Well, yeah, I mean, who would want to vote for Robinson, right? I mean, he's just political cancer. You just can't touch him. I mean, didn't like the Republican Party abandon him? Essentially, I'm pretty sure that happened.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, $2 from Testicle Johnson. Trump, Polymarket has Trump at 68.1%. I hate you.
Ban him.
Well, it's up to 70.3.
Yeah, I want to mention too. I'm looking at the 2020 map for North Carolina, and I will say this: there are a lot of counties right now. Granted, but still leaning blue so far that were red in 2020.
Yeah, I'm just clicking through these red ones. You got 61% in, 78% in, 95% in, 87% in.
Yeah.
But then you look at some of these blue ones, like, for example, Nash County, 2%. 1%.
Well, there's one glaring, there's actually two counties. Okay, more are coming in now, just now. 2 counties that are not accounted for yet, and they are definitely strongholds for Democrats, and that is Greensboro and Guilford County, and Winston-Salem and Forsyth County. Those 2 counties have not reported any votes in for.
Where are they in the state?
Green to the left of Raleigh.
Forsyth County wasn't a huge powerhouse. That one's only off by about 15%. It's not close.
You said Granville? Are you talking Granville County?
Guilford, Guilford County, which is to the left of Raleigh, to the left of I think it's where Greensboro is. Greensboro, and then to the left of Greensboro is Forsyth County.
Durham and Orange County are the big powerhouses, I would say, of that state.
Sure, I would agree. But Charlotte, what is Charlotte in that one? Mecklenburg. That one's another one.
So Guilford County is 0% in right now. So
exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
they have like 100 votes in, right? So it's like nothing.
Oh, and another one is Hoke and Cumberland. Those 2 are not reporting anything in either. And in 2020, Joe Biden took those counties as well. So just saying, you've got a total of about 4 counties that were solidly blue. In fact, Biden won Cumberland by 17%. More
he
than
won
Trump.
Hope by 1,000 votes because it's so small, though.
Yeah,
these are pretty minuscule districts you're getting into here. I would say Forsyth is a good one, but it's closer. If Trump overperforms by 3 points in Forsyth, I don't think it's going to make a huge total. I think you got to look to Orange and Durham to see if you're actually seeing the Democrat base turnout.
Like Orange, I think that's a good indicator. I think again we looked at it. Harris is outperforming. She's just outperforming Biden's 20. Durham is only 5% in. We don't have enough.
She's on pace. Trump's underperforming.
So I know this is kind of memey, but I've seen a lot of people talking about it that are normies and sharing posts. Do y'all think that the peanut thing is going to move any voters?
Oh my God! Please no.
I don't think anyone.
No, because there are people exist in the real world and not on the internet.
She's got the Harambe.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, it's like the Trump Harambe.
Okay. It's so stupid. Like, no. Like, I don't even know what else to say. No. I don't feel like this is a real issue.
I have it that Trump just pulled ahead in North Carolina.
Did he really?
Well, let's see.
Yeah, by a tiny number, but he did.
I see it 49.4 to 49.3. 14% is in. We won't know. Again, it will depend on what's coming in, where it's coming in. If we look at Durham County, we got 5% of the vote in. It's just
South Carolina call.
Well, that's been called for a while, buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. My bad. I was good. My food's
okay.
here.
Like what I'm looking for, right? When it comes to North Carolina, is what went for who in 2020 and where those votes are coming out, because we got a mix coming in of blue and red. Kind of good for both, right? You could make an argument for both here. What I want to know is where are the most populous outstanding counties? Durham County is a big one, right? But where else? Where's the big city areas? Where's the big city counties? Where's the big dick population counties in North Carolina?
Hold on, I got North Carolina pulled up. Let me sort by that.
And everyone's kind of skipping over. I know Virginia, people are skipping over Virginia. Right now, Virginia is up for Donald Trump only by 0.3 percentage points. And that was somewhere that Biden won last time. So I want to mention that as well. That one's kind of been an honorable mention that nobody's really, and right now it's leaning Democrat. So looks like they're probably going to still take.
We'll have to see. I mean, there was that Northam off-year election, but that's an off-year election. And I don't know. We'll have to see. But Wake in North Carolina, you're looking at Wake County. I wouldn't qualify it. Yeah, I guess it would be a Democrat powerhouse. 400,000 votes out that bitch? Hell yeah.
Just saying.
Okay, we'll see how many come out, right? It's only 7% in. We can't make anything. So Wake County is what we're looking for. What else? What are the other big ones? What's the big three?
Mecklenburg County and God, these are stupid names. Guilford, Guilford.
Oh, we saw Guilford earlier. We only got 0% in. We don't know, right? And what was the other one? Mecklenburg.
Mecklenburg, yeah.
Do we know where that is?
Somewhere in Europe.
This doesn't help. Oh God, it's like play those map games, right? I hate them. Mecklenburg.
Yeah, this is really so. Ohio is likely Republican right now, but the vote is 42% in, 50 to 49. And if I'm being honest with you, I could see it being called soon, just because of the fact that you have Cleveland area and Cuyahoga County at 33% of votes in, Franklin at 40% in. It's probably going to be called Republican, but I'm still holding out hope. All right.
Osceola County, again, the Hispanic district in Florida. I keep fucking going on about here. 88% in. Trump's still in the lead. Never has he won this county. This is showing his swing with Hispanics could be real.
$5 from Zephyr Hash. $5 from Zephyr Hash. Wait, can we get a Polymarket update for the best polling?
No.
I can give you a Polymarket update. Trump's at 72.3%. Harris is down to 28.7%.
Oh no.
Yeah, nothing's really new coming in for Pennsylvania.
Hey,
I keep checking.
I got one for our home state. Gibbs, Harris County reported in. Right now, Colin Allred is up 49.2 to. Oh wait, it just changed on me. Ted Cruz has taken the lead. No,
Harris County.
Time!
Oh, anybody else living for this Texas v. Texas feud?
I just don't.
What's really funny though is, like I said, that should be like an 80% county
this
for Allred.
This feels like when Trump was sitting there going, I'm in the lead, see? And then like 4 o'clock comes a new poll. Like I was just sitting here I was about to brag to Gibbs, look, Gibbs, Colin Allred is up. And then in real time, it changes where it flipped. Where then all of a sudden
I
now
mean,
Cruz
and like
is
I
up
said,
like
that should be an
44.
80%
Dominion
thing. I mean,
voting
also,
machines.
where's the Econo boy? Where's he at?
I don't know what the
I got bets with him about this all red Cruz race too.
He's gonna lose.
Can I filibuster
bet.
about my predictions being correct here for 1 second? I want to read.
Yeah, that's what I want to filibuster about as well. I want to say
read,
if I win, if I'm right on this, sidekick.
I want to read my notes from last week where I talked about Pasco County, Florida, where we talked about this being a Rust Belt retiree county where Michigan and Wisconsin voters go. Obama won it in 2012 by 52%, predicting his win in the Rust Belt. Hillary had a massive dip down to 42%, predicting her loss in the Rust Belt. Biden had several point bump. I think he still lost the county to Trump, but he had a 7-point bump in the county, predicting that the Democrats are going to do significantly better in the Rust Belt. Where is Pasco County right now? Pasco County with 95% of the vote and 62% Trump. The largest lead ever in this county.
Something just got called for Kamala.
If this is the bellwether district of the swing state or of the Rust Belt,
I don't know what just got called, but it looks like Illinois is.
Yeah, brace yourselves, everybody. Illinois went blue. Ooh.
Illinois went blue. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right. But anyways, you got Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont.
Polls
so
just closed in Arkansas as well. So
Yeah. Right now, North Carolina is still nothing for Greensboro. So really, really need to see some more of that. Right now, we still have 11% in Pennsylvania coming in right now, but Kamala Harris is even at 11% is still enjoying a 70% to 29% lead. So
stop. Again, I hate you guys. I do. I hate every single one of you. It does not matter what the lead is at 20%. We want to look at the lead at 60, 70, 80%. Now, again, what does matter is where those votes are coming in, but we have seen no new real increases in Pennsylvania in the ones that matter. Philadelphia, Allegheny. We just don't see anything yet.
Georgia's looking like it's probably going to go red, if I'm being very honest.
It very much might.
And the thing is like, we do have, looks like, we're still missing a few counties here, DeKalb especially. DeKalb has not actually reported anything. But the thing is Donald, how many votes did DeKalb go on? DeKalb has a potential for 308,000 to go that went to Biden. And right now it's about a 300. So yeah, it's still in play. It's leaning Republican. So for anybody who's unaware, Donald Trump is leading right now by about 300,000, 311,000 votes. And once DeKalb County comes in fully, it could close in that lead. And there's still a few other counties.
Yeah, we'll have to see. No, you're right, though. It's going to be close, but I don't see Georgia going blue. I don't. Could be wrong.
Could you imagine if Georgia and North Carolina went blue?
Like I said, if that happens, it's an early night. We can call it for Harris, but I don't think it's happening.
Probably, but yeah.
Let me dream, okay? I lost all red to Texas, okay? At least let me have one.
All this dreaming stuff is what's getting into this mess. We got to stop. We got to get our head out of the clouds, and we got to go.
Okay.
Now, the thing that you guys will see me do as we get closer to the night, and if it looks like Trump's going to win, do you know what you're going to see me do? Biden would have won it. Biden would have won it.
Wait, what?
That's what I will be.
That's funny.
They stole your candidate away from you.
Stole your candidate.
See.
The dishonest
I'm
Dems.
just being honest with you. What you'll see.
Let's not just say they.
They cooed
It was
your
a
candidate.
coup. It was a coup.
Billionaire
It was a coup.
donors.
Hey, listen.
Billionaire had donors handpicked.
I don't think conservatives are allowed to use that word.
I've got.
You guys actually pulled off a coup, okay? Not even an attempted coup.
You guys
did a coup.
are so shit. You couldn't even be successful at yours.
Again, there's no surprise. Hold on.
It was
no
a half-hearted
surprises.
attempt.
There's no surprises so far. I have a prediction map out there. So far, all is going according to the WIC plan. Pennsylvania is the cornerstone of the WIC plan. Okay. Georgia, North Carolina, noise. Okay. Pennsylvania, all our hopes, all our dreams ride upon that horse. That's all in on Pennsylvania, gang. That's my copium. That's what we're going with. Okay.
I have an announcement to make. I can see Texas to Gibbs. Okay, I don't want to admit it.
Yeah, listen, I don't know when your family immigrated here, but the Colonel Gibbs Hotel across from the Alamo has the cannons from the Alamo in the lobby. As a true Texan, I'm tapped into the Texas beat.
The problem I have with this race with the Senate, if I'm being honest, is that we still have a few border towns that can go blue, but the major cities like Dallas, Dallas is still 50% in, but still Harris County is like 70% in, and right now Cruz is leading by 1.4%. I just don't know if it's going to be. I mean, Colin Oliver has to come up with about 90,000 to close in. Oh wait, there it goes. Cruz just went up. Why is it every time I sit here and talk about it, Cruz takes a bigger lead? I'm done looking at Texas. I'm done. Every time I look at
my
Texas,
patron saint was
the
stepping
Dominion
in.
voting machines are listening.
I'm
to
telling
this
you,
game.
Patron
every
saint,
time.
yeah.
I'm sitting here going, I concede. It's just like
The ghost of Hugo Chavez.
Virginia is super close right now. It's only 43%. I'm curious where the vote's still out. What are the population centers in Virginia? I'm just really curious. Because again, if Trump wins Virginia, I don't think Harris can pull it off.
Wait, what happened to the WIC plan of Pennsylvania?
That relies on Virginia. Okay.
Oh,
It has to have either Virginia or
I don't think Trump wins Virginia.
Or it has to
Virginia
have
some
Arizona
really
and Nevada, right?
Can someone explain to me why? Like, if I've never understood gerrymandering. If I'm being really, really honest with you. But why is it? And I guess you're gonna say gerrymandering. Why is it they have so many weird, like little tiny counties, like little tiny ones inside big counties, like Staunton County,
Population density.
Yeah, population density, gerrymandering itself.
Geographical features as well.
Well, so
Is there
Virginia, for
military?
Virginia, we don't got anything from Fairfax City. No results.
Fairfax is 70% Biden, 420,000 votes. That's the that's the vote cannon right there.
Yeah.
That thing needs a fire before we even start talking.
Harris 68%, and Trump is 30% in Fairfax right now. So
we want a real scientific poll.
But it's only 50%.
We can ask my cat. My cat's right here. Who do you think's gonna win, Garfield? Who's gonna win?
Who's more reliable,
He's
your
silent.
cat
Looks
or
like he's
Polymarket?
Yeah, wouldn't that be something if the cats made noises on all the right ones and like they ended up being correct?
I thought that didn't Moo Dang choose Trump? Didn't he eat like a Trump cookie or something?
We know Peanut chose Trump and the Dems killed him.
Peanut was a liberal, okay?
My cat or my girl dog voted Harris for abortion, and my boy dog voted Trump for the economy. So
okay.
Peanut was,
so things are tense, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's real tight around here.
We are in for a long night, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to be close. It's not going to be quick.
I don't know. Right. If we're looking at the bellwethers, I think we're going to pack it in early with a big old Trump W.
Well,
is that your
if
prediction?
That's the case, it won't be a long night. It'll be a long night. It'll be a fun night for some of us. Sad nights for others.
Yeah, almost a 10-point swing in that one district that we were all looking at. Well, not we as a whole. Steve Kornacki and I.
Well, we gotta look to see, right? I think if Trump does pull out a W, then the question will become what happened, right? But I think it's too early for that.
Well, we already know what happened.
Wait, Wick thinks it's too early? I don't believe it.
I do think it's too early, believe it or not.
Just the fact that it's a competition shows the slow-moving train wreck. I will say the team that pushed Kamala Harris, the turd polishers, they were fantastic. But Harris herself sucked.
Well,
you guys want a Polymarket update? Or
no.
I want to hear what Gibbs's cat thinks.
Oh, Garfield, come here.
Justice predictive.
What do you think? Who's gonna win, Garfield? Who's gonna win? He's silent. He's mad.
He's an RFK supporter.
Yeah. Well, the other cat's talkative. He's more of he's the more silent, cuddly type.
If Polymarket 1 closed the day before the election, and all the way back, and 2 showed how much the average person buying was actually spending, so we could get some idea of like the actual vote heads, not just the money amount, I would say it'd be a more accurate predictor. But now it just
I have the faith in it. 75%.
Okay, so
Trump.
DeKalb County actually is in 64% in Georgia, and I'm just curious, what are the 2020 numbers?
Georgia.
DeKalb County, Georgia.
DeKalb County, 83%. Joe Biden with 308,000.
What are we talking about?
15%.
Okay, so currently Harris is at 83, Trump is at 17, so it looks like Trump is up 2% points.
She's up 10. Holy shit.
Where?
In DeKalb County, Georgia.
What was the 2020 number or 2020 percentages?
She had Biden had 72.5%, 380,000 votes.
That's wild.
Trump had 137,000 with 26%. So we still got a lot of votes to come in. So
64% is in right now of the districts.
Yeah, they could close those numbers still.
Yes, but the percentage, she is wildly outperforming percentage-wise. So I don't count Georgia out quite yet. We'll see, right?
What was the total number of votes when you combine Trump and Kamala?
About 370,000 roughly.
So we're looking at 250-ish in now for 64%. I mean, the maths, right?
We're going to get about 20,000 more votes, it looks like, this cycle.
You think we're only going to get 20,000 votes out of the
I think, right?
36% districts that are yet to report?
That's about 2/3 of the votes counted already, and that's about 25,000. You cut that in half, 37.
Hold on, we know in DeKalb County we have over 250,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's
so 10% is 25,000.
That's 64% though. So that's 2/3 of the vote. So I'm doing simple math, saying the other third of the vote will be 50% of what we have there, about 375,000 votes, which is only about 10K up from last cycle. So we're going to see about the same amount of votes. We'll be able to see if that actually switched from last cycle in about 20%.
Can I mention in North Carolina, I know I've been really focusing on Buncombe County because, again, that's where Asheville is, as an indicator of kind of, like I said, hurricane response. Right now, with 55% votes in, the split is 67-32. But in 2022, as a reminder, Biden was up 59-38. So even with 55% in, she is massively overperforming
Easily
in Asheville.
Close those gaps, though.
That's 55% though. Yeah, he's right. $10 from
what do y'all want? 75.
Keep up the streams with guests. Thanks, Wick. No, it's 55% is about the time when you can start doing these things, right? So I get you. Right.
I think DeKalb's even too soon at 64. I think DeKalb is just a gem we just found here, because the population size, the voting size, hasn't really changed at all. We'll really be able to probably tell a little bit about Georgia just from DeKalb. I think that's a good district to keep an eye on.
Yeah, DeKalb County, Fulton County. Fulton County hasn't moved, right? It's been at 72% for a while now. Whereas we have all these red districts that start coming in, right? Let's look. I'm just really curious, and I'm just going to do a lightning round here, right? How much is Trump winning by, right? 82%, 79. These are what he needs to see, by the way. 86. No, these are on track for Trump here. That's the kind of ratios that we want to see.
Yeah, but I mean, we have to compare him to last time a little bit too.
But
he's looking good in some of them.
Out of curiosity, raw numbers. Let's try to find like a 95% one. Oh, here's one. Raw numbers. That's what I'm looking at. What was the raw numbers in Murray, Murray County in Georgia in 2020? What was the raw numbers? Raw votes.
We got 2,301 for Biden, 12,944 for Trump.
So the turnout is actually higher in this county than for 2020. That's interesting to me.
It looks like Trump gained 2,000, where Harris gained 100, and we still got 5% of the vote to come in.
Yeah, that will be an interesting story if that.
Such a small district, though. It's hard to. Northern
Let's
Georgia,
look at another one. Polk County.
That's literally where deliverance happened.
Polk County, Georgia.
I'm pulling her up.
What was the raw numbers of votes?
3,657 for Biden, 13,587 for
So Trump's picking up raw numbers. He's at 15,000 now.
And Biden and Harris is either equaling or underperforming. It looks like she's down. Oh no, she's up.
Yeah, she's up, but not by as near as much percentage-wise, right?
Yeah, she's up 100.
So that's interesting. I wonder if this is going to be like a revenge of the rural areas in Georgia, right?
I think they're mad in the Georgia rural
You
areas.
could be right, but like if she turns a bigger county around and gets 5 points in there, it wipes out all that.
I understand, but it's worth looking at. Let's look at Schley County, Schley. That's in Georgia. Majins for $2 says Oregon is going to carry us home, believe.
All right, so Schley Queen County got 462 for Biden and 1,800 for Trump.
That again, Trump again got a little more, right? 19 to 452, right? 1970, I should say, to 452. So again, we see a higher turnout in these counties. That's crazy.
This rural turnout is up bigly.
What about, I know I keep doing this, Seminole County, Georgia. 94% of the vote in.
So Seaman Hole County, 1256 for
Seaman Hole? No, I'm just kidding.
2,613 for Trump.
Wow. It's 2,807 for Trump, 1,187 for Harris.
It's only like 100 more voters, like a 300 voter swing now.
Interesting. Sorry, very cool.
No, that's a good indicator Biden's losing votes in these rural areas.
Yes, absolutely. But as you said, we're going to keep an eye on DeKalb. We're going to keep an eye on Fulton. The question will be, because again, Biden won in 2020 in Georgia. So Trump has to outperform what he did. And he is in the rural counties. But will that matter when it comes to the actual populated areas, right?
We'll see what old campaign denying Stacey Abrams and her sister can cook up in Fulton this time. Any bamboo in them ballots?
Yeah, Fulton still hasn't moved. Okay, I've been talking a lot. Let's hear some thoughts from the peanut gallery here. Tuna hasn't said anything in a while.
Don't say peanut. You'll trigger the conservatives.
Tuna.
Justice for Peanut.
What are some of your thoughts, Tuna? Are you still with us, Tuna? I can't tell.
Tuna ran away.
Oh, he
Tuna's
got bored.
gone. He had like hot micing problems.
Oh.
Aw.
Sad.
The resident Jill Stein guy. That's sad.
We're still at 17% in Philadelphia. We are getting more in Allegheny County. That's pumping up 35% as opposed to 30. Interesting.
I gotta say, what was that scenario somebody proposed earlier? All right. As the person who loves chaos the most, I feel like.
I know what you're gonna say. It was me.
If the Trump winning the popular vote and losing the electoral would be the most fucking
triggered, dude. You would be so mad.
We would get the best next 2 weeks of content ever out of that. It would be good. I like almost want to see that just for the memes, but I don't like the memes that much.
That orange face would turn bright fucking red. Oh, he'd be so angry.
Exit poll update. I just linked it to your Wick.
Let's check her out.
Not good news.
Not good news for who?
For whom? Well, you're about to see.
The presidential candidates hold different appeal for their supporters, according to the new NBC News exit poll. Asked which of four qualities mattered most for their vote for President, Trump supporters tended to decide as well. We already saw this.
Oh,
we cited this earlier. This isn't new. But yes, this is something where, again, for ability to lead, 20% of Harris voters cited that as a reason to vote for her. 41% of Trump. Is this the one you're referring to? This is the link.
Yeah, I think they're updating it live.
This is not new. This is the same.
It just came across.
What is it? Like, what does it mean? Like, what does it say?
What was the question?
So
Trump's ability to lead is like doubling Harris right now in terms of exit.
Well, no, the question was, for the candidate you're voting for, why are you voting for them out of these four qualities? And the qualities, which candidate quality matters most? And so when it came to ability to lead, the people who are voting for Trump say that the ability to lead mattered most. Whereas the next one was can bring needed change. then followed by cares about people like me and good judgment. Okay. It flips for Kamala. Good judgment was her highest. Her second highest was cares about people like me. Third was ability to lead. And fourth, can bring needed change. So, yeah.
I think this is freshly updated because they just linked this across the live news feed at NBC.
Well, but I don't understand what that does for us.
Yeah. Exit polls as of 7:17 p.m. today. So this is being updated with real data as we go.
It gives you bragging rights that your side thinks that your guy is a better leader, I guess.
Well, I mean, this is all voters, so it would be independents and moderates as well. Just 2-1. And the big one, I feel like it's 3-1 can bring needed change. 3-1 voters say that? That's big.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like directly contrasting them, right? Isn't Wick right? Isn't it just saying like why did you vote and like rank these from like 1 to 4?
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's these are pretty stark numbers.
Well, isn't all that's indicating there that like, potentially like different voter bases have different priorities when it comes to what they look for in a leader?
For sure, but these are qualities of the leader themselves. So just these numbers being up generally is just good news for Republicans as this gets updated as we go. This is as of about an hour ago.
Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Are there any polls closing around now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see any.
The blue wave.
Look, if you were a Trump voter, you're probably feeling good right now. Probably feeling good. But please remember 2020. Trump voters felt really good. And then they woke up the next morning. They did not feel good. We got some more calls. Wyoming to Trump. South Dakota to Trump. North Dakota to Trump. And Texas has been called for Trump. Pretty clearly. Okay? None of these are shocks or surprises. And if you're shocked or surprised about any of these, that's silly. You are a silly boy.
The only gain or loss so far has been Joe Manchin's seat. Everything else is on par with how it's been.
Durham County still isn't in yet. Only 5%. Orange County, we got 86%. That's pretty good.
So the
90%.
race in Virginia with Alexander Vindman's brother is right now 60% of the votes in. It's a lot tighter than it was before. And my homegirl, Lily Tang Williams, is keeping up, but still behind Maggie Goodlater. And that one's only 14 in, actually. That's not even worth looking at yet.
Interesting. Terrell County is neck and neck. I know it doesn't probably matter in Georgia, but Terrell is 50-49, and I know it's a battle of like 10 votes difference. It's very close. Very close in Georgia. The overall, again, Trump is leading 53-47 in Georgia, but where this vote's still out. We are looking at DeKalb, we're looking at Folsom, right? And there's some red to fill in still. Like you can see these red counties around that still need to fill in. But we're talking onesies and twosies compared to the hundreds and thousands that are in DeKalb and Fulton. So we'll see. We will see. Georgia should be called soon? I don't think so. Not based on this. Unless you have info that I don't.
On the Google one, it has all those filled in already.
No, it doesn't.
The ones you were just pointing at.
It might have one or two, right? But most of them
I
are.
thought you were up by Atlanta when you were. I might have been looking at the cursor.
You might have been.
My bad. Yeah, I might have been. My bad.
But yeah, I don't think Georgia's going to be called soon at all. If you think Georgia's going to be called soon, what are you seeing that I'm not?
I'm not. I don't know yet. I'm waiting on the big places before I make my decision.
Can we take a look at
where to put your bets on Polymarket?
Like
let's take a look at North Carolina for a second.
Yeah, I would like to look at North Carolina.
Yeah, Raleigh is Wake County.
Raleigh, it's Raleigh.
Yeah.
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Whatever.
Goddamn
I
Yankees
don't
right here,
care
bro.
about
Raleigh,
I'm not from
North
there.
Carolina.
Okay, Wake County. Let's look at Wake County. It's 76%
Wake
in.
County, 76% in. And I just want to point out, I mean, 76% in my opinion. I do want to hear what the split is compared to 2020.
I do.
But at, at 76%, this is a major portion of a major blue area in. And I mean, we have a lot of red counties that really haven't even been counted yet. And Trump's leading. So I think based on that, it seems like Trump's doing okay. But I do want to know what the comparison is.
So let's look at, so we got less than 40% of the vote in. Trump is ahead by about, it looks like 100,000 votes, a little over 100,000 votes, 52 to 47%. Wake County is 76% in, and it's at 64% to 35%. That is a question. In North Carolina, Lackwood asked, North Carolina, 2020, what was the percentage total?
Wake.
Yep.
35.8 for Trump, 62.2 for Biden.
So Harris is actually outperforming her total here. What was the final numbers, raw totals?
226,000 for Trump, 393,000 for Biden.
Okay, well that's down for both in about equal amounts. So we'll see, right?
New Mexico reporting 77,000 votes for Chase Oliver. That's kind of wild. It was on the Google map.
Oh, I don't.
That's
I don't
great.
know if that's more or less accurate. That is really funny. Good for him. You go, little guy.
I think New Mexico does have a little bit. I mean, wasn't Gary Johnson the governor of New Mexico? I'm pretty sure. I mean, there is like a libertarian, little bit of libertarian streak there. Yeah.
Do you guys see Elizabeth Warren won, Sheldon Whitehouse won, Marsha Blackburn won, Rick Scott won?
Is there any flips? If you see a flip in these, let me know.
Rick Scott was actually pretty close.
Oh shit, we got a little more Philadelphia in. 18% instead of the 12% it was at. 86 to 13 is the ratio currently, but it's only 18% in, so you know.
I think what we're seeing is that this is people have been projecting this is going to be a record-breaking election just in terms of numbers of people voting, and I think that's probably going to be true. I think you're probably going to, just based on the numbers we're seeing thus far. Yes. It's even the rural areas, they seem to be voting more.
Well, that's the thing.
More too.
I think the rural areas we're going to just see more of in general. But this will be interesting if Trump wins and turnout is even higher than 2020. I think that it almost puts the lie to the idea that high turnout automatically favors Democrats. So I guess we'll see. We had some poll closings. New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, Arizona, Colorado, etc. Wyoming, Minnesota, Michigan, Nebraska, all these things, right?
There, the New Mexico fixed.
Michigan's only 10% in. Wisconsin, we got nothing.
More calls.
Colorado, we got 0% in. Oh, RFK Jr. taking an early 2% with 14 votes.
Big plays.
Yeah. But we'll see. Still waiting on Georgia. Georgia. We aren't seeing any changes in these big ones.
I know you don't put weight on the poly market, but do you put weight on the decision desk projections?
A little more, yes.
Okay.
Interesting that they match.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to say. Like, decision desk is, again,
but
like the trend line is moving in favor of Trump.
Reasons matter in these things, right? Like,
the
process matters, and how you get to a decision matters. I read a book when I was like 10.
You read a book?
It stuck with me. I know, it's crazy. The Sideways School. Did you guys ever read that book? The whole series of books. The Sideways School, right? The school was sideways, and it was, instead of like being long ways, it had like 35 floors or whatever. And in one of the chapters, this kid was failing at math, and the teacher was trying to teach him how to count. Okay, and it was interesting because the guy would always get the right answer, but he would always do it wrong. But he'd get the right answer each time. And he was frustrated because he always got to the right answer. And she was frustrated because he was always doing it wrong. I thought that was funny. But Gregor Samsa says Trump has a 250K vote lead in Georgia. Where are the votes you're looking for? I'll show you. DeKalb County. Fulton County. Cobb County.
Make that up on its own, dude.
Yeah. Like Newton's not really, right? But DeKalb County by itself can get you a lot of the way there. Fulton County will pull you over the line, okay?
Wick, did you see what I just linked to you in chat there? You are correct. About 3.5 to 1 voters who vote on the state of democracy are Harris voters over Trump voters.
Yeah.
According to the updated exit polling as of 7:17 p.m. So that continues.
Duh. But yes, no, I get it. But yeah, no, I absolutely see, again, these huge counties. People underestimate how big cities are compared to rural, right? Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It very well might not. Muskogee County, Talbot County, well, not Talbot, really. Richmond. With all these big city kind of blue areas, if this ratio keeps up, it just this ratio keeps
Her
up.
Rockdale ratio is only 3 points higher.
Yeah, but that matters, right? Rockdale isn't that big of a county, though, right? So
we still got some votes to close that out. Trump could clear up that 3%.
But we're looking at DeKalb, Clayton, Fulton.
DeKalb and Fulton alone could easily clear that vote gap and easily take the state. So it is definitely not called.
Yeah, you can't call it yet until those are in. You could be right. Georgia could go red.
And the person that asked that should feel bad.
They shouldn't feel bad, but is Henry a big county? I don't even know. Henry County, Georgia, is that a big one? There's only 1% in. Because we're running out of places to count in Georgia. We are. Like
Henry, about 125,000 people voted there, and it's 60-40 Trump or Biden over Trump.
Yeah, so that's going to be, again, we're going to rack up these numbers in these counties.
Yeah, easily 30,000 votes there for Harris extra.
In Georgia, absolutely. It's going to be close either way in Georgia. Yeah, no, Georgia is going to be very close. Absolutely. You are correct. Though, I find it interesting, though. Like, Florida was not close. Florida has massively, I'm talking like massively outperformed, right? We got 88% in. I think it's safe to call. Trump has gained inroads in Florida by a huge margin. But here's the thing, and this is what I wonder. How much of that gain is from anti-COVID people, anti-COVID lockdowns all fleeing to Florida, fleeing from New York, fleeing from New Jersey, fleeing from Pennsylvania, fleeing from Michigan, Wisconsin? How much of that gain is because of that? I'm curious. I'd be very curious to see, right? Ooh. Ah, man.
Well, those numbers did cut off in 2022. And so I think a lot of the gain that we saw could have been demonstrated in the gubernatorial race in 2022. Whereas I think maybe some of the gains we're seeing now.
No, it is. Like, people are saying it is good for him. Yes, it is good for him. But what I imagine that should translate, if I'm right, that should translate to Georgia. And it doesn't seem to be. The reason I thought this would be more indicative, because I thought that this and the ratio here would translate to Georgia and North Carolina. But at least in Georgia, that doesn't seem to be the case. You see how we do this? This is the frustrating part of this. I am giving you my hypothesis, and I'm giving you ways to test your hypothesis throughout the night. By seeing as more information comes in, we can, again, put it and say, well, does this seem to be playing out, or does this seem to be going differently than I thought? When it comes to the Florida thing, it seems to be going differently than I thought. Trump is up massively there. That's true. He's winning by more than 10 points. But that doesn't seem to be, at least, again, on the map I'm looking at, that doesn't seem to be coming into play when it comes to Georgia. So that's the difference.
So I think I'm going to introduce a
now
new
it could change. It could change. Like we could see all these red things come in big, and then DeKalb and Fulton don't really change much, right? But we gotta wait. We gotta wait and see.
I actually have a new scientific voting method. I think I'm going to use to determine who's going to win. It's going to be the DCM. It's going to be called the Democrat Copium metric. So the more y'all cope, the more I think that Trump's going to win. That's what I'm gonna start doing.
Do you have a metric for the opposite direction?
Yeah. We have the Republican Giga Chad metric. That's going to be the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's clearly not biased.
No, we already have one. We call it the polymarket metric. Okay, the more you cite polymarket, the more I know that you guys are.
Oh yeah. I mean, here's the thing with polymarket. I would say, let's say that it's wrong.
Interesting. Allegheny's at 40% now. Go on, Ken.
Yeah, let's say like Kamala wins and the polymarket things are off, and I think the big indicator is when it was right, like at the early time today, or if it's like now, is it getting more accurate? I think that's a better debate. I think that if it's off and Kamala wins, like now at this point, it's been pretty for a while that polymarket's been saying Trump's going to win, then okay, maybe it's not anything. But if the percentages seem to line up with what all the polling is saying, then I think I'm going to start counting it much higher now afterwards, because I think that people are putting their money where the percentages are. So
okay. I think we can start to look now. 2020 Lackawanna County for Pennsylvania and 2020's Wyoming County for Pennsylvania. I want to see those. We're over 60%. I want to know who's outperforming, where we going here, right?
God, Lackawanna is such a northeastern of the United States name.
Lackawanna. Fun to say.
Where the fuck isn't it searching?
Lackawanna.
Yeah, I got her. Okay, 61K for Biden, 54%, 52K for Trump, 45%.
So Trump's down 1% and Harris is up 1%. Interesting. What about Wyoming County? Same state.
4,700 votes for Biden, 31.5%. 9,900 votes for Trump, 66.6%.
Harris is at 35. Trump is at 63. Harris is overperforming here, at least with 60% of the vote. And you start feeling a little better if you're, a Harris supporter. But we'll see. It's all cope until the numbers come in, right?
Anything over 80 there yet?
No. Allegheny's at 40, but I don't think that's not enough.
They'll be rolling in soon. Pennsylvania's next, probably. We'll start getting like the end of Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina soon, before midnight.
Check the Google chart counter.
Oh, exit polling, Latino.
Oh, we are seeing about the same. Yeah, it's the same numbers. Okay, anyway, give us a Latino polling.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna screenshot it for you so you can take a look at the whole thing, make sure you get whole context. It's just another exit polling update from specifically Wisconsin, showing Trump up in support with all three racial demographics of note. And his support with the black demographic.
So yes, white voters, Wisconsin voters. This is for Wisconsin. This is for the state of Wisconsin. Trump support among white voters has increased by 1%. Trump support among black voters is up 12 points. And in Latino voters is up 1 point. But that black vote being up 12 points, pretty significant.
That is. That is significant.
Pretty significant. Now I really want to look at Wisconsin when it comes in. Okay, I really want to pay attention to Wisconsin when it comes in.
And that's of 1 hour ago that data was updated.
Yeah. Really curious.
And the reason why I think that's important is, one of the whole state basically, except for Madison and Milwaukee, is red, and Milwaukee especially is where a lot of the blue votes come from.
What county is that?
Milwaukee County, and
Milwaukee
is also, Milwaukee is also, essentially, frankly speaking, where the black people of Wisconsin live, right? Overwhelmingly. And so, I mean, one of the key kind of Democrat areas, if we're seeing the black vote trending in favor of Trump, or I guess trending more so in favor of Trump, that eats away at, really one of the only two bastions of votes the Democrats have in the whole state.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see when it comes. Milwaukee County? I don't see a Milwaukee County on here. Do we know where in the state that is?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm pretty sure it's Milwaukee County.
It could be I'm just missing it. Oh, no, here we are. Yeah, we got nothing in yet. Oh, but we will see.
Open seat in Delaware, won by the Democrats, reseating another Democrat, Sarah McBride.
Boom. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll wait to see. With those exit poll numbers, that is worrying for the Harris campaign, right? That big jump on the African-American vote, worrying for the, you keep saying to check AP, okay? I'm looking. What am I looking for?
Virginia's leaning red, it looks like.
What? Yeah, but that's 52%.
Yeah, I did look into that, by the way, because I was also seeing Virginia leaning red.
Yeah.
And when you organize the state by votes left to count, almost all of it, like major chunks are left in blue areas and not nearly as much as left in red areas. Virginia is probably going to swing blue. That's my prediction with that.
Yeah,
I'm seeing Mississippi and Louisiana called on NBC, as well as
that makes sense.
Missouri.
Look, I mean, my prediction here is if Trump wins Wisconsin and wins North Carolina and Georgia, right, those three, and it's looking like he's going to win North Carolina and Georgia, I think. But if he pulls one out of the hat and wins Wisconsin, it's over, right?
Yes.
Because Harris needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yes, the blue wall, if you will. Yeah, I think that, like, here's the deal. But these things they generally vote together, right? So it would be odd if one revolted. Does that make sense? They usually, traditionally vote the same. So we'll see. We'll see.
She's only behind by like 60,000 votes in North Carolina. Is there any of these counties that she can pull that out of?
I don't know North Carolina.
Only 51% of the vote is in for the state, so yeah, it could easily be 10 points to either candidate still with the votes left on the table.
Yeah, it's just not enough information. And we're looking at Wake County, 76% in, 64 to 35, right?
Yeah, the big county that Harris is waiting for here is Mecklenburg. That's only 9.6% in. This county in 2020 went to Biden by I think like a ratio of 2 to 1.
Mecklenburg,
is bordering South Carolina, Mecklenburg, yeah. And I mean, there's quite a few little bubbles all throughout every county. So I mean, it's possible that could be still defeated. But I think Mecklenburg is something to look out for.
Well, it's only 10%,
over 500,000,
right? And we don't know. Yeah, it's just not enough. Not enough data.
But it's good for. But I'm saying that's good for Harris because you have over 500,000 votes left in a county that swings blue. And so if we're looking at where could Harris get the votes to take the lead back in North Carolina, there are still votes that she could take the lead back in North Carolina. It's possible. It's possible.
Fulton is 80%.
How likely is that, though, is the question?
I don't think it's likely. I do think Trump's going to win North Carolina, but again, it's possible.
I haven't had any of my models predicting him winning like that. What I was looking at, but that would be big.
Fulton 80% in, so that's one of the two powerhouses. Last cycle, Biden only got 60,000 more votes than she's got right now, and Trump is up a lot in the state.
True.
Still, so Georgia's not looking great unless we see some major turnout for Harris and DeKalb. It's still sitting in the 60s.
DeKalb, Cobb. Right, we'll see. We'll see.
Cobb's rather small by comparison because it's rather tight there. She only has Biden only had a 14-point lead in Cobb. So a lot of that vote could be still Trump.
Harris is 16 points up right now.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Gwinnett is another one that Harris could probably pull some votes from. Biden had an 18-point lead there, but it's not going to be the powerhouse Fulton DeKalb where.
Yeah,
so
she needs Fulton DeKalb is what. It's Fulton and DeKalb. Yeah, you're right. Fulton DeKalb. That's what we're going to be looking at all night.
If she wins Georgia at all.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for her.
True. Once again, as I said, my prediction is North Carolina and Georgia go red. That was what I was coming in on. My prediction. We'll see, right?
So maybe that person had that data from a different website before ours updated and saw this vote projection we didn't see yet. And that's why he was saying Georgia was called. So I recant my statement. You shouldn't feel bad. Maybe you're a prophet.
I know I feel like I'm a prophet.
You are, Gibbs.
I am.
Well, you're about to not profit if Trump wins.
I will in my capital gains taxes and whatnot.
Sure, yeah. In the long run, you'll profit.
In the wonderful economy. Listen, I'm not sad about losing a little chump change. I have some gambling money. We just took that from the gambling fund, all right? Don't worry. It's not going to hurt me. I can lose that money and be like, oh, no.
This motherfucker is rooting for Trump, but he put a whole bunch of money on Harris. Why?
You gotta hedge your bets, buddy. Hedge your bets.
Good odds.
Yeah, exactly.
Offset this capital gains tax that I have to pay under Kamala.
62% of the vote in, and Ted Cruz is up by 6 points.
Yeah, I don't think Cruz is getting unseated, unfortunately. Allegheny's got almost half in Allegheny County.
I was so confident Cruz was going to win, I didn't even make him put up having to buy me anything. I was just a one-sided bet. You see, that's how confident I was.
Everyone is streaming tonight. This is still yes, everyone is streaming. So the people who have decided to spend your time with the Wick crew, I appreciate you. You are the best, right? Thank you for spending. I know you have a lot of options tonight. I know you have a lot of choices. So I appreciate you deciding to spend your time with Wick and his compatriots, his champions, his nemesises. Right, and I'll let you decide which ones are which, right? But I am happy that you are all here. We will see how it goes. Okay.
So just to be clear, on Twitter, F-bombs called it for Trump. He said, "Welp, looks like fascism is here. Goodbye democracy." So it's looking like Trump's doing pretty well.
Hey, could you check out Erie while you're in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I can. Erie County, 1% in.
Oh, all right. That was.
We got nothing, buddy. We got nothing.
All right.
Allegheny is the closest one. It has the most in, at least from the big ones, and it's 48% in. But we can't. I'm not comfortable until that number gets above 50, right? Philadelphia is at 21% reported in, but the numbers haven't really moved.
Yeah, I'm watching Chautauqua County in New York too. It's not moving at all.
Nothing.
New York will be fun because there was that one poll that just came out showing, Kirsten Gillibrand might be the next senator in New York.
We are at 80% in Lackawanna County. That's interesting. Hassan is molding hard. Yeah, maybe. Hassan. Look, Hassan encouraged people not to vote. Am I not correct with that? I don't want to spread information, but that was my understanding. Is that he was like, both parties are parties of genocide.
I saw on Twitter, Karl Max tried to, on his molding tweet, tried to say, "So what should we do then?" And then Hassan blocked him.
Yeah, I saw that. W. Karl Marx. Karl Max, I should say.
Lackawanna.
Oh yeah, somebody clipped that. I knew he was a Karl Marx guy. I knew it.
Lackawanna, she is performing almost exactly on pace with Biden, and he's performing 1% up. It's almost exactly on pace with how it ended up. Trump slightly ahead.
We'll see.
So I mean, it's 80% in. That's just weird that it was
yeah.
Could you check Lebanon County? I'm rather curious.
34% in. Trump's up, but Lebanon County almost always goes red. So.
Yeah, well, it's close. But yeah, you're right.
But again, 34% in. We can't make predictions.
Erie and Monroe are both kind of close.
Lancaster's interesting, but only 20%. The big ones. Okay, for those of you watching, and if you're wondering, like, where should we be looking at in Pennsylvania? Philadelphia, Allegheny, Erie. That's the big three.
Montgomery is a big one. Erie is kind of small by comparison to Montgomery.
Well, Erie's a good, like, kind of bellwether for the state.
It really is. It's 49 to 48 last cycle.
Yeah.
That's as close as it gets. Yeah, I want to see that. I feel like that'll be a fun one.
It's like a bellwether kind of thing. Montgomery's only 17% in. We can't really make. But yeah, this area, super blue. All this, super red. Then we have blue here usually, sometimes, and then blue here. But everything else is going to be painted red.
Yeah, Lancaster is the best county, the big county for Trump, and he only wins 56% in 2020. So
we'll see.
He's got a really, like, I don't know. Pennsylvania looks like a tough state for him to win.
Man, a lot of us are going to be eating crow if Harris wins Pennsylvania handily, but then loses overall. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be eating crow, me included. Okay.
I did leave it open that she's going to take one of the Rust Belts, but I did say the other two. I could be wrong. Could be this one.
What do you think the fact that Joe Biden will not be at Harris's election night watch party? What do you guys think about that?
Little sus.
I think he's fucking old.
Bro, yeah, it's past 8 p.m.
He's probably going
New
to
York
bed.
gets officially called for Harris. Those of you who were hoping for a little upset there.
Haha, take that, peanut.
Rhode Island is also called for Harris.
What other squirrels can we put in the crosshairs?
Louisiana has been called for Trump, and Delaware has been called for Harris officially. So as of right now, 162 Trump, 62 Harris. What are we looking at, gang? We're looking at Georgia. We're looking at North Carolina. We're looking at Virginia. We're looking at Pennsylvania. We're looking at Michigan. We're looking at Wisconsin. Those are the big three. Or the big, not more, there's more than three there, right? You know what I'm saying. You hear me, right? How are we looking at Georgia? 74% in. Oh, it's getting harder and harder for Harris to close that gap. Bolton's at 78 now instead of 72. DeKalb's sitting where it was. But that's a tough hill. It's not undoable, but it's a tough hill. Okay. $2 from Tesco Johnson. Poly market is 77.8% for Trump. Oof.
Talking about eating crow, you guys are like all talking shit, but I don't know. I think this is reflective of something. I think this is reflective of the fact that Donald Trump's going to win.
Money talks.
Money talks. I think people are, again, this is their money they're throwing out here, and they're like,
what's the expression?
We're seeing the signs, and they're like, holy shit, Trump's going to win.
Can one of you tell me the expression? They're like, say it with your wallet. Isn't that a whole expression? Like, put your money where your mouth is. That's what betting is.
But
the money,
again, this is a lagging indicator. They are always going to, they're usually going to end up being the same, but because, again, people are still making bets as the night goes on, right? Like, this isn't something that you can look 2 months, right, or yesterday and really make any predictions here. And I'll tell you what.
All right. How about I give you...
If North Carolina flips, you're going to see poly market flip. If Pennsylvania flips, you're going to see poly market flip. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, of course. If you see like major changes, like you're going to see, of course. I understand that it's not gospel, but all projections are not gospel.
Yeah, that's
right?
how exit poll.
It is a projection. So I'm going to give you something else that Who cares about Polymarket or whatever at its 75%? The New York Times is giving a 69% chance to Trump.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but what is the New York Times basing that off of? Is it basing it off of vibes, which is like basically all of what Polymarket is? Like, who do you feel is like higher chance of winning? Otherwise, you're placing bets on what you feel is the most sure bet, right?
People place bets. When we're talking like money, they're placing these are educated guesses. People are looking at the numbers that are left. They're looking at the polling. They're looking at how the votes are coming in. The same thing that the New York Times is looking at. People who are putting their money on the line are also looking at those very same things.
Like, this would probably be a good time to go put money on Kamala right now. Like a 75%. Like, I still don't think it's a 75% chance she wins. So if they're giving you those odds, I put money on Kamala, hoping, that the odds, if I'm wanting her to win, right? Then you're gonna go, oh, I'm gonna put the money down, and it's gonna give me a big boost because you're gonna get better percentage points. So you'll probably even see it just back every so often with this, but we're not seeing that because I think it's looking more and more clear that Trump is going to get that W.
Maryland has passed an amendment to protect access to abortion and make it a constitutional right.
Cool.
So something that we all kind of in line with that, something we glossed over. Both the amendments in Florida failed. The abortion amendment, but then also, despite the fact that it had Trump's endorsement, the amendment to legalize recreational marijuana in Florida failed. Trump endorsed that, and it failed. That's wild.
That is actually kind of crazy.
Well, like I said, I think that plays more into the theory that I have, where the reason we see this huge jump in Trump support and conservative support, basically, in Florida is because people are fleeing to Florida from these liberal states, right? Yeah, I think that it's becoming a bastion, if you will, of conservatism, for better or worse.
New York.
Yeah, I also think it's like the old. I think it's also like bastions of like old power. Like you see, I was in an argument with somebody the other day, and we were talking about, if Trump came out against like Greg Abbott, for example, could he get rid of Abbott? I'm like, no way. Abbott's got too much here in Texas. Could he get rid of DeSantis? No, he couldn't get rid of DeSantis. I think that speaks to their power bases because I think DeSantis. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he was against that bill, even though Trump was all for it. I think they were on opposite sides of that one. I could be wrong, but I feel like that might indicate how much more powerful DeSantis is in his own home.
I mean, he does have his supporters, right? And in Florida, he's a popular governor. But here we are. $10.
Looks like a meatball to me.
$10 from literally everyone else alive. Says this: Wick, you are cursed. Well, thanks, I guess.
Yeah,
I have 8 tabs open covering the election, and yours is the only tab that crashes consistently. We just have a lot going on. We have big brain time. There's a lot of processing power behind our thoughts here, okay? If you're watching Hassan, it's not a big CPU load, okay? Watching him go, okay? It's not a big CPU load.
I don't know. What if he's got 25 Twitter tabs open? That's a lot.
I'm just saying.
Way more than 25 tabs.
But yeah, I am shocked about the marijuana legalization thing. That bucks a trend that has been going on for years, actually.
Well, I also think that it refutes this idea. I know Trump, of course, has a lot of pull within the Republican Party, but people seem to think it's just like a Trump cult at this point. But he himself can't get his supporters on board with recreational marijuana.
He also couldn't with the vaccine either. So I mean, that's
true as well, to some extent. Yeah. Right? So I mean, there definitely is. I think the MAGA movement is somewhat separated from Trump.
CNN is saying right now that Trump is receiving more of the vote in North Carolina than he was granted in polls, and doing better than he did in 2020.
Is this going to be the first time in history polls were outdone 3 times in a row?
If that is true, then North Carolina probably is going to go red. And we have a long night. Again, if you all remember, please remember.
Why are all the red states?
Oh, you were hot micing, buddy. But no, if you remember, coming into this, my prediction: red, blue. Virginia's gonna be close. I don't know about this one, gang. I'm nervous about this one. I'm nervous. 60% in.
Is anybody predicting Trump to get Virginia? I haven't
seen that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
I'm not. I think that when you just look at the votes available left in different counties, there's just there's major votes left in blue counties, historically blue counties. It looks like Trump's doing okay right now, but as soon as those votes start coming in, I think he's going to lose it. I seriously,
fair enough. No, I trust you on this. I'd have to look through. So again, my prediction map. All this was red except for Virginia. Blue, blue, blue. Then Colorado and New Mexico are blue in my prediction map as well.
Republicans flipped a House seat.
Interesting. Which one?
I'm looking. I can't figure the hell out. I'm on 5 different CNNs, not saying who. They're just saying one flip. So I'm looking at 5 different sites trying to figure it out. As soon as I got that for you, I'll report it.
Please do. Where's the big counties in Virginia? Fairfax? 67% in, 58% in the city, but the city's
Prince
small.
William is number 2, and it's only like a third of Fairfax.
Are you on the Wick? Are you on the NBC News Decision 2024 map?
I'm in the ABC one.
Okay, and
on NBC.
On the NBC one under Map View, there's 3 options: county, size of lead, and estimated remaining votes. If you click on estimated remaining votes,
can you send me a link to that one?
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. But it'll show you by the size of the circle represents how many votes are left, and you can see exactly the major points where votes are left is going to be Fairfax County, Richmond, and Virginia Beach.
Yeah, DM that to me, please.
Guys, I'm sorry for being in and out of this stuff. I've just been dealing with a lot of stuff with my family at the moment.
No, do your thing. No big deal.
Yeah, I've been dealing with family members calling me to check in on me because they're concerned, I'm concerned, but then again, everyone is because of what tonight is. So
I'm not concerned.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine.
Lactoid's like, I'm fine.
Lactoid, stop lying. You were over there biting your fucking fingernails. I can hear it through your fucking mic.
No, I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm like 4 or 5 beers in, so I wouldn't be nervous even if we were losing.
Yeah, either
Is
one.
it gnaw with a G or is it gnaw with an N?
I have to admit, out of pure stress, I went down to the nearest 7-Eleven and just grabbed myself a bag of Doritos and a big gulp.
Oh, Kamala likes Doritos.
It's the most American.
I actually don't like that map very much. I was just messing with it for a minute.
Wait,
we're gonna go back to the ABC one.
Because I got the Cool Ranch.
Oh, never mind.
I sent you an exit polling update out of Pennsylvania. Trump is down with white voters so far, but massive gains with Hispanic and black voters. Mostly Hispanic.
I think going back to the Puerto Rican comments, I don't think they actually heard him.
Are we going to start calling the GOP the party of diversity soon?
Yeah, I know. The Republicans are now
after all of the
diverse
bullshit
party.
they were saying on the campaign trail.
Yeah, wait,
Jesus.
just wait. You're about to be the party of white people. You're racist.
We are seeing in Pennsylvania, since you brought that up, a lot of red counties have just come in, right? So we are seeing it kind of go from the huge lead Karis has, and she's still ahead, to be clear, but it's a lot more bigly. Close. Allegheny County is now at 57% reporting, so I want to check on its 2020 status. So right now, Harris is at 63% with 269,000 votes. Trump is at 36% with 150,000 votes. What was this looking like in 2020?
2020.
59% for Biden with 430,000 votes and 39% for Trump with 282,000 votes.
We'll see how that goes.
So I want to, and Wick, you're going to hate me, but I promise it won't be the only thing I'm going to use here, okay? Wisconsin, based on the initial numbers coming in, it's actually looking pretty good for Trump. And 25% of Milwaukee's in, over 30% of Madison's in, and there's other counties coming in, but there's also a lot of historically red counties that just simply haven't come in yet.
Sure, that's fine.
And it's razor close, but there does appear to be more votes available for Trump now than Harris. And literally, since Wisconsin polls closed, the poly market switched from a 57% Kamala lead to a 67% Trump lead. As soon as the numbers started coming in.
Well, let's look at the comparisons, and I think it's important because we do have 66% in Waukesha County, in Wisconsin.
Waukesha.
Look, pronunciations. Give me the 2020 stats for WAUKESHA. I want to see.
That's where Darrell Books ran over a bunch of people at a parade.
Yeah, and just to keep in mind, Waukesha is a Republican stronghold, for sure.
Yeah, but I want to see, like, is he outperforming, or is he keeping tabs, right, that he did? I want to know. What's 2020?
Pulling it up, man. I don't have that. I don't have the mid states yet. I got to get it all. I was on the East Coast still. Hold up.
Quick, what are you eating?
Just leftover cheese sticks. They're not very good. I might get some chips or something else to eat. I thought I was more hungry at the time than I was, and so I made a bunch.
If you want to be super patriotic, just get pork rinds.
True. Waukesha, 60% Trump with 160,000, 39% Biden with 103,000.
So again, right now, Trump's underperforming.
Yes, it was 59.57. I rounded up, so he's pretty much on it. And Biden was 38.77.
Yeah, Kamala's outperforming. Yeah.
Yeah, she's up a point roughly, and Trump is on par. But there's still
we're going to need to see more from Milwaukee.
Yeah, give us the Milwaukee numbers from 2020. That's going to be really important.
But we're only at 25%, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I want to see the ratio from Milwaukee. I'm just really curious.
69, nice, to 29.
Okay, yeah. That is getting better for Trump so far. But
and that would track if he's doing better among the black vote, right? Because again, Milwaukee is where large black community there, much larger than any other county in the whole state.
But we'll see, I mean, right? We got to get more. We got to get more. But no, I take your point, and we will watch it.
There's only 2 counties in Milwaukee that are just a 20% or less of, or 2 counties in Wisconsin that are only that aren't 20% of Milwaukee. 1% in Milwaukee is 5% anywhere else. So if he shifts the points over like that, again, we got a lot of data to see before then. 1 point in Milwaukee is more valuable than 3 points in Dane and 5 points in Brown. So we'll see.
For sure.
And Kenosha. Kenosha's really close. Kenosha's one of those bellwethers that you can see how the state's faring, because man, they were split by 2,000 votes last time around. So,
well, Trump's ahead pretty bigly now, but only less than 50% is in. So
yeah, we got room to make that up. That's just a good predictor of the state, how it's faring.
I don't know. I'm feeling nervous. I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it. I don't like it. But it is what it is, right?
It be what it be.
It be what it be.
We've seen nothing controversial yet.
I think Biden would have outperformed Kamala.
I do too in certain areas.
Yeah,
Rust Belt,
where you need to. I'm not gonna lie.
I think if Biden would have run instead of Kamala, that could have been the first time we actually saw the Republicans win the popular vote and not the Electoral College.
Yeah, that absolutely would have happened.
I think there would have been a big depression vote out for leftists who blame him for Israel.
Yeah, but that he would get less votes in California,
in New York,
in Portland, and Oregon, and Washington, and Seattle.
So yep, and he'd just lose the leftists, but he'd probably still keep the adults in the room that Kamala Harris.
But who knows? Harris could still pull it off.
She could, but it doesn't seem like the adults in the room liked her as much as Biden.
Oh, but I think for sure Biden would have lost if he had went up against Trump. That's just my opinion. I think he would have lost.
The popular vote for sure, but he was doing better in swing states than Kamala Harris is right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the problem with keeping Biden is not that I think that he probably would have won. I think that's true. But what I don't think is true, but I think the problem with voting him in is, one, you would have lost the DNC would have lost the trust of the American people if that had happened, though. Right? Because then the question would be, how can we trust, this institution that's going to push this guy into office, right? Just to get a Democrat into the seat with no regard for the governance of the country.
Well,
Like
still,
I think.
Question is, does he live to Inauguration Day?
Yeah, that still kind of happened though. People polling after they pulled Biden out and put Harris in, polling showed like 60% or 70% of independent voters thought it was dishonest, and like I think it was like 40 to 50% of voters generally would have liked to see a
if
more
only someone would have warned you. If only someone could have predicted this outcome.
Well, I mean, the outcome hasn't happened yet, but we do now have.
That incumbent advantage is
though,
so juicy, though.
Well, but like, but Wick, like what I'm saying is though, like, yes, this is the outcome of replacing like Biden, like with Harris, but the DNC like practically had no choice. Okay, it doesn't matter. Like, what were they supposed to do? They were
absolutely
supposed
had a choice.
Yeah, they had a choice to keep.
Wick,
like,
their
a
choice
man
would
who
have been
was
to get
incompetent for
fucking
office, right,
curb
to
stomped
push-
if they kept Biden in.
I don't think
well,
so. That
they
the
could have
data
forced
does not
Biden
show
out
that.
the same way that they already did with, threatening him with the 25th Amendment and destroying his legacy, according to Seymour Hersh. They just could have done that 6 months prior, so they could have ran a primary. It was just about the timing of it. They still did the dirty deed. But real quick, I just want to show that Fulton County and DeKalb County are both up to 80%, and Trump still has a 5% lead in Georgia, with the two powerhouses almost
Milwaukee
done reporting.
just got a big, thank you for that. Milwaukee did get a big vote drop. It is now 67% Harris, 31% Trump. And can you remind us of the 2020 numbers?
It's better for Trump than the 2020 numbers. I don't recall exactly what they were, but it was in the 20
exactly
percentage.
what they were is the thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, of course he does.
Well, it matters. Like whether it's 1% better or 3% better matters.
Milwaukee especially. It's
you're right. One. I agree.
Trump 29, Biden 69. Nice.
So 2% so far, but again,
pretty big.
Yeah, 1% Milwaukee.
We only got 42% in. We'll see, right?
1% Milwaukee. Like Milwaukee is equal to like 35% of the population of that state.
Would you say it's
now? Keep in mind, statewide.
Too early to tell.
Yes, it is too early to tell. Statewide, it's 25% is in. Harris is up 52 to 46. We'll see if that lead remains. And we are seeing a lot of red fill in. So.
My guess is we aren't seeing Gibbs because he's wearing a dress.
I don't think. Look, with those numbers, I'm not actually worried about Wisconsin. I can understand that there might be something if it changes, but I'm not worried right now about Wisconsin. I could be wrong. I might get some egg on my face here, but I think unless we see a drop here, I'm not worried. But we'll see, right?
Here's why you should be a little bit worried. I mean this sincerely. Without like.
Hello?
He froze. Yeah, he lost it.
You cut off.
Silenced by the Democrats.
Uh-oh.
They got him.
He was about to deliver you like life-changing knowledge, and he just cut off.
And then he died right on the precipice of it. Oh no.
But this is the secret.
What you should be concerned about was the plot against your life, which I found out in the secret deal. Oh no! Oh man.
I could change everything. I got the secret for life. Listen to this. Ooh.
Echo is being tied up as we speak right now.
Yeah, he's already back in my thing. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The reason why you don't have CV and Lacto on the screen is because we're trying the stream together thing. By the way, I highly recommend. It's got some kinks, but it definitely promotes you quite a bit. It seems like
two guys, streaming together with some kinks.
Just two guys, just two dudes.
Hey man, you already know I like some kinks, man.
Hey, Wick, I gotta go. I gotta switch streams, buddy.
Anyway, I'm back. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah. Okay. What were you saying? The big threat against my life is.
Okay. With exception to one small county up north, really, the Dem votes come from Milwaukee and Madison, and so if we're talking a few percentage points lower in Milwaukee, that's going to decide, because everything else is going to go red.
It doesn't matter. But statewide, what was the margin for Biden in 2020?
I thought he won it by 1.5. Let me check.
0.63%.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I am worried now.
Yeah. So we're talking an increbly thin margin, and Milwaukee's a major metropolitan area.
Now I am concerned, actually.
Wisconsin had 72.3% turnout too. That's fucking huge.
Can I also just remind you that Biden had a lot of black support for staying in. It was the white liberals who pushed him out. Just saying. Just throwing that out there.
Is Obama a white liberal?
I think Malcolm X told us something about the white liberal.
Just saying. I'll be accepting apologies from everyone who was
from every white liberal.
Everyone who was saying Biden should drop out of the race. Kamala would absolutely win. I will be accepting apologies as we go on throughout the night. Okay.
And Wick, and you recall, I mean, I supported you on that. I think you were right to be upset that your vote was cooed from you.
Well,
I agree.
The issue
agree.
right now is one of strategy, not morality. Biden, at least from the numbers we're seeing, would have been in a better place. But again, that could change. Yes, he would have been in a better place electorally.
To a better place.
We wouldn't be worried about Wisconsin
Careful
as much
with that escalatory rhetoric.
But we'll see. Right.
So electorating.
Yeah, she can't lose Wisconsin. She can't. If she loses Wisconsin, I think that's ball game.
It's looking bad for her. I mean, it really is. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I get you.
Yeah, that's what I predicted was Wisconsin was going to be the one that went to Trump out of the Rust Belt, and then we were going to see on that pin.
A lot of people are saying Michigan because of the whole Israel stuff.
I'm not sold on that. I think that there's like
we don't have a lot in for Michigan, by the way, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sold on that. I know that, our good friend Empowered Man has said he was voting Trump, but I don't know if he's indicative of the average Dearborn voter. But I know that, like, Ali, who lives in Michigan, he was saying that he's not voting, like, before, either candidate, right? And I wonder if a lot of the Muslim votes are going to, like, just not vote for, like, Kamala or not vote for Trump and then vote down the line. I wonder if they do that, if that's going to be enough. I, just don't see it. Well, I don't see enough of them swapping over for like the long-held loyalty that quickly, but I could be wrong because I mean,
Pennsylvania has gotten a lot closer. It is now 50-49. We are 34% in for Philadelphia
Holy
County.
Shit!
Who's it leading there?
Harris, barely. We're at 65% in for Allegheny. So Allegheny, we've seen a good amount return, but again. We still got a lot out from Montgomery, Philadelphia, Delaware. This is actually kind of good for Harris, at least in Pennsylvania. Let's see if it keeps up, right? It might not. It might switch. But you see all these red filling in with 91%, 95%, 95%, only 74% here, right? Yeah. The votes that are outstanding are going to be these districts here, right?
Ali is saying that he thinks Dearborn's going to go red.
Michigan?
In Michigan.
What county was that? Be surprised. Wayne County or?
What county is that sociological? You're in Michigan. He says Divs will lose votes to the Green Party. For those who want to vote. I don't know what county it is.
I need to know the county.
Wayne. He said Wayne County.
Wayne County? We only have 1% of the vote in. It's currently red, but it's 1% of the vote. We don't know, right?
Yeah, right.
Colorado, call for Harris.
Yep, that's expected. Colorado is no longer a battleground, I don't think. It's much like Ohio.
Is New Mexico going to be a battleground again? Only 21% in, but it's only 1% off. Maybe we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Could be a sleeper.
Trump up to 81.9% of poly market.
Damn. I mean, again, like, it just shows what people... There is one good thing to take from poly market that I might have been overlooking, and that's people's idea of who is going to win. And if you don't think a candidate's going to win, it could depress you even going out to vote for them, apparently. I've never felt that personally. I would vote for somebody if I believed in them, even if they had 0% chance to win.
I know, but we're looking at people in general, right? My problem with betting markets is they're all lagging indicators. That's all. That's my big principal issue.
True.
Right?
I When Fairy Queen says she didn't vote, I fucking support you. Do your heart, dog. That's exactly what it's there for.
I think this is what we were talking about, issues, right? That we really haven't talked about issues in a while, actually, since really when you came on. I think that this is actually so far kind of indicating what I've been saying, which is that I think the economy, like people just feel lied to, I think, with the economy. And so far, I think this is kind of reflecting that, especially what states have gone this way and where the percentage of people have voted in these counties. I think people are just going to the store and they're like, yeah, you tell me the economy's booming? Yeah, I don't know about that one, boss. I think that might be what's causing people to go out so far.
Can we also look at another county in Wisconsin? We talked a lot about Milwaukee, but again, there's another bastion of blue votes, and that's Dane County, where the state capital is. And
do you know where in the state that is?
Yes, it's in the south, mid-south. It's blue, but
72 to 26.
72 to 26. Biden, it was 75 to 22.
Yeah, that don't matter. It's only half reporting in. We'll see.
Yeah, you could easily make that up.
Yeah, we're only 42% in Milwaukee. We don't know yet.
Well, I know we don't know yet, but we're making predictions based on information that we do have.
It's something to watch. Something to watch. Yeah. Here's the deal. For my prediction to come true, 3 things need to happen. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She needs all 3. If she loses one, we're sunk, kids. Okay? You can't. We'll see, though.
I got some exit polling data if you want, showing Trump has lost his 2020 bump in LGBTQ support and has gone down to his 2016 exit polling data.
Like, fair.
He was definitely going to rely on them to get the W for sure.
I mean, it's still 10% of the vote he lost. 15, actually. It's a bump, even though it's a small demographic. It's still a bump.
What up, Sociologic Ollie?
What's good?
Hey, Ollie. Good to
What's
see you.
going on?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Living the dream, Papa. How you doing?
So it's living it just like you.
You know, Ali, since you're here, I kind of want to ask you, which candidate do you think would be better for Palestine and why?
Before we get into that, I want to make sure that this doesn't turn into Israel and Palestine debate.
No.
I'm just curious. I don't want to debate any of this.
I won't respond.
No, I honestly think the only thing that unifies the parties is Israel Palestine. So I don't think either of them would be any better. I think they have the same goal when it comes to like that region.
Well, so Harris has signaled she wants peace in the region. She wants a ceasefire. She wants to give conditions to Palestine that Israel may be not as comfortable with. And then Trump is saying we defund Iran, which would defund Hamas, which would defund the power that would even cause an armed conflict in the first place. So one of them is arguing for peace, which has kind of been a uphill battle, and the other one is saying we're just going to take away the military apparatus's money so that there's no conflict and nobody dies. I'm wondering which approach you like better.
So if that's what's being presented, I guess people would probably more likely go with Trump because they're just not going to believe that peace is going to come from the Democrats. They think Trump is going to be like harder or maybe even like able to like achieve like that goal.
Just curious, that's all.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
But I think that's why I think Dearborn, I think Wayne County is going to go red.
Really? I
Do
you think Michigan will go red as a result?
So like I'm just on the Google like little thingy, and when I click it on Michigan, yeah, it seems like the major counties are going red. So I think for Dearborn, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of business owners and a lot of just like overall in general men that are going to be voting red for like physical interests. And then for anyone who was voting Dem before, now is just going to be the vote is going to be split between green like third party and Dem, because for anyone who's going to get up and actually vote seems like they're going to go vote third party to kind of prove a point.
We don't see that, at least in the early votes. We don't see any green votes, right? We don't see Jill Stein. Well, 1% Jill Stein, but that's 1%.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about Dearborn specific, I guess.
Oh, well, we could look. Well, no, they don't track third party in Dearborn. Oh, there's only 1% of the vote in, so who knows, right?
Yeah.
Hard to say. I got to get a drink and do a couple other things, Fairy Queen. You are now in charge. We'll let everyone go. Give us your predictions. Give us your thoughts. Entertain my audience while I get back. Okay, we gotta go get some drugs to deal with tonight. Okay, snort some cocaine, get some uppers. Right? I don't know. It's gonna be a rough one, gang. It's gonna be a rough one. I don't know about this one. Okay.
He's talking about a GTA roleplay, by the way, not for anybody listening.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty.
So I don't know on your screens, but on my screen, Donald Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Really?
dun.
According to AP, on the AP, yeah, but NBC has it a little bit different.
No, AP on my screen says Harris still leads.
It just flipped. It
by
just flipped
like
back to Harris.
0.3.
Yeah, by 0.3.
Trump was ahead by that, but it just flipped back. Like I just looked at it.
Man, it's like down to the hair in every state, though.
Yeah.
ABC has her at like 0.1% lead. It is very in Pennsylvania.
AP is also called Nebraska. That hasn't happened like for ABC. What else? Like,
Yeah.
it seems like it's called some others. What else is it called?
Yeah, AP's called a bunch of them. At least the one I'm looking
Yeah.
at. I think they're just they got Oklahoma on here. They got South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming.
I think those are
Montana.
all like traditionally red states, right, Tyler?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not calling them because I see one of them call it, but that's what they already have it called.
198 to 99 is insane.
Yeah, well, can't win them all.
I'm interested to see what happens tomorrow and the following day. That's gonna be.
I am too.
We haven't called anything yet. There's
Either way it goes, tomorrow's gonna be a bit insane.
There's still some squeaker potential in Georgia right now. I'm looking at. If I had to put money on it, I'd say Trump's taking Georgia, but I'm looking. There's still some open room for Harris to run that bitch right up the middle and take the state. So
I just want to ask you guys. You guys don't care at all about Polymarket. Trump's at 87%. She is at 13%, 12%. Sorry.
I don't see any reason why their guess is better than any of ours, though. You know.
Well,
fuck them.
Fuck them. That's right.
What I got to say.
Yeah. Why? Because fuck them. That's why.
Okay. And then New York Times.
This dick.
Sure. New York Times, 75% chance of Trump winning.
Trump up in Iowa.
That's pretty
so
good,
crazy.
actually. The New York Times.
Do you guys remember 2016, like the election in 2016?
I'm feeling it now.
What it was like that evening? Like there's
electric. Feels like that.
Michigan was purple. Michigan was purple that evening. We were watching it go back and forth. I didn't know which way we were gonna go.
My favorite news network on YouTube called The Young Turks, and I watched Anna Kasparian call all women that voted for Trump idiots and say she doesn't respect them.
And now look at her now.
She's left the left.
She has left the left. Trump pulled ahead in Pennsylvania now. It happened before he loses it again in 15 minutes. He's currently holding the lead.
49.8.
Yeah.
49.9 now.
Oof.
Inching along. Okay.
He's holding a percentage. Wow.
He's 50% now.
Oh
He's
shit.
50%.
50.1 I'm having on NBC.
I think we're going to see Virginia before we see Pennsylvania, and Virginia has Trump up by 2%.
Well, there's no way we see Pennsylvania tonight. There's just no way. Like, they're not even finishing polling in some of the counties.
Pennsylvania's just not done. Not going to be done. Yeah, so Virginia will be called. Where are we looking at in Virginia?
You tell me. I got the data.
Fairfax
Trump's
County.
up 1%.
Fairfax County. What was the totals in 2020?
I got Trump up 1.7%. in Virginia.
Fairfax, 70% Biden, 420,000 votes. Nice.
Oh, Harris is severely underperforming. Severely underperforming.
168,000, 28% for Trump.
That's not
Holy
good.
shit! Yeah, that's a 6-point swing,
That's
boy.
not good.
Wait, it was 6 point in Virginia? You're telling me Virginia's in play? Is that what's happening?
That's what it's looking like.
Oh
Fairfax
my
is to
god!
Virginia, what the Milwaukee
All I'm
is
saying
to
is Biden would have won Virginia. Biden would have won Pennsylvania. Biden would have won Michigan. Biden would have won Wisconsin. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Man,
Joe,
someone teach me how to search tweets. I need one in the chamber, right? I need the one where I said, hey, this is a moment that we lost the election when we switched over. I need that one in the chamber. I need to remind some people about my predictive powers. But, yeah, I just need that in the chamber. I'm not willing to fire it off yet because I don't think we've lost yet. But I need that fucking in the
fire
chamber.
alarms.
Okay.
Red alert. Wick was right.
I need some of those
Wick,
things in the chamber. Okay.
Ty wants to get in.
Okay.
I think he might have. Maybe he's new to the server. He doesn't know how to get in. Does he have to accept the rules or something?
He has to accept the rules and jump backstage. Who is it?
Yeah, you gotta accept the rules, Tiberius. Tiberius D.
Oh yeah, I know who Tiberius D. Yeah, he's gotta accept the rules and jump backstage. Yeah.
I hope we get some good Dame Pesos TYT meltdowns.
Okay, like someone help me pull up that sheet. I need it. Okay, this is again. I can take comfort. My candidate lost, unfortunately, but I can take sweet solace in knowing that I was correct and all these fuckers were wrong. Okay, I just need that right now for me personally. Okay, that's all I need.
Wick, you were gone when I said this, and I'm going to say two things. The first one you're going to roll your eyes at, but the second one you're not. Polymarket currently has Trump at 87%. Kamala below 10% now. She has a 9% chance of winning. And then New York Times is giving Trump a 77% chance of victory.
That with the numbers I'm seeing. Yeah. I mean,
that's New York Times.
Again,
wait, New York Times 79% chance.
I could be wrong. Ohio got called for Trump. Missouri got called for Trump. Those aren't surprises. Again, I could be wrong. Maybe she pulls this off. I hope she does. But man, oh man,
she doesn't. She loses, Wick. She loses. It's
loses.
over. It's over, Wick.
There's a reason why Georgia hasn't been called yet. There's very good squeaker potential there.
Yep.
I'll keep saying it. But if I'm a betting man, I'm putting $100 on Georgia right now for anyone that's taken.
Yeah, we got more coming in from DeKalb, 80%. We're at 84% in Fulton, in Georgia. And what's the total here? 52 to 47. I don't think she makes that up.
It's possible for her to.
It is. She could.
Gwinnett,
but I don't think she makes that up.
Biden picked up 70,000 more votes than Trump.
A lot. Okay.
Oh, also they lost those ballots that from the court took out too from the weekend. Those are.
I don't know anything about that. Can you link me? But here's the deal. Like, we're gonna have a lot of internal stuff to talk about, Democrats. Okay, a lot of stuff we got to go over. We got to do some soul searching here.
No, dude, it's easy.
Wait, why?
Fascism won, and everyone just wants fascism, and you guys are right all along. Don't change anything.
We have to reckon with the fact that, again, Trump is a uniquely bad candidate, and he's still able to beat us, and that needs to be reckoned with.
Can we
just got to be reckoning with. We got to be honest with ourselves, right?
I think we got to check on the live and learn team. I think they're having. Are they doing okay? Everything good over there?
I can't.
Look. We're gonna be nice. Okay. I would say the same thing if the roles were reversed. I wouldn't let them clown on you too much, right? But
what? They'd be rubbing this in my face the whole time.
I don't think they're all with you know.
Wait, hold on.
A lot of shit from all these people.
Look, no shot. I'm being serious right now.
I'll be rubbing it in your face tomorrow when it
I'm being very serious right now. If we lose, a major contributing factor will be that there were people like that who are willing to just rub it in their faces, and people couldn't tell the difference between
I agree.
Republicans and Democrats in that regard. Like we lost an advantage that we had.
I think all you guys need to just calm down. You guys don't know which way anything's going yet.
True.
The fat lady hasn't sung just yet.
Oh, I agree.
Just yet.
Just everybody relax.
Hey,
Well, no, but Wick, I think you're right though. I think that if Trump does win, I think something, I don't know how big a factor this is, but I think that people do feel like there's an elitist slant. Like, I mean, that's something I've been preaching for a while, and I feel like that you're exactly right with saying that some of that's going to be because people felt like talked down to, and people don't like being talked down to, in my opinion.
Hey, if whoever who wins, there's some faces that I'm going to be able to rub it in from both sides. There's some pretty nasty Republicans as well. But yeah,
I still my kingdom for someone who get me that old tweet I made. I don't want to scroll through. Just teach me how to search, how Twitter. But where I said this is a moment we lost the election or something like that. Just find me that tweet, please. I'm gonna need it.
What's up, Majin?
I'm gonna need it.
What up, gang?
Yo, what's up, brother?
What up, week? Hey man, this is looking bad.
Yeah,
This
Less
is
Than
looking
Sell.
rough.
Hold on, $5 from Less Than Sell. Wick, could it be that even if Trump is a bad candidate, which I agree, the Dems are not presenting themselves as a better option? Yes, that's entirely it. One of the things that we had the advantage over in 2020 and 2022 is we were seen, and don't roll your eyes, Gibbs, right? Or don't roll your eyes, Lactoid. We were seen as a more honest party, right? We were seen as a party that won't lie to you, okay? But I think that we can point to examples of what people were willing to say about the Liz Cheney comments and just straight up lie to your face about what she said. And I think all that goodwill, all that margin just disappeared.
No.
No? We're seeing it play out real time. How many times does reality have to beat you in the head?
Because of the Liz Cheney comments?
That is indicative of a larger problem. It is a symptom of a larger problem in the Democratic Party. Yes.
No, it's not a problem with the Democratic Party.
Okay.
It's that conservatives have warped the media landscape to always be favorable to them.
What?
Yeah, it's real funny.
The Republicans control the media? What are you talking about?
That's not what I said.
Bro. Kamala Harris surrogate.
I said they've warped the media landscape to be always sympathetic to them because the media is obsessed with appearing impartial, but the Republican Party is fucking unhinged.
Okay, but for real, how do I? What do I gotta?
Insane positions.
What do I gotta click here? Okay. What do I got to click here to search my own tweets?
You gotta
control left, right?
You gotta fart and then whiff it in real hard, and then you can go do it.
No, I know there's like a command line you can put into Twitter search bar. Help me out, kings and queens. Okay, help me out.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I don't use Twitter. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
You're all failing me. Live and in real time. Okay.
I got something I just linked to you for the stream, being the data guy still at this point, even though I'm pretty stoned. If you look, that's an instant snapshot of the presidential race in North Carolina versus
nothing wrong with being on the dopey while looking at the numbers, man.
I'm pretty out there though, man. I'm losing it.
We're all here for the good word today, man. Is everybody you keep the hope, you keep the faith, you keep it right going right.
We could still win. Like, we have not lost yet. To be clear,
we
have not lost yet.
Mark Robinson got 1.7 million voters, less than 1.7 million. At the exact same time, Trump's at 2.1.
No, man, it don't mean nothing until it means something, man. Everything is going to be all right tonight, man.
That sounds really different.
Trump's outpacing the Republican governor in North Carolina by 500,000 votes.
Margin's here.
That shows that a bad candidate will fuck an election up for your side. And if Trump might not be this bad candidate you're thinking, because we're putting him next to an actual bad candidate right now. He's outpacing him by a massive amount of votes. So
they're not running for the same office.
It doesn't matter. It's the ticket.
Bro, it's vibe.
How does that cause it's a distinction without a difference? What does that matter?
Bro,
you're voting for the governor versus the president?
Yeah, what does it matter? Like, why they're not running for the same office? People usually vote down the ticket at a 95% rate when they vote. So why would it matter if they're not in the same office? How come this doesn't pan out in any other state, but besides this one right here? Can you answer any of those? Why would this matter?
Beats me.
Okay, thank you. question the fucking data guy. Come on.
I'm
conservative. That's why I'm here. I question data guys, man.
Let me Wick, going back to Dane County, Wisconsin, 75% in, and she's polling 2 or 3 points worse than Biden did in 2020.
Which county?
Dane County, the second Democratic stronghold in the state.
75% in. If she's down, that's a problem.
Dane County?
She's still up overall, but that's a problem.
Hold on.
That's a problem.
Dane
It's
County,
close.
Biden won that by 75.46%.
Yeah,
the
he's
second
at
largest district.
He's at 73%
That's fucking
here now.
massive.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't looking. That's not that bad then. That's pretty.
No, she's down 2%, and if she's also down really any percentage in Milwaukee, again, this state was decided by less than 1%.
We'll see.
It's over for
we'll
her.
see.
You're right, but 25% of the vote for 1%, it could easily be made up and doubled and tripled. So if it gets to 94 and that maintains, I'll give you that point.
We'll see. Like we just have to wait and see. I'm busy messing with my. Okay, I'm trying to do like 20 different things right now. I'm trying to find that tweet. Like I really wish someone would just find that tweet for me.
Here, I will do the advanced search for that tweet.
So I have a drinking game idea, but it would kill all of us. Every single time Wick you say it's too early, we'll see. We take a shot, and if we do that, we will die.
Okay.
All of us.
We literally already talked about that in the chat, Lactoid.
So I wasn't. Oh shit, I wasn't there for that.
Yeah,
There's still plenty of time for 100,000 votes to come in at 3 a.m. I don't know why we're acting like we have this in the bag.
You're right.
Hey, you're wrong. 3 a.m. Saturday.
Okay, so here's the deal. I don't know. Like, have Wisconsin counted their mail-in ballots? I don't know, right?
Yikes.
Or the early vote ballots. I know Pennsylvania hasn't.
That's never a good sign where you want to rely on the mail-in.
It's not. We're not in a good spot tonight.
Especially
okay.
If you look at Pennsylvania,
It's like counting on Nitro at the end of Midnight Club to fucking win the race.
When they closed the mail-in ballots for Pennsylvania, the Republicans were down 1 to 2% from 2020. The Democrats were down 50%. They got half as many mail-in votes from 2 million down to 1. That's huge.
It is a problem. We'll see though. All right.
All I know, I'm pre-funking some Sublime right now because it's about to be live in Portland tonight. Hey, bro, I'm about to come up hard, bro. I'm about to hit the dispensary, the liquor store, Best Buy, the Games Workshop store.
Well,
hey,
they're
man.
open or not?
Bro, I was just rocking 311. I was just listening to some Amber.
They're gonna be open tonight, is what he.
Wide open.
Wide.
You fight fascism out there, man. Have a good time.
Hey, yo, Gibbs, I'm gonna give me another army tonight.
Hey, good for you, Bubba. Whatever. Yeah, like that's maybe it gets not a hidden agenda one like the Dark Age.
You know what? What was really kind of in bad taste though recently? Phasmophobia has a new ghost type on that game. It's called Democrat Voter. I thought that was weird. I was like, okay, dude, we're not gonna fucking do that today. Jesus Christ.
So two house seats have flipped now. I'm
which
still
ones?
looking to see which ones. They're not telling me yet. I gotta fucking go through each one individually and try to figure out which one shifts the incumbent. But yeah,
it's going to be Republicans are winning the House, Senate, and presidency. That's what's going to happen.
They've taken 2
Lactoid, shut up.
That's what's going to happen. It's going to be a complete blowout. That's what's going to happen.
Shut up. No.
New York Times is at 80% on Trump. I mean, this is a referendum on the Democrats, and you guys failed the American population when it comes to voting.
This is looking like how the 49ers has done the Cowboys over the last 5 years, bro. It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, don't talk about come on, man. That's a sore spot, dude. Dak is so much better than that team.
Cowboys are used as sports.
I know. I'm 100% certain. I made this tweet.
Narrowed it down.
I cannot find it.
Almost narrowed it down.
This is my new. This is my new like goal right now is to find this.
Still looking for the tweet?
I am.
Oh shit! Is that? I'm not gonna make that joke.
I know I did. Do you guys remember when Biden put out the resignation letter? That's what I'm talking about. Do you know the day? Maybe I can search by date.
It was back in April.
It was the
It's not in April. It was like in July.
Was
it really July?
June 27th. June 27th was a debate.
It was the
so
debate
you want to look
the following
between
weekend.
June
It feels
and
like
July.
it was 2 years ago. At this
came out
Yeah.
the
So
following
Joe
weekend.
Biden dropped out on July 21st, 2024.
Okay.
Is there a?
That doesn't feel right.
It was late July.
Right.
This is
You know
one of
what
the
else
reasons
doesn't
I thought
feel
it was
right?
a
When
bad
you're a
idea.
toddler
Is because
and
so
Biden
late in the
lecture, like-
game, right?
Well, hey, that's what happens when everyone ignores the Her report. And I came on this fucking panel, Wick, and I told you, I warned you about the Her report, but
yeah,
all you guys
Did
didn't
you
listen
come
to
on
me.
this panel?
Yeah.
North
I have a
Carolina,
question.
Listen.
North Carolina's 13th flipped, and North Carolina's 6th district flipped. Those are the two House districts that flipped over to the.
Yeah, I don't see North
Wick.
Carolina going blue anymore. I don't see where she gets the votes here.
Wick needs to go see a fucking ear doctor because he's out here not listening to Lactoid. All right, that's what needs to happen.
Wick,
Her
I got
report,
a question
man.
for you.
Her report.
His
What
report.
day? Can you give me that day again?
July 21st.
No, I'm serious. I want to find this tweet. I need it.
July
Yeah,
21st.
July 21st. I found it, Wick. Here, I'll send it to you.
Okay, DM me it, please.
Oh, that's a terrible day to resign.
Wick, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Ask me, sir. I'm here.
All right. So, if
How does it feel? Sorry, go ahead.
no. All right, no. So, like, what is the national takeaway here if Republicans win this one?
Okay, if this
psychic
continues,
and
if this
fortune teller.
continues, I think it's as been said, it's a referendum on the left and the Democrats and how they've conducted themselves. It's a referendum on how they've ran their campaign. We had a lot of people who were praising Kamala's campaign. I think they misread it. They were getting high on their own supply. They thought that it was good because it appealed to them, but they weren't the ones that needed to be appealed to, obviously, right? I think that's a big takeaway. The people who the Democrats are trying to appeal to, like the winking, nudging at the left, right, at the extreme lefts and stuff, that's not working. It's never going to work. We need a better strategy than what we have now.
Is
two pieces. Hold on. I'm sorry. I got breaking news to cut in.
Okay,
Two
where's that?
pieces of
No, I want
whisk-
the DM first.
Oh,
I DM'd
okay,
it to you. Check your DMs.
Oh, this is the ice cream one. I made one where I
What
said
about this one? I sent you another one. I'm going down the list.
no, it's
I want the breaking news. I'm
okay,
shaking my boots.
give the breaking news.
Wisconsin's ballot
chair.
initiative to drive out right-wing votes to require citizenship to vote has passed in Wisconsin, showing right-wing vote may be out higher than hope.
Bro, half the fucking campaign is coming up to white dudes and being like, yo, we're cringe white guys, right? Doesn't that fucking suck, bro?
This is how I know we're winning. This is how I know we're winning, right
Hispanics
here.
are also on board with that as well.
Yeah.
Hispanic voters are also on board with that as well.
The
And
DCN
secondly-
is in full
surprise
effect.
for
The DCN
$20.
full effect.
and Seltzer disgraced
here we go.
Iowa won by Trump.
We got
White
some.
boy
I gotta make my
summer
money. I
is
gotta
a
make my money.
big-
I gotta make my money. Okay. $5 from Portland is burning. Wick is right. We're losing because Dems spent the election cycle trying to convince us to hate Trump instead of convincing us to vote for Kamala. And then $20 from Fat Surprise to say thank you for having literally the same take as me, Wick. Also, good show, been a fun night so far. Well, I'm glad someone. You know what? I'm glad someone's enjoying it. I'm glad you're having fun, my dear audience. My dear.
The campaign was like, what part of Kamala's campaign did you
found
like? It was in like
You
it
think
was
you
just
found
cringe
it?
the entire time.
Okay, here we go. We got my tweet. I want to pull this up. Everyone needs to see how much of a prophet I am. You all need to see it. Okay,
I'm
you all
ready.
need to see it. Here, let me.
Let's go, Wick.
Okay,
Let's fucking do this,
you
baby.
guys see that?
Fuck
I
you,
cannot
Lactoid.
express my level of disappointment. What comes next, I don't know. He didn't explicitly destroy Harris. This was a handoff, and it worries me even more. When people look back on the 2024 election, I think they'll be able to point to this moment as when we lost. Motherfucker, why are you doubting me ever? Why does anyone doubt me ever? I don't understand.
You said that. I could have confirmed you said that.
My man.
I recall you saying it, Wick. I just didn't know it when you tweeted
The
it.
crystals come from Wick's backyard, dude. I'm telling you, he's got it. He lives on a mountain of quartz and graphite. My man's got the fucking pulse of the world.
Made a little coughs discreetly.
So here comes.
Here. We'll see.
Wait. Wick, did you vote for Harris but actually believe that Trump was going to win?
I didn't know who was going to win. I had no idea. But I did vote for, and we can see, I'll show it on screen. But I voted Harris. So
no, I believe you. I just was like,
but no, it was 50-50, razor thin. I thought it'd be a coin toss, honestly.
I'm just very happy that my predictions are all coming true so far. And I pray they continue.
Gibbs, you don't count. All your
Trump
predictions
is up by
come true.
9 in Iowa
That's right
now, and they just called it for him at NBC, which we don't have pulled up. So,
Man, Seltzer was totally off.
Disgrace at this point. She is
what? There's a chance.
If he wins by 9, that means she got it wrong by 12 fucking points.
Yeah.
In her one state that she's been in for a fucking 50 years.
Just admit you hate women. And
what does that?
Get over it.
For women have to do with this?
We're only at like
God
50%
damn it.
reported.
You were proof. We didn't go far enough.
You guys might be coping hard. We'll see, but it's not looking good, gang. Okay, it's not looking good.
I'm not coping.
55% in Philadelphia County, and in Pennsylvania, we're down by 3 percentage points. That's bad.
Nah. Oh shit, you guys are.
That's bad.
Whoa.
Wait,
no.
Didn't this happen in Pennsylvania last year where they were red all the way up until like 3 in the morning and then they got flooded blue?
Yeah, that was not suspicious at all. Not suspicious.
No,
at
it
all.
wasn't.
Bro,
There
a little
was
bit of
nothing-
lemon
there was-
juice will get that red right out.
There was nothing. Hold on. This is important. There was nothing untoward about. There is some hopium for Pennsylvania lovers like myself. Montgomery's only 28% in.
I mean,
Delaware's only 25% in.
100,000 ballots, 100% for Biden might come in. Like, except it'll be
Just saying.
Yeah.
The greatest.
Can't even steal the election, right?
On a
Goddamn
serious
Democrats.
note, Wick, the greatest disparity in Pennsylvania I saw was in Media, Pennsylvania, where it was just the affluent neighborhood of Media, Pennsylvania was like Harris signs, and like the working neighborhoods was Trump signs. And I was like, fuck, dude.
They're being told
they're gonna
Georgia
bring
is
back the
called,
black powder on this.
but I don't see it in the ABC map. Who is calling Georgia?
I don't see that yet.
I don't see
Shit,
it.
let me put my phone
The
away.
rest of the nation is gonna get it figured out once Oregon turns blue, dog. We're gonna rally, all right? Once that happens, we're gonna bring it home for the rest of us, right?
I see Missouri and Iowa. I don't see.
Yeah,
Georgia.
I don't see Georgia.
Three different
Who's
ones.
calling Georgia? Can you link
Holy
me?
shit, Alabama just went blue. No, I'm kidding.
Virginia. Virginia 71% in right now. 30,000 vote difference. Throwing that
that's
out
so
there.
close.
It's really weird that Alabama wouldn't go blue because all the cousin fuckers. You think they would be on board?
$5.
What the hell
Hold on,
is
let me
in
make some money.
Virginia
Let
that's
me make
voting
some money.
Republican?
$5 from Artemis Fowl. How is that Iowa poll looking at this point, Wick? Maybe we should.
Oh, I
check
already
the
made that
13
point,
keys.
Artemis. You can settle down, buddy.
Okay.
I would
Testicle
ride that
Johnson,
poll, Artemis.
$5. The reason Trump is winning is because you underestimated the true American patriots. God bless America. Thank you for the $5. Okay. Look, gang, if you want to reward me, give me money. We have, I hope, covered this fairly. Okay. I'm not happy, but it is what it is. And we will, at the end of the day, we are all Americans.
Look,
Except
I just
for
wanna
you,
point out-
Testy. You're Canadian. So
I just want to point out
Please.
the fucking like bar on this stream is looking a lot like this election right now. We have a lot reporting, but not a lot of results coming through. You guys need to get on that fucking like button, bro. What's going on?
They should.
I just wanted to point out, it's true that we're all Americans, but some of us win
Less than
elections.
sell
so I don't-
for $2. What if
Alexa,
Trump wins the
Jesus
popular vote?
Christ.
Then what?
Well, some of us don't
that's-
try to cheat
That
us.
is indicative, right?
Kind of like we're gonna get to the Animal Farm quote. You know, we're all Americans, but some are more American than others.
That's true.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. That's 2 beers from now. We got it's coming later.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
gonna
for
laugh.
Wick. That's for Wick after dark.
Georgia's tightening up as Gwinnett comes in.
I'm a weird moderate. Apparently, I vote for the loser. This will be my third time voting for the person who lost if Trump wins again.
I think it's indicative of your bad political takes. That's what I think it is.
I think America's lost its way, and for some reason, y'all want to gravitate on the wrong direction. But all right, I guess we can go the roundabout way through history.
Don't we decide what the right direction is?
Yeah, no,
brother,
like we'll go your way for a while. It's just gonna come back around again. Like
we
sometimes
get
to where
it.
you
Bacon
need to
will
go,
eventually
you
be
gotta make a
$100 a
U-turn.
pack again.
Only 28% of Americans say we're on the right track right now, and 43% of voters in exit polling data are saying that Trump can get us back on the right track from where we are
and
now.
that's that 28% is the right percent. All right, let's just that other 82 or whatever the fuck that is, 72%. They're dumb. They're uneducated. They didn't go to college like me.
I can say that we're not on the right track and still be like, hey, like some of this shit is giga cringe from a lot of different directions. It's like
I want to rub one thing in just a little bit, okay?
Okay, we'll give it
just one thing.
Look, you know what? It's your night. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Exactly what Kamala was talking
Here's what's
about.
going to happen. Here's what's going to happen, okay? Are you ready? Trump's going to win.
Okay.
And then Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are both going to retire.
Oh, nice.
And Trump's going to put in like some 2 30-year-olds or something. And like the originalists are going to control the court for the next 25 years.
Oh man, that'd be so satisfying. Because I love that originalist 2A
So
interpretation.
satisfying. Mike.
Yeah, like, I mean, like
Matt Gaetz,
think of it,
Supreme Court Justice.
Like, listen, like what is a better interpretation of originalist intent than, I don't know, 2A when they go, hey, they had artillery, and the part of a well-functioning militia means the average person should have artillery. I'm excited for that interpretation. Like that
Trump's
is something
closing
that we
in on Michigan.
And how American is it for an adult to date minors, right?
Oh my god.
I need a howitzer.
American is never mind.
Let's not touch that on
all
Twitch.
I'm saying, right, is
let's not touch minors on
everyone
Twitch.
who came at me for defending Biden and saying I was a Biden dead ender, I'll be accepting your apologies, right, throughout the week. Whenever you feel like it, whenever you've decided to stop malding, you can come to me and you can apologize, and I'll be gracious. Okay, I'll accept it.
So
I will take it. That'll be fine. Right?
Wait! I got one more thing.
For just a moment.
I got one more thing to rub in real quick. New York Times is putting it more likely at 0.8% more. So it's not all that much, but more likely that Trump gets the popular vote.
I mean, with these results,
he's taking Michigan
that
right
doesn't
now.
surprise
He's
me.
up in Michigan.
Listen, we shouldn't be cheering for Gen Z Supreme Court justices quite yet.
Oh
okay?
my god!
Like,
They are going to bring the Riz, Fairy Queen.
Yes.
They're going to bring the Riz to the Supreme Court.
Bro, where were
how many
you
Democrats will
when
storm
they
into the Capitol
established
building to delay the
Gibbity versus
certification of the vote?
Michigan? Like,
So 27% of the
I
vote
figured
left.
that would go unanswered.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Cowards.
You
I said, I wonder how many
whispered.
Democrats are going to storm into the Capitol building on January 6th to delay the certification.
They're going to burn down a whole bunch of buildings. Yeah, I promise
Zero.
you that.
Hey, I'm going to make this big prediction. I don't think there's going to be a lot of riots tonight.
look,
I just
Jan,
don't.
the
rioting party, the party that
There's
throws
one thing Dems like to do.
when
It's
they
riot.
lose, they're going
I'm
to
saying
win.
tonight, okay? That might happen later, but tonight, I don't think.
Can we get this entered? Can we get this entered into the history books right now? That the liberal lefty outrage over January 6th was just dick envy. Really, was just penis size envy.
No, I think January 6th was
It was the
really
blatant disregard
a
and
big
disrespect of the
issue.
Constitution and the voters in this country. That
Exactly,
really
which is
bothered
what
me.
BLM and everybody wanted to do, but they're too pussy to do it, so they burned down a
I'm on the
Nike
side of
store.
BLM. I hate that shit too. The riots were fucking
You can
stupid.
hate it, but that's what they wanted to take over the government and everything, but they're scared, so they go after Coach and fucking
Who the
Gucci.
fuck are you talking to?
Audacity,
Are
that
they
might
in the
be
room
so-
right now?
That might be the most base thing I've ever heard in my life, Audacity.
Yeah, man, I'm like that sometimes.
Yeah,
It's gonna
it's
be a
easy
rough
to
one,
sound base
gang.
when
It's
you
gonna
just
be a
like
rough
line
one. I'm
strawman up against the wall
not
and punch them
liking
in the
how it's
face.
looking. I'm not liking how it's looking. At 11
Look,
o'clock,
it's not
hold on,
personal,
just
man. I'm
FYI.
just saying.
Just FYI.
Yeah,
we're gonna
but
take
what
a
you're
brief.
just saying is just stupid.
Yeah, we're gonna take a
Yeah, of
brief
course.
intermission
Well,
at
yeah,
11
look at
o'clock
my
because I
name.
am going on Dylan Burns' stream to talk to him. We're
Oh,
not gonna end the
Dylan!
stream, but I am going to be going on Dylan Burns' stream to give my takes.
Can you give him a big,
minutes,
a
30
big
minutes?
internet kiss
No,
for
I
me?
just
in
wanna
about
throw
30
it out
minutes.
there.
So we're not gonna end the
Seven-
stream. I'll be streaming it too, but you know.
74% of Texas is in right now. Ted Cruz is up by 10 points. Yeah. If he wins
Shout out
9 more points at all, he wins the race outright. So this guy pretty much has to sweep almost every other vote of the 26% that's not in, and to win at this point. I'm surprised it's not called.
Well,
Shout
Rick,
out
thank
Dylan
you for
Burns.
the platform. I'm gonna go spend some time with my wife, I think.
Enjoy.
Have a good night, everybody.
night,
Gibbs, I
and
love you forever.
Be well.
Have
Look,
a good night.
everyone
I love
who's
you.
getting all upset or
Drive
mad
safe.
right now, calm down. It'll be okay.
Yeah, there's no need to be mad.
There's no
I'm
need
furious.
to panic.
I'm pissed right the fuck off.
Yeah, you could be pissed. You could be upset. That's fine. You could be emotional. That's fine. But don't do
Tell me how to
anything
handle it, Wick. I'm one of your fucking biggest fans, and I need a fucking shoulder to cry on right now. I'm mad.
Look,
here you go.
We'll get them in 2028. That's how this works. We'll get them in 2028.
Hey, Decision Desk just called
I
GA
fucking
for
love
Trump.
you, dude.
Yeah.
Wait, this decision desk called what?
GA for Trump.
Yeah, well,
Really?
that's it.
Ooh.
Didn't Decision Desk also say Trump had like 88 million votes a minute ago?
I don't know anything about that.
I was watching
Again,
fucking.
we could wake up. Like, this isn't over. Again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we have until Saturday.
If Harris takes all 3, there's a chance. There's a chance.
Trump wins 3
Not-
of 5.
not looking
electoral
good,
votes
bruv.
right now. He took 3 of 5.
I mean, I think it's looking real good. What do you mean? America, so far, it looks like democracy and freedom are winning. That's what
Why
I'm
are
saying.
you freaking out? We have until Saturday. We're gonna be fine.
Next Saturday.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first Saturday of December.
If it keeps up, we won't even have to wait for Pennsylvania. That's what I'm hoping for. It just needs to keep rolling.
Yeah, the founding fathers thought the same thing, but whatever.
See, this is why it's great to be a moderate, because you argue with both sides. So no matter who wins the election, I got some people to go make fun of. Like,
Oh
we're
yeah,
good to go.
right. Like everybody else just stays poor. Like I'm happy.
I mean, hold on. Speak for yourself. I always do what's best for me. Come on.
If we're taking history as any indication, I think that really we could wait until the 6th of January, where libs will have the opportunity to do the funniest thing in American history.
Yeah, Ash, you can't see it right now, but I'm putting my
Decision
fingertips
Desk also
together,
just-
listening to you.
Decision Desk also just called North
locked
Carolina
in.
for Trump as well.
A third House seat. flipped
Breaking
in
news,
favor of the
$2.
GOP.
$2.
Whoa, third House
Less
seat.
than sell. Breaking news, Utah is red.
Fuck!
Yeah.
Wait, Utah's right. Did you hear what I said, Wick?
Third House seat.
No,
North
Decision
Carolina.
Desk just called North Carolina
Yeah, I
as
heard
well.
that.
Yeah, so
Expected.
3 House seats in North Carolina flipped all GOP from Democrat.
God damn it! Fuck.
Problem.
Yeah, it's looking like a full sweep.
It sounds like it's a referendum on the Biden administration.
No, damn it! America just hates women of color and Haitians.
What does that truth have to do with the Biden administration?
It just is what it is. The whole reason. All right. I'm not going to explain it any further. Don't go silent.
No, it's all right.
He had that spotlight on him. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna
That's
down
it.
this
I
road.
can just leave it there.
It's a rough one, gang. It's a rough one, but we get through it. Like,
I was
look,
pondering that.
gang. I'm older, so a lot of my younger listeners.
Really?
Right? I know. I'm like 41 years old. It's crazy.
Fuck
a lot
off.
of my younger listeners might be listening to this, and they might be looking at these, and they might be panicking right now. They might be thinking the worst in the world right now. Gang, we've lost before. We'll lose again. You get back up. You get back on that horse. You figure out what you did wrong. You fix it, and you move on. That's what you do.
Right.
You look at it at
Yes.
2004.
Yes.
2004,
Yes.
when we lost, Kerry lost to
Wick.
Bush. We thought
Wick
we had it in the bag.
2042, bro.
Okay? 2004, I remember we thought there's no way Bush can win. Bush is a warmonger, blah, 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 blah. These wars are deeply unpopular, blah, 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 blah. Right? We kind of gassed ourselves up with that. It wasn't true, but that's what we thought. And then we were shocked when Bush shellacked Kerry, right?
Well,
let me finish my rant, and then you can go. I promise. Okay. We got back up. We figured out what we did wrong. 2008, we came back. Boom, Obama, got it. 2012, got it. 2016, we got shellacked again. It was a close one, razor thin. We figured out what we did wrong. We fixed it. We got Biden. We lost this time. Looks like. So we might not have, right? I'm not calling it quite yet, but it's not looking good. Okay? Figure out what went wrong. Try again. What we do?
I would like to let a person of color go first, if they would.
Lactoid?
Brave.
Okay.
Yeah. So as a representative of the people of the color, I just wanted to say that I think that the problem with your messaging, Wick, and the Democrats' messaging generally, it just didn't appeal to me. Okay, that was the problem. So next time, maybe do more of what Trump did, because I mean he's doing great amongst the
No,
people
I
of
honestly
color.
think that a lot of people thought a lot of people saw the extremist takes of remove the filibuster, pack the courts, etc. I do think that turned off a lot.
Do not keep doing what Trump did.
Do you want me to actually? Okay, my actual answer, like if you want my actual take as to what I think, like you guys did wrong, I think that there was a lot of the ads seemed like transparently, what's the word? Like pandering, right? Transparently pandering to like certain demographics in a way that just didn't come across as authentic. I think the biggest takeaway was there was a major authenticity problem throughout the entire campaign. I think that there was way too much focus on things that people generally didn't care about. I mean, January 6th, the Project 2025. I mean, those narratives were just simply ineffective in the face of what I think was much more
had Destiny
more
released
effective.
had Destiny released his January 6th video, we could have been looking at a different map.
I don't think so.
Man, we would have convinced 156,000 more people. Like, fuck off with that.
Well,
shit.
you know what's interesting though. I will say this. So Modi, I don't know if y'all know Modi. He's another streamer, but he's not a political guy, right? He said the most interesting thing about his stay here in America when he was here for 6 weeks staring at me was the commercials, right? One was the medical commercials where they list all the shit that's bad at the end, right? I guess they don't do that in the UK. The other was how like the two campaigns, like they would have these ads because he's here during election season. He's like, I can't believe like what they're saying about like Trump. Like they would be like, oh, Trump Project 2025, and then he was like, well, I'm watching this on my phone and I see I go look at TikTok because it's listening to what I watch, and he goes, oh, it's close. Shows Trump going, yeah, I don't believe in Project 2025.
Okay.
And if like a no-knowledge voter can come to that conclusion, think about what the average voter is coming to.
I'm going to give you some hopium.
Well, he's not a voter.
Democrats in my audience, I'm going to give you a little hopium. I don't think we've lost Wisconsin. I really don't.
Oh, yeah?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think y'all lost Wisconsin.
I don't think we lost Michigan. I don't
Oregon's
think we lost
gonna bring it home for us, baby.
I don't think we lost any of these three. If we hold, we can still do this.
Let's you guys are talking about the election.
But that's just true, right? And $5 from In Pursuit of Knowledge. This election is a vote for polarization of political ideologies. The Trump cult is radical, and the Jill Stein-Palestine votes are disgusting. Thank you.
Also, kind of average.
But
David.
you gotta fucking
Hold on, let me
break
jump in
from
here.
that norm.
Let me jump in
about
here real
question.
quick. Because it wasn't about messaging. We can see a clear line in the favorability polls, and also it was not about messaging. You can see 3 different events that happened during the Biden presidency that shot his popularity down. The Afghanistan withdrawal, about 3 months into inflation after he denied it, said it was transitory, was going to go away. He had a bunch of Nobel laureate economists all saying the same things and backing him, and he was completely wrong, took zero responsibility on it. And the third event, I can't remember right now. This is my Rick Perry moment, so... But that being said, it was all with the border. It was his intended asylum policy on the border to loosen up a specific restriction of asylum, let 6 million people in that flooded left-wing cities. Eric Adams complained about it. The guy, Mayor of Chicago, I can't remember his name right now, complained about it. These were the things that actually drove this administration to lose, and this is a referendum on the Biden administration. The messaging had very little to do with it. Nobody,
I mean,
everyone know what
one of the biggest
I'm
things
kind of
too-
in agreement with that because the Trump campaign argues issues from the American perspective. These things affect you as an American because, and the Biden, like the Democrat fucking feel I was getting of everything right now is just these are international issues and we have to care about them because that doesn't hit home personally enough. I don't give a shit if Israel wipes Palestine off the
Okay,
map.
we got a little
Palestine...
good news. We got a little good news. Virginia is looking. I'm just saying, Virginia is looking a little better. I am less scared about Virginia. We are at 2% lead. We still got a good amount coming out that have been reported in Fairfax, and there's not much left to count, right? So,
wait, Trump's ahead 3%. What are you talking about?
In Virginia?
Kamala. Oh, sorry, Pennsylvania. I thought you said Pennsylvania.
No,
I'm sorry.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Right?
Virginia's.
Hey.
I said from the beginning. I think Virginia.
Virginia Beach and
Pennsylvania,
Chesapeake Bay,
yes, but we still got Montgomery County out. We still got we're only at 67% reporting in Philadelphia County, right?
Biden wins.
He can still do it.
Thousands.
He can still do it.
Wins were in the thousands.
Pennsylvania will be razor close. Whoever wins is going to win by like 10,000, 20,000 votes.
Please be realistic.
I'll be back to what we were talking about before this. It was that the streets have been talking, man. For the last week I've been talking to like my cousins, coworkers, getting what the black folks is talking about, and they're heavily voting Trump. A lot of them are voting Trump. They don't trust the Democrats no more. They're like, we're fuck it.
That whole swap. That whole swap and just giving us Kamala and forcing it down, that wasn't a good play. I don't know how anyone thought that was just going to work. That put a bad taste in everyone's mouth from the beginning, and that was a hard one to get out.
It's almost like I said that.
Yeah, like a lot of us said that,
Hey,
but
I
no one.
agree.
They were like, "No, trust us. Harris will win."
It was my idea.
I haven't seen a single person support Kamala really outside of like the
trying
internet.
to get in here.
Wait, but Majan, like, why do you say that? Like, what are the reasons that are given for that? Like, I mean,
There's
like,
no trust in the Democratic Party. It's just been a long time. People are still struggling. It's when one
the
thing
economy.
doesn't work. Yeah, when one thing doesn't work for so long, right? And Democrats for a long time have used the black vote, be like, hey, get out there and vote for shit. As long as I've been an adult, right? And we haven't seen anything. So
Democrats just get backlash. Is literally what happened?
And even at this point, real quick time period.
Sure.
Even at this point, like, when we're starting to see some of these more liberal people kind of show their true colors and stuff like that, it's even more like, hey, we don't want to support you guys. We're not even allowed in your world. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing that. All I know is tomorrow is gonna be one hell of a birthday.
Is it your birthday tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
For
November
real?
6th.
Congratulations.
Happy birthday.
Congratulations. Happy birthday. See, there's a light in the darkness. Right?
Dude, tomorrow is America's hangover. All right, let's be real. It's gonna suck.
True.
I gotta go for a minute. I'll probably be back later, but I love all of you. And if you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm here, regardless of what side you're on. I'm Audacity. I'm impartial. You're all beautiful, man. Majin especially.
Real quick before you leave, make sure you keep the funny looking Goku pictures coming. All right.
Oh, oh yeah, yes, my man's a follower. Thank you. All right, y'all.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Air praise God, free Palestine. I'm out of here.
Tyler, I got a question for you real quick, man.
Yep. What's up?
So this is the narrative I need to fix up in the equation in my head. What is the general turnout numbers? Are we looking at something even bigger than 2020 or smaller? Yes. Like how many people are actually showing the fuck up is the question.
We've only dove into the swing states, but from what we're seeing in Georgia, especially some of the rural counties we dove into, Kamala Harris is performing a little bit under Biden, but not by much. And Trump is seeing massive spikes in turnout. I think Wick brought up 5 in a row, and in 3 of them, we saw Trump's turnout just gain with that same district. So at least in those states.
So somehow, like, Republicans have tapped into rural voters on levels that no one thought possible. Is that really what's going on here?
That might be it. I think we were talking about this before you got here. There's the sleeping bear of the non-voter, and this election is how much did either inflation or abortion tap into that sleeping giant non-voter. And it looks like in a lot of cases, especially with young women, there's a lot of young women first-time voters coming out, but also we have a lot of non-voters probably pissed off about compounding inflation And though you can give the Biden administration a lot of credit for stopping the bleeding, even after they denied inflation for a year, they did slow it back down. All that compound inflation is still there, unaddressed, and it's fucking hurting people. So I could see that being more of a reason than anything.
All right.
Yeah, Trump sucks. He's not throwing more people out.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. It's like, did Democrats just not show up, the broader part of the coalition, or was it Republicans have actually flipped people?
Republicans are flipping.
And I think
Especially
Trump
in
does bring
Georgia.
people out. Trump does bring people out. I think I
like I said, from what we checked, turnout is up where Trump succeeds, and turnout
also
seems to be somewhat either stagnant or down where Kamala and Biden and the Democrats generally succeed. That's it.
If he wins the popular vote, by the way, like I know people are already complaining that some Republicans and other people are not being magnanimous, but Trump is going to be on another level of like outrageous if he gets a popular vote.
Well, remember how Bush acted after Al Gore, right? During the 2000, he didn't win the popular vote, but when he won the popular vote in 2004, just check the difference there, right? And then put Trump onto that, and you can make your own, conclusions.
Glorious.
Okay.
Also, before we got into Siberius, we were talking about Florida a lot. There's two bellwether districts. One's Osceola County, 2/3 Hispanic. Trump has never won that district, and his recent win in this district, this cycle shows he's probably gaining with Hispanics, and we're seeing that in other states as well now. So this was early predictor, but it's kind of panning out. And another one, a couple districts away, is Pasco County, which is full of Rust Belt retirees, and Trump won that district by 6 points over his 2020 margin. So that shows that he's probably going to do pretty damn good in the Rust Belt this time around.
Lot of Puerto Ricans for Trump in Massachusetts.
So I just gotta. I haven't done it in a little while. I haven't done it in a little while. I just really want to. Polymarket. I haven't done it. Wait, I haven't done it in so long. You got to give me 94% for Trump, 6% for Kamala.
You should take a shot for every time you mention a polling market.
Yeah, and then New York Times has an 87% chance of victory for Trump, and an estimate that Trump is going to get the popular vote by 1%.
Yikes.
Can I ask if anybody like watching this on a different screen? I'm just looking up like on Twitter. Destiny at like 9:00 called it and said that Harris is winning.
Yeah.
Does anybody know why that he's making that call? Because Pisco's not saying that right now.
He's in cahoots with the deep state.
Because there's a study that said if you believe that your candidate will win, you can like round up about 10% more people to vote. In that,
he's manifesting right now. This is like
if people believe the candidate will win, there's like a 10% increase in voters or some shit like that.
Oh no, I remember this. No, I remember this.
No, there's an increase.
No, but this was after polls closed. He said it's over. I'm calling it. Harris wins. This was like right after like Harris like was ahead in like several of the swing states or whatever.
Oh,
and there was like a period of time in which she was ahead, and then now she's not.
He's right though. There is that study. If you project you're going to win, if people think your candidate's going to lose, there's a lower chance they'll go out and vote for a candidate that is losing.
But here's like this is why, and this is why I was very popping bubbles, right? Where I was saying let's look and let's check the individual counties. Where is turning out when they're ahead and where is not when they're behind, right? Like who is actually reporting in. That matters, right? So if you can look like for a while, North Carolina, Biden was ahead for quite a while. But if you looked at it, where was he ahead? Where was reporting in? Yeah, it just, again, the rural counties hadn't reported in yet. And it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you.
Russell Brand with a MAGA hat is not what I ever expected to see. This is insane.
It just shows the broadening of the Republican Party. They are the party of the
Well,
people.
hang on. So here's something really strange.
Insane.
Well, but like it's kind of weird, right? Like there was a documentary that I haven't seen that I want to see that talks about like the Bernie bro to MAGA pipeline. Like it is a thing.
That's a big thing.
Like there are people who are communists for Trump. Like it's very strange.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
Well,
really
it's not
understand
only
why,
that.
I mean,
though.
look at the
Hold on,
Puerto
just
Ricans
real
for Trump. Look
quick.
at all the Muslims and the Arabs that are voting for Trump.
Yeah,
It's-
just real quick. It's not only
they're-
that.
everyone's sick
There
of the
is.
Democrats.
I know. I have in my family, in my circle, there are people who voted for Trump today who would have voted for Bernie had Bernie been on the ticket. They're populists.
Yeah, but
That's what it is. They're
I was a
populists.
Bernie guy in 2016. I just voted for Trump. I literally am that.
It's just my opinion.
I also voted for Bernie in 2016.
I think it's because they're different.
Did you really? I knew you were a socialist.
And I'm not gonna. I think that movie.
I
think Trump having a movie being released about him 4 days before the election didn't hurt, and that movie looks fucking sick too. The Apprentice.
Oh, I would.
Oh, is that good? I wanted to watch
Bro,
that.
it looks fucking great. It looks great.
So right now, Kamala Harris, there's 11 points left in Georgia, unspoken for. Trump is up by 3. So that means Kamala Harris has to win 8 of the 11 points left in Georgia to take the state. A lot of her powerhouses are running out of fucking votes.
Yeah, we only got 10% left in Fulton and 11% in DeKalb. I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it.
Tyler's smiling ear to ear. Why?
I made a prediction that Trump was going to win, and I want to be right.
Oh, okay.
I don't give a shit.
All right.
Hey, real quick. I gotta head out. Wick, I appreciate you letting me jump on.
Of course.
Everyone, hope you all have a good night.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of shit talking tomorrow or the next coming days.
A ton.
And I'll see you guys then.
A ton of shit talk. I'm waiting actually for Dylan to send me his link or whatever. And I will have to briefly pause that. We might be back, we might not. But it's gonna be a
I wonder what's the factor
be a
if
few
you might be
days.
back or might not. Is it
Am I
gonna
off
be
the hook?
if
Can
the
I go play
Biden, if the
Rust?
Harris
No, it's
admin
gonna be
just-
my feels, bro. Okay, it's gonna be my feels. It really is. It's how up I am. I did prepare to stay up till like 2 a.m. tonight. So you know, we are here for a good while. But you know, we'll see how it goes. And he might not look. I don't know what Dylan's stream. Maybe he ended early in disgust. I don't know. I haven't seen. Right, like I told him to link me his Discord, but he hasn't yet. So we'll see. But it's a rough one. But here's my coping mechanism: is I'm gonna just go all in on Biden would have won. Fuck all of you, right? And that's how I will.
I guess we'll never know. I mean, if only he had the chance to run, but somebody, I don't know who it was. There were some people that made sure that couldn't happen, huh?
Hey, just so everyone knows, Arizona's already 51% in.
Oh no, it's red, isn't it?
It's neck and neck. But 0.1 red.
Yo, it's gonna be crazy when California goes red this year, bro.
Yeah, that's too close to call. Was Maricopa is at 51?
I mean, some people were calling Texas was going to go blue on some of these things, and I was just like, "Y'all got to be fucking kidding me!" Like,
didn't I tell you that?
But here's the deal, gang.
Maybe
and I know this is copium. I know this is like Hope Springs Eternal. Harris can lose Nevada. Harris can lose Arizona. If she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, she wins 270 to 268.
Yeah, she wins Texas. She doesn't have to win anything else.
Like I'm just looking at this general trend line. He's up like 3 points across the nation.
Yeah,
like
it's not. This is a Hail Mary, okay?
Yeah, okay, that's
right.
That's
like this is like a Hail Mary. I wouldn't put money on it. I'm just saying this is a it can happen. It's not impossible. But yeah, it needs to, right?
So polls just closed in Washington, California, Oregon, and Idaho. That means I think everything's in now.
Yeah, I wonder where those states are going to go.
Yeah. Well, Idaho.
Idaho is a solid red state.
Yeah, Nevada. I mean, Nevada's a swing. And Oregon
Nevada,
showed
yeah.
some things.
No, Oregon's going blue. There's no way.
There's a lot
of Oregon might go red. I'm so serious.
There's no way. There's no way.
You gotta realize the only three cities.
Oregon's not going red.
The only three cities that make Oregon blue is Portland, Salem, and Eugene.
California called at
0%. The rest of Oregon is red as fuck. Okay, one of those cities turn over. Salem is possible, and Portland is never going to turn blue or turn red. That's never going to happen. But Eugene is very rural. It's a college town. Absolutely possible. Salem, yeah, same thing. It's just very podunky. I can see those two cities turning red. I can see it.
California and Washington have both been called.
Yeah.
For Harris.
That makes sense. Doesn't matter though.
Go look up the map. I'm telling you, it's crazy when you look at Oregon's like political voting structure. It's crazy.
Honestly, like if you're a Republican, you're probably just feeling good about the Senate and the House right now enough. Like if Trump doesn't win, you've already got enough of a victory to not sulk.
Well, it's those people who are in the rural areas. I think Wick was talking about this earlier. People in rural areas are having a bigger turnout, especially it looks like in blue states. I'm from New Jersey originally. I'm from South Jersey, area that's not dominated by concrete jungles. It's mostly horse farms and cow shit and hay fields and stuff like that. And those people don't really like voting, right? They're out in the middle of nowhere or places that feel like they're out in the middle of nowhere. They like to pretend to be Southern. And I'm looking at the poll numbers there. It's just like there's a lot of those margins. They're not red where you would expect them to be red. They're just thinner where I would expect them to be.
Pause. Kings and queens. I do have to jump for about an hour. I love you. Streamers, do not go away. Stream watchers, we're going to jump onto Jillian's chat here. Give me 1 second as we transition. How do I... Okay, gang, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm looking to see how you get in his place. I'll go in the waiting room. And once he pulls me into the normal room, we'll go. We'll do that thing. I don't know if it's... I don't have the role or something. Hold on.
There was no grounds to charge them for malpractice and abortion because the law is well written. And the law affirmed, and Texas courts affirmed that.
Oh no, I clicked it. I shouldn't have. We were hearing Jebtan do his thing. Oh no, gang. Oh no. Hopefully, yeah, boomer alert. No, that's true. Gang, we'll get there.
Necessary abortion. The issue is you have an entire political party in the United States who controls most media outlets in the United States that are all telling people, and I can prove this with Kamala's own campaign ad, that Republicans have decided that medically necessary abortions are not protected.
So let me make this clear then. You are then accusing the doctors that allowed these women to die on the operating table. You're accusing them of letting these women die because of political motivations. Is that what you were saying?
I am not accusing them. I am understanding that doctors are taking in a lot of information and they're not letting these women die because, again, you don't know these stories. Every single one of these women got their abortion. It just happened a little too late. These doctors were given pause. They were given... Stop! I want to answer that fucking question. Stop interrupting me to ask what I'm about to answer. The reason they were given pause, the Republicans were telling them they could perform medically necessary abortions. The courts upheld that they can perform medically necessary abortions. Democrats are running on the idea. Stop interrupting me! I'm about to be done. 10 seconds.
Republican and a Democrat in the operating room going, doctor, I am telling you what our political motivation is.
No, even worse. Even worse. No, the Democrats through CNN and NBC are perpetuating the myth that Republicans are not. Stop interrupting! You're interrupting every time.
What you are failing to mention is that the doctor didn't perform the abortion because the law was so vague. Thank you. That is exactly
Doghouse! You're wrong. They did perform
the abortions, you dumb fuck. Look up the stories. They just performed them too late because one side of the aisle was telling them and giving them reason to believe they might not be protected, but they all doghouse. But they were all by the end. No, Rampage, don't tell me. Stop. Don't tell him what I'm trying to say. Let me finish. Don't help him interrupt me. Every single one of the doctors and their lawyers for their hospitals who read the law, 100% of them came to the conclusion that the law protects them in performing medically necessary abortions. The hesitation was only generated by the party that was incentivized to tell them the law was not what it actually was, and it wasn't the party that fucking passed that law.
Hey, Jeb, what is considered medically necessary? How does it
in Texas law, I can tell you verbatim because I've actually read the law. In Texas, medically necessary means threat to the life or significant impairment of a major bodily function.
So how does a doctor go about determining whether or not it's threatening the life of the mother?
That's beautiful because that language that Texas used in the abortion law is the same language they've used in about 14 different parts of Texas law when prescribing medication. Hold on.
Doesn't tell me then.
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
You let me,
hey,
dog, if you let me finish, I can succeed to. That's the beautiful
but you just
part.
go off on tangents. You don't answer my question.
The reason why Texas law uses this boilerplate language specifically in so many parts of their law is it basically gives the doctor almost in complete discretion over what impairs a major bodily function and what represents a threat to life of the mother.
It's vague. Exactly.
It's vague. It's vague in favor of the doctors, not in favor of the state.
So what's the punishment?
And Texas courts upheld that, by the way.
What is the punishment if the doctor makes the wrong decision and
we don't know. You know what? We don't know because not a single doctor in Texas has been prosecuted under this law.
Oh, prosecuted. So that means they can be criminally charged if they make the wrong decision, right?
Of course, just like they can be criminally charged if they prescribe the wrong medication.
So that is why the doctors are hesitant to perform these operations because they are concerned
really?
that they're going to be criminally charged.
Why aren't they hesitant to prescribe Oxycontin?
It doesn't sound like this is Democrats' problem. It sounds like the Republicans' problem.
Doghouse.
That can criminally prosecute a doctor should they decide to perform this operation that is not in the life of the threat of the mother.
In Texas, you can criminally prosecute a doctor for prescribing Oxycontin where it isn't necessary. Why are they not hesitant to prescribe Oxycontin then?
I would say
with the same language.
Hesitant.
They aren't.
I would say they're hesitant.
We have an opioid crisis because of how not hesitant they are.
We have an opioid crisis because of the doctors just prescribing Oxycontin? Or are you sure it's not because there's drug dealers on the street providing Oxycontin? Isn't the narrative that the Republicans?
No.
Okay, hold on. I don't know anything about Texas law, to be clear, so I was staying out of it. But I do know something about the opioid crisis. One of the big issues for the opioid crisis was the pharmaceuticals pushing this.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Pushing this.
But doctors... So what? How did they push them, Wick?
Oh man, it's been a while. Right? They go, they go through the doctors and they push this. This is what we need.
And doctors in Texas are subject to that exact same language that's in the abortion bill when they prescribe pain medication.
Is it the same punishment? Is it the same punishment that they're facing versus like the life of the mother dying versus this?
Yeah, because it's removal of their license and potential criminal penalties. They don't have a mandatory minimum for abortion in Texas.
If my memory serves me correctly, they can actually get charged with, I believe, murder, second degree, or something like that.
Yeah, and if someone dies from an Oxycontin prescription illegitimately given in Texas, that you can also charge them for murder.
Yeah, but there's also wait. When we talk about somebody dying of sepsis versus somebody, give me Oxycontin, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
There's a different stakes, there's a different timer, the different pressure that a doctor's
It's
under.
a person
Do you disagree?
dying. I mean, I do and I don't. So I disagree with...
There's a medical difference between the need to give somebody Oxycontin for pain relief versus a woman slipping into sepsis because of pregnancy has not gone the way
and
they
I
want.
agree. The issue is the law is equally clear, and doctors seem to be able to throw a script of Oxycontin pretty much within minutes of deciding they need to. But because in one of these issues, with the same exact language in the law and a very similar punishment, these doctors seem far more hesitant to do one, and I resent the implication that an entire political party pushing commercials telling these doctors that their state does not protect them for medically necessary abortion has nothing to do with that. I think in order to continue in good faith in this conversation, I need a concession that there's at least a 50% chance that the Democrat narrative here that these doctors are going to get arrested if they perform a medically necessary abortion contributes to their hesitation. I don't see how it couldn't.
Okay, what if that? How do we determine whether or not it was medically necessary or not?
The doctor decides.
So
Okay, wait. Can we pause this conversation? We gotta pause this conversation because we're getting a lot of results. California was called for Harris. Washington State was, I believe, Washington State was called for Harris.
Yeah.
Well, I just wrote the entire West Coast. Yeah.
Yes,
Idaho's been called.
North Dakota called.
The states that are not called so far is Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Alaska, and Hawaii. Alaska is, of course, expected to go red. Hawaii is expected to go blue. The rest of the states, while they lean one way or the other, are technically still up for grabs. Even though the pathway for the Democrats in Georgia, I saw some people in chat. They were asking about 2020. They were saying, "Wait, around this time in 2020, Donald Trump was over 200,000 votes ahead. Still, now he's only 100,000 votes ahead." The difference is Georgian state law has changed. They vote if you vote early or by mail, they count that at the start. And so the votes that are being added right now, it is shrinking that margin, but I don't know if it's going to be to the same proportion. Plus, 93% of the vote is already in Georgia, so they would need to make up 7% of that. That last 7% would have to take them about 80,000 votes, which is going to be very difficult for the Democrats to do, which means the pathway in Georgia is extremely slim. North Carolina, the odds are better. They have 77% in or near 80% reported, so they have more room, and the areas that have not voted North Carolina is more leaning blue, but there's still some rural counties that need to come in.
Oh, Wick is giving up. I see it in his eye.
Still leaning.
I'm gonna let him do his spiel, but
Decision desk does. Decision desk. Sorry, go ahead, do it.
Okay. It's still most difficult for Harris. The pathway that is clearest for Harris still is the one that was clearest for Biden. Again, the blue wall states, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then Pennsylvania. But in both, I think, Michigan and Wisconsin, the situation is getting worse for the Democrats. Now, we still have to wait to see turnout in major cities and how much that's going to be for the Democrats. And that's why in most of the predictors, it's saying it's leaning R and not likely R. But the situation is not looking peachy keen there. Pennsylvania is the one that I'm still up in the air the most around, since most of the area that hasn't voted around Pennsylvania is around the cities. That's where the most money has been spent. So I believe they spent a lot of time on mobilization efforts.
Trump is
Democrats generally have a better. They have a generally better get out the vote game, ground game, but it's still up for grabs in Pennsylvania. And even if they win Pennsylvania, if they lose two of these blue wall states or one of these blue wall states, then it might not even matter.
So here,
let me cede my
if
time.
I may,
I'm going to play the
Okay,
stream. I'm going to be able to hear you guys.
Filibuster. Cool. Okay. So here's the deal.
I'll be back in a second.
If you are a Harris voter, you should be worried right now. Look, I voted for Harris in Pennsylvania. I tried. But Georgia, we got to look at where are the votes that remain to be counted. Fulton County, DeKalb County, those are the ones that are very good blue strongholds. Again, we're 91% in Fulton. We're 89% in DeKalb. Those votes have largely already been counted. There's just nowhere else to get Democratic votes. I think Georgia's gone. North Carolina,
Georgia's gone red.
Same thing, right? Virginia's probably going to go blue, right? Because again, where are we looking at? What is still out? And we see most of the stuff that's still out is traditionally Democratic strongholds. If Harris is going to win, and she still can, she has to win Pennsylvania, she has to win Michigan, she has to Wisconsin, Virginia, and New Mexico. She can lose everything else. Well, Maine, Washington, she has to take those, but no one serious expects her to lose those, right? But she can lose everywhere else. She needs to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Mexico. That gets her to 270. That's win.
Well, she could also just win.
Well,
Minnesota,
hey, really
right?
quick, another thing. Wait, can I let me come in here as well? So in general, I don't know what
I'll have
you're
to look
doing
again, to be clear.
But like the DGHQ, which it seems to be pretty on point. They have a Trump win, by the way, at 82% at the moment, and this isn't like a betting market. This is like an actual thing.
No, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, and it shows Georgia. They've given it to Georgia. They've given it to North Carolina. They have a slight lean red in Pennsylvania and a slight lean red in Wisconsin as well. And a slight lead red in Arizona. I agree with you guys. I think Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan is the only route at this point. Because it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter about Nevada. If Arizona goes red, it doesn't matter.
Now let me give you some hopium on Pennsylvania, right?
Okay.
Here's the thing with Pennsylvania. It's always razor close. Whoever wins, it's going to be about 10, 20, 30,000, not much more, right? You're looking right now, she's down about 170K. Right? It's looking bad. 76%. Looking bad. But we got to look. Where are the votes still left to count? We got a lot in Montgomery County. A lot.
Yep.
Right? We still got 20% left in Philadelphia. Bucks County, right, is neck and neck right now, but it's still got 50% to go. She needs to make up some gains there. That whole, the southeastern, near New Jersey, that portion, she just needs to run up the numbers, and she can't do it. She did it Biden did it in 2020, right? Everyone went to bed thinking Pennsylvania was red. They woke up, it was blue because of how these things were working. And again, Pennsylvania law says they can't count, what is it called? Mail-in ballots and all that until today.
Until exactly. Yeah.
So
hey, but I have a question, Wick. Wick, I have a question. Where's State College County? I'm not from Pennsylvania.
State College County. I don't think it's a county.
I'm sorry, State College, the city.
I can't give you the.
I have a much more important question.
Middle.
Much
I was
more pertinent question.
So
you live in Pennsylvania, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Are you an Eagles fan or a Steelers fan?
I don't.
There's no
do
right
sports
answer
ball.
to the question.
I don't do sports ball. I watch.
Okay, if you do sports ball, what would you choose? The Chicago Bears, correct?
I don't do sports ball,
bro. No one likes the.
I don't do sports ball.
Houston Texans, baby.
Okay,
that's a good name.
I do fuck with Stroud though.
Guys. We got an update. North Carolina has been officially called by the New York Times.
Yep.
My map is looking so good right now.
My map is looking better, Jeb. Go fuck yourself, okay?
Your map
my map is looking way better than yours. What are you talking about?
I want to stick to the data here. So something to keep in mind.
I was the 272. I was the map before Wick tweeted it out. He read me.
Trump has an 82% chance to win right now.
There's zero chance I can talk here. So what I want to say is this. Right now, it's showing to be, again, another state is going the way of 2020, and I'm not making this number up, except it's a little flipped. Donald Trump won it 51-48. And I'm sorry, it is. It's very similar. And Trump in 2020 won North Carolina 49-48. So what we're seeing is Republicans turning out in mass compared to Democrats. It looks like Republicans are in fact turning out more than Democrats. Right now, we are, just for perspective, North Carolina with 89% of votes in, Republicans this year had 2.5 million. In 2020, Republicans had 2.7 million with 100% in. So it is very likely on track that they will overcome that threshold. Democrats are sitting at 2.4, where in 2020 they set at 2.6. So in all likelihood, Democrats will once again underperform with Republicans overperform.
I'm not throwing in the towel yet until I see Pennsylvania, Michigan, one of them. If she loses any one of the three, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, then I'll concede, right?
I don't want anyone to concede, but we pulled off of this conversation I've been trying to have, which I think is a genuinely unique conversation, which is, again, I mentioned 3 different things that I would like to work with Democrats on if Kamala wins, to try to moderate her on. I want to know if you guys as liberals, Trump is there.
I gave you 3.
No, I want to hear the other 3. I want to hear Dylan's 3. I want to hear what your guys' top 3 issues of, like, if
I want to hear
can
the
help
question.
you
I don't know your
appeal
question yet, so
yeah. So my question was, Trump wins. I'm your Republican right? You guys have a group of Republicans that you can work with. What are the first 3 things you would like to work with Republicans on to try to moderate Trump on if he gets into office?
I think we really got to push him on Ukraine. I think we need to commit him to funding Ukraine 100%. We need to do that right off the bat. That's the first thing. I think we can also work with him on, I think the tariffs of his idea, I think is a terrible idea. We need to fix that. right?
Well, some of it. Do you think like no tariffs at all, or do you
No,
think
there's
just
some
blanket
tariffs that might be
would
fine, right? But I think
the
stuff that the rhetorics he's using and the specific tariffs that he has called for are bad, right?
Correct.
They're just bad.
100%.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. I'm
And that-
with
and-
it.
I could probably think of a third one given enough time, but those are the two off the dome. Okay.
Yeah.
Is two work for you for now? My
can
dog
give you-
is
I can give
barking
you-
at
here,
me.
I'll give you
I
my-
gotta.
I
figure
just
it out.
this
I'll
is
give
a
you my
unique
third wick, I think you
conversation
would
I
agree
don't think
with.
anyone's going to have. I think everyone's going to be gloating on either side of who they think is going to win. I want to have a conversation of like, if Kamala wins, what I need your guys' help with, and if Trump wins, what you
No,
guys need my
here's
help
the
with.
conversation that I'm going to have to cope if Harris loses.
Okay.
Biden would have won. Just saying it. Biden would have
Oh,
won.
no.
Biden would have
You
won.
wanna know what would be
Biden
better?
would have won.
You want to know what?
It's
Hey,
true.
you want to know what? Wait,
Just
hey,
true.
No, Wick, you want to know what's a better? You want to know
I
what's a better
called it.
conversation
I
than
called
that?
it. I tweeted it
No,
out
no,
when
you wanna
Biden
know-
resigned.
Wick.
I was like, "This is what we're going to look back to."
Wick,
This is
Wick,
what we want.
no, Wick. The better
you gotta wait for
conversation would be if she loses Pennsylvania and then she wins Wisconsin and Michigan. Should she have picked Josh Shapiro? That should be the conversation.
Well, yes, absolutely, that too.
Yeah, that should be the
But,
conversation.
but
Hugely important
I don't
that
think.
one,
I think she has more of a chance of losing Wisconsin than Pennsylvania right now. I think Wisconsin.
we'll
we're
see.
looking at the.
Can
If
I
you look at the
wanna-
data,
I want to jump
hold
in here.
on,
I want to jump in here real
please.
quick. Okay, good.
If you look at the data, Milwaukee, she's underperforming. Dane County, she's underperforming. These are Democratic strongholds. These are times. This is how Biden won. And remember, Biden only won by like less than 1% in Wisconsin. Okay. She's just not. Trump's overperforming specifically with black voters. And Milwaukee is black. It's a black city.
He's also
But the
overperforming with Latino voters, and I
Yes.
mean you could immediately tell that from the Miami
Yes.
vote, and that
Osceola
was
County.
immediately once I saw
Yes.
the Miami votes, I was
Something just went to
Hillary
Oregon
won
just went to
Miami
Harris.
count. Wait, well let me. Oh, that's to be expected. But I mean, like Miami County. Right when I saw that, Hillary won Miami County by 20 points. Harris is now on track to lose Miami County by something like 15 points.
This is a Ron
devastating
DeSantis
losses.
thing.
This is
Damn
devastating.
right
losses.
it is.
Let me
This is
finish,
Ron
let me finish.
DeSantis.
This is devastating losses amongst Latino voters, specifically Latino men. Currently, it looks like Trump is winning Latino men nationally. Currently.
Yes.
It's a huge
yes.
sweep.
This
And
is
also
Ron, wait,
games
this is
with-
Ron
games
DeSantis,
with-
guys. This is Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis in 2020
Well,
or
in
2022
Florida,
or whatever
yes,
it was,
yeah.
in Florida in general, when it comes to like Dane County and stuff like that, Ron DeSantis did so fucking well and he destroyed the competition and he backs him. And guess what happens when you back him? The same reason why you should have picked Shapiro for Pennsylvania is when you get backed by somebody that is very popular in a state that is a must win, you bring out support and you see the voters turn for your candidate.
Another reason that Florida is outperforming its 2020 total is because of a lot of the flight from Democratic bastions such as New York, even Pennsylvania, right? Places like New Jersey fleeing COVID restrictions. They're all piling into Florida, and Florida is
I was
just
gonna say
red.
that-
It's just red now.
But
right?
that's important to keep in mind too, actually, right? Is that there's some different in political landscape via what we look at with the we saw a lot of people, a lot of Democrats leaving Democrat cities like New York and trying to flee to, say, Florida and Texas. But likewise, we also saw some people from Florida move away. But majority, I believe, went south, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to mention to Wick's fantasy that Joe Biden would have won. Look, I don't think he would have. And the reason why is because look at the sole reason why they put in place Kamala Harris, right? Joe Biden was losing massively popular vote.
Yes, in California, in New York, in Oregon, counties, in electorates
Illinois.
that did not matter. I guarantee you, Biden would have pulled off Pennsylvania. Biden would have kept that blue wall, right? He would perform
that.
better than amongst
I
men
also
and
disagree.
amongst minorities than Kamala
You know
did.
who would have? You know who would have? I think
I don't think Josh
a
Shapiro would have.
the least popular thing among Democrats, because then they have to admit that there was a real structural mistake among Democrat leadership. The likely winner of an actual open convention, Josh Shapiro, would have crushed Donald Trump in this election.
Well, Josh Shapiro is being held for 2028 or 2032.
Yeah,
if
2028,
Kamala
he
would've
will.
won.
I think he's the
Yeah.
guy. He's my guy.
I
He's
think-
my pick at this point in time.
well,
It
the
might
issue
change.
is then
right?
he has to go.
Yeah, of
through-
course,
He
of course,
has to
Wick,
go
yeah,
up
right.
against. The issue with him then is he has to go up against, say the economy does get better under Trump, even if you guys want to give credit to Biden policy for it happening, say the economy does get better again, and then a really
it's already getting better, but anyways.
A really nationally appealing face like Nikki Haley comes on the scene for the Republicans. I don't know if Josh Shapiro has a great chance against her. With the backing of a really good Republican economy, I don't know if Josh Shapiro does have that chance. I think this was his chance.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Haley can win a general election in the Republican primary. I don't think she can.
I disagree.
You mean, okay, you don't think he can win a primary election?
Yeah,
I would disagree
primary
because
election.
she's the
I don't think she can.
I would disagree because she's the only one who even got close to contesting Trump in this
close, and not
primary
only did she not get close, she also still supported him, which was spineless.
She did get close, and supporting him improves her chances in the next
exactly. That's what I
election.
mean. That's what I mean. Because she did that, it makes her chances even better. Also, another thing too, because now I guess I'm fucking reading chat because Jed told me to do this. Base Liberty. No, you're wrong. Bernie Sanders would have been slaughtered as well. I don't know why you guys think. I don't know where.
Would have.
I don't know why.
Lost.
I don't know why people think just because Bernie Sanders is more beloved than the Democratic Party, that's just not true. Biden was more beloved because he beat the fuck out of Bernie in 2020. Okay. When it comes down to party races, and also Bernie didn't even want to do this anymore. He even said after he lost 2020, he's never going to run for president again. So I don't know where this copium comes from the left, where Bernie Sanders is going to be able to take down Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders.
We got to have a real. Okay, Democrats. Hold on. Democrats have to have a real.
Important question.
Here,
I've got the most.
Even if
question,
no, stop.
You ready?
Stop. Please, let me go. Okay, please. Right. Again, I haven't conceded yet. I think Harris might still pull it off. It's a small chance, but this chance is still there. Of course. But if Trump wins, then us Democrats, right, have to really do some soul searching. We should not have lost this election. Trump is a uniquely bad candidate for a lot of reasons. Yeah. So what went wrong? And we have to really kind of do a soul search.
I just talked about that with Doghouse, and he disagreed with me. I think what Democrats need to face is that to the average person in the United States, the Democrat Party is the boogeyman party.
They're the extremists. No, you're not wrong.
They think Republicans are the boogeyman party, and that's what they've been running on. But they didn't realize they were the boogeyman.
I don't think. I think I would phrase it differently, and I'm sure we would disagree over the details, right? But the whole thing is that Democrats, I feel, have ceded ground in what helped them win and eke out wins in 2020 and 2022. We were seen, rightly or wrongly, you could disagrey with this if you'd like.
I'm sorry to say this, but it looks like the Ohio Senate race was called.
Oh, for who?
For Sherrod Brown win or won?
Sherrod Brown, I think he lost.
Oh God, not good. So not only is that not good, that means that the Senate is probably going to go +3. Probably going to go +3 to Republicans.
Trump is
so it's gonna be...
Trump. The likely thing is Trump is going to have the House and he's going to have the Senate.
Yeah, they flipped it. They flipped it.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. So this goes back onto my third. This goes back down to my third thing. By the way, Wick, you could. By the way, hey, Wick, you said you couldn't think of a third one. This comes down to my third issue, by the way, Jeb, where we could actually have a conversation about what I would like to see on the Republican side.
And can we also just, for a moment, just really be glad that, can we thank Joe Manchin for a moment that he stopped us from getting rid of the filibuster? Can we give a shout out to Manchin?
I don't know. Wait, are you actually being serious right now or not?
Yes.
He is being serious because you guys.
Why would we not? Hold on. Why would we not want a filibuster when you have a Republican-controlled House, a Republican-controlled Senate, and a Republican president? We are going to want that filibuster. Hold on to it for dear life. Okay?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm pro filibuster, so I was just making. I just didn't know.
I want to mention this. I want to work off of data
By the way,
here.
I just called New Hampshire for the Democrats, by the way. Continue, sorry.
That sounds good. So I want to mention, too, it is a very, very, very tight race. So, for example, we're looking at like the 8th Pennsylvania district, which was leaning Democrat. That district and the 7th district were both leaning Democrat, and right now it's 51-49 in both districts towards Republicans. So they were supposed to lean Democrat. Now they're leaning Republican. If we look at Maine's 2nd district, this is still way too early. I'm not even going to mention that. It's not worth mentioning. It's only at 22% in and 20% in. They're leaning the way of Republicans, but again, it's
You're not describing a close race, my friend. That's not what you're describing when you talk about those details.
Hey, really quick, back to the third issue. The third issue, I'm sorry, Doghouse, but the third issue, okay, is when it comes down to the institutions of America. This is something that I would like to see as well, because if we do see a Trump House of Representatives, a full control, right? If we see this, I can see him actually getting people involved like Elon Musk that will start trying to pull a fucking Millie down in Argentina and getting rid of all these fucking government functions that, yes, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fat that we can cut. Don't get me wrong about that, but we don't want to fucking cut it all. Or when it comes down to RFK to be in charge of like health shit, which sometimes he's probably right. I don't look a lot at RFK Jr., right? But overall, I'm sure that he's right here and there. But what his kook shit is talking about is not, it's like 90% wrong. This is another thing that I would like to see Republicans work on, is not to fucking dissolve our institutions of America. That's another thing. That would be my third issue, and I would hope Wick agrees with that, but I don't know if he does. But I would hope he does.
No, I am pro institution. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would be. My
I mean, like, yes.
When you said that you only had two, and off the top of my head, I had
that's a good
two,
one.
and then my
right.
third was that one.
I do think I do honestly think that Trump, and some in the Republican Party at least, will try to do all those things that they decried the Democrats are trying to do. They'll try to get rid of the filibuster. They will try to get rid of a lot of some of the institutional protections in the Senate and the House and the judiciary. I'm going to hold Republicans to account. I sat there when the Democrats tried to do this. I sat there and I took a lot of flack for this. I said, no, that's a bad idea. That's wrong. We shouldn't do that. It's going to bite us in the ass. We need to protect these institutions. And my Republican brothers and sisters stood behind me in that, and they supported that. I'm going to expect that same energy going into this term when I do the same thing, when inevitably Republicans start trying to get rid of the filibuster and things like that. I want that same energy. Okay?
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. I think the filibuster is fucking based. I would hate that whiplash back and forth over and over again.
The inevitably comment is rich when the Senate Majority Leader that will be the Senate Majority Leader, if Trump gets this win, Mitch McConnell, already, when the Democrats had the power, refused to get rid of the filibuster on principle. When his party wanted him to.
He did do that. You're right. He did do that.
I haven't been able to say a damn word for almost.
By the way, it's an 87.2% chance of Trump winning this election now.
So my question is, are Republicans going to stick to the election is stolen narrative when they win?
Yeah, they're going to completely say that. No. They'll still say that Donald Trump will still say, guys, the first thing he's going to say is that these are the first two things that Donald Trump's going to say. The first thing he's going to say, right even before he gets into office, he's going to go, look how good the economy is, guys, and I'm not even in office yet because the economy is not doing as bad as everyone says. The second thing he's going to say after he gets into office and he goes after January 20th, he's going to be like, I'm the first third-term president since FDR. That's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say, okay? Because he's going to say, I won in 2016, I won in 2020, and I won in 2024.
Hold on. I want to mention this because Jeb has been drinking.
New Mexico called for the Democrats. Feeling it in.
Nobody should be drinking and working out. That is a dangerous combination.
Again, the stage is set. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We can still win this, kings and queens. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I predicted this. I predicted this exact
decision
map.
desk.
We also still have no data from Nevada yet.
Yeah, decision desk started this election with Trump at 59% to win. They currently have him at 87.2%. Wait, what? Yours is more ahead than mine.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I thought you. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the betting markets at the moment. The betting markets right now have it at 95%.
Mine says 87.2% chance to win from decision desk.
Ah, dude.
Real quick, I just want to mention this.
Oh, at least we're gonna get some content a little bit, huh?
No. Hey,
holy shit! Which is not worth it, by the way. Which is not worth it, by the way.
I want to make sure I rub my crystal ball. I'm not saying that any kind of weird, creepy way. I want to mention this. the CPI numbers, I put it on Twitter. I want to let everybody know, I believe it's November 14th or November 17th that they actually released the CPI numbers. The CPE numbers came in and they were less than the month before. The rate was going down. So I want to make sure people understand that if Donald Trump were to win, you're going to see a lot of economic indicators coming in from the Biden and Harris economic policies. Call it hedging if you will, but that's fine. That Donald Trump will very likely claim victory over. Just so y'all are aware, I'm speaking to you from the past to the future. This was not done by Donald Trump. Just want to mention that. Anyways.
I mean,
the issue is, I think this is another issue, is the Democrats have been very disconnected on the economy because they focus on like 3.
Hold on, no, 2 months from now, you're going to be talking about, you're going to see all Republicans saying the economy's actually good now.
Right.
2 months from now.
Bingo.
If Trump wins, a lot of Republicans, not all of them, but a lot of the Republicans are going to say, actually, the economy's good now.
Sure,
yes,
if I'm trying to get,
Trump's going to do that before he's even in office.
If I'm trying to do the Democrats,
he's already doing it with the stock
market.
market.
If I'm trying to do the Democrats' guidance,
good because of him.
If I'm trying to get the Democrats' guidance on how to do things better next time, it is focus on the metrics that affect people and show where people are actually at that you've been ignoring, which is default rates, average car payment, average housing payment, because people who default on their debt and have to take way more money out to buy a vehicle don't have a bunch of money sitting around. So when you're saying the economy is going great, but more people than ever in the last 2 decades
has not been
are
saying
defaulting.
necessarily that. What she's been saying is that prices have increased, grocery price. She has addressed that, and her solution has been price gouging laws. That has been what she has been stating.
But the price gouging, but when the margins, the average margin for grocery is like 1 to 2%.
You're admitting though that she did propose something though, right?
No, not something that's going to help.
There you go. So you're pivoting now because earlier just now
that's not pivoting.
No. I'm gonna mention this because
do this. This is why Donald Trump is going to win. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute you while I'm talking. So what I'm trying to say is let it be known that Jeb just totally sat here and made the claim that Democrats need to focus on policies and talk about rising debts and rising this. Well, I just mentioned how Kamala Harris acknowledged that prices are rising, and her solution was price gouging laws to try to limit that, trying to address child tax credits. It wasn't that she wasn't implementing these things. She totally was acknowledging it.
No,
she
it was because you're ignoring my point.
I don't know if I had heard
my point
Kamala
was
Harris
the
ever
metrics you're
mention
focusing
that the economy was going
You're muted,
great.
Jab. He can't hear you.
I don't care if I'm muted on his end. The issue is you're purposefully misrepresenting or misunderstanding my point so that there's some dump.
Of course, everyone's misunderstanding your point, Jeb. We understand.
I think
Jeb's pretty principled, to be honest.
I think Dylan, Rampage, and Wick understood what I was saying, which is that Democrats are simply focusing on the wrong metrics to determine what makes the economy good for the average person. You were looking for the easiest way out of the conversation, and so you warped my point. My point wasn't that Kamala has recommended zero policies. My point was Kamala is focused on unemployment, the CPI, and that's pretty much... and GDP growth when she talks about a good economy, when average people are defaulting on their...
When Kamala Harris talked about no, because you're gish galloping.
Okay, by the way, when I get back, Jeff, do you want to ask me a question about compromise with Trump when I get back?
Yes, because I do. Okay? Yes, I do want to talk about that. But no, what I'm saying is, if you say that the economy right now is good, or that Trump,
I'm saying that, yeah.
I mean, Kamala, to be fair to her, has just straight up lied about the economy.
How?
She said that Trump left her with double-digit unemployment. He didn't. When Trump left office, unemployment reached a high of, I think,
9%.
14 to... No. It reached double digits. Unemployment reached what she claimed Trump left her with. It reached like 14%. By the time Biden took office, it was 6%. But she and Biden wanted to take credit for a 14% to 3% descent. What they forgot to mention was that about 70 or 80% of that happened while Trump was still president.
I think that Americans need to just realize we just got to make our bed and lay with it.
But the Democrats, right? And I know I can point a bunch of names, and everyone here watches them and knows they've said it. Doghouse, you've said it. Econo Boys said it. Josiah and Hutch have said it. The economy's not bad. Destiny's said it. You have said it. Yes, Rampage. The economy's not bad. People are just freaking out because they feel like it's bad.
Vibe session, yes.
The only way you can think that is if you are only looking at vague macroeconomic measures like unemployment, CPI,
Here comes Jeb telling us,
GDP.
these are what you got to look at.
No. Really quick, Doghouse.
Hold on. 1 point, Doghouse. Do you think people default on their debts when they have money sitting around?
I don't think that's an indication of necessarily that the economy is per se doing bad.
Wait, so you think people default on their debts when they have money sitting around to pay those debts?
I think people default on their debts because they prioritize other things. If you have a spending problem, then you're not going to necessarily be able to fix it with more money. You're just going to have a bigger spending problem.
But then when Republicans say that,
I mean, Republicans know all about the spending problem. We can look at the deficit that was raised under Donald Trump.
I agree that people have spending problems.
Yeah.
The issue is Democrats weren't willing to admit that until the economy was bad under them. Then they were like, well, people are just spending in the wrong way. The issue is the Democrats told them to spend the wrong way. They said, we need to stimulate the economy, so we're going to give you a bunch more money. And we're going to tell you to spend it on consumer goods. Joe Biden, at the beginning of his presidency, was saying, we need you to spend this on consumer goods.
Right now. Wait a bit.
Why are we being gaslit?
How much did Donald Trump spend on COVID spending, and how many stimulus checks did Donald Trump give out?
1.
2. Wrong.
2.
I think 2. Okay. And Biden did
1,200, and then
when were they released, Jeb?
Then,
600. Well, hold on. The 600 was like a 1.5 of the 1,200 for people who qualified for certain criteria. That was one round of stimulus.
They gave
everybody
2
got the 600.
broad-based stimulus checks, and they gave out one. And just so you know, when they gave them out in around March or between March and May of 2020. And then the second one, guess when that one came out? December of 2020. When was that?
No, that was the primary
office. Hold on, Doghouse. Wait.
Yes.
So you're saying that he gave a stimulus check after he lost the election?
Yep.
So wait. Hold on. Wait, wouldn't that actually make the mark making Jeb's point, trying to help the economy, not really giving a fuck about his political status?
No, listen, if you're looking for me to sit here and say that it is all Donald Trump's fault, you're sadly mistaken. I have come out publicly and said Joe Biden certainly didn't help. But there's 2 points I'm making here. One
is that true though, because you said the IRA and the Build Back Better Act were all better. We're all good.
I would think they were good based on what I saw.
Well, then he did help. Then
you're pivoting away from.
Then
what
he
I'm
did help.
About.
You can't say Joe Biden didn't help, but everything he did was good. How do those two coincide?
I can say that some bills.
I'll say this:
Biden
took inflation from 9.1% to about 2.4%.
The inflation rate went
to war against inflation, and he won.
Well, no, hold on.
Yes,
the inflation
that's just
rate
true.
is where we should. Hold on, no, stop.
Hold on. Is that not true? No, stop. No, Jeb Tarrant, shut up. Shut up. It's a yes or no question. Did Biden reduce inflation from 9.1% to 2.4%? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no? No, you're fucking lying. We have the data to show you are lying.
What did Biden do to reduce the inflation, and what economist gives him credit for it?
I don't care what economist gives it credit for. I don't give a shit. The bare fact is 9.1. Again, yes or no? Was in 2022? Did we peak at 9.1% inflation? Yes or no?
That's not what you asked.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm asking now. Yes or no? You can't. Are you incapable? Yes or no?
So, Wick.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm not until you say yes or no. I'm not. We are not engaging. Yes or no? Yes or no? 9.1%. Was that the peak? Yes or no? Yes or no? I don't care what else you say. Yes or no? Yes or no? Dodge.
I said no.
Dodge.
You then
No,
asked,
it was.
inflation
Here, I will
at
bring it up for
9%?
you
Did it
right
get
now.
to 2%?
I will bring it up for you.
Yes.
We peaked
The
at
question is,
9.1% in
did Biden do
2022,
anything to
and
make
then
that happen? And the
September
answer is
of
no.
2024, we
But
went
Wick is
down to
gonna interrupt because he knows
2.4%.
that's
And you
the
were
answer, and he doesn't wanna give us
deliberately
space to give that
misleading the audience. You were lying,
That's it.
sir.
Wick,
You were lying,
what's your
sir.
Wick, what's your proof that Biden did that? Because that was the determining factor,
credit to
right?
Trump for reducing the job numbers.
Of course
but
he
doesn't
will.
want to give credit.
Jeb
to
Tarrant sucks Trump dick. Okay.
Wait, when did I say that Trump? When did I say Trump did that?
Biden for reducing inflation numbers.
Wait, Doghouse, you're lying. I didn't say that Trump did it. I said that it happened when Trump was president. I am honest about what Trump actually accomplished. You guys can't admit when Biden didn't do anything.
We just had a whole argument where you refused to admit. You had refused to just answer a simple question about inflation.
No,
What was it in 2022? What is it next?
You asked me two different
Again,
questions.
what was it in 2022? Was it 91%? Yes or no?
I'll wait.
I'm
Wick,
still
do you
waiting for
want-
your answer.
Wick,
My God,
Wick,
it's
are
a
you gonna
simple
get
thing.
me
I'm asking you if the sky is blue. It's not a gotcha.
There's an election, I think. Yeah, I think
You can flail all you want. This is why you're losing.
This is
by the way.
flail? Do you think I'm losing?
Yes.
I'm the one that wanted
Wick.
Biden to stay in. I'm not losing. In fact, if they would listen to me, we'd be winning today.
Wick, do you admit that there's a difference between Biden
Yes or no? 9.1% in 2022. Yes or no? I'm still waiting for that
Do you see
answer.
how scared he is of this point getting out?
You haven't answered my
You see
question.
how terrified you are?
You haven't answered my question.
I
Wait,
answered
does
your
this
question.
You cannot answer a simple yes
you
or
don't
no
need to,
question.
because he's going to refuse it anyway.
9.1% in 2022.
I
Did
said
that.
Biden did not
implement the mute button.
Biden did not reduce inflation. Inflation did go down.
9.1. Yes or no? 2022.
Biden did not reduce inflation. Inflation did go down.
Yeah, okay.
You know, the vote, people have stopped voting.
So,
You're not winning over anybody now, right?
I'm
There's
aware.
nobody
I'm
else to
aware.
win.
He's the one. But he's
first of all-
pretending I'm not
first of
answering
all,
a question, and
I'll
I
stick
just gave
up for
very
Jeb.
clear answers.
Wait, really quick. I will stick up for Jeff really
Very
quick.
clear
I don't think he
answers.
gives a fuck what anybody. He's not trying to win anybody over.
Yeah,
but
me
at the end of the day,
neither.
Jeff, I will push you. I will push back on it because I know that you like.
Hey,
Wait, hold on.
Election.
No, hold on. If you want to talk about this, leave. Okay, I want to talk about the goddamn election. And things
Okay,
are being
deal.
called.
I'm
we're
jacked about Trump
inflation
winning,
rates.
dude.
Okay. I'm sure you're very excited. I'm a little less excited. Nebraska District 2. I'm calling for the
Inflation reduction
Democrats.
ask, Wick. You should have done that.
It's not surprising that Nebraska District 2 is getting called for the
Statistically, it
Dems.
did not reduce inflation.
Okay, Nebraska District 2 has been called, leaving open the pathway to the Democrats. The only pathway they really have left, which is the blue wall state.
Virginia got called.
And Pennsylvania.
Virginia got called for Democrats, by the way. FYI.
Yes, I called Virginia like 2 hours ago, though, once I saw those Fairfax County.
Just saying.
Once I saw those Fairfax County votes. I'm going to be honest. I'm from the DMV. You're not flipping those CIA guys for Trump, okay? It's just not happening. Okay, so at this point, we have about, I think, 82% of the vote reporting in Pennsylvania, over 95% of the vote reported in Georgia. Now, of those districts that are left in Georgia, they are in Savannah and I think a little bit around Atlanta. And a lot of these have to be absentee ballots, if I remember correctly, around Savannah. So it's going to be blue. It's going to be blue, but the amount of distance they need to cover is like 80,000 votes.
She needs
so
a
you would
strike.
need just... She would basically need like you remember back in 2020 when Biden had that bump in the middle of the night and then everybody said that was a big steal? He needs that in Georgia with this last little, that's exactly
I don't think we
what
get
she would
Georgia.
need
I don't
to
think
take
we get Georgia.
I don't think she's taking it, but that's the only other pathway you have. So I think it's likely that Georgia's probably going to get called within the next hour, likely for Donald Trump. As for the only other pathway, right now, Michigan leaning towards Trump. Wisconsin leaning towards Trump. Minnesota, it was actually leaning towards Harris. And many of the predicting software I'm looking at now, it's actually been moved to a toss-up, which while it's probably still going to go blue, especially considering who the VP pick, the fact at this point it isn't clear does not bode well for Democratic performance either in Michigan or in Minnesota. When you go to Arizona, it's still a possibility, but I was of the opinion before this, and I'm still of the opinion that Democrats have been polling like ass in Arizona, both in the internal polling and in the public polling. I wish Trump pulled like Carrie Lake there, but Carrie Lake is just not as hateable in the state apparently as, I mean, Trump is not as hateable as Carrie Lake.
Carrie Lake
as
is...
for Nevada, Democrats might win. But if they lose either any of these states, that's 6 points. They're not going to be able to make it up.
Can I comment on Wisconsin? I'm looking at Wisconsin right now. A lot of the rural counties are at least 90% in already. There's a few that are still below that 50% threshold. The one thing we want to keep in mind is that right now Donald Trump is leading by approximately 80,000 votes. And right now we have in total 54% of Milwaukee County in. Milwaukee County is the big one we're looking for. Right now, the total number of votes is 230 30,000, and in Milwaukee in 2020 we got over 400,000. So that lead can certainly close in Wisconsin. There's still a path for Kamala there, but it is going to be very, very, very close.
Yeah, I think she wins Wisconsin. I think she wins Wisconsin for sure.
You think she Minnesota and Wisconsin or
yes, yeah.
Okay.
I honestly,
Michigan is the weakest one. Michigan's the weakest one.
I'm gonna sound like I'm jerking myself off.
No,
my map is looking incredible right now.
I disagree. I think Michigan looks stronger to me than
Michigan
Minnesota.
is
absolutely.
I'm sorry. Than Wisconsin.
I disagree.
Absolutely.
Look at who's reporting.
Nick's right now.
Hold on. There's an entire metropolitan area of Michigan that hasn't reported yet.
Yes.
But it is by far smaller than every single other one.
No, I got
Wisconsin has like what 20 or 30% reporting out of Eau Claire and Madison. I think they look way stronger right now.
Wait, there's one right now I could point to. Detroit, for example. Detroit only has 17% of votes in, and that was an area where Biden won by like 300,000.
Detroit's always been MAGA, man. Come on.
Right. So if you look
at Kamala's gonna make the whole country like Detroit, though. Doesn't everybody want that?
So
fuck up.
Audacity says he loves you, Dylan, and hopes you stay safe. He paid me to say that, so I'm saying that. So.
Oh, thank you. I mean, he could wait. No, wait, back. Pause. He wanted to say he loves me by giving you money.
Yes.
Instead of going to
I am okay with this, by the way.
Okay.
I'm totally cool with it.
We got like a $10,000 fundraiser on my stream right now to pay for more Ukraine embeds. If anybody wants to go take a look at that.
Hold on.
Yeah, Dylan, it's like all the Kamala supporters whose wives show them love by fucking other dudes.
It's not on the screen. It's only on my main screen. Let me copy this so I can post it here because I had it on my main screen. But I've been on this screen for so long that it's
Dylan.
1 second.
Real quick, while you're doing that, I want to mention that it looks like a lot of rural counties in Michigan are also reporting above 50%, where Detroit is only at 17%. Wayne County. If we look at Grand Rapids and Kent County, we are only at 56% in. I think there is still a viable path for Kamala in this. Granted, it looks scary right now given the margins, but I think that's because of the fact that Detroit, Wayne County has just not put in all their votes that they need. So Wayne County, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are still very much in play.
Whatever you say, brother.
Yeah. To be fair, no, hold on. They're all very much in play. If Trump wins them, it will be by very slim margins. I want to agree with y'all guys.
Let's throw this out here. Let's throw this out here. If it was going to be a close Harris victory, like my original prediction was, the safest path for her is still the most solid. It's the one path that's still available for her. If it was going to be a close Harris victory, Trump was going to always have the early lead, just like he had back in 2020. The only state where that wasn't going to be the case was Georgia because they changed election law. Pennsylvania, it's still the same way as before. And it was Trump ahead up until the end where Harris took over. So, and by the way, during those early periods, Trump also got a boost in the poly market odds. He also got a boost in all these other things. It wasn't as definite as now, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Pennsylvania, and I cannot help but notice that the margins. I know I'm a broken record, but and despite that positive attitude I have to admit that Donald Trump is definitely outperforming his previous numbers.
I don't know about Pennsylvania, bros. Like, I don't know.
I don't either. I mean, we'll find out. But like, I'm like. 70,
it's going to be the Walls Warriors,
going.
Walls Warriors who are pushing for walls. You're going to have to take a good hard look at yourselves tomorrow morning, okay? If Pennsylvania goes Trump, you're going to
I've been saying it from the start. Just because
take
he's
a good
Jewish,
hard
just
look at
because he's got down
yourself.
this like campus shit. Bro, did you see what the exit? Well, I haven't looked at the exit polls recently, but like the exit polls when it came to like foreign policy was like the last on everyone's list, and it was at like 4%. Like,
yeah, no, that's why I said like I disagree with.
And can we also say it's not close?
Sorry,
I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. This isn't looking close.
No,
we are looking at a trifecta.
Hold on.
We are looking at a trifecta. The Republicans probably have flipped the House, probably have flipped the Senate, and they're probably taking back the White House.
We gained one seat, and the House has already lost 2 seats, and we know they're going to lose another seat.
We just got to be clear-eyed about this. Hold on. We just got to be clear-eyed about this because there's going to be a lot of cope going on around, right? No, this isn't good. This is a
Bro,
shellacking.
Lick is
not
based,
good. It's not good.
Lick
It's still
is
able to
based
happen, but
every
it's not
other
good.
day of the week. I hate it.
Hey, wait. I have a scenario that could play out. That's gonna, if this plays out, this is my prediction. We'll see if it goes. I'm gonna play kind of a little bit conservative here. I think Kamala takes Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada. It's gonna go one or two ways. She's gonna take all the Rust Belt minus Pennsylvania. Trump will get Pennsylvania, and then she could take Arizona. In which case, she could still win like that. If Donald Trump takes Georgia and Pennsylvania, he will only have 265 electoral votes. But then Kamala Harris has to literally take every other state. So if Donald Trump were to take Georgia and Arizona, then he would still be short. And then Kamala could still win by taking Pennsylvania, Michigan, all that. So there's still a path there, but I mean, we're talking 5 electoral votes. I mean, it is that thin. She could still win. She could lose Pennsylvania. She can lose Georgia, but she cannot lose Arizona. If she loses Arizona, it's over.
That's
and right
Coke,
now,
brother. If she loses Pennsylvania, it's gone. It's done. We're done.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, let's be honest with each
know.
other here. Let's actually be honest. The only path to victory for Kamala at the moment is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania sweep. Arizona's probably going to go red. I know people there. I know it's an anecdote, but that motherfucking state is red as shit, just like Arizona is, but it's just way less than, just like Florida is, but it's way less than Florida, but it's absolutely going more
He's right.
right.
Rampage
100%.
Paul is exactly right. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota. She has to take them. She has to.
We're at the point of the election where I think I need to start talking with you. I need to start talking with you guys and Dylan, since he hasn't answered yet, about what you guys need my help with when Trump.
Oh
is
yeah,
president.
Dylan.
And if someone donates $5 to Dylan Burns TV, I will fucking rip this shirt off and rip another.
Oh God, he's at
while
that
he
level.
answers.
For
He's at that
$5, there was a low.
I'm trying to help the Democrat cause while Trump wins.
We
Because
can
I didn't
get
vote for Trump. I'm a
$50 if we get
Chase
50.
Sanders
Hold on,
voter.
if we get $50 to Dylan's stream, $50 to Dylan's stream, I'll take my shirt off. Okay.
Boom.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh.
I'll take it off for a lot less because I was gonna rip
$50,
it
but you guys gotta let me know. I'm not watching your chat, right?
Stop that. Stop that.
$100.
No, Twitch allows it. If it's fitness, you're
donate.
good.
No, it's not that it's fitness. It's the fact that I don't want to fucking take my shirt off. If everyone, I don't want to jump off the bridge if everyone else does it. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Somebody donate $500, and I'll make sure everybody keeps their clothes on. So that's the counter offer.
Wait.
you
I'll
can't
make it
stop
better.
me.
$1,000. I'll take my shirt off and I'll play YMCA in the background.
Fair enough. Look at that. There's the 1K
Astro
doghouse
Lycos?
offer.
Hold on, Astro Lycos,
$1,000.
don't be a brokey and then blame me that you're being a brokey right now, okay? Just accept you were never going to donate the money and that you want to see somebody else throw $5 down to see my nips,
Fox
okay?
News is alleging that the control of the Senate has been decided. I don't know if that's already been mentioned or not, but
That's not unlikely. I mean, I think it was likely they were going to lose it anyway.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, did
What's
they
the other
win
seat
in,
they won?
Tester?
Yeah, Senate.
Well, they won. Did they win Tester? It was there was 2 that was called before Tester.
Well, Tester hasn't been called yet.
I think they'll have 53 now.
AP hasn't called Tester yet. I think only Fox has so far.
Okay. I mean,
I think so they have already won 2.
Republicans, we already have 50 as without Montana. We've won 50.
He's gonna win Montana. He's up 58-41. So
even with the recent shooting scandal. Okay, look. So Republicans likely control the Senate. We're probably going to lose Tester. The Cullen Aldridge's odds are not looking great right now.
Aldridge's gone.
So there's a chance
done.
that's not only are they going to win the Senate, they're going to win it by like 51, 52. And so that JD Vance tie-breaking vote is not going to be that important if he ends up being president, Donald Trump.
Correct.
So Senate control. Here's a quick question, because I know you want to ask me about like this working together, Jebtan. Who's going to be Senate leader? Because it's not going to be Mitch McConnell. And who's going to be Senate leader?
You don't think it's going to be Mitch?
No, I don't think it's going to be Mitch. I don't think Mitch is going to be Senate leader.
Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure he actually even said that he's going to step down after this.
He doesn't want to? Well, if I had to guess then, I don't think it's going to be a new senator.
Of course not.
Oh man, I don't know
who's the senator that brings in the most money for the Republican Party. That's really.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I think Trump is a. I think Trump.
Okay, I
will
guess
do,
I'm
'cause
taking
guys,
the shirt off, brothers. I'm sorry. I just
pretend
saw
Trump-
$50.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
We pretend Trump has never
for the
made a
50
rational
bucks.
decision in his entire life. I think he might elevate like a Rand Paul or a Ted Cruz to appease the parts of the party that don't love him.
Oh
Wait,
my
is
god,
it
that's
the
the
Senate the
worst
one-
possible
wait, is it the
scenario. You
Senate-
realize
Senate-
that, right?
Well, the Senate
My
picks
God.
them, but then you guys always act like Trump. If anything that happens under Trump is his decision. If that's the case, I think Trump definitely encourages them to say Ted Cruz or Rand Paul, because then nobody has the shit on me that I can't. That everybody who's ever challenged me is excised from the party. Because both of them have. Rand Paul wrote the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act. That, by the way, Democrats shot down.
I
and
had
Ted
my
Cruz was
I
his
had my
leading competitor
headphones
in
off, and I
2016.
could still hear you loud and clear, Jeff Dan. Your voice carries. Let's say that. I'll say that kindly.
That's what I do, baby.
Jeff Dan's a good looking guy. We allow it, okay?
I don't think he mentioned anything about that, but I
Doghouse.
appreciate that.
Okay, so here's a few things.
Like
Number
everybody
one,
on this panel.
Hey, real
Number
quick, is
one,
there anything against TOS on YouTube, Twitter,
Tell
or
Wick
Twitch?
to take off his pants. I will not tell him to do that.
We're not going to go any further with the stripping. Wick, thank you for the $50 sacrifice, I guess. See, this is what happens. Democrats start getting under a little electoral pressure. We just start breaking
Hold on,
down.
guys.
Stripping,
California
feces on the wall.
California just got called. Prop 26
Or
got
Stein.
passed. We
What's
are
Prop
going
26?
Prop 26. If you steal $950 worth of goods, it's a fucking felony now, and you're going to federal, and you're going to fucking state prison, not fucking county jail, baby.
A few
Let's
announcements.
go. We're
We got-
tough on crime.
One second. I'm bringing on a new guy in a second here, Michael Hillard. He's actually a foreign policy guy, so we're going to talk about foreign policy implications in a second here. But we just had the polls close in Hawaii, and I think we're going to have the polls close in Alaska soon. There are still people in line.
Dylan, your camera's all fucked up.
I'm familiar. It's been a problem.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For some reason.
He's getting bombed again. Guys, listen, whatever he said about stripping being over, don't listen to him. If you donate him $5, these nips are coming out, and I'm ripping another set of incline bench. That's not, listen, I'm not crazy. It's like 65 pounds, okay, per hand, but respectable because I'm going low, I'm going slow, and you're going to get a whole slow-mo angle of these nips and tits. So,
okay.
I need another nude update. Sorry, Dylan.
In Nevada, we still have people in line voting. So voting hasn't even stopped in Nevada yet, actually, which is
yeah, of
there's
course. It
people
doesn't
still in
stop for
line.
3 days.
It's gonna go on for a bit. But right now, the odds are not looking good for the Democrats. This is my concern, Jeb, because you keep talking to me about compromise. Listen to the people you're talking about Trump giving power to. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz. These are not people who are going to go up to Trump and stick up to him and say, hey, we need to go support Ukraine. Hey, I believe... You think Rand Paul's going to go stand for Ukraine aid in the Senate?
Not specifically for Ukraine aid. Ted Cruz might, but the reason why I think if
Ted Cruz, the guy who rolled over once his wife went out, his wife got dragged through the mud, is going to...
Hold on. He's also one of the first guys to go and co-draft a bill with AOC for congressional term limits. He's willing to limit his own. He's willing to limit his own.
Anything, right?
That means nothing.
He's willing to work with Democrats to limit his own power. I don't know what's more principled than that.
Let's do something that 85% of Americans and fucking House of Representatives and Congress agrees on. Oh, look at we're being bipartisan. Come on.
Wait, no, they don't agree on it because it didn't pass. It was what most people didn't agree on.
It's not that it didn't pass. It probably just never got brought to the floor, right?
Yeah, because no one wanted to do it because he was willing to go against the grain.
That had no chance of passing, and he did not get and it's not even like a divisive issue within his party or within the base. Number one, because it's supported amongst the majority of the American public. But number two, because it has no chance of passing, right? When we talk about Ukraine, we got to talk about stuff that has a chance of passing. You think Ted Cruz or Rand Paul or any of these people that Trump might end up empowering in the Senate are going to be people that would stand up to him and say, Mr. President, we need to send this aid package over there to give the Ukrainians leverage. You have to do it. I will not allow you to guide foreign policy as the chief executive.
Hold on.
We got to do it this way. I don't think
anyone does it to that extent for Democrat leadership either. No one's like, I will not allow you, other than Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. And how has the Democrat Party treated them? Not very fucking well. Obviously, the president does set the tone regardless of who the party is. But yes, I think if there are two dudes in the Republican Party who have both the clout and the inclination to go against Trump, it is Rand Paul and Ted Cruz, and there's a couple others that could possibly do it too.
But I don't think they do it for Ukraine, which is his point.
Yeah, sure. With Ukraine, I think it's 50-50 for Ted Cruz.
No.
Rand Paul's obviously a libertarian, so he is going to lean against any level of foreign aid. I think Ted Cruz is the most likely.
We just got to be clear-eyed about this. This is not good news for
Mr.
Ukraine.
Friday Night Lights over here. You were not clear-eyed at all about Biden's chances of staying the nominee, so I don't want to hear nothing about clear-eyed.
I told you it was a 50-50, and we can go look up at the clips. I didn't think they should have forced him out. They did. That turned out to be a mistake, right? Can we all admit that now, at least?
No. I do not. Hold on. I'm with Doghouse and Dylan and Rampage that there is no proof that Biden would have done better. And all the proof
Biden would have done worse.
But there is some evidence that it would have done worse. Right?
Hold on.
The real way for Kamala is Kamala loses.
Close in a lot of these
if Kamala loses,
we have a new guest, and I want to make sure that they get some room here, and give them some area. Michael, are you there?
I am indeed. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can see. I can hear you. I cannot see you. Your camera is not on.
Let's try. Give me 2 seconds.
So we got a bunch of people here. We're covering the election as the results come in. I thought it would be more segmented, but obviously the results are, it's very close. Everybody's very anxious, and so we got a bunch of people on with you.
And I'm the best content. He doesn't want to kick me off.
And so, Michael, there's a few things I wanted to discuss with you. But first, have you been watching the results closely? Have you been watching the results come in?
Yeah, I've been watching some of the results come in. I think it's still way too early to call. It's still, I'd rather be in the Trump camp than the Harris camp tonight. But I also think that the path that pretty much everyone has set out going forward, whether it be through through the Rust Belt and then obviously with Pennsylvania, is still very much on the table. And everyone's been saying for a long time that we may not get results on this election for up to a week. So I still think we're a while away from being able to call it one way or the other, but it is trending toward the Trump direction.
Why are we so nonchalant about saying that, by the way? Why are we not saying that with a little more poison in our voice? No, but why are we okay with it? Why don't we say, oh my God, I can't fucking believe we have to wait a week to know the fucking result of this election. It's ridiculous.
It comes down to states. It comes down to states' laws and elections and shit. That's
of course,
all,
but we have federal.
Rights, am I right?
I agree, but we have federal underlining policy for a lot of state policies. States can't do whatever they want with their elections.
But yes, that's kind of the point. That's why a lot of these governments have done that to, put this distance between, effectively when the results come in and when the actual ballot gets cast.
Sure, I just
for
think
instance, Georgia today changed the laws, and that's why we've seen Georgia results come in so quickly.
And that's great. Yeah, no, and I agree. And the mail-in ballots have come in quickly, which is great because not only will we find their final verdict sooner, but we're also getting a clearer view of how it will shake out over time. And that's great, but I also think there should be some federal underlining policy like what 83% of Americans agree with, which is that we should have voter ID federally.
I think it's just a truism to say that elections should be counted faster, could be counted faster, and there are policies I think we could all get together and agree with that would be fine. But I don't think it's a big deal. Like, it's one of those things which I understand that it is a problem, but if we're looking at the top 10 things I would fix in this country, it wouldn't make it, right?
I actually lied.
Michael Hillard, I don't know if you might be confused. I know you work a lot with, a lot of think tanks and security organizations interested in that. This is a homeless man we allowed on the stream. That's why you're shirtless.
Look, someone was willing to pay $50 to help Ukraine, and they said, you take your shirt off and I'll pay you $50. And I'll be like, I will make the sacrifice. Okay, this is my.
Yeah, I've accepted that Wick is far more attractive than me because I offered Dylan's audience of about 180 people that I would take mine off for $5, and Wick's audience of like 30 people paid $50 to get him to take his shirt off.
I mean, look,
hey,
that's
sometimes you got some Oilers, baby.
So,
sometimes you got Oilers.
So, Michael,
you can't win them all.
I want to approach a few things with you quickly because you're the new guest and I give you a little bit of attention. Then we'll move back to the panel generally. The first thing is introduce yourself. Then second, how are you feeling about what's out there now? And then I'll get to a policy conversation because I want to talk to you about foreign policy because I want to answer Jeb's question about compromise through your answer. Okay.
Perfect. So my name is Michael Hilliard. I run the Red Line podcast, but my background is in military and defense analysis, specializing in Russia and Central Asia particularly. The head of defense and strategy analysis for the Oxford Society for Central Asian Affairs. So, policy wonk, mostly focusing on how I'm feeling about the election. Obviously, it's interesting to say the least. I don't think many people expected Trump victory tonight, particularly around the world. If you look at the polling that mostly happens in other countries, Trump is not particularly popular. So, there'll be a lot of scrambling diplomats tonight. But I think it's also still too early to make a full call yet. Everyone kind of expected, and everyone went into this election saying, maybe a week before we find anything. I think it's we should all take our own medicine from about 24 hours ago.
So why is it that so much of the world, and I'm going to concentrate on the Western aligned world, so largely America's allies, why are the majority of these state governments and their populations not particularly excited about a second Trump term?
Well, Trump term, if we look at what the last Trump term was, it was a bit chaotic, to say the least. And I'm trying to be very polite and nice here. There was a lot of conversation, and one particularly stuck in my mind I had with a diplomat back in 2018, after Trump had just torn up the JCPOA, away, and that was effectively going, hey, look, Iran signed their deals, they did what they needed to do, they agreed with what was asked of them, and then the Trump administration came in and tore it up. Why should we trust the US for any longer than a single term now? And that's the kind of sentiment that we do worry about going forward, that, with a lot of deals going now, we're either going to see a lot of more transactional deals. So similar to how Trump worked with the Turks, how Trump worked with the Israelis, how Trump worked with the Saudis. And we're likely to see a turn away from a lot of these long structural alliances that America has typically been at the forefront of.
So, as an example, could we talk about NATO for a moment and long structural alliances? How does the majority of America's NATO allies view Trump's impact on the organization?
Terrible. If I were in Ukraine at the moment, and I think if Ramiro says you are in Ukraine at the moment, I'd be terribly worried about what the next couple of years are going to be like. Trump has already said on the campaign trail that he would form a peace in 24 hours, which will likely mean effectively telling Ukraine that there'll be no more weapons or funding coming in, and effectively Ukraine's on their own. That's a pretty terrifying statement if you are the Ukrainians at the moment. On top of that, NATO partners have been told, that the US cannot be fully relied upon, that Trump may be allowed to do whatever he wants in the eastern states if they don't spend their money. Again, I think some of this is rhetoric, so I don't take it completely, as truth. But I definitely think Ukraine is very much on the chopping block, and it's what Putin has been looking for a long time. It's why Putin has been quite supportive of the Trump campaign throughout this. And I find it very interesting that both Trump and Musk have been commenting on the amount of calls they've been having with Putin over the last few months. So it's been, NATO particularly will be worried about not just losing sort of the United States support, but also the fact that Germany hasn't met the quotas that it was expecting to meet by this point, and they may not have access to a lot of the US logistical infrastructure that they need. If France can produce a lot of shells, they quite often rely on US infrastructure to get it into place. So if with the US out of the picture, there's a lot of work that Europe needs to do. And it gives Russia a much freer hand in all these countries. It's a bit of a terrifying position to be in. Although, again, Trump said a lot of things on the 2016 campaign, which he went back on. He did a lot of things in his term he went back on. So I also, foreign policy is a lot harder to predict with Trump because he tends not to follow through with too much of what he says.
Yeah. Well, and I want, can I jump in for a minute?
Sure, why not? It's an open too.
Because I don't want to be the guy who's just you can't predict Trump's foreign policy, so let's just assume the best and assume against the worst.
No,
in all cases.
If you met me, you know how depressed I am. I always assume the worst. But yes, it is a bit harder to read. It's harder to give what I mean by that is when you find, a president actually makes not too much difference on policy. It's the cabinet that makes the majority of the difference.
Yes.
And what you tend to find is when you have a Democrat cabinet, or the cabinets of sort of Biden, or even Obama, when they, the Department of Energy are guys like, Nobel winning physicists, and then they go into the Trump administration and you get a Dancing with the Stars contestant. You tend to find with Democrat, cabinets and Democrat committees that they tend to be very consensus. They tend to be guys who've been in there for 40 years. They tend to be guys who are fairly, not predictable, but you kind of get they're going to follow the doctrines and they're going to follow what they do. If we just have a bunch of random people in, if they just follow a lot of random people, then it's much harder to predict what they can do.
Stable and predictable. But one thing I would say is, so what I was saying was, as the one person on this panel that is optimistic about a Trump victory, I want to say, like, I'm not.
I think I'm being neutral. Polite and neutral.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm the only one optimistic, and I don't want you to think that I'm just going to be like, yeah, you can't guess what Trump's going to do, so let's just assume he's going to do all the right things. I'm going to bring up some evidence. So, what I have noticed about Trump in terms of international politics is he will fake it in isolationist ways where the stakes are low. So, the Paris Agreement. He'll fake it that he's anti-Paris Agreement by leaving it, but the U.S. still complied with the Paris Agreement. He will fake it in regard to international politics in that regard, but where he will break and be more aggressive internationally seems to be when the stakes are higher. When the stakes are higher, it seems like he's more willing to intervene internationally, Qasem Soleimani being one, where ubiquitously he had opposition in the opposing party, at least, and a good chunk of the Freedom Caucus in his own party, they were saying, don't fucking do this. And where he was willing to actually take a big swing and not be faking it was in the direction of intervening more outside of the United States. So that's where I think with Ukraine, I would predict if he's going to fake it, if he's going to try to be isolationist, I think he's going to choose issues more like Israel, where the stakes are low and Israel's kind of going to do whatever they want anyway. Biden already said they're not going to help Israel in Lebanon and those places, and Israel said, cool, we'll do it on our own anyway. Whereas Ukraine, the stakes are higher, and the cost of the U.S. not being involved is higher. So I think he's more likely to take a more interventionist swing there, the same way he did with Iran.
So let's just go through a couple of those things. I think the stakes on Israel are very high for a whole bunch of reasons, whether it destroys Israel's position, or destroys the US position, or just destabilizes the Middle East a bit. I mean, already Lebanon was already in a very bad position, and this is only going to make things worse. Whether this drags the United States into more combat with Iran, that's also a choice. We also saw quite, particularly after a lot of money was given to the Trump campaign by the Saudis, that there was a big push against Qatar. That's obviously going to have big impacts in the Middle East. So all of that is going to that's massive high stakes problems. If we look at, let's say, Soleimani, that was.
When I say stakes, I mean like the difference in outcomes between if U.S. helps or doesn't help. If U.S. assisted Israel in Lebanon, Israel strikes Lebanon. But then when the U.S. decided not to assist Israel in Lebanon, Israel still struck Lebanon. I don't mean high stakes in terms of inevitable outcome of one side. What I'm saying is the difference between the outcomes of if we are involved and if we aren't. We were not involved in Lebanon, yet what would have happened if we were involved in Lebanon still happened.
So a lot
Biden
of this
redlined Lebanon.
So no, Biden didn't redline Lebanon. But one of the big problems you have here is the guarantee of supply down the pipeline. So for instance, in Ukraine, one of the major problems has been that, if you go, let's say, sit in your trench and just hold the line, let's say you burn 5 units of supply a day. But if you want to go on the offensive, you're going to have to burn 10 to 15 units of supply. So if you feel that you are guaranteed to have supply coming in, you can feel comfortable that you might go on the offensive because you know there's more coming in the pipe. If you are not comfortable that you have supply coming in, you either have to go on the defensive or go on the retreat into better positions, in which case that's a problem. So if you are, let's say, Israel and you don't get a blank check, which Trump has very much promised the Israelis a blank check here, Israel will probably not be nearly as offensive and as aggressive as they are at the moment.
I don't know.
They still will, but they won't go, going into Gaza, they had more than enough to do that as an operation, but to go into Lebanon or really ratchet up with Iran, they probably wouldn't feel comfortable doing that unless they knew they had the backing of the United States.
The blank check, because if we take Trump equally seriously with his statements regarding Israel as we do to Ukraine, Trump said very similar things where he said, we got to let Israel do whatever it is they're going to do.
You know why he's saying that? Do you know why Trump is very bullish and has very bullish rhetoric towards Israel? Because he thinks it will help him in his election. He thinks it will help him in his political support at home.
That means nothing in this conversation.
That is the if we want to look at what Trump is going to do and what you can predict will do, you got to look at what Trump thinks will benefit Trump at home. That's his.
Yeah,
that's
but if by that logic,
it.
he'd help Ukraine then, because most of the United States supports assisting Ukraine.
Does it?
No, okay. At home,
yes, 100%.
So no. So let me just clarify something. When he says at home, I think he's right, but I think it's his home, not the United States as a whole.
Yes,
that's a little more.
We've seen much more We've seen Trump operate in a much more transactional, in the past. So, for instance, when the Trumps gave the blockade and the guidance for the Saudis to effectively put the blockade on Qatar, that was done without the State Department even being aware. It was after a massive contribution from the Saudis. We have seen, Trump give a lot of sign-off on some of the Azeri actions, and that was after donations to Trump. We've seen similar operations with Egypt as well. When we look at where the money's going to come from, Trump has benefited quite significantly from Russia assistance in this campaign. Russia's been quite helpful. He's been very again, I'm not going to get into a lot of Russia, but Trump tends to be more favorable to Vladimir Putin than he does to the Ukrainians. When it comes to Israel, he's taken massive donations. Adelson gave him a huge amount of money for this campaign. It's very obvious that he has much more to gain from that position than he does from, let's say, flipping to Ukraine.
Absolutely, he put it much better.
He has
than
more
I
to
could,
gain,
but, just true.
but he has more to lose in regard to Ukraine, simply because
no, not really. The Republican Party's been the Republican Party's been anti-Ukraine for a while now. He really doesn't have anything to lose, particularly
in rhetoric,
if, let's
yes,
say.
But in action, not as much.
No.
Well, in voting totals too, the majority of Republicans voted against the Ukraine aid bill.
Yes.
Here's my thing: I don't see this logic transferred forth, because you'll also say that it's the Republicans that ousted Kevin McCarthy, even though 90% of those votes were the Democrats. You wouldn't say it's the Democrats that wanted Kevin McCarthy specifically.
But it was
the Democrats aligned on an issue that was advantageous to them at the moment.
But if I came to you and I said the majority of Republicans voted against Kevin McCarthy, you would say that was much more decisively against Kevin McCarthy's leadership than that slight little difference. Because when we're talking about voting against Ukraine aid, it was the majority who voted against it.
Yeah, but that's because of the context. Because of
what was the context, by the way? Holding up Ukraine for 10 months while people were dying.
Yes. Here's the context, though, that makes that different. The reason why the Democrat majority seemed to be excusable on your part for Kevin McCarthy was because, obviously, outside of that situation, it is always
Yeah,
it is always advantageous for the Democrats to have
a political position in the House.
I'm explaining why they're different. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. I will explain why it's different.
Jeb-Tan, you just
I'm getting there.
Talk, blah, blah, blah.
I've been talking for 20 seconds.
You've been
I got out to
talking
my
the
doghouse to
entire time.
leave.
We have an expert here on the thing, and you are filibustering.
Wick, shut the fuck up. You've been talking as long as I just was.
Okay,
let's talk more about.
No, not okay. Hold on. Let me finish.
Can we just get back? Can we get back to foreign policy? Because this is
okay. But this matters. This matters in relation to foreign policy.
Not really. I kind of get where you're going with the conversation, and
I don't think you do. Nobody does, but everyone's going to assume they did. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you can't.
I know everything.
Yeah.
If you're looking at McCarthy,
you to tell me what I'm about to say, and then
I gotta bounce. I love you. Thank you for the invite. This is just the Jeb-Tan show at this point. See you guys later.
Okay.
Oy vey. Yeah, I just don't care what Jeb-Tan has to say on this. We've heard him. It's very much okay. Like, if you want to listen to it, but just I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care. So whatever, right? I think his analysis is just missing. He has massive gaping holes. We had an actual policy expert on. I would have loved to listen to what he had to say. But Jeb-Tan just made it retarded. He made it retarded. We couldn't talk because he wanted to equate a political move to oust a political opponent, Kevin McCarthy, to holding up Ukraine aid. These are not, like, comparable. I don't know. How much longer are you going to stay up? Do you guys still want to come in? Do you guys still want to talk to me? You guys still want to hang out? Do you guys still like... Do you still like Wick? Is Wick still your favorite? I hope so. Why the fuck does Wick not have a shirt on? Because Audacity donated to a good cause. Okay. He didn't even have to give me the money. He gave it to the Ukrainians. A good cause. And I thought, I'll take one. I'll take one for the home team. Okay. But the fact you have your shirt off increases your appeal 50%? Maybe. You got banned from Discord? You got banned from my Discord? What did you do? You were just on. You got timed out. How long did you get timed out for? You were a shithead. Did you actually break the rules? If you actually broke the rules, I'm sorry, you got timed out. That was on you, brother. That was on you. We can't. We are a nation, a wick cord of laws, okay? Honestly, I'll look at it later. Let's look to see if the election, right? If the election has changed up. Has any predictions and calls been made? Pennsylvania, still down. Ooh, I don't know where we're making it up, gang. I'm nervous. Maybe in Philadelphia County. Maybe. Gonna be razor thin, but it's always gonna be razor thin. It was always gonna be razor thin. Maybe. What's Michigan looking like? I don't know, bros. 52% in. That's not where we want to be right now. I don't know, bros. How's Wisconsin looking? That's worse. Oh, we still got a good portion of Milwaukee out, though. I'm feeling more bullish on Wisconsin, honestly. But we'll see. We'll just have to see. Milwaukee's going to make or break it, honestly. We're like at 90% in almost everywhere else and all these reds. Milwaukee's still waiting to report. It's going to be a squeaker if we get it. Ooh-wee. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's the ball game. Kings and queens. I don't think we're getting Georgia. I don't think we're getting Nevada. I don't think we're getting Arizona. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. If we can get those, we good. How's everyone else feel? How are you? How is my audience feeling right now? You know what? Like I said, we have a lot of options. Everyone I know is streaming this, okay? Everyone I know is streaming this. All the streamers are streaming this. All the big names. You got the Destinies of the world. You got the IRIs. You got the Adam and Sitches. You got the Hutches. You got all these people streaming this right now. And you, dear viewer, tune into me. Can I just say I appreciate you and how much I appreciate your support and how much I appreciate you hanging out with me today, talking to me today, being with me today. I'm just saying it means a lot, and I really do appreciate it. Okay, I really do. So again, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and I ain't hear no bell. Okay, but we do have to look. We do have to look at what a Trump trifecta will mean. It's clear. Republicans probably got the House. Republicans probably got the Senate by 2 or 3, okay? And it looks like they're gonna take the presidency. What do we do? What are our thoughts, gang? Hold up. I don't know, right? Like, I think that the big things that the thing I'm going to be advocating for right out the gate, 100% that I need to have happen, my biggest issue going forward is securing aid for Ukraine. I think that that's going to be the thing we need to do. That's where my mind is at, right? Look, one of the biggest reasons I voted Democrat was because of foreign policy. I know that's not a lot of people's first reasons. It was very down the list for most people. But I think that is probably the one that matters the most to me. Honestly, people ask, oh, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? In my case, yes, I am. I just am. I might be an outlier, but it's just true. So I'm good, right? I don't know. I think Ukraine's a big one. Yeah, I know, Mad Honeybee. For most people, Ukraine isn't even on the list. I get it. I get I'm an outlier. But I think it matters. And I think that we're going to see failure to aid Ukraine is going to be a stain on us. And we're going to feel the impact of that for decades. For decades going forward. We are going to feel the impact of that. Taiwan, never trust us. I think China takes this opportunity. I don't think Trump stops them. I think China takes this opportunity on Taiwan. Literally everyone alive says, I think going forward, the Democrats need to have a real serious conversation about how to fix their shit. If they continue as they are, it's Jover. Unironically true. You're just correct. And we have to deal with reality as it is, not how we want it to be, okay? And I keep preaching this to people, and people keep not believing me. But we absolutely... The Associated Press just called it, by the way. The Associated Press just called the election. Let's make sure I'm not being trolled. Give me a second. I am being trolled. This was 2016. Good on ya. Good on ya, Doobie. You got me. You got me. You got me. That was fake news, guys. He sent me a 2016 tweet. Okay? That's why we check. That's why we look. I was being trolled. I got trolled. My bad. But here's the deal, gang. We still have to look with clear eyes. So even if we eke out a win here, okay? Look at this map. Even if we eke out a win here, we got to ask ourselves, how did we lose? Right? What happened? What did we do? What did we fail to do? What were the perceptions? What did the other team, right? What did the Republicans do that worked? What we got to look at all these things. How have we been dealing with the American people in a way that just doesn't connect with them? Why? Like, it wasn't low turnout. By all metrics that I've seen, turnout is up. Turnout's up. I don't think people were staying home. At least in the rural counties, at least in rural America, we saw a huge amount of a substantial increase in uptick, right? You guys remember we were checking in Georgia counties, right? We were going through the rurals and checking and comparing them to 2020. Even without 100% porting in, and we were at like 80, we were like 65% in some cases. Even then, we had already exceeded the 2020 turnout in those regions. So it's not a turnout issue, I don't think, unless, again, we'll have to see. Like, what's a Pennsylvania turnout? Philadelphia turnout looking. This was down. But again, we're 78% in. So I can't say it's down because, like, she got like 600,000 votes here, I believe, in 2020. That's kind of on par. We'll have to see, right? We'll have to see. Mad Honeybee says, to me, the main issue is that the average American person did not care about what the Dems cared about. True. Yes, that is correct. Here's a problem with a lot of Democratic, liberal, leftist media. And they do this all the time. And look, there's a reason I don't get invited to the party in a lot of cases. I don't get invited to the Destiny election house. I don't get invited to the Live and Learn podcast. I don't get invited to these hyper kind of partisan places. Because I try, and I'm not perfect at it, to be clear, but I try to look at reality how it is rather than how I want it to be. And that can go against the party narrative in a lot of ways, in a lot of times, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Other than, like, I think that more people need to just be more clear-eyed and understand the things that you think are winning, because leftists came in this, to be clear, liberals, Democrats, etc., came in this. I saw them. They were super hyper hopeful. They were super hyper optimistic. They were super hyper like, yeah, we got this. This is easy. We definitely got this. Is Georgia being called right now? Georgia got called for Republicans. Trump wins it. That's one less path that Kamala has. Kamikaze says, Jesus fucking Christ, didn't someone pay you to put your fucking shirt back on? No. But you can, if you'd like. If you pay me some money, I will put my shirt back on. Sound good? But no one's paid me to put my shirt back on. But you can. A lot of the arguments that the Democrats made that they thought were winning arguments were not winning arguments. Can we agree? They thought they were winning arguments because they appealed to them. Fair enough, but that's not the voter we were trying to reach. That's not the voter that we wanted to get out, right? There's not enough of them. They didn't come out. That message turned off more people than it brought to the party. That turned off more people than it brought to the party. That's just true. Look at it. Look at it. It's just true. Spin all you like, but at the end of the day, this is what that gets you. So, we got to figure out why it wasn't convincing, what specifically wasn't convincing, and then we need to figure out a way to appeal to the voters that we lost, right? We have to. We have to figure out a way to appeal to the person who decided and pulled the lever for Trump rather than Kamala Harris. And a lot of people are going to try to trash on me for this, but I'm dead serious. The way that the Biden push-out was handled turned off a lot of people. A lot of people told me, and I said it at the time, they could vote for Biden, but they would not vote for Harris. Turns out they weren't lying. But because again, we didn't just lose the presidency. We lost the Senate. We didn't get the House back. Again, if this holds, we got beat in every way possible it is to get beat, right? We got to look at it. We got to understand what happened and why. You have people who don't know what they're doing running campaigns. Got a lot of heads got to roll. A lot of people said, if you do this, you'll win. And they were dead wrong. And we can never listen to them again. Here we are. It is what it is. We can't also cry about it. Man up. Be better. Do better. That's what happens. We've lost these things before. We've lost all three houses before. Democrats have lost before. We come back. We adjust. We do better. We get back on that horse and we ride, baby. We ride. Right? Kamikaze says 51 for GOP. They have a simple majority trifecta. True. As Vocal Local says, honestly, shirt off is the vibe I have right now, too. I mean, you guys just don't want to pay me more money, which I get it. I could use more money. More money would be good. Destiny just called Pisco Adam and Wick's gay love child because he wants to reflect on what went wrong. Is Destiny calling Destiny Malding? Is Destiny mad at me for just speaking the truth? I don't know. Talking shit. You can talk shit. I'm right. He's wrong. Plain as day. $20 from Lawson Harrison. Wick, bless your heart. I think the idea that being honest to votes only works if the majority of voters will hear it. Lesson sell, $10. I don't think it's people don't know how to run campaigns. I think people need to get a spine and quit being yes men. I think a lot of people were afraid to call shit out, and the prize is the elections. Well, it wasn't just fear to call things out. It's when you did criticize it, you were ostracized, right? The purity was enforced. Matt Honeybee for $10. I will always support you because of this right here. You are level-headed and don't make people feel like they don't belong because they disagree with you with 2028. Yeah, because we're all Americans at the end of the day, right? Even Destiny. And I like Destiny. Even if he doesn't like me right now. I get it. He'll get over it. We got to look at this. Like, a lot of people... Okay. Destiny says this all the time. He says, people need to pay a price for being wrong. Yes, they do. I happen to agree. Turns out, are you willing to pay that price? Are you all willing to pay that price? Democrats, I'm talking to you. Liberals, I'm talking to you. Lefties, I'm talking to you. Me, I'm talking to me. I was wrong. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna make sure that I'm like this saint that didn't get anything wrong. There are things that I did, right? That I said that didn't appeal to people. They didn't work. I have to reflect on that too. I have to reflect on that too. And we have to figure it out. But we will. But first, the first thing we got to do, and this is going to be a temptation This is a temptation that everyone here is they're all gonna feel this, okay? They're not all gonna that's it, Cacophony. That's one of the temptations that they're gonna feel. That's one. There's a couple. One of the temptations is we just didn't do enough. If we just called Trump a Nazi really hard, much harder, if we just shouted 10 times louder, maybe people would have understood. We just needed one more story, bro. One more New York Times article. One more Washington Post article. Just one more, bro. One more, and then they'll understand. One more, bro, about how he's a fascist that's going to destroy America. Just one more, bro. One more, bro, and it'll work, right? That's a temptation that's going to be happening. Because if you think that, you don't have to self-reflect on, maybe that messaging didn't work. Maybe you shouldn't have demonized people like that. Maybe it was the wrong tack to take. Even if you believed it. Even if you believed it. Because here's the thing. In politics, you can't just be right. You have to be able to convince people that you are correct. You can't just be right. You have to convince people you are correct. And a lot of people were not convinced. So that's one temptation you're going to see. A related temptation, but subtly different. A related temptation, but subtly different, is it was those centrists, those center lefties that cost us the election, right? They're traitors to the cause. You're going to see that. We're already seeing it. People talking shit, okay? Trying to cast blame. Bro, sorry. Right? I didn't get a... Look, let's roll back the tapes. The things I wanted us to do as a party, right? Didn't get done. I was overruled. I was overruled over and over and over again. I was condescended to. I was patted on the head. Oh, you sweet little centrist. You little liberal, right? Oh, even though I'm not a centrist. Okay, I vote blue. No matter, I voted blue down the ticket. I don't understand, right? But again, this whole, oh, you just don't understand the electorate. Let us grown-ups, let us people who know more than you run these things and make these decisions and these calls. Okay. You got your chance to make these decisions, these calls. What's that map like? That map good. Do you like that map? Are you happy? Are you satisfied with that map? I'm not. I'm not at all. White Dark 40 says, I don't know if I'm going to like what conclusions I come to if I reflect on this election. That the American people don't want trans rights, abortion rights, the authoritarianism is based. We will see in the coming days why people voted how they did. We have very limited information right now. Okay? So it's hard to make any very strong claims this second. But if that's your takeaway, this is just my intuition speaking, to be clear. If that's your takeaway, you're setting yourself up for just more failure, right? Well, we only lost because Republicans love Nazism and they hate trans people. Most of them don't. Some do. That's true. But most of them don't. That's not why most of them are going to cast their vote or stay home, right? That's not what happened. It is backlash, literally everyone alive. A lot of this is backlash against the perceived overreach of extremists. The pro-Palestine protesters did us no favors. Did the left no favors. People like Hassan did us no favors. What the voter was looking for was for Kamala Harris to repudiate some of the more extreme factions, and she failed to do so. We need better leadership. And again, I'm not here to tell you that I did it perfectly, and if I was in charge, it would have been perfect. That's not true. I would have made mistakes. There are some things that I thought were winning messages that turns out it wasn't true, that these messages weren't winning, okay? And there's policies I support that I recognize are just unpopular. Yeah. But we have to be able to look at these things, and we can't do that if all we're doing is well, we would have won if it wasn't for those X, Y, or Z's, right? Nah, take it. So take some. Again, in the words of Destiny, people need to pay a price for being wrong. Seals619 says Dems need better leadership, and so I'm voting for insurrectionist. Makes sense. Again, a lot of them don't believe you when you call Trump an insurrectionist. Do you know why they didn't believe you? Because they saw you lie about Liz Cheney's comments. They saw you lie about all these other comments. They saw you cry wolf over and over and over again. So when the wolf was at the door, they just didn't believe you. Because, what, you've said this for years, and it's never happened, so we just don't believe you. Yeah, he gained more voters, it's looking like. He's going to win the popular vote, it's looking like. We have to reckon with that. It's going to be a temptation to say they're just evil. That side is just evil. They just love Nazis. They love authoritarianisms. No. They just think you're worse. They just think you're worse. I don't know. No one what to tell you. Blah, 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 blah. That's all this is, right? It's 1 a.m. What up, bro? You wanted to say something? I can't hear you if you're talking.
That's correct. You couldn't hear me. And I was talking. How's it going?
Man, we've been better, but we've been worse. We're still here. I won't lie and say I'm happy with tonight's results. I'm not.
But hey, you should be. I mean, New Jersey has never been this close to flipping, and that's a very important issue for all of us.
We're going to have to dig into the demographics of that, right? We're going to have to dig in here.
Yeah. No, it's, I mean, it did have a little bit to do with the idea of the sticks revolting earlier. But I wanted to talk to you about the speech to the Dems, about messaging and leadership there. I want to offer some light pushback against it. I don't think that this is a problem you guys can solve, and this might be why people come after you as being a moderate or a centrist, which I don't think that you are those things.
I'm moderate, but that's different than centrist. I'm a moderate leftist. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
All right. I think the directional insults there that they're throwing at you are not because of your exact policy ideals. It's because you're going against leadership, where the the impression on the ground seems to be that it doesn't matter what leadership says to these other people. And I think that they're right. I don't think that there's anything that leadership could do to talk to the people who were suffering from $7 gas. I don't think that there's anything that Kamala Harris could say to Hasanabi that would convince these people that actually, no, that lady's in my camp. They know it's fake. They know that they are being pushed out of the country. And when I say they know, I mean that's the impression, right? That's the
perception. I get it. I get what you're saying. I disagree, but I'll after you're done, I'll pick at it.
Right.
But
and
finish,
they received plenty of evidence for it over the past 4 years that they are not welcome in their own country. And the focus, because the policy focus is on other things that don't necessarily have to do with America, have to do with helping, quote, helping the rest of the world. Again, at their expense. That's the crux of the issue, right? There's plenty of quality of life changes that Kamala Harris could have promised locally, domestically. Like, forget squeezing people with capital gains tax, right? Forget squeezing people for an additional little bit of chump change that we could take away from you. Okay, the healthcare industry's fucked. It just is. Right? The DEA is actively interfering with people's prescriptions to the extent that people are getting these weird, probably mismixed substitute prescriptions coming in for things like ADHD or OCD, and it's just lowering their overall quality of life. Hey guys, we're going to put the DEA back on its leash. I know that you want us to execute them, but we're going to just put them back on the leash and say, hey, stop interfering with the healthcare of American citizens. Stop doing that. You don't get to do that anymore. If the CDC has made a recommendation about how not taking your prescriptions on time is going to cause you harm, then we're not going to let another government agency interfere with your healthcare. Simple quality of life change that she could have promised. That's not the focus of your platform. The focus of your platform is ways to squeeze the American people a little bit more for the potential assistance of people who don't live here or are going to live here by way of being transplanted. It's a policy problem. That's my thought.
So I agree with your second half that, yes, it's a policy problem. Obviously, the policies that we were offering were not enough. They didn't like them. When compared to the other candidate, they chose the other candidate. That's just true. We see this. It's undeniable. Right? We can look at why that's the case, and I think we can go in. But I wanted to pick a little bit at you because I fundamentally disagree with something you said earlier in the rant, that there's nothing people can say that would change this, that there was nothing rhetorically Kamala could have done or said or anything. I just reject that. I think there are absolutely messaging matters. And I think that, yes, you can. Here's the thing about messaging, and it's weird, but good messaging overcomes bad policies easier than bad messaging. Easier than good policies overcome bad messaging. Does that make sense? So messaging matters more than policy, and that's just true. We don't like it, but that's just true. I think that one of the things that Clinton did back in the 90s, if you remember, he had what was called a sister soldier moment. One of the things, it was a pretty small icon at the time, but someone amongst the leftist circles knew, was an artist by the name of Sister Souljah, who would make a lot of out there, very extremist for the time statements. Clinton had what was called a Sister Soldier moment, right? One of his rallies or one of the debates or something he had an event where Sister Souljah made one of these extreme statements, and Clinton heard this. He repudiated her and said, no, that's not what we are. That's not what we stand for. That's not what we do. Okay? Right? That is the antithetical to what we want for America and what we want to this nation. It was called the Sister Soldier moment. A lot of people give it credit for his fantastic electoral successes in '92, right? And I tend
pretty
to
successful
agree.
with Republicans, by and large, right? Pretty successful with the Republicans back then.
Yes. My dad, actually, to this day, Clinton was the only Democrat my dad ever voted for. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, he felt Bush lied to him about taxes, and two was
we could
stuff,
just say he lied.
Yeah, was stuff about
allegedly.
What Clinton gave him a permission structure, right? He didn't foist him out. He didn't make him feel like an enemy, right? Kamala did push back against some of the protesters at her events, some of the more extremists, but she did it in the most half-assed way possible. She needed to pick a lane. I think she absolutely should have, not just, you should go over there, right, and protest there. They're worse than us. No, she should have said, no, you're wrong. What you're trying to do is wrong. I disagree with you, right, and repudiated them. Not just been annoyed that they dared question her, but repudiated.
Do you think that turned out the same way, or produced the same dynamic?
No one change, because look, we're looking at this map. It's a shellacking, bros. It's a shellacking. Okay, so no one issue, one event, one thing would have changed the results of this election. Okay, we're going to look and we're going to see. When we go through this and we do the post-mortem, we're going to see multiple points of failure, okay? And we have to look at what those points of failure are. One point of failure that I think we can point to right away is Walz was not the pick. Shapiro was the pick.
Really?
Yes, Shapiro was the pick. That would have sealed Pennsylvania. It might not have been enough. She might lose Wisconsin.
I don't know
she
about
might
that,
lose Michigan. But Shapiro...
I know you live in PA?
Yeah, I live in PA. Let me tell you,
Yeah, sorry.
my family who voted for Trump today, and there's some people in my family who voted for Trump today, they voted for Shapiro for governor. They like Shapiro. He has cross-party potential. And we have to look at this. We have to look for cross-party potential. And we've stopped doing that. So many Democrats have decided the Republicans are the enemy. And they've stopped reaching out, stopped even trying to reach out, stopped even trying to do anything. They have decided, and their rhetoric shows this, the policies they advocate for show this, everything shows this, Republicans are the enemy. It must be fought at all costs. We're not going to win like that. And I think it's clear, right? I think it's crystal clear at this point. So we have to figure out a way to win back the trust that we have lost with certain voters. And it's going to be a long haul, but I think we can do it. And I think that one of the things that we need to do, start on right away, right, is trying to figure out how we can win back independents that went for Trump, and also Republicans who voted for Biden in 2020 but voted for Trump in 2024. I guarantee you they're going to be there. We got to figure out why we lost them and how we can get them back.
I definitely. That is going to have to start with policy, though. The messaging is
I'm not
going
trying
to
to poo-poo policy here. I don't want you to
Right.
get that impression. We do need better policies.
No.
That's true.
No, definitely.
And to be clear, I'm sorry. I know I'm
Okay.
talking a lot, right? But
No,
I'm
you're
on a
fine.
rant. I'm
Listen,
on a
the Jack
roll,
guy talked
baby.
over you for
I'm
like
on a
30
roll.
minutes. You're fine. It's your
not,
show.
It's not just that we have policies that we failed to give policies that they liked. It's we have certain policy positions on the left that are poison to the general electorate. We need to let it go. We need to just jettison those. We got to figure out which ones they are, and then we just got to jettison those if we want to win. And frankly, I want to win. I'm not gonna lie. I want to win. I don't like losing. I want to win.
It's a pretty low bar because Republicans mostly coast on not changing things, or occasionally even doubling down on Dem policies, increasing social spending goes up just about every single time a Republican comes into office. They could get away with it because Dems will decrease their overall life in some other measure of ways, and they can promise, well, we're not going to increase taxes as much as them, right? Read my lips, no new taxes. No new taxes, motherfucker. I'm suffering under the existing taxes. What do you mean, no new taxes? They could get away with it because, well, no new taxes is better than even more taxes, you know? But again, you come to this quality of life issue where it's like, hey, stop the economic squeeze. There's lots of people who would go for you if you were not threatening to just take away. And like, I'm not a financially successful person. I just look at.
Welcome to the club, baby.
Yeah.
Someone paid me $50 and I took my shirt off. I'm not exactly doing well.
I didn't pay you.
Right?
Exactly
yeah, they didn't even pay me. This is how bad I am at finances, okay? Paid someone else money to take my own shirt off, right?
No, don't but quit being doomerist about your possibilities that Kamala wins. We're not there yet.
No, there is a path. Pennsylvania,
100,000
Michigan,
ballots at 3 a.m.
Wisconsin. There's a path.
Yeah.
It's narrow.
There's a path.
I don't know if we get it. I am skeptical, but it's possible. I would not be shocked. Does that make sense?
You are sentinels right now. You are on the night watch. You will witness it when it happens, if it happens, what's going to happen. But when it happens, if anything happens, this doomerist idea that anyone knows what's going to happen after it does it's dumb. It's boring. It's over. Quite honestly, I feel like everybody knows what's going to happen once Trump takes office, if he takes office, or once Kamala takes office. But everybody keeps moving to these extremes about what's going to happen. What's going to happen if Trump takes office? He's going to have pushback. He's going to have massive pushback. He is going to be up against the wall. He's going to be an ineffective president, so on and so forth, and it's going to suck for everybody. If Kamala wins, she's going to be a mouthpiece. There's going to be a bunch of advisors that make decisions for her, that put policy forward, so on and so forth. It's going to fucking suck. The right's going to be super upset about it. The left is going to be like, well, at least it's not so bad. I mean, Trump could be in office. But at the end of the day, you're going to be if Kamala wins, you're going to be exactly where you are now. If Trump wins, you're going to be fucking, I don't know, you're going to be up against a cheese grater, I guess, for better or for worse. But in all honesty, nobody anywhere knows what the fuck is going to happen. And all this shit about, like, we need to identify how we lost, and we need to identify the points on how we, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's clear how Kamala lost. You went up against 42% of the electorate calling white men cringe and shit, and debasing masculinity and shit like that. And if your husband like doesn't appreciate that you don't vote for Kamala, he's a rapist. Shit like that's hyperbole, but that's what it fucking is, man. Like they lost the plot.
The discussion that we were having earlier was that, like, even if you try to take some of those statements back, if you have like, oh, here's Kamala's pro-masculinity campaign ad.
Yeah, you're not winning it.
It's going to seem hollow. To disagree with something Wick said tonight by agreeing with something he said back July 21st, 24th, somewhere around there.
Look, yeah,
putting Kamala in the coup of the Democratic Party, just establishing or installing Kamala as the new dictator of the Democratic Party, made it clear, sent a clear signal to everybody else that, like, any promises of anything, if any promises were even to come down the pipe, which was a critically low bar that Dems couldn't even pass this election cycle.
Yeah.
They're so infused with hate. They're so infused with disgust and contempt for the average American human being. Even if they got over that, it would have been hollow and fake. You're coming into the voting booth understanding that if this person tells me no new taxes, they're probably lying. I can't even aspire to wish the best for.
Yeah, and I was arriving to that point, but thank you for cutting me off and just fucking getting to it.
Yeah, because I had to.
Hold on. I got to interrupt both of you for a minute because I need a.
You can put your shirt back on.
Well, thank you. I'm waiting for people to pay me to put my shirt back on. What I need right now is I need some motivation, Kang. I help me feel better about tonight by paying me money. Giving me money will make me feel better. It will assuage my wounded spirit. I am sad. I am disappointed. But here we are. We move forward.
Why?
Because I think that this was a winnable election, and we didn't.
It's still winnable.
True.
Bro.
But
we need 100,000 likes,
feeling...
100,000 subscribers for Wick TV at
I'm
3
not
a.m.
feeling it, bro. I'm just, literally everyone alive says, Wick, read my super chat card. Did I not?
Look, I voted for Trump.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, $10 from literally everyone else. Sorry, I missed it. I didn't mean to. The thing I see happening if Trump wins is the Democrats getting complacent over a supposed easy victory in 2028 since Trump can't run a third term and believing that the MAGA steam will run out. We can't do that. That would be stupid. That would be one of the stupidest things we could do.
Yeah.
I will fight against that every step of the way. Okay.
If Trump wins, you have a kingmaker situation after this presidency. It's going to be J.D. Vance, it's going to be Ted Cruz, et cetera, put up for the nomination for like years on end in the future if Trump wins this election. I'm not saying that to gloat, as even though I voted for the guy, right? It's just the reality of the situation. I voted for, but here's the fucking thing. I voted for Trump in 2020 I stayed up until 4 a.m. for that election to witness what was happening. I went to bed. My wife was like, "How'd it go?" And it was fucking Biden's president. She was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, Biden's president." I went to bed and I woke up the next morning, and you know what happened? The sun still fucking rised. It's
true. We've lost before. I lost in 2016. I lost in 2004.
Right?
I lost in 2000. I'll lose again.
And here we are.
It happens.
And here we are. I've joined your Discord. I've donated a shit ton of money. I've joined you. I've subscribed to you. I've been in this fucking Discord. I'm a Trump voter, dude. I'm here. We still got hope, man. Like, we're not done yet, despite what happens after this election. But what needs to happen is the conversation overall. We need to keep fucking talking to one another.
I do worry about that, though. I worry that this is going to
happening.
Further silo people. That people will double down and say, well, we can't even talk even a little to the other side. I do worry that some of that will happen. I'm going to push back against that, but I do worry that there's some people who are going to take that. And
that's why I left the MAGA crowd, though. You know, I registered Republican because I thought it was funny for where I moved to. I was like, I'm going to register Republican. Fucking, I'm with Trump. Now, I went back to independent for this election. I left the MAGA crowd. They're not willing to talk to people. And you know what? I left the left because of that same reason. They're not willing to fucking talk to anybody. I want to talk to you fucking people. I want to hear your ideas.
Okay, we need a WIC party where we just talk and we just hang like this. And we kind of, me, you, we got...
with our shirts off and shit?
Rube here. We're just being men,
like Greeks?
Okay?
We need to get real Grecian with it.
Just being bros, okay? With our saunas and our towel boys, okay? Just doing the thing.
I'm really, if anything, when it comes to American politics, I am tired of the division. I'm tired of the fighting. I'm tired of Destiny freaking out. I'm tired of Steven Crowder freaking out. I'm tired of Tim Pool fucking being like, this is okay regardless of the outcome, if you know what I mean by that. Like, it's just... fucking something's got to happen, right? Like, eventually an issue has to arise where we're listened to about it and a decision is made. Like, gas prices are too high. Okay, what are we going to do about it? Oh, abortion's not legal. Okay, what are we going to do about it? But that never fucking happens, man. These issues have been on the table for as long as I've been alive, for 34 fucking years, and none of them have ever been solved. Housing is, as far as I'm concerned, a complete insolvency crisis. It is always a coin flip, whether who's going to be president or not, year over year, this administration or next, if you're going to be able to buy a fucking house or not. And it's disgusting to me, you know, to the point, I can't, you're on Twitch, so I can't, but it's like,
yeah, don't get me demonetized, bro. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need it, okay?
It's fucking frustrating, though, man. And the only reason we don't actually overcome these problems, we don't come together. I wanted to vote for Bernie in 2016, but what put me off on it was that he just got fucked in the ass, and the dude just took it, and I was like, oh boy, that's not a leader. That's not a fucking leader. Oh shit. And Trump was a protest vote. I will admit it here in front of everybody. Trump was a protest vote. Fuck you. If I got to vote for somebody in 2016, Trump, fuck you. Throwing that wrench in the system.
Yeah, that's a lot of people thought that Trump was the Molotov cocktail into the system that people felt failed them. And I think that honestly, the vibes I'm getting, and we're going to have to look and go through the data and confirm this, but my intuition says that the vibes are the same here. The vibes are like, this isn't working for us. We don't trust you. We don't trust the Democratic Party. We don't like your leadership. Blow it all up. Tear it all down. We don't care. Right? It's not working.
Oh, no, not this election. No, this was...
You don't think that was the case? You don't think people were just...
I need to give you hope by crushing you in this moment. I'm sorry. I need to crush your spirit so it may rise, and you can understand your glorious divine purpose that's about to be... I'm sorry. This was not a protest vote. Waiting for my girlfriend to stop talking. Please wish her well. Poor thing.
Take care.
Rube's girlfriend, I hope you feel better. Okay.
They want you to feel better. They, it wasn't a protest vote. It was purely, it was a rational decision based on the last 4 years of doubling and in some case tripling gas prices, food prices, to where I have to start dumping substitutes into my budget. I'm able to buy less food unless I'm buying way less, virtually no prepared food. I might be able to buy a little bit of a little bit more food total if I'm buying in bulk from Costco or something like that. That's totally fine. It's a self-interest vote. The solution is not talking to people. The solution is not going to be like coming together and saying nice things to each other. It's going to be, Wick, you need to go through and start jettisoning people from your party who don't know how toasters work, who don't know what manufacturing is, who don't know how to use a power drill.
You know what sucks?
You have to start marching them to the camps.
I get your rhetoric, I get your meaning, but eventually all of those things combined into the focal point of protest. Eventually you're pushing back, and that becomes protest. I had the same energy for Trump, or I had the same energy for AOC entering office as I did for Trump, believe it or not. AOC was a radical. She was going to get in there. She was going to shake shit up. She was going to fucking drag her snatch across Nancy Pelosi's face, and it was going to be awesome. And then she did nothing but capitulate when she got in office, and my spirit broke for her, and I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is terrible. But at the end of the day, it's all protest. Like, I hate this system of governance we have. I hate how we're promised this thing and that thing, and Biden's forgiving student loans, but still credit card debt and automobile loans and interest. It's all on the rise, and defaults are still on the rise. Defaults are still on the rise for small loans, bro. It's not good right now. And I don't expect Trump to fucking fix everything. If he did all that in 4 years, the Democratic fucking Party would be blown off the face of the earth. It wouldn't be possible. You'd never have a Democratic, a Democratic candidate ever again. But it's just not. That's not realistic. Like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So
Totally.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, we had $2. We had $2 gas. They voted against it because they had other things that they believe were more important. Democrats will vote against their current personal self-interest, and you could view this as being stupid, but you can also view this as being laudable. If it means that they'll vote against their current self-interest. If it means that some other higher principles are going to be followed through with, right?
I'm definitely fallible of that mindset, but I feel it ultimately to be myopic and obtuse. Like, I understand that isn't the absolute default of humanity to actually operate that way. But if your back's up against the wall, you have to make a split-minute decision. You will make decisions that clearly can be interpreted in that way, right? It's got nothing.
They have their own ecology now, where they can do that. You can put their backs against the wall, and they could still vote a certain way, because we're out. and when I say we, I mean independents and Republicans are kind of excluded from that section of America now. They can have their backs against the wall with other Harris supporters, right? The crazies, or actual literal communists, or going nuts about Palestine, or going nuts about Israel, for that matter. They can leverage that protest vote within their own party to achieve their political ends. They don't need the rest of us except as tax livestock and manufacturing. And so I don't actually need Trump to get in there and fix everything. I just need him to
$5. I'm sorry. Literally everyone alive for $5 says, "All right, Mr. Wick Daddy, I'm real tired. I'm dying. Thanks for the stream. I hope everyone gets some sleep regardless of how they feel about the outcome."
Good night, buddy.
It is getting late, gang.
You have sweet dreams.
I hope you have a good one tonight, man. I hope you wake up tomorrow and all your dreams come true.
Look, honestly, gang,
I don't need him to solve everything. I just need him to not get in the way of Matt Palmer expanding GenFabCo into Austin and other places in Texas so we can have more housing and more American manufacturing. That's all I
You need a pause break. That's all you need is a pause break. And that's what Trump will provide.
I'm going to confirm this. Hold on, just real quick. Fox News
ABC
just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
No way.
Yep.
What? Just
Trump
now?
projected to win battleground of Pennsylvania. Oh, we're done. We're sunk. We're gone.
No way.
That's what. Yeah. That's the call.
They've got really fucking sick of homeless people in the last 4 years. Philly turning into an unlivable shithole.
One of Shane Gillis's jokes at Wells Fargo was about kicking the sleeping bags in Philly. It was great fucking joke. When the special comes out, y'all see it. Bro, it was my wife and I were driving through Philly getting to Wells Fargo for that show, and she was like, "Can you believe all these sleeping bags?" I had worked in Philly for 2 years prior to that show, and I was like, yeah, they've always been here, and it's always been getting worse. it's always been bad. But
I'm calling it now. If Fox calls, if that's the call that that's being predicted, that's it.
Things New Jersey will soon follow, and then it will be over.
Yeah,
well,
right.
New Jersey isn't going red, right? But
it's really close though. Compared to the 2020 election, Joe Biden set the record for most popular votes with 2.6 million. Harris has only just barely crossed 2 million, and Trump is already surpassing his 2020 numbers in New Jersey. It could happen.
Ash, I think Wick's trying to go to bed, man.
I mean,
you could go, yeah.
A lot, bros. A lot.
Look,
well,
Wick, if anything,
like I said, just to kind of put a cap on it, right?
Right.
As I said at the beginning, it's okay. We've lost before.
Mm-hmm.
We'll lose again. But right now, we are Americans. We are. We got to vote. We got to exercise our voice, and the American people have spoken. We have to honor that. Yep. We got to look at what are we going to do in the coming days as Democrats. How are we going to reckon? There has to be a reckoning, right? And what do we need to do to win back the trust of the American voter? We've lost the trust of the American voter. How can we win it back? And we got to make that, it's going to be a hard conversation. It's going to be a difficult conversation, but one we have to have. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Can I come from the right on the close
go
out?
ahead. Close this out. Yeah.
I don't want anyone to think that as a Trump voter or anything that I've done it, you expect me to show up on the Discord tomorrow and gloat about it. I'm not doing that. It's not who I am. And quite honestly, anybody who does that shit is like having a gaffe or just totally immature about it. Take your licks, move on. The sun's gonna rise tomorrow, and we'll figure it out tomorrow how we're gonna move forward. And honestly, I want to move forward. I don't want this division. It's ugly. All right, I'm bringing kids into this world, and this shit is not sustainable. So please, just be calm, and we'll keep the conversation going. And I love you all, and we'll all be okay tomorrow, regardless of what happens.
Absolutely. Couldn't said it better myself. Okay, gang. Last chance to give me money, and then we'll call it. Tomorrow, I might have an aftermath stream. It's not going to be an all-night one, but we might have to talk about it in an aftermath.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if Josiah will talk to me, or is he going to be mad?
No, I'll talk to you. Josiah's not. He's not a fucking.
Which one is Josiah?
He's pondering politics. No, I think he'll be fine. Yeah, but
he's not. He's not a fucking vengeful person.
True, right? But we do have to have a discussion.
I hope it goes well for you.
I hope so too.
Wick, you've hosted the most comfortable part of this night, so thank you very much for doing it.
I hope you guys you may not have enjoyed the outcome. Some of you did, some of you didn't. But I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you liked the takes. I hope you stick with me. It's gonna be a great, some great content's coming, gang. Okay, regardless. Okay.
Election cycle of Wick.
Generic plays. I love you.
I love you guys. We'll talk to you later. I'm gonna end the stream and see you guys later.
Dreams all.